what they're gonna do is something that, uh, the media, this is what they utilize all the time. It is virtue signaling. So just like with the people in Challenger, right? Um, that are no longer with us because they attempted to go to space, right? Um, it's the same thing like, oh, my whoever passed away, which could be true. However, I still morally uh agree that everyone, it's more about the good of the whole, and you have to take the vaccine anyway. That's like virtue signaling, man. It's just like one of the lowest forms of emotional manipulation. My check.
Loud and clear.
Loud and clear. Yeah, it is. And the most disturbing part of it is, I told this already, but I talked to a guy today who had a positive test and had flu-like symptoms, like runny nose. He was ill. Then he recovered. Right, awesome, better now. And I was like, yo, so you don't need the jab, right? Because you got the antibodies. No, I still let it come. I need the jab. I need it because uh, I'm still not protected now. It's like, dude, what the hell? I mean,
How do people think the human body works?
exactly. I mean,
I know it's insanity. Why would you need the jab to get jabbed with a tiny little bit of it? That's a traditional vaccine when you've just had the full thing.
they make people believe it's necessary, even if you recovered from it fully, right? No, but I'm not. I'm still not protected. You are, right. That's the whole deal with getting sick and then recover and then your body making antibodies, right? If that's the narrative they want to believe, but that's what we've been told pre-corona, right? If you get sick, your body makes antibodies,
Well,
you're better, and you won't get sick again.
that's what we were told with Corona. Like they said, okay, you get sick, you go away somewhere for 2 weeks, and then you're fine. You're not going to get it again. That's what doctors were telling people. Like when I went to the doctor and I got tested, I tested negative, by the way. Um, like I explained to her personal story, and she said, well, that's kind of ridiculous. What are you afraid of? I mean, like, even if you did have something like it, after 2 weeks, you would have built up the antibodies. That you'd be fine. That's what the doctor told me when this thing first jumped off.
Well, I'm trying to find a way around it because it's looking to me like with this whole vaccine passport thing and stuff, it's going to be almost the same as where they tell you you need to wear masks in shops when really you can just say, well, in the UK anyway, you can just say I'm exempt and you don't have to wear one. And I think it's going to be a similar system for when we have to take flights where you kind of think you need to be vaccinated, but really there's a way around it. I'm sure there'll be a way around it.
I didn't know there was a way around
Well,
it.
wearing the masks in
And I've
shop.
also never thought about it like vague. I like okay. So say I'm going to another country and they're like, "Oh, you need to get these booster shots or this." Like, I know the shit that I've been talking here, right? But is there really a danger? Like, how many people actually, go around this? Like, because they, like you said, they know like how to pull up the exemptions. Like, how many people do you know who've done that and have had no effect traveling from country to country.
I've no idea with the previous vaccines and things like that, but what I've read on it so far with this new one, it's like because the vaccine isn't even a vaccine, you can still get it and catch it. So it's actually treatment. So technically, you can make your own vaccine at home. And it might even be a case of just having to fill out a form saying, have you been vaccinated? Where you have to lie and say yes. It might be that. And it depends on which country you're going to go to as well. Like different countries are going to have different rules. It's going to get difficult when they bring in some sort of digital verification.
Yeah, that's where they're going to, right? Because now you have a paper, and people will complain. Well, I need to take my passport with me, my papers. What a hassle! And then they are going to load it into your iPhone wallet, right? You can just scan, click, okay. So,
But from my general experience, they always give you a way out. There's always a workaround. It's just trying to figure out what it is.
could be a nurse that wants to earn $100.
Yeah, I was thinking that you could always pay a doctor, but there's always a workaround without having to lie. You shouldn't be forced into lying. That's what, because I don't like to lie. I try never do it. So
Understand?
lying, I try to never lie. So I don't want to have to lie to him. I want to try and find a real way to get around it.
Yeah, what our health minister said, right? We don't force you to go to festivals or to parties, right? So if you want to go, you need to do this and this and that. But we don't force you to go. So if you don't want to do this and this and that, you don't go, right?
Yeah, but that's coercion on their part. They're trying to coerce you into doing it, which I'm sure is illegal under like different European laws. I'm not sure exactly which ones.
Well, they put it onto the organizers, right? They tell you, they tell the organizers, well, you want to organize a festival? Okay, you can get you can have a permit if you test checking, right? You every person that comes into your festival needs to have a negative test, or else you don't get the permit to hold the party. And these guys, they've been squeezed so hard that they're running dry, right? They have no money left, so they'll take anything, right? Anything to earn some money. Just like shops. Oh, you want to have some people in your shop? Sure. You have to do this and that. And if you don't, you get a fine. That's how they do it. They set us up, right? They set the shop owners up against the people.
But what I've noticed as well is these fines, they don't hold up in court. Like the ones for like not wearing masks and stuff, people just pay them before it gets to court. But the ones that have gone to court, they don't hold up. They get thrown out.
Not sure.
With the festivals, I can imagine someone stood outside, like a ticket tout, but selling negative tests for cash.
Earning tons of money on those tests, man. I mean, wow.
I guarantee there's going to be doctors doing that just to make some easy money.
But we can't really say like we're kind of going too far on the live, right?
What I also find like just hilarious is that they're talking about these like self-test kits now that you can like do at home. So I'm just gonna order a bunch of those and gonna test bananas or some shit. Look, I'm negative. Yo.
Home anal swabs.
The whole deal is right. They're setting this up now, so they're telling us, well, here's your negative, here's your home test. Go do it at home, and then they will find something or someone that or plant it, right. Just use a false flag and then tell everyone, look, this dude told us he did a home test, he lied, and now everybody is sick here. So yeah, that doesn't work. We need to do it for you, or you need to really get this jab, because these home tests, right? Everybody can lie. You don't want people to lie and get you sick, right? It's just the Hegelian dialect again. Any ballers in the house?
I was talking to a baller yesterday, and check this for a nice baller answer. They said NASA can't take a full photo of the Earth because it's too expensive.
So, you guys want to hear a simple argument that I have yet to actually unravel?
Yeah.
Let's hear it. Let's hear it, man.
You cut out there, Bufu.
Oh, I was saying, let's hear it.
So, all right. So, someone be a baller, or all of you be a baller for the moment. So, okay. Why don't we feel and give me the classic examples. So, why don't we feel the Earth moving?
Oh, because relativity, my friend.
It's only 15 degrees an hour. The Earth's too big to. It's only 15 degrees per hour.
No, keep going, keep going.
Because we don't feel acceleration like when you drop a ball in a car.
Yeah, it's like we're in a train. You know, you shoot a ball up in a train, it doesn't go flying to the back.
Okay, so and that's because there's no acceleration. It's a constant rate. Is that why you don't feel anything?
Well, yeah, we learned that in grade 3.
I mean, you were born on this Earth, right? So you're used to the motion. You wouldn't expect to feel it, man. Stupid flat Earth.
Okay, so at airports and at some train stations, they have these moving platforms, right? So it's like an escalator, but it just moves laterally, right?
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Or horizontally, and I think that has a constant rate. But Have you ever jumped up and down on one and landed in the same spot? Isn't the momentum supposed to be conserved?
Yeah, but the air is moving with us, so it's magically moving with us.
Yeah, but
Yeah, gravity.
what a glober's going to say is, yeah, I did jump up and down and land on the same spot. Like they say they saw the curve from the airplane. They go, yeah, I did. I landed on the same spot, even though obviously they wouldn't.
Yeah, they also like to
Yeah,
get into
right
the.
there, even with the if it was a constant rate, that's not even true. Not on one of those things.
Yeah, there's also some that will actually go like, no, there is actually acceleration because the rotation is circular, right? So they understand that part of it. But then they're like, oh, no, well, it's too small. It's not detectable, right? But that's based on the radius. So,
Well, it's not. I mean, I don't get what too small means. 88,000 feet per minute is a lot for anybody.
yeah, it's a lot of distance, but like basically because the ball would be that big, it's rotating so slowly. Yeah, I know it's a bullshit argument, but this is what they will say, right? That basically the angular velocity is not big enough to be detectable.
Well, the
It actually
angular
kind of works. 'Cause, like if you get into the math of it and you want to calculate like the angular velocity, it is extremely tiny, of course, but it's based on
I
the
don't
radius
think the
value.
angular
So,
velocity matters.
right, exactly, because in
we're
reality you
talking
have the air as
about.
well, right?
No, I mean like the once you're not connected to the Earth, like that's when it's supposed to move that 88,000 feet,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Well, they
So
will just say that you're always connected to
roundabout.
the Earth because gravity.
But
You wanted me to argue like a Glover.
no, that's a good point because I can't say like the treadmill because that's a different. I don't know why that would be because of gravity. That's shut up.
Well, I think with like the treadmill thing, it's basically they would have to say that the air, right? Because you're like on the escalators, you're going through the air, but the air is not being pulled with the escalator. But that is what they claim happens on the globe Earth, which is nonsense, of course. The rotation is west to east, and yet we have winds going in all directions. But
Yeah,
Oh,
you're
no,
right. They could
the
say that.
treadmill's
They
actually a
could say that.
perfect example because you can't jump up and down on a treadmill. If you jump up and down on a treadmill, you're gonna fall off it. Like,
It is in a closed environment though, like just like the plane, just like the car. I mean, the hold on. I mean, yeah, no, that doesn't work because then when you go to the plane example, the Earth's the plane isn't moving with the gravity of the Earth. It's doing what the treadmill is doing.
well, that's it. You can't start up a treadmill and just jump up and down instead of running and expect to stay on it.
yeah, my main problem with it is that to explain the whole rotation thing, they basically have to claim two mutually exclusive things: that the air is both moving with the rotation, but also separately. It can't be both. So, I mean, the Earth rotates in one direction. If the air's going with it, then it moves in that direction too. If it's also moving in different directions, then it's clearly not moving with it. So, double speak. That's the same with like
Yeah.
orbit, really, because they say, well, orbit, it's like the object is in free fall, but it's at the same altitude. Like, how the fuck does that work?
It just does because the people with the white coats say so.
But if Earth is flat, why aren't the other planets flat?
What'd you just ask?
I was trying to pretend to be a glober, man. Doesn't work with me.
Oh, okay. Just came in and that's the first thing I heard. I was like, this nigga serious?
Well, everybody went quiet, man. It's like, I'm just reading stuff from the lobby, you know?
Don't read the lobby.
Yeah, don't read the lobby. Lobby
It's
is
like reading YouTube comments.
not even worse.
Definitely worse.
Definitely worse.
Here's a good one. The moon landing must be real because there's been several moon landings, not only one. Be real.
Well, that's perfectly logical.
There's also been
Russia
a
would have
lot of
ratted
idiots.
out the United States if they didn't land on the moon.
Yep, I've heard that one as well. Because literally, like, I started making flat Earth TikTok videos like 2 days ago, and one of them's had like 32,000 views. So, and I'm just getting inundated with comments, and I'm hearing every single retarded globe argument that you could possibly hear in the comment section. Like, I've heard that one a few times in the last couple of days about Russia.
What's the rationale that Russia and the United States were enemies?
Yeah, Russia would have ratted him out or whatever.
So ultimately, it's an appeal to motive still, because they're enemies. Russia would have done something based on a motivation. So it's still an irrelevant logical point. It's not logically coherent. You can dismiss it too.
But I guess that's what war is for, to make people think that they have like so many differences that if there was something like this to jump off, like, well, it's not possible because we're enemies. But
Well,
not really.
Think about it like this, Elijah. You remember that movie, The Untouchables?
Yep.
You know where Robert De Niro is walking around the big table, all the mafia bosses are there. It's a big circular table. And then he kills one with a baseball bat.
Yeah.
It's like, sometimes I do believe that, some wars are legit and that they're a contest between superpowers, but at the same time, they're not going to share that power with anyone but other superpowers. Like, their game is with each other, not with us. So they'll always uphold the game with each other and project that out to us. Occasionally, one of them might get whacked at the table, but that's got nothing to do with us.
Did any of you guys hear about Putin wanting to debate Joe Biden?
Yeah, that did never happen.
He could have 100 people whispering shit to him, being told what to say, and he would still lose the debate.
No, that would make it worse. That would make it worse because the man walked by the Marines and he looked at him and said, "Salute the Marines," because he repeated what the guy in his earphone told him.
I mean, it all depends on who picks the winner. Like, he supposedly won all 3 debates against Trump.
If you don't vote for me, you ain't black.
I guess I'm not black.
Here's a good one from a Glober. I'm going through my comments now. If the Earth is flat, how can the moon exist?
Well, the Earth is flat and the moon exists.
I know, yeah. Like, They have no thoughts. How can the moon exist if it's flat? Fucking insane.
But you know those people? They're the easiest to break down. They're the easiest to get to contradict themselves when you converse with them. They're the least trained in it.
I had a Glober tell me the other day that the Earth's shadow causes the moon phases.
Retard.
It's like, holy cow.
These are the people that are like normies, right? They don't give a fuck about being logically consistent.
No, they don't.
I don't know what it is, but like it's almost like when you attempt to do that, it's like they look at you like, what are you, dad or something? Like, what the who gives a fuck?
That's why I like talking. That's why I like talking to people like that, because I'm trying to like break down how bad the programming is and people who don't even understand what it is, what programming is, or how to even think. Because when you get somebody who doesn't know how to think and you teach them to think for like 2 seconds, it blows the world up. It makes them collapse. So you ask a normie, how do you establish what truth is? And they can't answer you, right? How do you know what's true or what's empirical? And they have no idea. So that's my goal, is to just figure out, like, I'm not trying to win the argument anymore. I'm just trying to figure out how these people think. That's my goal.
Well, check this one. This is pure insanity from a Glober. I've never heard this one before. Okay. He said, I actually don't believe in flat earthers. I think they were made by NASA to try to disprove the moon landing so we can go again.
That's cope. That, you know what, that's a person that has doubts. Right there.
You reckon that's what that is? I've never heard that one.
That's a person who has doubts who's trying to cope.
How do you break a Glober out of constantly using refraction as an excuse for seeing too far?
Make them define it first.
That's a good good reason.
Once you know what it is, refraction isn't a good argument for them. Or you just have them given like another real world example. Like, okay, show me another photo. Like, give me an example of what you're describing. Like, give me the before and after. They can't do it.
And the moment they bring up refraction, they lose any notion of a physical horizon.
Oh yeah, that's a good point.
Well, you know, Skunk Bay, like that's the only, that time lapse is the only example they have, and that example doesn't describe why a horizon would be 10 times further than it should be.
Right, it's just the apparent position would appear higher or lower based on your, but not like extending away from you.
Yeah, well, I asked them how it would work, and they said, basically paraphrasing them, that it's the light curves basically integrated.
You could try showing them some of the infrared stuff. I mean, if they want to argue that there's refraction in infrared, then it's a waste of time.
That's a good point. Yeah, it was just infuriating. I rage quit on someone yesterday, arguing with someone, and then like they just kept saying it's refraction. I'm just like, I'm out of here. You're making me rage quit. I'm gone. This is a waste of time.
It's just a word they use to explain it, and they don't even know what it means. Like they say gravity, but they can't even define gravity. They're just saying no, gravity fixes it. Gravity causes it. Right? It works because gravity. Well, what is that?
Yeah, it's another dark matter, gravity, things you can't measure, can't see, can't touch, can't.
Gravitons do.
But yeah,
I always thought, like,
when I've been saying to them that, well, gravity is the justification for the first law of thermodynamics violation in your creation story. And they'll still go with, yeah, gravity. Like but even though there's no way to really contest what I'm saying, they'll just say, well, yeah, gravity is obviously a force. That's where the energy is coming from, gravity, because it is a force. It's like, oh, okay.
Yeah, I've had the same sort of argument with someone, but they said that gravity came before Big Bang. So
What?
well, as in like discovery wise or theory wise, like chronologically, they said gravity.
Right.
Like not necessarily that they say it's caused by Big Bang, I guess, but like they say that they discovered gravity first and then came up with Big Bang afterwards.
But everything is expanding. In fact, the energy input into the expansion initially was so great that the universe is flat, right? So that being said, there would have never been any energy loss. Like, it should have. At what point is it supposed to? Are things within this expansion supposed to turn back on themselves and get attracted into spheres and shit?
Yeah. Well, usually at that point, if they're quoting Big Bang, I usually just call them religious. It derails the subject, and then they go off, tell you that they're an atheist, and you tell them, no, you're highly religious. And it normally derails the subject enough for them to just rage quit.
Whenever they say they're atheist, I ask them to define atheism. And you know what they always define? They define agnosticism every time.
Yeah, exactly. It's true.
We've got this great chart that shows that people who identify as atheist, 3/4 of them are sub 83 IQ.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, it was from the GSS survey, 1972 to 2012 in the United States.
Maybe because they, just like thinking level can be curved, I guess they literally haven't thought about the fact that like that everything that's in existence is being created, has been created, but there's no creator for that creation. Like, you can't even put those two things together. Like, even the Big Bang story is a creation story. Like, everything is a creation story. So
their abstract thought is broken.
What I do with atheists is just try and establish that they've got a belief, and it triggers them so much. They can't say it, I believe in atheism, I believe there's nothing. You can't say it, they have to go, it's a fact. But it's not a fact. They think it's a fact that it's literally nothing happens when you die. Like, no one can prove that.
Yeah, so it's a belief. It's a leap of faith.
It's a belief, yeah. Like, but no, they refuse it and they get really angry about it.
Just ask them what the origin of information was. When its necessary existing condition is to have an informer.
Yeah, they don't like that. That's a good one.
I've had
tell them their little solar system is, their little model is religious, right? And they get mad. They're like, no, it's not. But I love asking them, oh yeah? So it's called a heliocentric system, right? Who's Helios? Oh, they just look at me like, like, what do you mean, who's Helios? Who is he? Oh, they have no idea. Oh, yeah. So your whole system's named after a sun god? Yeah. Tell me again how this is not religious.
Every planet is named after.
I know. Just don't say except supposedly this one, right? Isn't that funny?
But how do Christians explain the Big Bang Theory? I just read it in the comments because a lot of them believe this shit. They're like devout Christians, and they believe in evolution and the Big Bang Theory, or maybe not evolution.
Most of the Christians I know who say they believe in the Big Bang call it the creation event. They don't actually believe in the Big Bang in the way that the heliocentrists believe in it. They have.
I don't know about that. I think a lot of them believe in the heliocentrist way.
No, I know that a lot of secular Christians do believe in it and believe in evolution and all that.
Yeah.
But like
That's
in the United States, 49% of people do not believe in a billions of years old Earth either. Half the population believe in a young Earth in the United States.
Good.
That's great. I reckon it's been maybe like 95%, maybe more in the UK. It's a lot.
The Christians I know.
That's the dumbest shit I've ever heard. Hold on. Like, and I know like statistics, man, but it's almost like when you ask people, do you like Obamacare versus do you like the there's another word for it. And they'll say, yeah, I love this one, but I don't love Obamacare. And it's like the same shit. So this is the same thing. Like you don't believe the earth was created billions of years ago, but what do you think the model is saying? Like how are you gonna take how could you
It's called duality. It's called duality. Humans have the unique ability. Humans have the unique ability to hold contradicting beliefs.
Which is why a lot of them sound like they're in pain sometimes when they're talking about this shit.
Yeah.
I think it's literal cognitive pain.
It is. It's cognitive distress.
Yeah, man.
Well, I think a lot of Christians are caught between thinking the parts of the Bible aren't literal and scientists can't lie. And between that, they've got the Big Bang Theory and they've got Christianity together.
Well, I've heard them say, Christians that is, I've heard them say in the past that a common question would be is how did the stars exist if God created them and the light's taking thousands of years to reach us and stuff like that. I've heard them say, oh no, God's smart enough to be able to create them and change it, the fact that they're very far away.
Where in the hell did they get the story that they're thousands of miles away?
Exactly.
Light years away. Like,
hold on. Meme, do you have that statistic?
Which one? The atheists?
No, like 49% of Americans don't believe that the Earth is billions of years old.
I don't have it on me. It was
that come from the poll that they did the other year.
I want to say that I got that from a 2012 poll.
All right, let me say why that. Like, so this is the art, because obviously, like you said, like when you tell someone that they're a believer, that they're religious, like they get like super heated. Like, so it's like, with the Georges Lamontre guy and the Big Bang thing, and then all this stuff that we've been talking about, like, and on top of that, it's like, hold up, wait a minute. So you're talking about being logical. Okay, well, let's do some math here. Like, okay, 49% of Americans don't believe that the Earth is billions of years old. But under the current system, that's how long is required for biological life.
I just don't think that they
I wonder
reconcile
what they
this
would
at all.
say.
I don't think
I
they
do have to
think
say
about
this, and this is a compliment for the believing Christians, that to keep your faith in the face of everything that they've been taught growing up, that's really admirable in my opinion. So it's kind of like, you know,
I don't know. I became I was agnostic when I put it, like when Zeitgeist came out. That's when I thought of, oh yeah, what did I learn in school? Well, what
Yeah.
does Genesis say? Oh, of course it's not that, because it's what I was taught in school. So
right.
I guess I don't know now.
You grew up in a secular New York, didn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's like this. It's like the Christians that I've talked to, like Kent Hovind. He says that God did not create two babies in the Garden of Eden. He created a man and a woman fully grown, fully formed, fully finished. And he put them on an earth that was fully formed, fully grown, fully finished. So why would he make something that wasn't already in a state of being fully formed and fully finished?
So nah. I like that even better than, well, the sun was here before no, that right there.
What's funny is he always won his debates. And it's just hilarious. It's like, yeah, even if it were true, they still don't have proof. Ultimately.
So God put two babies.
Yeah. Or did he create two fully grown?
They just helped each other out.
Yeah.
It'll never work.
Rugrats in the Garden of Eden.
The human person.
But that's that age-old question of the chicken or the egg.
Yeah.
And it solves the chicken or the egg because it had to be the chicken first.
Yeah,
no egg could germinate without a chicken sitting on it.
Right.
Yep.
I mean, his creation seminar was good for what it was when it was. You know, it really did put holes. It put holes in all the beliefs they had, but at the same time, he was using their belief system. He had adopted it. He believed it too, like dinosaurs and the globe Earth and space.
I remember him doing the evolution and the carbon dating one.
That's
and when
hilarious.
I heard that like years ago, I was like, "Oh, my man just killed this, bro."
Yeah.
Are you serious?
The mammoth.
I didn't pay much mind to all that evolution shit anyway. But for me, like, he fucking destroyed it back then.
The mammoth that had whose head was 30,000 years older than its tail. And he would go, talk about a slow birth.
But you guys do realize
he did have jokes, man. Yo,
right?
Sorry, man. Go ahead.
You guys do realize how they've separated it somehow in the minds of the people. Like they'll accept evolution, but they'll be like, I don't know about the Big Bang. But it's like that was part of the whole evolutionary process.
It's like people think this shit's a Chinese buffet, man. They just walk in. I like this part. I like this part. I don't really like that, so I won't stick to that. But you know, the things I like and that are on my plate, I'll just stick with those things.
But
like,
you know
no,
what?
The story doesn't go like that.
I think it's kind of like when you make a long-running series and you start introducing new characters to appeal to different demographics and stuff. I think it is kind of like a Chinese buffet, and they did it on purpose so that there's something for everyone.
Exactly. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. So everybody's a little bit happy with whatever part of the story they like and they feel comfortable with. Works out very well as long as they can sleep at night.
Yeah, they don't need you to swallow the whole thing. Just enough of it.
Yep. Just enough.
I had a friend
and don't sleep too well because you just might have a meteor come, do a close flyby. So sleep well, but don't sleep too well, right? Nah, we got your back. NASA's watching out for
Yeah, I had a friend tell me creationism is racist, but he didn't know why. He couldn't tell me why. When I told him,
sounds like a retard.
Oh, he's a full retard.
Well, in 2021, asking for ID is now racist. So
he's wearing double mask. He's a full retard.
Oh yeah. That explains everything. You can stop right there.
Yeah.
He's wearing. If he said he was wearing one mask, it would be a problem. But he's wearing two. Yeah, he went full retard.
The guy's a full retard. He came over to my house to disprove flat Earth and showed me a video of a kid with a soundboard playing fart noises, and that was his proof of the globe.
Wow.
You'll have dudes with the regular the whatever medical mask, and then they'll have the Nike one on top of that, and their outfit is cool as shit. And they're like,
because it's fresh to death now, bro.
I'm double walled up right now. I'm safe. I look good.
Right now, guys, it is so cool to be establishment. It is punk rock to be the man.
I wanna freaking unfollow and like unfriend everybody that I see in my fucking timeline that posts pictures like it's cool with a mask on, with a diaper on their face.
I just removed all of them.
Stand that shit. Yo, I removed like 3 already. Seriously, bro, this is not a fashion statement, motherfuckers. This is a diaper they've made you put on your face.
But that's what they do with that's what they do with any topic, like when everybody was talking about whenever there's like a political event, or even like Dave Chappelle drops a Netflix special and now everyone's talking about it on the timeline. This is one of those things. But this time is too cringy for people like us, because we're like, oh, see, this is exactly why we should, because people ask us, why are we here? Yeah, that's kind of why. We kind of can't let this shit rock. Kind of gotta, you know what I mean?
Exactly. Because y'all out there posting pictures with a diaper on your face that you've been made to wear, all willingly now, and you take it as a fashion statement, and it's cool. Now you posting pictures with it on, and then what? When they tell you to wear 5 of them, you're gonna just continue doing that? Nah, I ain't fucking with y'all.
Well check this out. For unlucky, well, it's not even unlucky, but in 2019, so before this all started, I was gonna start selling face masks on Amazon, to the point where I'd ordered samples from China, and I never followed through with it, because I'd read this book on the different phases of insanity, and I'd just come back from Japan. I was like, Japan are at the 4th phase and we're at the 3rd phase, and I was like, oh, face mask is what's coming here. And I ordered all the samples, and I never ended up buying them in mass. And this was like mid 2019, and then all this happened. I just totally missed out on it all.
Yeah, you missed out on big business, huh?
Yeah, but I'd read this PDF document by this born-again Christian in Ireland, and it just described the level of insanity Japan's at compared to us, where they're all already masks and controlled and no one speaks out. And I thought, that's what's coming here. Let's get the masks.
See,
it was easier
the
there.
funny thing is that they've been doing that for years. Like, I'm from New York, and for I don't know why, but for some reason, most of the Chinese or Japanese people would walk around with masks. And this was years ago, just for no damn reason, just walking around with a mask on. And
I think that's just a
what the hell is going on with this?
It's a
I don't get
cultural
what
thing
this
for
is.
sure. They do that in their home countries on trains and public transport.
Yeah. What they appealed to with,
and people were wearing masks at the parks, and I was at a mountain there, so it was just fresh air and forest, and people were still wearing masks there, and that was a couple of years ago.
So guess what's so scary? This is now a culture.
Yeah, all the Asians that were doing it like 10 years ago, they're like, hey, welcome to the party, people.
They're like Easternizing everything, maybe.
Oh, man.
This is annoying. It's annoying.
It really is, bro.
I wonder when they started wearing masks.
Don't worry, guys. Don't worry, guys. There was an article that popped up on my iPhone today that said that Britain is about to achieve herd immunity. So don't worry, guys. It won't last too much longer.
Oh, yay.
So when they have to suddenly end the whole thing because they've achieved their goals, there'll be an excuse. Oh, we got herd immunity, so everyone's safe now. We can end it.
And then the return of the flu. And everything's right back to business as usual. Where people are still dying over the flu.
Yeah.
Ridiculous. I was running around yesterday because I do my little running around with the question of the day shit. I was just running around at my job yesterday. Does anybody think that the flu just went away by 98% in the past year? Does that make sense to anybody? Does anybody think that's scientific? Anybody? Everybody just looked at me like,
that's because people are social distancing and
this.
wearing masks. Don't you know?
Oh, yeah.
then why are they dying from corona? Shut up.
Yeah, I don't know.
I hate people like you who think you mess up everything.
I mean, don't worry about the millions of people that supposedly died over the flu. Last year it was just like 1,000, bro. Don't worry. Medical technology, baby. Oh, but the greatest virus ever known to man. Everybody put on a fucking shirt over your face or a piece of paper.
Yeah. Have you ever seen a biohazard suit?
Bro, with its own air supply and all that? Yeah, I've seen that. This is not that.
The size of a virus and a face mask is like trying to stop a mosquito with a chain link fence.
Right.
Yeah, just so like the Lone Ranger, and that works out for you.
That's what the fuck I'm saying. Like you guys haven't, and it was a lot easier to Google like shit like that. Now it'll never come up for you.
No, now you can't get anything on. Google is so censored, you can't get anything on there.
So despite that, like despite their masks being all fucking, they're just like mad.
Hold on. Jin, you got some background noise, brother. I don't know if you hear me.
Sorry, can you hear?
Feedback.
Yeah.
I hear you now.
Guys.
So you were feeding back before.
Sorry about that. Yeah, I didn't realise I was unmuted there. 1 second, I'll mute myself. Oh, and by the thing about the Japanese wearing the masks, they back in the day they wore it because if they had a cold or they were sneezing, they didn't want to sneeze on people. That would be the only reason why. Okay, the Japanese, okay,
yeah,
because they're self-conscious. Because they're self-consciousness, so they don't want to. They didn't want to spread their germs, so that's why they wear the mask when they've got the flu. They may be suffering from hay. The other problem, it's spring season now, so what mask wearing is a common thing during the spring season. Hay fever, okay?
Yeah, I mean, I get that. I'm just saying, I know some that would wear it all the time. Like we're doing now, like everyone's doing now. Like
I know, it's silly.
They did that all the time. And I was just like, what is that about? That's so crazy. Right? This was years ago. And now I sit and I walk around and I look and I was just like, if I knew back then that I'd look around one day and see this, it would have been some shit. I still can't believe I went to the mechanic the other day. Right? Because I'm so oblivious to this bullshit sometimes. I forget, this is the real world. I walked into a mechanic the other day and everyone's got a mask on. And I'm like, what the fuck? This is a mechanic shop. Like, you guys are working on the cars. You got fucking oil, all fucking exhaust all over the place. 2 years ago, nobody would be wearing a fucking mask in here. You'd have your face all in the engine right now. But now everybody's got a mask in a mechanic shop. This is sad. It made me sad, bro. I was just like, what the fuck?
The mask is not...
Yeah, I got a story for you guys. I went into urgent care yesterday because I got into poison ivy and I had to get some steroid for it. I was wearing a mask when I walked in the fucker, and they gave me a mask to put over my mask.
I'm so done. I am done.
Get this.
I can't, bro.
Kevin Smith, the cringy comic book guy, he was hiking in the mountains, and had 2 masks on. Another hiker walks by him and says, 2 masks is a bit much, right? He says, Batman wore mask. And he said the guy looked at him and just shook his head. And he posted this on Twitter, thinking, and it just turned out to be a big cell phone.
Batman's mask covers his top face of his face, not his fucking mouth and nose.
That's that comic book mentality, though. I grew up.
Listen,
I
I'm a
like
comic book geek. That's why he should have never even said that. All right, because come on, Batman wears a mask. What part of his face is not covered by a mask? Come on, Kevin Smith, you should know better than that.
Batman is also a law-breaking vigilante who has repeatedly said he believes in the American way, so he sounds like a right-wing terrorist to me.
So,
yeah, it upsets me when I see babies wearing masks. I see that quite a lot, and it's horrible. They haven't got a choice. Face fully covered with masks.
Respiratory system's still trying to work itself out, and they've already.
What's really sad about
already
that,
inhibiting it.
Yeah, for real. What's really sad about that, Chocolate, is that the authorities don't even mandate that babies have to wear masks. That's stupid parents. Like, even the authorities are like, no, babies don't have to wear masks.
Right, this is going to sound really bad, but they've always been Asian. It's always been a Chinese couple, or I don't know where. And I don't know why, but it's not only that the baby's wearing a mask, sometimes it'll have an iPhone in its hand as well. Like mask and iPhone, and it's like literally not even 1 year old. It's like so young.
Dystopia.
I mean, how far are we falling?
I thought we were going to get like some kind of cool aesthetic dystopia. But no. Just.
Oh. Like Walking
Dead.
Dead.
Not steampunk. It's not Nazi.
Whack as hell.
It's just everything we have now, except it's a dystopia, and it's really boring.
It is very boring.
Nothing like the movies. Like, you know,
I mean, the zombies don't even try to eat brains.
I would
It's
think
not even going to be 1984.
Like suit. That's what I would have, like, if someone were to describe this scenario, I'd be like, yo, people for sure need, like, at least, I don't even know if the biohazard, like, things would actually work, but that's what you would need. And then you would also be seeing, like, too many people drop, like, flies, like sweat, just weird shit where you're like, whoa, dude, don't look too good. Like, I have seen none of that.
Exactly. Where is, that's what I'm saying. Where is this pandemic? Right? Where?
Well, at the start, you were telling us
because
people
I remember
in China.
I remember those images out of China, people passing out and dying in the street. Why ain't that happening here?
Yeah,
exactly.
It didn't happen there either. They just told us.
Yeah, I'm not even sure if it happened there, really. Yeah, exactly the point. But then, if that was the case, it should have started happening here in other countries. Where is that happening? How do we literally shut down the whole economy, the half of life for something, and but in the meantime, we got hospitals with fucking nurses and doctors dancing choreographed. What is going on? People showing up to hospitals and they're empty, but they're like, nah, these hospitals are so full. Yeah. And now we got this clown who supposedly was elected to take care of this problem. I mean, come on, man.
And now we just have.
Come on, man.
Like
come on, man.
It's a foregone conclusion. Like, now the emergency room is set up a specific. It's all just like staging, because none of this shit initially actually. Like, everybody's looking around like, huh? What are they talking about?
What?
Who's doing well? What's going on? Huh? And that's what they've done throughout this whole process. Huh? Mask? Gotta wear the mask. Okay, gotta get up, go to work. Okay. Like it hasn't changed.
But it is a great way to filter out the people.
How funny is it? This whole shit with Major League Baseball, everybody trying to shut down Georgia now. They changed the voter laws, bro. Bro, wait a minute, hold up. Asking for ID is now racist.
Is it racist to have an ID to vote? What?
So can somebody tell me something you don't need an ID to do officially?
You need an ID to buy a gun, to get a car, to drive.
Wait. Delta Airlines, they were one of them. Has anybody ever gotten on a plane without being asked for ID? Anyone? Nah, right?
No.
Major League Baseball. Do you need an ID to get your ticket?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. But they don't want you to have an ID to vote. Baseball game, yes.
It's not
voting,
because of illegals voting. It's so that they can't check to who is even a real voter at all.
I know.
Yeah. So it's funny, we figured that out. I got a bunch of non-flat earth, like super right-wing friends, and they figured on their own, this isn't because illegals are voting. They're just changing the numbers. That's why they want to change the ID law. So they can just change the numbers and never have a trace, never have to track it.
Yeah, and it's blatant now.
And I thought, wow, you're a bunch of normie right-wingers, and you figured that out?
Yeah. Yeah, man, people are starting to, some people are starting to figure some things out. I do have a slight hope for some people, but I don't know. Most of the people are lost, bro.
Mic check. Quiet.
Roger.
What's up?
What's going on, man?
Not much. Enjoying the weather today. It's finally clearing up some. We had a few days of hail and snow. So.
It's clearing up. That's crazy. If you're a baller, that means you'll see less. I mean, that checks out, doesn't it? Oh, man.
Y'all got silent.
One thing I've seen recently is Sky News Australia is reporting like actual news, kind of.
Let's play a game. Well, actually, no. Let's not. We're not, because we're not. Let's just all sit and think about.
You didn't say that
what it
right,
would
man.
be like.
If you're gonna say that, you gotta say, "I want to play a game."
But let's just pretend for a second that we're globe earthers. We listen. I have a friend who I was like, yeah, because I was telling her about flat Earth, and I was like, just like everybody in New York knows that 9/11 was some bullshit. Like, the government lied. You know that, right? She's like, not really. Like, what do you mean? And I said, oh my, I don't even. At that point, I felt like I had tinfoil on right then. You know what I mean? Because I'm like, she's looking at me like a three-headed monster. So I'm just thinking, like, people like that actually exist. So, like, what do you think? Where do you see? Where would you have seen yourself as a globe earther during these times?
Who are you asking?
I'm just
Hey,
thinking.
but you putting it out?
I'm just thinking, like, like, damn, would I have thought I'm a Republican or I'm a Democrat or I'm gonna put in 10 hours a week doing activism, like, like, what would I have been doing to quote unquote make a difference? You know what I mean? Like, because it's not the government isn't the problem. The problem is the people. For me, always has been.
Yeah, that kind of goes hand in hand because the government is made of people, and
that's
kind of the problem.
There's a problem, Elijah? As a globe earther, I'd say everything's going pretty well. We're almost off to Mars, Things are going well. We survived the pandemic. Thank God for science. I think you'd just be like, you'd be into scientism, wouldn't you, if you're a glober? You'd just be praising science every day. Thinking everything's going really well.
I gotta guys, I saw the other day, I was at the car wash, and there was this car, and I just happened to look at the license plate. Hold on, let me find the. I mean, not the license, but the bumper stickers. There were 4 bumper stickers on this car. Hold on. Let me share it. It just made me think, how much stupid can you have on one car? Hold up. I don't know if you guys could see that. The first one says, good planets are hard to find. The second one is vote for climate change or something. Then we get Biden, Harris. And then the last one is stand up for science.
Dude, that's like that's a person who has like a little pill keeper of blue pills.
I'm saying, like, doing drive-by blue pill shootings. Like, what the fuck? I was just like, all of that, and then the last one, stand up for science. What?
Surprised I didn't have a love is love one on the right-hand side.
Stand up for science. That's their religious affirmation.
Yeah, bro. Because I was just like, oh, the first one, good planets are hard to find. Oh, man. Then climate. And then
And it's on a blue car.
See what the middle one was, so I couldn't tell what that was. But I'm sure it's in the family of it.
9 times out of 10, that is some form of left-winger.
I'm in the blue car.
Sure what it was.
I believe in science because I abandoned religion.
I don't know where you get 9 out of 10, bro. It seems like a pretty solid 10 out of 10 to me.
Yeah, it's 10 out of 10, isn't it? 10 out of 10 times they're liberals. No coincidence, right?
Man, I'd be embarrassed, even if I was there's a Democrat that I love that works at my job, right? He says, yeah, I'm a Democrat and I voted for Joe Biden, but it was really just voting because I did like Trump's policies, whatever. And we don't get too much into Joe Biden's policies because he doesn't have any. But regardless, he's like, but I could see that cognitively Joe Biden was not doing well, and I could see this is just some craziness, man. That
And
they're
people ask me why I am anti-democratic, why I don't believe in democracy. Because people vote for reasons like that.
Mm-hmm. And I'm like, bro, are you serious?
For what's better? Like if you ask people what's better, they'll give you. Oh man, I hate. No, I'm not gonna go there. They'll give you the your. I can't go there.
You know that. You know what I'm loving right now? I'm loving the Democrats. I'm loving the Democrats and all the Trump haters who are baseball lovers who are pissed off at what's going on right now with this fucking MLB shit with the Georgia laws. I'm having the greatest time. Hilarious to me. Oh, y'all voted for this guy? Oh,
Well, when they
that's a
cheated,
shame.
they forgot to cheat to change the legislatures.
Yeah,
they're not gonna like. They couldn't tell you tangibly like what's different, you know, or
no,
like
absolutely
what
not.
actually is different. But not only that, like so the kids in cages thing, like so they've changed out the the fences or whatever. They put in some plexiglass and like a small TV that's probably playing like the news, and it's like
the same thing.
You would like the person that you looked up to, Ocasio-Cortez. Like you're like, oh, this is young congresswoman. This is
Where's she at?
We need more people like that.
Where's she at,
Like,
bro?
she's not. She's defending Joe Biden on these kids in cages.
She was just labeled the most ineffective senator in history. Do you know that?
Wow,
that's weak sauce.
Get this. Joe Biden is now continuing the border wall. He's going to finish it.
I heard that. Is that what's popping off?
I need to hear. I need some normie sources.
There's just Google that. You will get normie source after normie source. Lots of excuses.
I did hear that from the normie sources.
It's more dangerous leaving it open now.
You should have stopped it from being. It was already being built. What the fuck? Why did you just let it finish?
Why not
All
just
I
tear
have
it
to do
down?
is put on like the game. Like, come on, man. Oh man. Oh my god.
So it's not.
Yo, I'm trying to wonder. Does Jen Psaki have a soul?
No.
How do you come out every day and defend this guy? Like, you go home to like, is she married? Does she go home to her husband and her husband are they just evil? Like, even the shitty mainstream media is starting to be like, hey, you're on some bullshit. It's like, come on, man. How does this lady do this every day? and puts herself out there. It's insane to me, and I have to give her credit. I'm like, wow. Every gaffe, every idiotic thing this guy says, you have to defend it and spin it and somehow make it seem like it was everything gravy.
That's
I'd like to keep my soul. I'd like to keep my soul, man. You just, ugh. And she's been doing it for years. That's the crazy shit. Now she's just doing it for the president. If you can call him that. Or her that, or whoever the president is. Because it's definitely not Forgetful Jones over here. I carry a piece of paper in my pocket to tell you guys how many people have died from the COVID.
So now
I carry
again,
a piece of
whose
paper.
fault is it? Is it the government with their government sponsored programs? Like, because obviously, like, this stuff is so obvious. However, it's only obvious to people who pay the I can't even say the minimal stand, like, I can't, because it takes time to see, oh, there's contradictions. So it takes a good while to pay attention and see someone flip-flop on a position to go, oh yeah, this is bullshit. So it's like, but that's what we've done. And same thing for Flat Earth. That all we did was look into it a little bit. So is it the government sponsored information, or is it the fault of the people who are just like fucking like soup?
I think there's a combo. Because I would say it's just the government, but the people, if they're willing and they have an intellectual honesty, they could wake up to it. Like I told you, like this dude that I work with, like he can see the bullshit, even though he admits that, you know, he voted for the guy or whatever, but he's starting to really understand that it's really just bullshit. He now thinks that it was all planned just to get Kamala into fucking office, and he's on his way to that, to the rabbit hole. He keeps telling me that too. He's like, yo, especially with Flat Earth, he's like, yeah, I gotta dig into this rabbit hole, man, 'cause what you say makes a lot of sense. So
he's already there. He just doesn't know it.
Yeah.
The moment
he's got a little bit of military training that's got him a little bit still kind of
paranoid.
Yeah, I guess you could say that.
Awareness.
Mm-hmm.
It's called situational awareness.
Well, he's on his way.
I was going to say, the moment someone has the very first single doubt, they're in. It's just a matter of time.
Yeah. Because he can't ignore it. He actually asked me about the Black Swan again, like a few days after I gave it to him. Just looked at me like, bro, this is crazy.
Did he get mad at first?
No, he kind of just looked at me with a bit of surprise, like, wait a minute. Like you could see him working it out in his head. Like, yeah, if the math is supposed to work, that horizon shouldn't be where it is.
You know what's crazy about this whole thing about the because I know we often say that once you say refraction, it kills the argument, but I think some people think that that's a cop out, and they need to actually, like, you know, say a specific set of words to actually crush a globe, instead of saying, yo, refraction is bullshit, because that's really all you need. But
we used to.
When I'm looking into
I don't feel like I need that anymore.
When I'm looking into how do you get the distance to the horizon, I'm typing in, you know, how do captains know how to account for curvature, and it's talking about all this ballistic stuff and all of these tactics, and it includes the earth curvature, and it's based on that. So it's like assume that all of that stuff is working because it's based on that. But it can't be, because of refraction all of a sudden. I don't see refraction in any of that stuff.
Tell all those people to go back fucking like 4 years. When we were arguing, we were telling yo the shit's out there refracting and shit, and it's not. And they were like, nah, it's the physical curve that's blocking the boats. They would give us inches and feet values, like it's physical. This is why to me it's hilarious now that everything is refraction. Yeah. Welcome to fucking flat Earth, guys. We've been saying this shit for years. You're only saying it's refraction because the geometric horizon isn't where the hell it's supposed to be. Because you don't have one. It's ridiculous, man.
I really thought that was going to be some kind of turning point. And it actually was, but it's boring now. Like there's no globe earthers that actually want to engage. Like all of the regulars, like it used to be like a wrestling, like two wrestling federations, right? Like or like coming together. It's like that's what it used to be like, but now it's just like they're unfair. I don't want to argue. It's bullshit. It's like
some scrub is coming up against the Dragon Ball crew.
However, like, propaganda is still a chugging, and it's
that's
like
right. Right, we still got fight ahead of us.
Yo, these rice papers taste way better than the Bob Marleys. These elements, there's definitely a different taste to it.
These papers? What papers?
Elements.
Oh yeah. I'm new with
Yeah,
it.
it's much better than Bob Marley's. I never really thought about it.
I try not to do much paper anymore. Unless I have to. Smoking too long. Too many Dutches.
Yeah. There's
put that on hold.
You know, it's legal in New York now. It's almost like it happened overnight. I don't
What?
pay attention to shit anymore. Exactly.
What?
Yep.
What?
It's done deal.
What's legal in New York?
Weed.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah.
When the fuck did that happen?
I don't overnight. Apparently, I'm like, oh, okay, cool. I mean, nothing changes.
What
for
happened?
me,
This guy was under too much pressure. Too many women coming out. They're like, oh, don't worry about that. Look over here. Let's make marijuana legal. What the hell? I can't with this world. People are great.
Let's see. Everything you need to know about marijuana in New York City. I'm looking 2 days ago. What NY's Pix 11? What NY's cannabis legalization means for New Yorkers with old marijuana? I'm assuming it says it's charges, but arrests. Yeah.
I was about to say old marijuana. What?
old marijuana arrests. So it definitely is legalized. I don't know when this shit happened, but okay. I opened up a separate store. You know what I mean? I should have known something was happening.
Oh, that's interesting.
can I actually invest in it here in New York City, or do I have to move somewhere else?
Well, think about it. If it's New York, so think about how much you're going to get taxed.
All right, boys. I gotta pour some concrete. I will see y'all later.
Be easy, man. Don't let nobody ask you for ID because that's racist.
Yeah. Don't worry, I'm in country Georgia. I'll see y'all later.
Hello, Tix.
Don't all talk at once.
Why did you have to rumpus?
Rum is produced by slow distillation.
Thanks, Alexa.
If there was only a place, say, in outer space where you could push a straw outside your spaceship and sit back and take in some alcohol from outer space.
All right, who's in here? Who's awake? Somebody wake up. Jimbo, you're awake. What the hell are you doing? Anybody there?
Yeah, I'm here. How you, Fred?
Yeah, it's good. Just checking. I don't know if my mic was working or not.
Yeah, me either.
What country are you in? Australia or South Africa?
Yeah, South Africa. People often say Australia, but I guess all us down south people all sound very similar, you know?
Well, yeah, South Africans and Australia for some reason sound weirdly similar, and you guys are far apart, so it doesn't make sense. That's kind of weird.
Yeah, but there's a staunch rivalry. So it's in all the sporting activities. We, South Africa, presently hold the World Cup for rugby. So that's one of the biggest tournaments that we have in the South is rugby, the game. And we won last, or 2019, just before COVID lockdown happened. So we've got a bit of bragging rights on the Aussies.
Interesting. I thought it was that one small country that had it, but I guess you guys haven't.
Yeah, so that's New Zealand. That's the I would say they're the very, very top rugby playing nation in the world. And
Right.
we beat them in the last World Cup to take the Webb Ellis World Cup trophy for the rugby. But it seemed to have been swept under the rug with the whole pandemic thing, you know. Now you can't even watch the game anymore. Can't have spectators.
So stupid. So stupid. You can't go out in an outside stadium to watch something that's outside because coronavirus seems to spread in an outdoors environment. How the fuck does that make sense?
Yeah, and to me, it's kind of like if you don't want spectators at the game, well, then I'm not going to spectate when I'm at home. So I've kind of lost some of that passion I used to have for many of the games, just simply because I know it's such a farce. Firstly, it's all about betting and rigging the games and the results before you even finish. But then on top of that, it's like, it's just retarded, like you say. How can an outdoor event be dangerous when you're allowed outdoor gatherings? But it's just that they wouldn't be able to control that many people that are drunk. So
It's just so silly. I mean, I don't even know what else to say about it. It's just silly that people just believe this, believe anything they're told without even looking at anything. Yeah, but that's what we're dealing with in this.
it explains why we are in the mess that we're in. Why, simply without even one bit of evidence, 95% of the world population believe they're on a sphere.
Yeah,
It's that simple.
You can convince them of that. You can convince them of anything, especially it's just so bad.
What part of the States are you in? Are you west or east?
I'm north. I'm near Canada.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I'm northwest. Yeah, northwest, upper part of Canada, North Dakota. So it's
Dakota. I was going to say, is that Dakota? Yeah.
Yeah, the people aren't as stupid here. We're not.
Do you see the northern lights? Are you far enough north?
No, not that far enough. No. I wish I would be outside every night when it was cold, but no, we can't.
Yeah, there's some footage of I think it's like a paraglider or someone actually flying through the northern lights, where you sort of see the optical phenomenon occurring, and then he gets closer towards it till he's like through it, this ionic charging. And it just, to me, looks like one of the most incredible experiences that you could possibly do is like fly through those northern lights, obviously on the way towards the center to go check out Mount Meru.
That sounds pretty cool. Flying through Northern Lights.
Yeah, it's mind-blowing. And the mainstream narrative says that it's charged particles hitting our magnetosphere, basically solar winds from the sun, causing that. And then you see that it's like a stable thing. Like how do scientists who have a reasonable faculty of thinking, how can they just look past all this stuff and just assume it's right without ever, I don't know. It's funny how little we just questioned our existence before something like this made us question everything about our existence.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's just funny. You never even thought about any of this stuff. There was one guy here. I didn't start thinking about any of this stuff until 9/11 happened. And I think that's what he said. When 9/11 happened, he started changing everything everywhere he thought. So same with me, I have to say.
Yeah, reading Dr. Judy Wood's work on 9/11 blew my mind. I was not a conspiracy person. I had friends who were into conspiracies, and I thought that they were maybe just letting their boundary walls down a little bit too easily to these fringe concepts. And then I watched the Zeitgeists, where it discussed the fiscal system or the financial fraud with the inflationary built currency that is always designed to explode. And then it was also talking about 9/11 and then one or two of the false flags. And it's an amazing snowball that once one of those pieces of information bite you, or that you can actually get your teeth into, suddenly the others become less impossible, more probable, and potentially worth investigating. And as you investigate, you start to see, wow, those guys who've been shouting this for 3 or 4 years, they knew their shit. They weren't speculating. There was actual hardcore evidence for X, Y, Z. And as you start to uncover that, your whole mindset shifts from, like, I used to consider those conspiracy people as potentially not as intelligent, because I kind of looked at them and thought, why would they go into the weeds like that? If you're an intelligent person, you're gonna go learn real information, in inverted commas, real indoctrination. But the Crow calls it the staircase of disbelief. So that you uncover 9/11, and that's like step 1 on this 100-step staircase. And step 100 is the flat earth. And often people get stuck somewhere between step 10 and 20 or 30 and 40, or, they kind of get stuck on a false flag, a Sandy Hook, or one of those type of events. And then they just cease to climb any further. And then that becomes their entire focus, is about that specific step, in inverted commas. And as you start to climb and you see that 50 of those steps were true, it makes you more likely to take the next step and the next step and the next step. And in about 2016, 2017, it was amazing. YouTube used to make suggestions, and then, you know, they would actually tell you about the no trees on flat Earth and, you know, all these other fringe concepts which were also interesting and had a bit of evidence to support their hypothesis or narrative. And it's such a, as you start to uncover the more steps and more steps that are definitely not the way they've been presented, it makes it so easy to see the new ones as they arrive.
Yeah, when when I first even thought about conspiracy stuff, I guess it was the JFK thing, right? Yeah, that was just fascinating. I wasn't thinking about, 'cause as just being a black man in America, you don't trust the government, but JFK was eye opening. Just like, all right, these guys kill their own people too. So it's like it was fascinating and shocking. And then when 9/11 happened, because I had been watching building demolitions for a while before that happened, because it's fascinating. I watched it on Discovery Channel or whatever, and so I saw how they demolish buildings. I was like, oh, that's fascinating how they do it, how they make it drop in its footprint, all that stuff. So when I learned all that stuff, and then saw that happen, I was like, wow, because then I knew there's no way some foreigners could do that. There's just no way some freaking Arab people came here and put explosives in these buildings, let alone flew a plane into the building to drop these buildings, right? So that's when I was like, this shit was fucking staged. And that's when I really started looking into conspiracy stuff. It was right after that.
So that was your catalyst, eh?
Yeah, that was it. That was a smoking gun. That event was a smoking gun for me. That this shit's fucked. Then you start learning about the Reichstag event and Hitler, Germany, all that stuff, and then just keep going further back in time, and you see all of the incongruities and all of the events that catalyze other events, and how they they would turn the people against themselves to gain the upper hand. It's just fascinating how people will turn against themselves and choose the government to save them. It's a fascinating sequence of events, how people just fall for all of this shit,
Yeah, they call that the Hegelian dialectic of problem, reaction, solution. And it's when you get educated on that basic format, that template that they use, and you start to see that all governments use it. I can't see why. My biggest frustration is people who will shift their entire belief on a dime. So in 1 minute, they're talking about how bad the government is and there's so much corruption. And then in the next second, they're defending the government in terms of NASA, or defending the government in terms of research budgets and grants, and building housing for people, or providing sanitation to new areas. Or so they just hold these two completely opposite ideas, and they'll defend both of them in the space of 5 minutes.
I think that's the funniest reaction, is the whole NASA one. Once you bring that, they just change. They change. They become a different human being. And because see, with me, with NASA, I was always interested in space and all that stuff. So I paid close attention. I was watching everything, and I just couldn't understand. From watching a lot of movies and science fiction, I couldn't understand the lack of progression in NASA. How is everything else revolutionary. And this is the only thing that's stagnant. It was like, the telephone, the TVs, all these things that are basically devices that keep you in a sense of hypnosis are steadily becoming greater and faster and hold more information. But NASA, this supposedly, juggernaut of a space technology, receiving all this money, is still working with the same shit from 1970s. And it was like I just couldn't understand. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? And then that's when this started making so much more sense, because I'm like, NASA has not moved 1 inch since the 80s or wherever the fuck they want to call it. Once they made the new shuttle, that was it. That's as far as they went, and it had been how many years, and it had done shit. So now all of a sudden you have SpaceX, and you have Blue Origin, all these people now all of a sudden popping up out of nowhere. It's like, yeah, okay. Now after people are starting to make a big fuss about it, now you start popping shit up. It's crazy.
Yeah, and it blew my mind because, like you say, if you're actually using the technology, you would have to improve it. It would have to become smaller, more compact, be able to store a charge longer, because there's an actual use case behind that device. However, when you work in television and you've got this magic gray button that launches your vehicle into warp drive, you just need that gray button again. And it's like the same thing what NASA's done is that they pull out these same props, this defibrillator, they've got like these most retarded terminology for these things that were effectively mocked up in the 80s, and they still hold them out as though they're effective today, because on television, anything is possible. Whereas in real life, you actually have to have version 2, version 3, version 4, version 5, firmware updates, resets. How can a satellite be in orbit and it's never had a hard reset? My router needs a fucking reset once a week. You know what I mean?
And yet there's still, and just with the satellites, another thing. I mean, why there? I mean, I don't understand how come you just don't have a satellite that's stationary, that just watches the Earth from a distance. If we're in such great danger of, you have meteors or whatnot that could possibly hit the Earth, why isn't there anything that's focused in on Earth from all kinds of distances, right? Why are you looking out instead of towards? Because sometimes shit just pops up, right? Sometimes shit pops up and they don't even know, right? Out of nowhere. So you would have, just for defense reasons, you would have something looking at the Earth all the time, from all types of distances. You know what I'm saying? You have cameras here on certain buildings to watch it from certain angles, from certain distances at all times. The Earth would be considered the same type of scenario, because it's a place that has to be protected, right? So why only this stupid, silly satellite, this ISS, is the only thing looking at the Earth? That's the only thing that's ever looking at the Earth. You know what I'm saying? Or weather satellites, supposedly. And they're always looking at it from the same distance and from the same angle every time. It never changes.
Yeah, that never made sense to me. And also, like, from a military perspective, you want the higher ground. So you'd obviously want that aerial dominance. And then you'd want to have your back to something so that you only weak at 180 degrees on one side. So you can focus all resources and stuff towards where it's most critical. Now, with a sphere, going in 360 degrees, but both in the vertical, the x-axis, and the z-axis, is effectively like over 1,000 degree points that you need to look after. There should be thousands, hundreds of thousands of cameras, each peering out into slightly different parts of the solar system, so that you can, like you say, keep this thing which is supposed to be quite important safe.
I mean, there's all kinds of cameras in the apartment complex I live in. You know, it's very gated. It's very well protected. There's security cameras everywhere, right? You have them on the outside of the building. You have them on the garage parts. You have it everywhere, so they can see every angle, know what's going on, right? Nothing can enter in here without someone knowing, right? Someone hit my car a while back with their car, and that was on camera. Everything I got, I got documented. So it's like you would behoove someone. I mean, the Earth is basically a secure. It's a place where people live. It might as well be a giant apartment complex, right? So I mean, you're gonna have cameras everywhere, looking at all angles, all directions, so you know what's going on at all times. And it wouldn't be just something they would have for just them. They would share it with the public because we would like to see the Earth the way they say it is.
But these are sort of logic deductions in terms of why their lie falls apart so quickly. But we're both begging the question that space is real and all of this other stuff, But it's the same thing with the satellites, the geostationary versus the orbiting satellites. So everyone thinks geostationary just is stationary, but it's orbiting at exactly the right speed. So it's staying locked over where it's supposed to be, kind of like how the moon stays gravitationally locked to the Earth, in inverted commas, gravitationally. But this entire concept is just so retarded. Like you say, why not just position a single satellite at a certain distance that's stationary? Then we'd be able to pick up the rotation of the Earth. But then again, the Earth is also moving in an orbital system. So every day would be new risk. There would be new angles that projectiles could be hitting the Earth.
Right.
So it would be almost daily they would have to be doing calculations at every degree of space around us to prevent. And now if you speak to the guy who says, like, these astrologers or astronomers that talk about, no, we do follow the sky and we do look through our telescopes and all that stuff, they're never considering it like this. So you've moved in an orbit around the sun, so you're no longer in a position you were yesterday. So why is your information from yesterday still valid? But they say, no, well, we checked last 6 months, then these are the asteroids we anticipate coming into contact with the Earth. And it's like, how? Which cameras did you determine that with? How did you spot them? How did you track their distance or their speed, their velocity that they're approaching the Earth at? How did you... There's like 1,000 more questions that they should be asking, but none of them do.
It just
there's a narrative.
Yeah, it just comes out to them saying, believe us, we're in space, we're in Mars, we're in the moon. We're not going to give you any real evidence. We'll give you some kind of evidence. We'll give you something.
But it's kind of like when you see human beings at an accident site. They become these really like sick little people about wanting to share the gruesome details of what occurred. And so, for example, someone sees someone lying on the pavement, they're covered by a blanket. Someone says, what happened? And they'll start going into every detail about what they heard. And then that person broken telephones it through the rest of the crowd. So everyone in the crowd's talking about what happened to this person who's under the blanket. Could be true, could be false. But instead of the human nature of saying, no, I'm going to go walk up to the paramedic and ask the paramedic what really happened, we just believe the narrative that's spread via the grapevine. And it's that idea that we as human beings are often not really focused on, is it the truth? We're more about, we've got a piece of information, let me share it with you, whether it's true or false.
Now, using that same analogy that you brought to everyone's attention, now that those same people They become so inquisitive and curious about the accident, right? They hold up traffic for every fucking body, and it really annoys the shit. Because I'm the guy that keeps on driving, because I don't want to be holding up people for like 10 miles, right? So they're fascinated about that, right? Well, when it comes to space, it stops at it stops at wherever they say it stops. Their curiosity goes as far as they're told, and that's it. No further than that. They don't ask questions. They don't inquire about anything. They're told a certain narrative, and that's as far as they go. They don't look any further than that. But yet, that simple explanation, right? Everyone's curious about the accident because they want to know what happened. When it comes to space, and they're only curious as far as they're told, and that to me, I find very, very disturbing. That's as far as they investigate.
It's like the yellow line at the crime scene. You may not cross this line, so I can stand at the line and be as curious as I like, but I can't actually determine. And it's the same thing with the Earth. That yellow line is ground level. We're all stuck here. And then they go beyond that tape and tell us what's occurred. And we all go, wow, yeah, right, cool. There's no independent verification.
As we're sitting here talking about this, I'm watching this video footage of the Concorde, the fall of the Concorde. Oh man, dude, you should see.
Oh man,
look at
yeah,
all.
That's a great documentary.
Yeah, all the flat Earth angles, like the camera angles, everything. There was never, because back in this time there wasn't into that what do you call it, fisheye lens. So you see it. It looks amazing. It looks amazing, man. The footage, because it's all in real time. It's real angles. So you see nothing but flat everywhere from the height they're at. It's so awesome.
Did they say yet when was the Concorde first decommissioned?
It's probably, I think it was the mid 90s, right? I don't know for sure, but I'm just guessing. I haven't said yet. They haven't said yet.
I also remember it being something like that. I was just wondering if it doesn't fit better into like the whole timeline of NASA, pushing the whole globe narrative, because they were saying as well that with the Concorde, they went up higher than all other private commercial airlines. So they were at a point where you could see the flat. Right? Yeah, and the trajectory was like an hour and a half up of ascending in altitude, then like an hour horizontal and an hour down. And then they could cover distances like cross-continent, and they could go. It was phenomenal, this going up into the thinner atmosphere so that the airplane can fly faster. And this was also something that never made sense to me. All throughout the sort of early 1900s, man was trying to push our flight speed, land speed records, air speed record. And then they created the SR-71, they created the Blackbird that could go at like Mach 4, Mach 5. And then suddenly everything just went backwards. We decommissioned the Concorde. There's like 1 or 2 military planes that can fly that fast, but everything else just dropped back down into the, say, 400 miles per hour to 800 miles per hour. And it just became this generalized commercial, you're allowed to travel at the speed. But in all other things, like vehicles, like you were saying earlier, everything's advanced. Everything's gone forward by decades now. In the last 10 or 15 years. And what have planes done? They become more fuel efficient. But we've been doing that for 20, 30 years in vehicles. So like where's the advancement in the plane? It's no longer in performance. It's about economies of scale or the fiscal return on the asset, which is again peculiar, because why did humans, we went 1,000 miles an hour, then 2,000, then 3,700, and we were touching like 4,000 miles per hour, and then suddenly we just gave up on that. But then we use rocket ships to go 4 times faster. And it's never been demonstrated as anything going faster than that 3,700 miles per hour, like the Blackbird. Nothing has ever been demonstrated moving faster, except NASA's little icon that they put on our TV screen that goes 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 5,000, 10,000, 20,000, 50,000. Some little GIF in the bottom corner of our television screen that is supposedly the speedometer.
Yeah, you know, that's another thing. Aviation hasn't advanced at all either. Like, especially like you said with the military, right? So they went from F-16s, all that shit to fucking drones, right? All of that shit to drones now. Drones is what drops any, you know what I'm saying, whenever they use drones now. So there aren't that many fucking Air Force pilots anymore. Whoever's there is probably what's left over, and they barely progress after that. Well, I was watching a movie about how that was happening. You know, the pilots were basically decommissioned, and they didn't have any fucking thing to do. So all the pilots nowadays, they went into these like trailers, these what do you call it, shipping containers that had all the technology and everything, and they fucking piloted drones from home. It was fucking weird, man. But it was a military movie. It was like true to life, you know.
Yeah, and this whole drone thing is kind of like they want to get rid of jobs. They also want to get rid of pilots, first-hand accounts or their eyewitness testimony to things. But then also, secondly, with the gaming culture, people nowadays, like you go on a game and you go kill 100,000 men, and then you go and eat your lunch, and you go back and you kill another 100,000 or 50,000 or whatever. It's like, now, what's the difference between when we've got a robot integrated with that system and you go and you play your computer game and there's actually a piece of technology on the other side implementing said thing, you know? And if you've never had to pull the trigger and watch the loss of life, how much easier would it be for you to pull the trigger? So they're doing a lot of sinister things all together at once. The drones that they've got, look, the toys that they sell to us are very much to keep us dumbed down. The type of drones that they have also fly up in the stratosphere, can fly at incredible speeds. But like you say, or like we've been discussing from a military perspective, if I have to launch my planes and they can only hit the target in 5 minutes, wouldn't it be better to do it in 2.5 minutes? So why would speed be something that we just stopped working toward? Because if I could deploy my airships and they could effectively take out a target in half the time, that target's got half the response time, half the, they would be caught far more unawares than if it took longer. So like, why would we go backwards in speed? It doesn't make sense at all.
Yeah, because these drones are constantly flying. They're always flying. There's always drones in the air, flying all the time. Either they refuel them or they don't use fuel at all. However they're working, right? Because I was saying earlier to somebody a while back, I got this this for up here, because it gets so fucking cold. I got this this remote start. You can start from like 100 miles away, right? And it's connected to a drone, so the drone is always fucking flying. You know what I'm saying? So that's where technology. See, they're increasing technology for certain things, right? They're very selective for what they will increase the technology for, or actually, update it. But that's as far as they go. For their purposes, not for ours.
Yeah, exactly. All right, I've got to run. Good chatting with you, bud.
Yeah, all right, buddy. Later.
Cheers.
There we go. Anybody in the house?
What up? What up?
Hello.
How are we today?
Good. Good morning.
Yes, and to you too.
I spent like 15 minutes trying to get unmuted, and then I get unmuted, and then no one's talking.
Wild.
Figures.
Yeah, we like to have moments of silence for the death of the globe.
Yeah. Oh, I'm gonna pour a little out right now for the dead homies. Death of the globe. Moment of silence. That's cool.
How are things in your area?
Oh, pretty good. I can't complain. I'm in smack dab in the middle of America.
Yeah.
Cheapest place to live in the United States. I'm Indiana ballin', so to speak. No pun intended.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, no, I realized.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I say Indiana ballin' because I watch a lot of those like flip shows, like flip houses and interior design shows on TV because I'm into that. And I realized that with the square footage that I have, if my house was in California, it would be like $500,000 to $1 million house. But because I live in Indiana, I just pay like $700 rent. so like it's all relative. Like that's what I'm saying. Like it's all relative. Your perspective. Like I have a 3-bedroom house that I rent in Indiana, but if this house were to be in California, if I were to be in a different state, I would be living in basically a $500,000 to $1 million home.
Crazy.
Based on the square footage, yeah, like it's just so different. Like you get a 800 square foot home in California, it's like $500,000 or whatever, some ridiculous amount. And I'm just like I watch these shows and the price that they flip them for, and I'm like, I live in a house way bigger than that. Like, so anyways, that's all I was saying. Indiana balling.
How are things out in the public? People still wearing masks everywhere?
Oh, it is kind of interesting. I am now not the only one in Kroger's not wearing a mask.
Sweet.
Like it used to be like it was just me, and they don't fuck with me. They don't say nothing to me. I've never worn a mask, and I never will. But like I go to Walmart, I go to Kroger, like everywhere I go, I've never had to wear a mask, and nobody's ever said anything to me. But I have realized it might be because of the vaccination thing. I don't know. But now when I go to Kroger, I'll see I'm not the only one not wearing a mask. I'll see other people, and I try and give them the eye, give them a little smile. It brings joy to my heart when I see other people in there, and I'm not the only one.
For sure.
I see you.
I was. I'm in Canada here. I was thrown out of a Canadian Tire just near the end of last summer, and there was an employee in there without a mask. They were threatening to arrest me for trespassing, and like, really?
Wow.
Following me right close. I'm like, if you're so worried about me, can you at least stay the 6 feet away from me as you're following me out?
Yeah, exactly. If you're that worried about it, stay home. Why'd you come to work today?
Crazy.
Yeah, no, but one funny thing is that I pointed out, or just the way my mind works, my critical thinking lawyer mind that I have is the signs. Like when I go in Kroger, like they have signs and everything. It says a face mask is required, but they don't say. They say you have to wear a face mask, but they don't specify that you have to wear the face mask on your face. So. So everywhere I go, I wear a bandana like around my neck, which is technically a face mask, but I never put it on my face. I just like have it there, like just in case I run into some bullshit and have to absolutely, like, if I don't feel like arguing, I will put it on in certain cases if I don't feel like But
I tried that at Canadian Tire. Like, I pulled my shirt up over my nose and I'm like, okay, I'm like you now. Can I get the wrench, please? And he's, sir, you said you have a medical condition. Can you please take your shirt off your face? And I'm just like, I can't win.
Yeah, it says face mask required, but it doesn't say you have to wear your face mask on your face. I am technically wearing a face mask, but it doesn't say I have to wear it on my face. I just have to wear a face mask. But that's just me being technical and picking things apart, being Uber specific or whatever. But yeah, it doesn't say I have to wear it on my face. It just says I have to wear a face mask. It doesn't say I have to wear the face mask on my face.
They want me to get a face shield. Oh my.
But here in Indiana, I haven't had any problems like you said, as far as someone like trying to throw me out or anything like that. Like. I've only had like a few instances where someone said something to me. Like I went to the liquor store one time and someone said something about wearing a face mask, and I just said something. I said I forget what I said, but I basically said something. I haven't. Damn, what did I say? I said I have. But basically, generally overall, nobody's ever kicked me out of anywhere for not wearing a mask. Like I might take the funk like to go in Walmart. Like I might, if there's somebody by the even if there's somebody by the door, like I don't know, anywhere that I've gone, other than like a government. Like, okay, the only time that I've gave in and wore a face mask is when I went to like a government. Like, I went to the DMV to do some shit there, and I put my little mask up, and then I went to a dental clinic or whatever, and I put my face mask up there. So the only two places I put a face mask was the DMV and the BMV, or the DMV and the dental clinic. But other than that, like Walmart, Kroger, anywhere that I go or anywhere that I shop, I don't wear it, and nobody ever says anything to me.
I like to be like, my body, my choice. I don't have no symptoms, isn't it? Shouldn't you be at home if you're symptomatic? And you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, exactly. If you're that scared of me not wearing a mask, then stay home.
There's so many symptoms. I mean, just letting a toot out is a symptom these days.
Yeah, COVID toe.
Oh, yeah, you have gas, you could have COVID. Like, what the hell?
Yeah, COVID toe. You got a sore toe, you got COVID.
Any bendy water in your areas?
No, there's no gas pressure without a container either. Yep, no curvature, no bendy water, no gas pressure without a container.
I get blown away some of the things they come in here with, and they keep going on and on about it. The boats and stuff, oh my God, makes me laugh.
Yeah, I mean, even Bill Nye, they still claim, bottom up. The boats disappear bottom up is proofature of curvature. It's like,
and one of my favorites is that Michelle Thayer chick. She's a complicated rock.
Oh yeah, our cousins. Yeah, don't be throwing my cousins. Don't be skipping my cousins on the creek in the creek. Yeah, don't be skipping my cousins.
Just
don't throw rocks.
Too funny.
Yeah, that compilation. There's a compilation video of all of like Michelle's little greatest quotes.
Yeah, I like Red Flag Media. Shout out Red Flag. Yeah, he's a good content creator. I'm trying. I like to share some stuff sometimes in the live stream. Somebody was like, why are you sharing like NASA shit and flat earth shit? I'm like, well, I'm sharing the retarded NASA stuff so people can see how retarded it is. One of the things I shared was they were claiming that the moon has a tail and the earth wears it as a scarf. And the animation was retarded. I'm like, this is just insane, the things they want people to believe.
Oh yeah, the atmosphere goes out to the moon now. They're changing it. Like,
Lord.
Yeah, they adjust their story. I think we're having an impact. Like the points we bring up, and they like adjust their story to conform or that they think is going to help.
And then being in a firm understanding of FE and being in the scriptures like I have been and stuff. And I don't know how many months that just went by. There was, I don't know how many supposed asteroids hitting us or coming within between the earth and the moon, like just retarded.
That is an interesting thing. I'm not sure whether those are just like, I hate to use the word fake, but are they fake accounts, or like what is that phenomenon that happened? Like, what are these things that are falling? Because like I said, if we're in a contained dynamic system, it's like, what is that? Like, is it faked, or like what are these things that are falling? Like, I'm open to the possibility of that it could be something falling, but like what it is and where it came from is debatable. But like,
you ever see those burned up round balls that have hit the ground, and they kind of look like there's like threads in them too?
No, I haven't seen that.
Photo things. I don't know if I could find any right now to share, but yeah, sometimes I know it's got to be like it could be a man-made phenomena. And other times, I know there's no way it's a man-made phenomena.
Yeah, like you're talking about like
And
space junk, like the satellite or the balloon crash.
Well, no, these
crash
balls,
balloons.
these balls almost just look like what goes inside the firework. You know how they have those balls and they go down in the tube and it's got the fuse on it, and that ball will go up and explode. That's a firework. Well, these look like balls that landed that had burned up. Like I don't know if they were dropped from a plane or who knows. Are they man-made? I don't even know that. And then even though they look burned up and they're still in a ball form, like I said, there'll be like some threaded stuff on it too.
Yeah, I've not seen that, but that's interesting though. Like
I should try to find an image. See if I can
whole
find
concept.
something. Share it in live.
I'm gonna try and put my baller cap on. Like I would imagine that's probably a question the ballers come in with. Like, explain asteroids. Explain blah blah blah. They always want us to explain some shit, right? But no, I haven't seen those threaded rocks or whatever. But yeah, that is interesting though. I mean, I don't know. Like, if a baller were to come in and be like, "Can you explain?" Be like, "No, I can't."
But the moon tail stuff around the Earth and shit, that was like from NASA type, right from NASA people. Like that wasn't Reddit or anything.
Right.
Like that was supposed to be their, main source of all their. Well, we're on Mars, don't you know?
Oh yeah. We're zapping rocks with lasers.
I'm like, how has that stupid thing on Mars and or that drone thingy helped and changed your life in any way since it's been put there? Like it's helped no homeless person. It's helped no jobless person.
$60 million a day. Like, why don't we use that for Earth before we go exploring? Even if that was possible to go to Mars and other planets, I'll beg the question
my
and
heart,
say that's
brother. I'm
possible.
sorry. My name's Chris. I'm sorry. I didn't introduce myself. Yes.
Are you the one? You said you're from Canada?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Are you a fan of Jordan Peterson?
Oh well, yeah. Actually, I do like to listen to him. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, I do too. I think he's really intelligent, and just like most people, I don't agree maybe 100% with everything, but I do think I am a fan of Jordan Peterson. And I do watch. What about Steven Crowder?
Yes, I watch him. Yeah. I've watched him a few times. Because I don't really go into media and stuff too much or any of those things. I read a lot. I do a lot of affirmations and meditations to improve myself. I've been learning how to write with my left hand recently.
Okay.
Stuff like that. I run a business. I do T-shirts, so I've been focusing on that. I got some new ones coming. When they do, I'm going to ask. I think it's Bong Sao that owns the server. Bong?
Yeah, I'm a graphic designer too, so I got a clothing line I'm working on too. So I dig it, the T-shirts and all that.
Nice. I'm going to ask Bong if I can post a few in the live stream when the new ones show up. But yeah, my mom lives with me. I take care of her as best as I can.
Oh wow.
Yeah, she had an accident a while back, and her back's not the best. So, but I mean,
You talk to your mom about any of this?
Oh, my mom she knows it's flat and stationary and all that. And she loves, like in the live stream, she loves that guy in the bottom right corner that's going to get beer and he's falling off. She's like, why doesn't anybody help the poor fella?
That's awesome that your mom's cool with it, because like I try and talk to my parents. My mom is 100%. I can't talk to her. She just won't hear it. She's too old, I guess, or I don't know. She doesn't want to change. her thoughts, and like it's just frustrating trying to talk to her. She'll like abandon the conversation, and it doesn't end well. But my dad is cool. My dad, I can talk to him and bring things up. He's more of like that wise old man that just doesn't say anything. He'll listen to you. You know what I'm saying? He doesn't emotionally react or anything like that. He's like super chill.
Yeah.
So I can talk to I talk to him about like the gas pressure thing. I'll fuck with him like we'll talk every now and then. I'll be like, hey, you found that gas pressure without a container yet? And he'll be like, you know what I'm saying? So like I can talk to my dad, but just know that it's that your mom is cool with it is like a blessing. Like I have apps. That's why I'm here on Discord at 10 o'clock in the morning. Like I have nobody to talk about this. Like my mom, my parents, my friends, my girlfriend. My girlfriend's cool with it. She kind of supports me. Like she bought me the Gleason's map and had it framed for me and gave it to me as a present. Like so she'll like support. Yeah. So it was like one of the best gifts I ever got was she ordered it off the internet, the Gleason's map, had it framed, and gave it to me. One of the best presents I ever had. So she'll support me like that way. But then if we try and talk about certain things, she's not really on board. So
yeah, she's like, where are you taking me for a romantic dinner? Or are you cooking it at home instead of listening to that, eh?
Yeah.
I've been single for quite a while. I'm not in a hurry. Since I've realized Effie, I'm quite certain my next lady will be Effie aware. She doesn't have to talk about it.
She has to be at least open to it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Like she doesn't have to be on board, but she does have to have like at least be open to it.
Yeah, like our
critical thinking skills.
Yes,
exactly.
Yes. The only conflict I have right now with my roommate, my mom, is we kind of don't see eye to eye on the mask all the time. She's getting better, but she's like, if it's gonna make a little old lady or a kid feel better or something, I'm like, Mom, it's your rights you're standing up for, it's not about making somebody else feel better,
Yeah.
And she's like, why don't you go in and out of the stores without one? And I do all the time. We're getting better. We live in a building. Sometimes I'll go downstairs and just chill for a bit. I like to take her for a walk each day, get her outside.
Absolutely.
There's people that come and go from the building that don't wear masks. So I'm like, good. Not everyone in the building's complying or afraid. And then there's the flip side of the coin. Mom and I were on the elevator with no mask, and this guy was in the lobby with the mask, and we're like, come on if you want, and he's like, okay, and he gets on, and then he tells us he knows 2 people that in his family that pass from it and 6 that have it, and then got off the elevator and told us not to be so whatever. And then I'm like, well, why would you get on the elevator with us then?
Yeah, exactly. It's like COVID roulette.
Oh my Lord. But whatever. Yeah, I know one guy, one friend that he was in the hospital for a few days. He's like, they gave me the same stuff they gave Trump. I'm like, oh, well. But I don't know. If I knew 20 people that had it, 5 of them ended up in the hospital, 2 of them passed, 3 of them were clinging to life. And you know what I mean? 3 other of my friends got it. I'd be a little more on board. But I've seen researchers down in the States that called funeral homes and stuff to question if they were busier due to this. And they're like, nope. Then I called a funeral home just to inquire how much final costs are, because now I have life insurance. So I was trying to get an idea of what my arrangements cost so nobody else has to deal with it. And the lady, without me asking, told me they're not busier because of it. And I'm like, why would you even bring that up? Crazy.
Right.
But it's like she confirmed in real life what I saw somewhere else, heard somewhere else, but not from a mainstream source, of course. That was like Dr. Seuss there. Yeah. Interesting.
So you're in Canada, so I'm just curious. So in Canada, have you seen a difference, like with people that you see that don't have masks on? Is it like increasing, or?
Oh, I keep praying, brother. Like Rebel media is trying to expose things so much, and people aren't realizing how bad it can get if they don't start waking up, you know? That's my issue. I keep seeing people standing at the bus stop alone with a mask on. The bus isn't even there yet.
Oh yeah, all that shit drives me crazy. People walking down the street outside wearing a mask. Like, you're outside by yourself. You're outside. You're wearing a mask. Like, take that shit off. I swear I heard someone. I don't know where this was, where I heard this, but they said they saw two teenagers like outside, and they were like kissing, and they were kissing with masks on, and I was I was just like, you gotta be fucking kidding me. Like,
I saw an ad for this nose filter. Just goes over the nose when you're in a restaurant or whatever. I couldn't believe it.
How many people were out there having sex wearing masks?
Right.
You know that was happening.
Well,
and it's happening right now.
Actual head of our stupid head of health, Theresa Tam, said that to the public. Like, she recommended that at the beginning of all this shit. I'm thinking, could you imagine a married couple? They've been married for 20 years. They're like, well, honey, no mask, no honey. No mask, no sugar, like as if, you know.
Don't eat ass.
No mask, no ass.
No mask, no ass, buddy. Like, that's why I always say, like, me and my girl joke around. I'm like, it don't matter. Like, whatever you got, I got. 100%.
Yeah. And then that's probably another reason why I'll be single for a while, because I know the next lady I talk to won't be wearing a mask to start with. You know?
Well, yeah, everybody looks cute with a mask on. It's like this whole shit, you realize how pretty people's eyes are. You're like, damn, everybody's fine with a mask on. All these sexy ass eyes.
Yeah.
Like, everybody looks good with a mask on.
You're trying to, if you were a masker, you're trying to increase your eye game. Like, trying to seduce them more with your eyes.
That eye contact is serious nowadays.
Oh my Lord.
Wink, wink. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I knew I was in love. I seen her for the first time at blah blah blah. She was standing there in line, not wearing a mask, and I knew it was meant to
be. Yeah, that's how it'll be. Love at first non-mask sight.
I saw her nose. It's like seeing a chick's ankles. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you see her nose. You're like, oh shit, look at that chick's nose. She showed me her whole nose. Her nose is fine as hell.
I gotta get her number.
Yeah.
Oh my Lord. Yeah, I'm just gonna be patient now. I had quite I'm a little older now, so I had my fun in my younger years.
Exactly. Yeah,
I was almost a father once. I was almost a father once, but she didn't want to put her body through it again. And I could be a father, I just don't know.
Yeah. Not that I know of. She ain't let me know. She ain't filed that child support paperwork yet, so.
But I hope not, because I would want to be a part of my child's, how do you
absolutely,
say?
For a girl not to tell you.
Influence their creative side, and stuff like that, you know.
Absolutely. I'm a father of 2. I just turned
Beautiful.
40. I have
Congratulations.
my daughter's about to turn 15, which blows my mind. And my son is 8. Yeah, I got an 8-year-old son, 15-year-old daughter, or she'll turn 15 this month. And
Mom just had her birthday on the 5th. Mine's on the 10th of June. Mom's the 5th of April.
Yeah, I'm a Pisces. I turned 40 on the March 1st.
Beautiful.
Turned the big 40. Yeah, I can't believe it.
My
Here's a
neighbor
random
our
Go
neighbors
ahead.
just had a little baby boy, Hunter. They come over to visit. Mom lights up like, oh my goodness. Brand new, like not even 2 months yet.
Yeah, does she give you shit about not having grandkids yet?
Not really, but my uncles are like, when are you gonna give your sister gave her 4 one? When are you giving her 1 or 2?
Okay, well, at least your sister, yeah. So it's not like she has no grandkids, so the pressure's
Yeah.
not really on because she
She
has
had
your sister's
2 boys and a
kids.
girl with the first gentleman, and then she had a son with another guy. I don't think that was necessarily planned though.
Right.
But they're awesome.
They never are. I mean, neither of my kids were planned. You got to have like a lot of money to. You got to have a lot of money to plan to have kids. Otherwise, they're accidents. Like only rich people
happy accidents.
Oh yeah, no, exactly. Like no, I wouldn't change anything. Of course, me and my ex, my kids' moms, we're not together anymore. I have a new girlfriend, and everything's great. And me and my kids' mom get along. And but yeah, they were both accidents, but they're the best kids in the world. Like I can't complain. Like
awesome.
And speaking of that, like I was never vaccinated as a kid. My mom was like hip in the 80s to that shit, and I never had any vaccinations. And I was lucky enough to the chick that I accidentally knocked up twice. She was cool enough to be on board, and none of my kids have had vaccinations or anything. So
well,
far.
I mean, other than like measles or polio stuff when I was born, I actually was dumb enough. I got a couple of those stupid flu shots. Then I realized that was dumb. I even accidentally got Mom to do it one year, and then I realized, shit, we shouldn't be doing.
Did she get the flu? Did she get the flu after the flu shot? Okay.
No. We like I like to live in faith. If I'm gonna get taken out, he's gonna take me out, virus or bullet or whatever.
Right.
You know. So the mask ain't gonna change what his plans are for me.
Yeah.
So and then we do apple cider vinegar, like a teaspoon to a teaspoon of syrup, and that really fortifies your immune system.
That's what I say. The term, if you've ever heard an apple a day keeps the doctor away, to me, it's apple cider vinegar, not an apple a day. It's apple cider vinegar a day keeps the doctor away.
Yeah, and then I know we're not on the FE topic here, but this is good information for anyone listening. Apparently, a high acidic alkaline in your bloodstream prevents cancer. So apple cider vinegar does that to your bloodstream. It's basically the cure for cancer.
No, absolutely. Cancer cells cannot exist in the alkaline dominant body type. So that's why like the vegan diet or like any type of diet, if you're more acidic or you have alkaline body type, get like Dr. Sebi, like I said, they cured AIDS, cured cancer due to, based on diet. And that's basically what you're talking about. If you have an alkaline body type, cancer cells cannot grow in your body if you're high in alkaline. So yeah, so it's all about the alkaline content, alkaline water you can buy now, which is kind of cool. 9.5.
Yeah.
You can just
that
buy.
gentleman, Dr. Sebi, you mentioned he was a very good gentleman. He passed, right?
He did.
There's some odd circumstances. Like
Yeah, exactly. He was like arrested at the airport, and he was basically because he was like hiding out in South America, and they basically took him out. In my opinion.
I don't even think anymore. When I was in Windsor, I lived in Windsor for a while. I woke up one morning to go to the corner store, and I saw something, brother. Like I have a pretty much eidetic memory, so it's hard for me to forget things. And geez, like I don't know how to get this image out of my head. And it's just, if a kid saw that, their idea of law enforcement, like the cop shot a dog. I thought it was my neighbor's dog. I was so like, what the hell? And I did that dog bite someone? He's police business and just walks by.
Yeah, it's crazy. They'll trespass on your property and then feel threatened because they're little bitch ass whatever, and then shoot your fucking dog for coming in your yard and feel threatened and then shoot your dog. Like that's like shooting your child. Like, you know, like I know it's just an animal. Go ahead.
Sorry. I was on my way to the store. It looked like my neighbor's dog Capone, and he shot him like in the middle of a four-way intersection. And I'm like, what the hell? And then I was happy to find out that my neighbor's dog was fine, but somebody's dog died that day. And where was he? Where was animal control, right? Rather than law enforcement. Like, weird. Yeah, very weird day, brother. Hard one to get out of my head.
Yeah.
Because I love animals, you know, like I'm not where like don't kill the cows, don't eat the cow. Like some animals were put here for us to bless when we're eating, right?
Right.
Could you imagine wild turkeys running all over the place? Nobody's eating them. Like chickens everywhere, walking down the sidewalk, stepping on eggs. Like, my Lord. So, you know, we were graced with certain animals for us to not have to see hunger, right?
Right.
Like some places they're hungry and they're looking at cows.
Speaking of that, what's funny to me is like, okay, in California or San Francisco, there's this trend where they make like ice cream or something out of like breast milk, and people are like, ew. And like, it's just so funny. Like people are grossed out by human milk, but you can drink cow pus. You can drink like, you're not a baby cow, but you're drinking cow's milk. That's cool.
Goat milk.
But you're grossed out by human milk. That grosses you out.
Yeah.
Like it doesn't make sense. Like you'll drink cow pus and shit that's meant for baby cows to eat your cereal, but anything having to do with breast milk is like the DNA from the mother or whatever. It's like, does that weird you out? But you're not weirded out about DNA from a cow?
Should we put breast milk on our cereal?
In the coffee, at least.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I want some breast milk for my coffee. I love breasts.
Honey, get your boob out.
Yeah, I prefer straight from the tap, but yeah.
That just clicked.
Yeah, but it's like, yeah, why is that gross? Like, why is that gross? But you drink cow's milk, but human milk is gross.
Yeah,
it makes no sense.
Oh boy. Do you think, like, I've eaten a lot of different things, sushi, whatnot. There's only one type of the sushi I don't like, the salmon eggs, the raw one. It's just too salty. But those fried tarantulas and stuff, would you ever try one of those?
I would try it. I
wonder, eh? Crispy, like French fries, the legs or something?
we were just talking about this because okay, me and my girlfriend, okay, we're big like we watch a lot of podcasts together and stuff, and I basically put her on to like Joe Rogan and Your Mom's House and Two Bears One Cave, Tom Segura and Bert Kreischer. Like we watch Tiger Belly, like we watch all these podcasts together and everything. And and so basically, I guess what I was talking about is she went back and Joe Rogan used to be the host of Fear Factor, so she's on Hulu and she's watching all the old episodes of Fear Factor.
Yeah.
And so we were talking about
The
just
things
that
they
just the
did
other
on
weekend.
that. Wow.
Do you know what got them canceled?
No.
Do you know what the last episode of Fear Factor was? Yeah, okay. Yeah, this is a good story. He's talked about it on his podcast, but if you're not familiar, yeah, the last episode of Fear Factor where people had to take a shot of horse cum.
Oh, for fuck.
Yes, horse semen. Drink a glass, a small glass, but still a glass of
Big show.
horse semen.
Big
And
show.
like, there's a lot of like, you can eat crickets and spiders.
How
and,
much am I winning?
I'm just like, yeah, you can eat a lot of weird shit, but man, I draw the line at fucking horse cum. Like, I can't do it. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, a shot of horse cum. That was the last episode of Fear Factor. That's what they had to do. They had to down a shot of fucking horse semen, and it's like, oh my god.
Yes. For those listening at home, do not drink horse semen.
Yeah, no Tide Pods, no horse cum.
Wow.
Just in general, yeah.
Just push the limit right to the extreme.
Yeah, that's my fear factor right there. Like, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. But yeah, so my girl was watching all these old episodes of Fear Factor, and we watch all these podcasts and stuff together, and super interesting. I'm kind of pissed that Joe Rogan went to Spotify because now you can only get like 5-minute clips of his shows on YouTube. He won't put he basically can't put the whole thing. And I guess apparently Joe's has a problem because Spotify is censoring his podcast. Imagine that. Imagine that.
I do hot boxing with Mike Tyson, and then there's I think Be Real from Cypress Hill. He's got a podcast.
No, his
True
thing is the same thing.
Radio.
Hot boxing. Like basically, the Cypress Hill is hot boxing literally, and Mike Tyson is hot boxing figuratively. I mean, they smoke. Yeah, because they smoke on Mike's show or whatever, but on Cypress Hill they're literally in a car smoking weed with the windows up. So they're literally hot boxing. Yeah.
Cypress Hill has a Studio One too now, though. I think I've seen it.
Oh, okay, do they? Okay, I haven't seen that yet. I've only seen the ones in the cars with action. People like Action Bronson or whoever, just smoking in the car. Be Real.
I grew up listening to all that, like, well, Bob Marley too, but I mean NWA, Ice-T, all that, man.
Oh yeah, Eazy-E, Bone Thugs.
Yeah,
all that kind of stuff.
I still listen once in a while. Like right now, 50's got a good one called Major Distribution. I like that one. I'm reading 2 or actually 3 of 50's books. I've listened to them on audio already, but I like to read it and listen to it, and then the information gets embedded even better.
Right.
And it's amazing the information I'm learning in that book, man, to be patient, not to always be doing things just for the money. Like how
have you read Eckhart Tolle, A New World?
I don't know.
Yeah,
I've listened to Abraham Hicks and
Yep.
Earl Nightingale.
Yeah, me too. Abraham
And,
Hicks. I forget what the other. There's a guy. I forget what his name is. He's another
Earl
channeler.
Nightingale.
No, I can't think of his name off top. But it's like I was in Abraham Hicks, and there was this other guy that basically did the same thing, that channeled a certain entity or whatever, supposedly, if you believe it, and it just like. I'm not going to judge. Like, he could be crazy or he could be lying about channeling a thing, but what he was like, I judged the message, not the messenger. So what he was saying was resonating with me. So regardless of whether or not it's a real channeling or whatever you want to call it, it's like, does the information resonate with you and help you in some kind of way? And it did. I need to look him up real quick and yeah, hold on real quick. I'll try and find out what his name is. But
I've been listening to Dan Pena and Don Locke. They're motivators, like they learn you how to make multiple millions and stuff like that, right? And Dan Pena's awesome because he's very blunt. 5'11", twisted steel, panther piss. Blah blah blah. I seen more ass than a bus station toilet seat, you know. He's really good though, very good motivator, and he makes all of the people that do his course like account for every minute of their day. And Don Locke teaches martial arts as well as how to build businesses. Boss in a Bentley is one of his YouTube things. Mom watched that medium lady, Long Island medium. I wasn't sure what to make of her exactly. I mean, can't say she was saying bad things, but
sorry, I'm finding this. I don't even know what to. I have to go upstairs and look on my computer because I have some of his videos saved on my computer. So upstairs and try and find.
Does he travel all over the place?
I mean, I think he does. He does like
area?
conferences or whatever, like has things where he has a live audience and then he goes into this like trance state or whatever they go into and like channel this certain entity, and then they just go on and talk about certain topics, like kind of like Abraham Hicks does. But okay. Super interesting. I mean, it's interesting. Like I said, believe it or not, if he's lying or not, like it's up to you. But the information is intriguing, so that's what I listen to.
What's his name again?
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to find it right now. Hold on, I'm on my computer upstairs
because you said it.
Yeah, no. All right. Just give me a minute.
I do. There's a nighttime meditation for prosperity that I listen to. I fall asleep to. Within 15 minutes, I'm sleeping. It's about a 30-minute, 40-minute long meditation. The one version, the last like 10 minutes is just this beautiful flute music, by Brandon Ivy. If you want to check that out, it did improve things for me. I noticed myself making better decisions and changing things for the better. And it probably took a week or two for it to really work.
Yeah, I listen to YouTube affirmation videos and let them play while I sleep, kind of trying to self program myself with the mantras and affirmations. There's like 8-hour videos where they play like certain frequencies, and then you can do like a money one, and they'll have like a guy talking this and saying things over and over and over again, repeating. And so like I listen to those when I sleep.
This
I found it.
Go ahead.
No, yeah, I found it. The guy I was thinking of, the entity that he channels is Bashar. So Bashar, Bashar, and the guy is Daryl Anka, Darrylyanka, Daryl Anka. So Daryl Anka is the guy that I'm speaking of, but then he channels this non-physical being, blah blah blah, known as Bashar. And
what's his name again? Sorry.
Okay, the guy's name is Daryl Anka, Darryl, Daryl Anka, like Ankh without the H, Anka, Daryl Anka. So that's the name of the guy, and then the entity that he channels is known as Bashar. And he has a whole bunch of, you can find a whole bunch of stuff on YouTube of his videos and him channeling Bashar.
I'll check it out. I don't know what to think about that stuff. It's like when I'm in my scripture and they speak of necromancy and communicating with the dead and I'm like, I don't know. Try to stay
I know it's spooky. It's juju or whatever, and so that's what I'm saying. I'm not co-signing the actual. That's what I said. Like, you can believe it if you want. You can think it's juju. You can think it's witchcraft. Like, whatever your religious background.
There was some good info there that you caught on to.
Exactly. Like, just put all that aside and just listen to what he's saying and what the so-called entity Bashar, the information that he's giving, and it's like, like it's all good. Like, it resonates with me. So, like, put all that other bullshit. Like I said, even if he's lying and he's not channeling anything, and this is all coming out of his mind somehow, it's still dope. You know what I'm saying? That's how I look at it. Like, I judge the message, not the messenger. I mean, I take the messenger into it. You have to take it into account, but if what he's saying is like helps you in any kind of way, then that's all that matters. Like,
I hear you, brother. I can read a book and be like, 95% of that was crap, but 5% of it made sense. I could use 5% of what I read there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. If you can utilize it, learn something from it, and it betters your life, and even 5%, then it was worth reading that book. Like, we waste our time on a lot of other bullshit. Who can say you wasted your time reading a book, even if it was fiction or you only got 5% about it? Nobody's going to say, oh, you wasted your time reading a book. Like, we watch movies, and
I had to do a bit of time in the past, like going 20 years back. So,
how much?
It was reading. I read when I was 10 minutes is too long.
How much?
Brother. Like,
how much time did you have to do, if you don't mind me asking?
Would you want to know the charges first, or?
It doesn't matter. Like, I'm not judging you because I've been in jail too.
The Crown wanted 4 years, but it was the first time they caught me as an adult, and I ended up with 4 months.
You doing what? Now I'm curious.
I did about a month or whatever, closed custody, a bit of time open custody, which is a halfway house, and then parole until the original 4 months was over, and then probation for 2 years. And then my probation officer effed with me one day because I thought I missed an appointment. He's like, "Oh, I'm gonna have to put out a warrant for you. You're gonna have to go back."
Oh
to
my
jail."
God.
I'm freaking out, and then he's like, "You didn't have an appointment today, Chris." I'm like, "Don't fucking do that to me, man."
Yeah, don't fuck with me. Hey, can you tell me what your offense was? I'll tell you
I
what
was
mine was.
traffic-
Like,
I was trafficking cocaine, and the last time I got in trouble was an assault charge. I was drinking, some shit went down.
right.
The cops were like, "What do you do for a living?" I wouldn't even answer. They're finding a bat in my trunk. I got them laughing though. They took me to the hospital instead of jail, so that was good. Cost me about $1,000 in lawyer fees and 15 hours of community service, but all
yeah,
good.
it sounds like you actually, all in all, got off pretty easy.
Yeah, well, it's not my first rodeo, and they know, you know what I mean? I'm not a bad guy, per se, but
'Cause I basically had to do the same thing you did, only mine was because I had 2 DUIs. And, yeah, so I basically did the same thing you did. Like, you better be glad it was cocaine and not crack, because they punish crack for some reason way more than they do cocaine.
in the States, I know. The other advantage too is here in Canada, things are, they're bad.
Oh yeah,
but
okay,
they're
you're
better
the
than down
Canada
there.
guy, okay.
Yeah, they're bad here, but they're better than down there. Like, I call the MPs here looking for serious answers to serious questions. I'm trying to get the nonviolent pot offenders released from our lockups so the taxpayers aren't incurring the costs, and their mothers, uncles, cousins, they got families waiting for them. They shouldn't be locked up over a plant. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
They sent me a letter, and in the letter they admitted to profiling both the Aboriginal and the Black community for marijuana offenses in that letter. And I'm like, I hope I can use this somehow to embarrass the government in the future.
Wow. Hell yeah, hell yeah. man,
Like, I'm
props
proud
you.
to be Canadian, but I'm embarrassed by my government. Like, we got homeless issues that should have been
It's the
dealt
same
with
thing in
long
America.
ago. Yeah.
Americans feel the same way. Like, yeah, I'm glad to be an American, but I'm also embarrassed at the same time for the same reasons you're talking about. So yeah.
Oh, Creation Bear's letting us know we got some newbies in the live stream if we want to say hi.
Oh yeah, hell yeah. If you got some questions, anybody want to speak up, pipe in?
Welcome to the live stream. You can unmute yourself, I believe, if you've been VC verified.
Maybe they haven't. Fuck, I had to spend 20 minutes trying to fucking get unmuted, and I am verified.
I've got 2 YouTube channels, and my one YouTube channel, I can like the live stream, but I can't comment. And then somebody's like, talk to Helio. And then I messaged him one day about it, but he didn't really get back to me. No big deal. I can still thumbs up it. I just can't encourage people to hit the thumbs up with the one channel. The other channel, I can do both. Comment in the live stream and, like, not the live stream voice text, but on the YouTube channel, and thumbs up with my main channel. But my backup channel, for some reason, somebody blocked my comments. I think I was joking about, because it was the gas pressure next to a vacuum, and I was joking about farts and gas pressure. I'm like, farts are proof you have to have a pressurized system. Like, there's a barrier before the fart.
I'm gonna need to see your experiment. Oh, what was your independent variable of your asshole? I'm gonna need to see evidence.
You're hilarious.
Shit.
Yeah, so I don't drink too much that often. I'm not a big drinker. I'm more of a pothead. My buddy just passed away about a week and a half ago. He left a young son behind. I grabbed a 6-pack and drank a few of those, but Yeah,
I'm
he
sorry
was
to
a
hear
good
that.
lad. He's gone. He'll never be forgotten. I know he's guiding our bikes down the road now.
Was it an overdose? I'm guessing.
But not on purpose. That's the thing.
Well, no, I'm sure it's never on, on purpose.
What it actually was it was some bunk shit. Like there was something in it that shouldn't have been in it.
Yeah, it's fentanyl probably. He bought some dope or whatever it was, and it had fentanyl in it, and
Apparently
he
what I
overdosed.
heard what I heard is it was apparently some yellow cocaine, which I've never really heard of yellow cocaine, but
no, that's crack.
well, yeah, but this wasn't
that Parmesan
it wasn't,
that Hunter Biden's been
Parmesan.
but it wasn't crack. It was like they were, I guess, doing.
Oh, it was yellow powder.
Yeah.
Wow.
Anyway,
I don't mean to laugh
because he was a funny, hilarious guy. He liked to party. I won't deny that. Even my one friend and I were like, "Holy fuck! How does he know when he's not high?" You know what I mean? That kind of partier, like 24/7, always partying.
Exactly.
So
I've had a lot of high school people I went to high school with that have overdosed, basically due to fentanyl or whatever. Like they've been like sober for like 2 or 3 years, gone to rehab, doing so good, and then I hear that and I'm like, cool, and then the next thing I know is overdose, dead.
Fuck.
And yeah, it's like they were doing so good, they were sober for 2 or 3 years, and went through got out of prison and off probation and were staying sober, and then next thing you know, dead of an overdose.
Remember, I told you I call the MPs asking serious questions, looking for serious answers. So this is what I've been asking and trying to get in place. You know the Narcan kits, like it can take an ODing person out of an OD.
Yeah. Yeah.
People walk through Skid Row and stuff and hand them out to junkies, like here in case your friend's ODing and stuff. What I was thinking was how there's defibrillators in public places for heart attacks. Why not Narcan kits in public access? Someone's having a heart attack, instead of waiting for the fire department or the ambulance to show up, there's one in a cab, there's one on a bus, there's one near the fire hydrant.
Well,
you know what I mean?
How would you keep people from just taking that, not in an emergency, like they would just steal it and just take it as a drug, like, because it's basically the legal version.
Because it's the opposite of a drug. A lot of the times these people that are going to die get mad at you for doing it because you took them out of their high and they wanted to, they didn't know that they were going to die. So you hit them with the Narcan and they come to, and now they're not stoned anymore and they're upset.
Okay. Maybe
It's like, what do you mean? I just saved your life. So they wouldn't steal them because it wouldn't get them high, right?
Okay, I got you. That's just my ignorance of knowing exactly what that is.
It counters the overdose, and it takes
the
load off of the EMSs, and even the police could have them in their cars, right? But if I was in an alley, like this isn't right. Anybody listening, but it does happen. People, make the wrong choices and they go down the wrong path. So I could be in an alley with a friend, we could be shooting up, and my friend's ODing. If I don't have access to a Narcan kit to bring him out of it real quick, I'm waiting on either the cops, the ambulance, the fire department, the Salvation Army, whatever, whoever has one, right? Where if the government had one near a fire hydrant, I could run 20 feet up the road, grab one, run back and save his life. Or he could save mine, vice versa, right?
Yeah, well, also, you're basically talking about the first step towards just legalizing it. I forget which countries did it, but if you just legalize it and then take that aspect away of getting bad shit, and you can go to a clinic or whatever.
True. And where that topic goes, see, my argument for that is I know who I am as a person. Alcohol's legal. I could get a 26 or 40% alcohol and drink it every day if I wanted to, but I know I don't do that. If I woke up tomorrow and every newspaper said all drugs now legal, I wouldn't go to the nearest pharmacy and buy meth and try it.
Exactly.
Do you know what I mean? I wouldn't go buy a couple hits of acid and drop. Like, I'd be like, oh, wow, the government's in control of that now. And, maybe there'll still be some side hustlers on the streets, but at least now 16-year-olds can't get a hold of it or whatever, right? So easily or frequently or whatever. Like,
well,
see, that's
it's not that they
that's
can't.
the
It's not
biggest-
that they
that's
can't
the-
have access to it. It's that it's more safer. That
Yeah,
it's not
and-
bad shit. Bad shit. It's the
That
quality
too,
of
and
it
then-
because if you can get it legally, then it's just like buying liquor. Like a
Yeah.
young person can get alcohol if they just get somebody to buy it for them. So if it's
Yeah.
legal and they can get someone, so they can get it. It's not about whether they
It
can
won't
get it or
have the
not. They can get
fentanyl
it
in it is what you're
legal or illegal. They can get it. It's just
Yes.
is it good shit or is it not?
Yeah.
And it will, so it's not going to change like the amount of people that do it. If you want to do it, you're going to do it, legal or
True.
illegal. It's whether or not it's good shit and you're going to die of an overdose or not. And so the
See, and then I
overdoses will
found
probably
that-
go down.
I found that angle too. Like some people, like I could hear this person did this street drug called bath salts, and this is what the results were. And I'd be like, holy cow, who the hell would ever want to? And then somebody standing beside you and they're, I want to get some and try it. I'm like, did you just hear what that guy did when he did some? Like,
yeah.
So you can't fix
Exactly.
stupid, right? Like,
Yeah, they're gonna do it. Yeah, what's appealing about that? You want to eat someone's face? You want to be naked running down the street? Okay, go ahead and
like,
do it.
wow, man, it just blows my mind how some people think or don't think. I guess no common sense. No common sense. So are those new people VC verified yet? Hello, welcome to the room.
Hello. How are you?
Hey.
Yo.
Better than yesterday, and tomorrow's looking promising.
So,
Hey,
is this
yes.
the Discord where we talk about the globers and flat earthers? Is this like
Yep.
the main chat?
Yeah.
So
Yep,
are you guys
absolutely.
the flat earthers?
Absolutely.
Most definitely.
So is this like where you convert people from flat earthers to
No,
globers?
we're not trying to convert anybody. Just encourage people to think for themselves.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
do-
everyone free, like freedom.
Que- question
Do you have
things,
some?
look into things.
Do you have some? Do you have some questions?
I want to know why you lot believe that Earth is flat first, though, because I'm a global and I want to understand human's point of view, so I can understand. as well.
Cardo,
Hello?
have you
Yeah.
have you ever witnessed the globe?
Have I ever witnessed a globe on camera? Yes.
No.
Personally.
Personally. Have you ever experienced?
Can I ask you back? Have you ever seen the flat Earth?
Yes, every day.
You've been to space?
Every day.
Every day. Cardo.
Can I have some of your money then, please? Yeah, it's some of
Cardo,
your
you're not listening, right? You're not listening.
No,
So
I'm
when
asking a
I
question.
asked you, when did you ever experience
I've
the globe?
never been up to space and I've never seen
Right.
Earth as a globe itself.
Right.
We
So
experience a
every-
flat stationary.
But for all
Earth.
you know, I could be lying.
Every human being on this flat and level plane has never experienced the globe. Nobody has ever seen curvature or seen the Earth rotate or felt it rotate, right? So why would
Well,
you
there are-
believe? Why would you believe that you're on a spinning water
Why
ball?
would I believe?
But no, hold on. On their experiments to prove the Earth spins.
No, there's not.
well, I mean, there are.
No, there's none. No.
Well, there are. There's some that you could even do at home.
Okay.
No, there's none.
Yes,
right?
yes, there is.
That's affirming the consequence.
Hold on. We're gonna start with the curvature. We'll move on
Okay,
slowly.
then, can I ask?
We're
Can I
gonna
say
start with
something? Can I
curvature.
say something? Can I say something first before you
Yeah.
start? Sorry to interrupt, but I have never in my life seen the Earth round, right? But I have
Mhm.
seen many other planets because of telescopes and that are round. So
No,
for Earth to be an
Those
anomaly,
are-
yes, I have through a telescope. I have seen-
Pulsating lights.
Let him
So
get a
that's
start out.
weird.
Let me get a start out. Let me get a start out.
Go, Fraud. Go.
No, let the kid finish his thought. Let him.
Oh
let
yeah,
him-
I've seen many other round planets, right? So for Earth to be an anomaly out of all the planets on the solar system, to be the only flat like planet, I think that would be
Yeah. So you're starting with a fallacy, right? Begging the question that what
Yep.
you see are balls, right? So a telescope has one lens. You wouldn't see depth with one lens. So all
doesn't
you
matter.
ever see is a flat disk, right? You won't see depth. Okay?
Thank you for welcoming me to the server. Dandelion.
So,
Welcome.
Cardo,
Yeah.
curvature, right? When you go to a beach, do you ever
Yeah.
see the earth curving away from you?
Yeah, there's an end where it curves around.
No.
So what you are talking about, that would be the physical sphere edge, right?
Pardon, say that again.
So when you look out on the ocean and you look at the horizon, what do you see? Do you see the earth
blue
curving away
sky.
from you?
I see the blue sky because I don't see other cities and countries because it's not flat.
So
No, you have a resolution limit to your vision. The human eye can only see about 3 miles. You have a resolution limit. There's perspective. There's atmosphere.
Yeah, you
There's a whole-
wouldn't.
Is that 3 miles included in a telescope or?
Cardo, can you read a book at 1 mile away?
I mean, depends if I have a telescope or not. Maybe.
Ah.
Can you read
Exactly.
it? Don't be this dishonest, right? Can you read a book?
Okay, with nothing else, no, I can't. Of course, I
No.
can't.
So
It's too small.
for
But
you
a
to
skyscraper
claim,
isn't too small.
listen, for you to claim that you would see another city, right? So when I'm in London, I would see New York, right? If the Earth was flat, no.
Yeah. So why
Shit,
wouldn't you?
no.
Why wouldn't
shit.
you?
Because you wouldn't see a fly at 2 miles away. Shit
Yeah, because
shrinks.
I fly in a skyscraper. It's
Listen,
vast difference.
yes, but
perspective.
it still shrinks when it gets away from you.
So use a
Right.
telescope and you should be able to see it, right? If
No,
it was- yes,
because
you
the
should.
telescope.
If I can see other planets, right? I should be able to see.
You
other
also
planets.
have atmosphere.
Cool. You're looking horizontally through atmosphere, right? Through the air, which holds water vapor, which holds particles, pollution. So the further you're looking away, the more it gets stacked, right? So the air would get opaque. It's like looking through water, right? You when you dive down a pool, you cannot see the other end of the
That's a
pool
cloud.
because
The cloud is higher up in the sky.
you're-
A cloud wouldn't. If there's not cloud, when it's foggy, that would happen. But if it's not foggy, that wouldn't happen.
yes, but
atmosphere.
the atmosphere holds
So air
water.
is gonna
Dave.
block my. No,
Yes.
the clouds hold
No.
water vapor. The clouds do.
So you're not listening, right? You're not
I'm telling
listening.
you.
No, you're telling me a story.
Okay,
right?
hold on. What is air made of? Do you know the chemical makeup structure of air?
Oxygen, and
And hydrogen, right?
Yep.
And a bunch of other gases.
No.
So what is that?
Yes.
Well, is this like a thing that flat earthers believe that oxygen is more than oxygen? I mean,
No, what we're
water
saying
more
is
than
you have to
oxygen,
look through. You're gonna have to look through the air in order to see further,
air
further,
is,
right?
Air is
So-
particles that we can't see.
Right. So exactly. So you're gonna have
So
stuff.
how can it block our vision?
You mean how can it block your vision? There's particles in the air. There's dust. There's all kinds of things. So depending on the day you're outside looking
Yeah,
through the
depending on
lens,
the day. Yeah, if there's
Right.
fog,
So-
you won't be able to see.
and-
but
but do you realize? All right, if something's far away from you, like let's say there's a car moving, right, and it's
Yeah.
basically on a flat surface. At the further away it gets for you, what would you have to do to bring it back into
wait,
view?
say that again.
If,
Sorry, I didn't hear you. My mic was lagging. Sorry. Or
if the
my-
car gets further away from you, how would you bring it back into view?
how do you know it's out of view?
Are you going to be combative?
Because
are
you
you here to
can't
learn, or
see
you
it
are you here to be a
anymore.
troll? Seriously.
No, I'm not. I'm arguing. I'm discussing. This isn't.
This is not
It's driving away from you and it's going out of your vision. How would you bring it back into your vision?
Get a telescope and look at it from further away.
Okay, so if you don't, let's say you don't have a telescope, you don't have any optical lenses or anything to bring it back
Yeah.
into view. What would be your second way of doing it? What would be another way of bringing something back into view that's far away?
Either it coming closer to me again, or I go closer to it.
No. You could
Yeah.
either what? You could either go. Can you go higher? Would that help you?
Yeah, because if there's buildings in the way and stuff, I can probably see it from a higher
Exactly
angle.
right. So on a flat plane, you have various options of bringing something back into view. But when something gets really, really far away from you, even optics won't bring it back into view. You'll have to go higher. Correct?
No, because I can't see stuff
No?
from China. Because
No.
it'd be on the
So
other
you're
side of the
just going to
Earth.
deny how physics works.
No, okay, so wait, answer me this question. If you went high enough into the sky, from where you are right now, I'm guessing America because you have accent, or something like that, you'd be able to see Australia or something?
That just depends on what you're looking through. So if you got to look through a bunch of clouds and a bunch of fucking air, and you don't have the right optics, you probably couldn't see it, right? But you have to have the right optics, right?
Yeah.
If you wanted
so
to bring
what's your
something into
point?
view. All right. So if you have a telescope that can see millions of miles away, you think they haven't created one that you can see a few thousand miles away, right?
I'm not sure where this is going.
I'm just trying to get you to understand that on a flat plane, yes,
Yep,
you can
yep.
see certain things, but it's dependent on what you're looking through, the atmosphere.
Yeah.
What's in the atmosphere that day, right? You would
Yep.
agree, right?
So
And
you're telling
perspective.
me. So you're telling me on a sunny, clear day where there's no fog, no nothing, you'd be able from where if you went high enough on the top, the highest skyscraper in your country, you'd be able to see all the way to Australia or China.
No, that's a mathematical question, right? So depending on the
How's
optics you have and the atmosphere you're looking through,
Yeah,
and
so on the best
height
day,
you're at,
on the best day.
dude, you have to know how high and how far. So in order to see a certain distance, you have to be a certain height, right?
Yep.
That's how it works. So the higher up you are, the further out you can see. Would you agree?
No. It
Would you
depends.
agree? The higher up you,
Your vision just doesn't get better when you go higher. It's just that less obstacles are in your way when you get higher. That's the only difference.
It's called angular resolution. Your angle
Your
to
eyesight
what you're
depends
looking.
on who you are and how damaged your eyes
So
are.
the higher you go, the greater their angular resolution, and you can see more the higher you go. That's why height
the
is
higher you go,
is
just means that
important.
there's less obstacles.
all right, dude. If there's a guy that's 7 feet tall in a concert, who sees further?
The guy that's 7 feet tall because there's less obstacles. You're just proving my
Yeah,
point.
because he's taller. You fucktard. Stop being dumb shit, man.
So I've just proved my point and I've just broken your point.
Yeah. Wow, you're such an idiot. Wow, this guy's an idiot already.
And then
Nah, it just sounds like you guys don't want to hear it. Nah, it sounds like
as
you
soon
guys
as I'm
just don't
right,
want to
as soon
hear
as I'm
it.
right, you just
You guys just don't want to
Okay,
hear
wait.
it.
Let's get this back on track.
No,
So let's go
hang
back
on a
to the
second.
straight
You
road
guys
with
get
the
it.
car. No,
Just stop fucking
no.
screaming.
Habib,
No.
we're gonna go back
right.
to the
I'm
road
being
he
right.
asked you
I'm being
about.
right.
We're
And now
going
you're just
back to
calling me an
fraud.
Get it
We're
back
gonna
on
go back to
track.
fraud's example.
I just said
No rumpusing. Back on track. Come on, guys.
Guys,
I just said to you.
we're going back to the car
Gas
example.
pressure
where
next to a
someone said we have
vacuum without a
car
container.
No, let's
Proof
on the road,
let's destroy him
going
here
straight
first.
away.
Let's destroy him here first. Then we'll move on. Okay? He doesn't seem to understand how things work on a flat plane. If you're on a curved surface, the higher you go, the further you cannot see. Do you understand that? When something's curving away from you, you will never be able to see the other side. If something's curving away, you will never be able to see the other side. You understand that, right?
Yeah, you won't be able to see China and Australia.
Yeah, exactly. So on a flat surface, you would, depending on the optics you have, how high you are, and
Yeah.
what's in the atmosphere that day.
So
Okay.
I haven't done it yet.
So wait, give me a second. Let me Google something. Okay, carry on with your statement.
Why haven't you done it yet? So why haven't you seen? Why haven't you gotten the ray optics?
There's more than
Do
enough
you have the
optics.
money for that shit?
Well,
I
obviously,
mean, you lot
everyone's
have been
there.
up to space every day, so I'm guessing.
But
you
here's the
don't.
thing. What we're trying to tell you is you don't have to go.
So I don't have to have proof to prove that it's a globe. That's what you're basically telling me now.
No, we can prove
So we
it's
have
not
to
a
be
globe
uncertain.
here on Earth.
So you're telling me I need proof, but you lot don't.
No, we can
Yes.
prove it's not a sphere here on Earth without going into outer
Okay,
space.
so
We can
so the
prove.
test that a couple of people have done where they've gone very far apart, they've got a light, and they've had to shine at each other, but because of the fact that that it's curved, they can't see it because the Earth is too round and they won't
Cardo,
see each other's light.
citation.
Or
Explain what
yeah.
that is to me, please.
Citation.
Or refraction.
You wanna post what you just claimed?
Well, I just want to raise one quick point on what he was saying about the raising in altitude. The raising in altitude increases the angular resolution limit, which allows you to see further. It's the same way that a camera with a zoom lens opens the aperture, which allows the camera to peer further and further into the distance.
What is that noise?
There's no obstruction required when a camera zooms in. The only thing that changes is you're changing the angular resolution limit of the camera. So sometimes you can see further without any link to an obstruction. So just on your point that you raised, yes, as we gain altitude, we do clear most of the obstructions, But then there's something else which you don't know about yet called the angular resolution limit. And as you get a larger, larger field of view,
Yeah, I
it means
know
that
about
you
that.
can see further and further. The
Yeah.
horizon
All right, so if
pushes
you know about that,
further back.
explain what it means. What is angular resolution
What
limit?
it means, right? What it means is because I'm on Earth and I'm at low angular resolution, I'm shorter. I can only see a certain distance. So if I go higher up, if I go higher up, if I go higher up, I'll be able to see more of the Earth.
Okay, that's
higher up.
incorrect.
Exactly.
Would you
Obviously,
like?
don't know what you mean. Yeah,
Would you
explain it.
like someone to explain it to
Give me
you?
a sec. Yeah, go on while I'm doing this.
Or no, go Google it.
Angular resolution. There's up.
Angular resolution limit.
So you're telling me you don't know it, so I have to search it up.
Oh no, we just want to demonstrate that you get the point.
The angular resolving power or resolution of a telescope is the smallest angle between a close object that can be seen clearly to be separate. Resolution is limited by the wave nature of light. For a telescope, having an objective lens or mirror with a diameter and stop there.
Okay, so do you see how they were saying the object that can be seen is got to do with the angle that it can be resolved at? Not your height or anything to do with you being low resolution or anything like that. It's got to do with the angle and the distance that object can be visible. And what you'll see with these telescope or binocular calculations, they're not talking about curvature obstruction. They're talking about increase the aperture, and you can see further and further and further and further.
So wait, what's this? What's the point? I'm sorry. What's the? Sorry to interrupt, but what's the point that you're trying to get to?
So by increasing the size of the telescope, you understand you can see further with it, right?
I guess if it's a better telescope, it doesn't have to be necessarily bigger.
It has to. This is the
Have you ever
point.
noticed that birds that see really far, how big their eyes are? You ever been shown that proof information?
The size doesn't mean how fucking good their eyes are.
He just explained that to you. The size of the aperture. What is your eye?
What is my eye? The thing I see out.
The aperture means the lens that allows the light to enter it.
Okay.
So if the lens that is only a millimeter in diameter will only see so far. And if that lens is 2 millimeters, it will see double as far. And if it's 3 millimeters, it will see 3 times as far as the 1 millimeter.
Okay,
That's the point.
Can you answer me this question though? Can you answer me the question where so my question is, if me and you met together, right, and I went, okay, I'm gonna go down the straightest path, and I'm gonna go, I don't know, like 100 miles away from you, and okay, that's a bit too far. I don't know how long it'd be, or how far, but I held a light up at a certain distance where I know because of science and facts that you wouldn't be able to see the light because of the
No,
curvature
that's
of Earth.
wait,
You're interrupting me. What's this? What's this? You're interrupting me.
Hold on. The question is, hold on, is that are we talking about a level and flat surface 100 miles away? Is that what we're talking about?
No, I'm talking in a straight line.
Yeah.
How do I know it's level and flat?
What do you mean? That's the point we're trying to prove. If I got a light,
so how would you do that experiment?
I'd go a pretty far distance away from you, and if it was a flat Earth, and there's no obstacles in the way.
What are you talking about?
What?
What are we gonna do this experiment?
Can you let me explain? Obviously, you don't know what I'm talking about because you just interrupt me every time I try to explain it.
We know what you're talking about.
You need to find some place that's 100 miles in length.
Okay, do you want me to find? Give me a
That's flat. Yeah, find 100 miles in length that's perfectly flat.
It's not perfectly flat. It's perfectly straight with no obstacles in the way. And to prove that it's not flat, there's curvature, and if there's curvature,
guys,
you wouldn't be able to see the light. You wouldn't be able to.
Listen.
Go on.
So, what if we use the laser?
And that's not even there's a different experiment.
What if we used a laser? Are you listening?
What do you mean if you
a laser?
Yeah, laser and what? And
so we find a large body of water, like 24 miles, right?
Yeah.
Let's say 24 miles, and we have a high-powered laser, and we shoot this laser over the water to the other side of the lake, and it hits the target. What would that tell you?
Do you know why he said
have
body
you
of
proved
water?
that? Have you proved
Hold
that?
on. Do you know why he said? Do you know
Has
why
someone
he said
done that experiment and
Do
proved
you
that the Earth
know
is
why
flat?
he said body of water? Do you know why he said body of water?
Why? I don't know. He's
Yeah,
the
you don't.
not me.
That's what I figured. You didn't know what the fuck you were talking about. Explain to him why you said body of water.
Water is always flat and level in rest, Cardo. You have never ever seen water bending conforming to a ball 8 inches per mile squared. So whenever you look at water in rest, it's always flat and level. We use water to build spirit levels, right? So when we go out to a large body of water, like a lake, and I just posted the document for you, and there are tons of laser tests, bro. Hundreds, maybe thousands of long range observations where we can see too far, right? So this laser, they put it up 2 meters above the water. They shot it over the water
that's just not true.
24 miles.
That's just not true. The absolute water level height is a lot higher along the west
24
coast.
miles,
It's higher
bro.
along the west coast.
24 miles over a large body of water, and it hit the other side. So I don't know why you are now.
Sea levels change.
I have a question. So what proof do you have that water seeks its own level? What experiments have you done to find out that
what
water seeks
experiments
its own
have
level?
you done to prove that? If you can give me the
I've
proof,
been to a beach, so let
you've gone
me,
to a 25.
Right, I can say the same thing. No, listen.
Now I'm going to say the same thing.
I've been to a beach, and I've brought my binoculars, and I saw an
Can you give
oil
me proof?
tank.
And I've been outside and I saw the
Wow,
sun
they're
set.
just straight rumpusing you guys. So
Yeah.
can we get
So
some-
if you're
When I
not
try to-
listening,
when I try
if
to
you're not
prove my
listening,
point,
I'm
when I
going
try
to
to prove
mute
my
you.
point.
Right?
Whoa.
I'm going to mute you
That's
if
not
you're
fair.
not
That's not fair.
listening.
That's not
Okay?
fair.
You're rumpusing.
That's not fair. No,
Okay, look, I'm being fair right now.
That's
Explain
not
your
fair.
point, then I'll explain mine afterwards. And if you interrupt it, then
Cardo,
that's just
maybe try
hypocritical.
listening. You're only
Listen.
talking at this point.
Yeah.
I've
So
already
when I
told you.
showed you the laser, you instantly spiraled, right? Well, that's not true. Whoa, whoa, whoa. You haven't even looked at it, right? We have channels here with laser tests showing you people with a laser over a large body of water, and it hit the other side. It hit the target, bro. So if the Earth was a globe with the radius of 69 miles, then every horizon must not be further than 1.225 times the square root of the observer height. Okay? So when you shoot a laser over a large body of water 24 miles away, there should be 100 meters of curvature between the laser and the target. And there is none. Okay?
Can you give me the proof of this?
I've just linked you.
Earth curve calculator.
I've linked you
28 minutes.
And I've linked you. And I've linked you the proof that Earth is literally round.
So so measuring
Before
sticks
going
and
to-
shadows. Measuring sticks and shadows.
Yep.
Right?
No,
So
it's not measuring sticks. It's measuring that.
Yes,
It's
it
measuring
is.
it's measuring a shadow of the sticks at different
It
distances
is
between
measuring
each other.
sticks and shadows. You're not listening.
It's measuring the shadow. It's measuring the shadow.
Are you here to
Because-
learn? Listen, kid, are you here to learn? Or are you here to fucking be a dickhead? Because we're not going to do this.
Yeah,
We're not
I've just
gonna
let
do
you.
this.
I've just let this guy speak for like good 5 minutes, and I've literally told you.
Yeah, I'm not doing this, right? So sticks and shadows is not measuring the Earth's surface. It is assuming that the Earth is a globe from the get-go, and then assuming the distance to the sun, right? So when did you measure that the Earth is a ball in the first place?
Begging the
Cardo?
question.
You're begging.
You're so muted
I've put
him.
solid proof.
Yes, I've muted him because he's not listening. Right?
You always talk
think,
like him.
you think we haven't heard this argument before? Aristophanes, right?
Okay, yeah, but I put solid proof. I need your solid proof.
That
now.
is
I need
not
your
solid proof.
It's
Yes, it
not.
is. Yes, it is.
That
No.
is, listen.
There
If
he
you're not
goes.
gonna listen, if you're not gonna look at the video he sent you, then you don't need to be here. We're not here to go back and
The
forth.
video
bro.
you sent me.
You
Where's
want
the
you want
video?
evidence?
Where's
If
the
you
video?
want evidence, we're giving it
In the
to you.
live stream.
We're not gonna
In the
take
live
it
stream voice text.
seriously.
In
We're
the
not
live
gonna
stream
sit here
voice
rumble
text.
fighting between. It's stupid to sit and argue over silliness.
Yes.
The
If
guy
you're
that sent
here
it.
to truly
Oh,
learn,
this guy.
listen. If you're here to truly learn and get information, then look at it. Don't come here.
I'm not here
telling
to
us
learn.
shit.
I've already learned.
Listen,
and
don't
I'm here to
come here
prove my
telling us
point.
shit
I'm
we've
here to
already
prove my
heard.
point.
No.
We've already heard. Listen, you can't prove a point we've already heard a million times. Okay,
So
a
where'd I
million.
go in this? Where'd I go in this PowerPoint to see what you lot are
Well, then
talking
leave,
about?
bro. Then leave. If you're not, if you're not gonna look at
No,
stuff,
if you're not
then
gonna
leave.
listen to me, then how are you man even making a Discord?
We've heard your argument 1,000 times.
You can't just come in here and talk for 5 minutes straight.
How are you calling your guys? You're literally calling yourselves globe destroyers, right? When all you do is kick them out your Discord. That's not destroying guys. That's just kicking them.
So we know, we know your argument. We know your argument. And we know a different
How can you
argument.
disprove it? How can you disprove
And
it?
we know a different argument. We know two. But you're not even asking to
How can you
hear.
disprove it?
You're not even. You're not even asking to hear the point.
Verdomme, ja.
Cardo,
Hello.
are you still here?
Hello. Yes, I'm here.
What are the fallacies which Eratosthenes made?
I'm sorry, I can't understand you.
What are the fallacies which Eratosthenes made when he
That I
measured
haven't-
sticks and shadows?
What is the measurement? Do you want me to watch over the video and tell you afterwards?
No, he's asking. He's asking
Okay,
what
you don't know them.
fallacies.
You don't know them. I tell you one, which is very, very important. How come that Eratosthenes had knowledge about laser technology?
Sorry, this
The
just sounds like
Greek.
waffle to me. I'm sorry. This just sounds like waffle to me right now. I want to go back to the point of my point.
Wait a minute, you're gonna listen to what he's saying. No.
I don't know what he's talking about. I don't know what he's talking
Well, then
about.
try listening.
Well,
don't
listen. Eratosthenes.
Can you explain? Obviously, I don't know it.
Cardo,
Can you please
shut
explain
up
it?
and
I'm
listen
asking
to
him
what
explain it.
Yevgen
I'm
is
asking
saying.
him to explain it.
You've been ruffling on for 5 minutes. Someone's gonna put you on mute.
Sure.
Eratosthenes used the sunlight as the light source as being a collimated light source. That is collimated light sources. They cannot be created. They don't exist. They are only theoretical.
Can you prove this?
Lasers are not collimated light sources, but they are very, very low angle divergency light sources. So their light beams are not perfectly, they are not parallel. They are approximately, good lasers have a 1 millirad divergency angle. So how did Eratosthenes knew about these properties of light?
But a fallacy is the use of faulty reasonings. That's not really a valid argument, though.
Yes, it is, because he
But
used
it's
the
a
sunlight.
fallacy. A fallacy, by definition, is the use of invalid or otherwise faulty reasoning, and it's deceptive by nature. So,
And this is faulty reasoning. This is a faulty reasoning argument.
yeah, it's reasoning. It's an argument. It's not proof, is it?
A faulty reasoning from the point. It's exactly what you just defined. Is exactly what Get's trying to explain. Is that there are certain properties of this experiment. So they've done exactly the same thing on a flat surface or a curved surface, and you get the same result. Now, even Neil deGrasse Tyson has said, he's gone and he's explained that this can occur on both a flat Earth and a round Earth. And this is not proof of a globe. So even your own side has already demolished this because we've asked them these questions that they've based assumptions. Firstly, they had to assume it was a sphere and then measure the shadows and then calculate a circumference. A circumference only exists on a sphere. Now, on a table, I can calculate the same shadow and still calculate the table to be a sphere, but the table is flat. But if I have a light source directly above a point and I have another, so say 2 lighters, I put 2 lighters on a table and a light source is above the first lighter, there's no shadow at the first lighter and there's a long shadow at the second one. There you go. I just proved the table's a sphere.
And also to demonstrate their point, they need the sunlight rays to be parallel, collimated. This is their...
and then during eclipses, they talk about the perigee, the epigee, the perigee of the eclipse is where these 2 lights intersect.
these two light beams. So when you draw an eclipse, you draw a line from the top of the sun going under the earth and a line from the bottom of the sun going above the earth. So it creates an X. But yet Eratosthenes assumed that all light from the sun comes parallel so that he could base his assumptions on a sphere. So there's a lot of inconsistencies, and these are called logical fallacies, where you've used reasoning and logic incorrectly to form a conclusion. And then if you don't want to listen to the actual points of argument and you keep repeating the same thing over and over, it shows that you're not wanting to learn. Everyone in this room we come here to learn because there's people in here with PhDs, but they stay anonymous because of the ridicule that comes with this type of topic. But the type of minds that are looking into this are not stupid minds. So just try and look at this and say, okay, you have an idea in your mind, you were taught it at school. Now, some people have found new information. Now, if the earth was flat, like just say what if the earth was flat, would you want people to tell you? That's my question to you. If the earth was flat, would you want someone to tell you and to show you how they got
lip gloss in here.
to that?
It smells like lip gloss in here. I suppose it's good.
Yo, shut up, man. Shut up, man. There's a question. There's a question. Shut up, man. Shut up, man.
Illegal.
Okay, that's probably what it is.
Oh,
illegal.
You're not gonna serve me them. You're not gonna serve me.
You might need a friendly mute.
If the earth is flat and there is information and evidence and proof to prove it, do you want someone to show you?
Yeah, I want someone to show me. If the earth is flat, can you find me a picture of the earth from space that all of the earth is
He's
like all of
an
the earth
idiot.
is?
He's not here to
Dude.
get out of here. Move on. Somebody else, please.
Is this a troll or what?
Yeah, he's definitely a troll.
Are you really gonna call somebody an idiot? I mean, that's kind of rude.
Well, when you come in here and say shit like, "Oh, show me from space," I mean, it's just no. There's no helping someone like that. It's just ridiculous. If he doesn't want to,
they could be right at the beginning.
If he doesn't want to put measurements on the Earth that we've given him by laser tests and whatnot, and understand how that.
No, you need to
works.
show me proof of the laser test.
That
was a PowerPoint. That was literally a PowerPoint you showed me. It was a PowerPoint of a guy explaining
You
what
want
you
more?
just said.
There's more. If you want to stick around.
I want video
but you gotta
proof
change
and
your
photo
attitude,
proof
man.
of a laser. What do you mean fix my attitude? Every time I speak, you man call me idiots. This is what your server is.
No, you've just been waffling for 10 minutes.
I prove my point. I say, get me a picture of the Earth from space that is flat, and you call me an idiot.
There is no space. Okay.
Just go, dude.
There is no
Yeah,
space. So, yeah.
Cardo, I tried to explain that to you in the check-in. I showed you the Gleason
how am I
map.
being rude? How am I being rude?
Yeah, I thought she already explained you to this too, bro.
Yeah.
Don't cut
Okay.
the lady off.
I'll restart if you didn't. If maybe you weren't there for that part because I know different people were in the check-in at different times. So, do you see Cardo, the live stream voice text Gleason's map that's there?
Pardon?
Okay, so can you see the live stream voice text channel, the channel right above this one? I'll pin you there. Okay, there's a text that goes along with it. Yeah, we're in the audio. And I'm just okay. Okay, so do you see the map?
I see the map, yes.
Okay. So I don't know exactly what these guys have been explaining to you, but we don't have a model because we recognize that the fantasy medium of outer space is just that, a fantasy that can't possibly exist because it breaks natural law. So we don't accept the concept of being able to go into a near vacuum right outside our atmosphere and viewing things. We see the night sky and we see the stars. We accept that.
So
when
you
we're
think
talking
this
about
is a
the
vacuum?
Earth, I don't think it's a vacuum or a near vacuum because it's impossible to have gas pressure uncontained. In their model, they claim the atmosphere of the Earth is just hanging there next to a vacuum or near vacuum. But let me answer the question you were actually addressing with them before we go on to that. That's an interesting topic. But you want to know what the whole flat Earth looked like. I went into the whole thing about Antarctica, Jarl Anderhoy. You probably weren't there for that part. Anyway, so we can't see the whole thing. And this is one, conception of a map that seems to fit the evidence of what we actually experience on the Earth. And so, when if you want to find out what's beyond Antarctica, which is the ice wall surrounding the ocean basin there, we can't do that because we're being prohibited from traveling there. So I'm not sure, what is your objection to us not having a view of the whole Earth for you? I can give you a weather balloon view of what it looks like when an amateur weather balloon goes up to over 100,000 feet and sees a flat horizon. I'll show you that. I mean, what is it you're wanting here?
What is it I'm wanting? I'm just proving that the Earth is not flat.
Oh, you proved it. Oh, I missed it. Huh. Please present your evidence. I would love to see it.
Dandelion, you don't want to hear that again.
Oh, maybe I don't. I'm sorry. Yeah, I don't want to put these guys through that. Okay, so anyway, the thing of it is, okay,
I'm sorry. I'm going to quickly say something. You should have let him explain his point to the woman because she may have a different viewpoint of it.
She's heard it before, and we've heard it before.
Okay, can you prove me your point then? Can you prove me your point then? You just gave me a PowerPoint, and how is that proof? I can write a PowerPoint
how can we prove a point when you're not listening?
What?
Right, if you're going to just talk the whole time.
Okay, can I ask him a question? Is
Yeah,
it
go
Earth
ahead.
the globe?
Ask me a question.
Is it
Yeah, fine.
Earth the globe?
Yes, I see the globe, yeah.
What is the radius of the
Is that the deciding factor of why the Earth is a globe and why it's flat?
Answer the question.
I don't know
Yeah,
I don't know the radius of the Earth. I don't know that.
You don't know? Do you know what?
Okay, so now
I will tell you one thing now. Sorry, now. Do you know? You don't know radius.
Radius.
Do you know what is strange?
What?
Do you know what is strange for you? You prove that the globe exists, but you don't know radius. And I know, and everybody here knows that. But you prove the globe and you don't know radius.
So does that mean the Earth is flat? Because I don't know the radius.
How is possible that one person who can prove the globe doesn't know what is the radius of the Earth?
I think, his idea, his point here, Cardo, the point of his, the point of Sasha's question is that you're defending a model.
I do know the radius of the Earth.
Okay, go ahead, tell us. Yeah, you can Google it. I mean, you should have Googled it by now.
6,371 kilometers.
Yeah, and that's the number we've tested in reality and found that it fails to predict and explain reality.
I'm trying to be respectful.
Yeah, we can give it to you, but you gotta be open to listening, Cardo. You gotta stop talking and let us present the argument.
Okay, can I say I don't want a PowerPoint of your proof. I want a video proof.
We have whatever you want.
Proof.
It's all day long. You just gotta shut up.
Cardo, I will tell you one thing. I will tell you one thing.
I'm being respectful.
Forget about.
You're only talking.
Man, listen to this.
I'm listening you speak.
Can I tell? I ask you a question about radius. You didn't know. I will tell you later. Doesn't matter. Listen to this. Do not think about flat Earth. Nothing. Can you do that?
I did not understand what you just said. Sorry, say that again.
You are living on the globe, okay? Flat Earth doesn't exist, okay?
Yep.
We don't have that flat earther stuff, and I am the guy who is living on the globe. Now we have that radius. It's almost 4,000 miles. It's 6,000 something 700 kilometers.
Yeah.
That means that we need to have curvature. That ball is, it's dropping away from us. That in globe, what I learned in school, it's 8 inch per mile square. That means on some 10 miles, it should be dropped something like, I don't know exactly, I think 100 meters, something like that.
What, the radius of a flat Earth is what?
10 miles is 66 feet. I don't know what that is in meters.
66, it's 200 meters.
Dude, no. Please don't go there. There is no radius for the flat Earth. Listen to what he's saying.
Can you repeat the last sentence? What did you say last sentence?
I said, I don't know what you're talking about, and I said, I didn't say that. I just don't know what you're talking about in general. But I said, how can there be a radius for a flat Earth?
Okay. Did I ask you that you forget flat Earth? Did I ask you that we don't live on the flat Earth? Are we living on flat Earth or on globe?
Globe.
Okay, man. We are living on the globe.
Yeah.
You ask how you can have a radius in a flat Earth.
He's testing the globe model.
Inside the triangle.
Pardon?
Can you draw a circle inside the triangle?
Can you? Yeah, if it's small enough.
Yeah. Okay. So then you will have a radius, correct?
Of what? The circle.
You can have a radius in flat or globe. It's irrelevant. Yeah. It's irrelevant to what Sasha's trying to get across. That's what he's trying to say. It's irrelevant.
How can you have a radius of a shape that is not a sphere?
Man, you can't. Go back. Yeah, it's fine. If you don't understand that, it's fine. In geometry, if you have you not taken geometry yet?
What?
Yeah, you can have a radius on a 2D.
Sorry.
You don't understand that, really? You can have a line drawn from the center to the edge of the circle, flat circle or sphere. But that's not what Sasha's trying to get across. So that's just a definition.
Yeah.
I'll do a picture for you of a flat radius if you want while he's talking.
Yeah, that's the math. That's the numbers, man. What scientists saying, you know? What I learned in school.
Radius is that
man. That is our religion. That is our That is I learned that in school. Maybe you didn't, but that is globe math. Do you understand me? This is our math. This is our math. It's not flat earther math. It's our math.
So you created your own math, prove your own point.
No, globe.
No, man. You can. Can you Google it?
Cardo, please try listening. Please.
I can't understand this guy. I'm sorry. He's just screaming in my ear.
Okay, listen. This
just putting words into his mouth now. It's
okay.
Worse.
Understand it. I can't understand.
It's worse than not understanding, though. You're putting words in his mouth.
Okay,
so
if you can link me what he's reading.
You guys have been putting words in his mouth the whole time.
What? That's what you've been doing.
Okay,
you guys have been screaming down at him. You guys have been saying you're rambling, you're waffling. Like, if we're all here trying to learn, why are you screaming him down?
Why
are
you trying to learn, dude? That's the problem.
We've had plenty of good conversations here. This isn't one of them, due to your just complete.
And then listen. And people who weren't even a part of the conversation. I mean, we're all a part of it. But people when you're speaking, just start unmuting and start screaming down the voice for this guy.
Habib,
I mean, like
what you're doing, right?
Listen.
Okay, so this
you guys
is not
have been doing
working.
it the whole time. Like,
Okay,
Habib.
I'm muting everybody now. Well, I'm going to go through the Black Swan with Cardo. If anybody doesn't like it, send me a complaint, which I'll ignore.
Yeah, please do that.
Wait, please. Can I quickly, before you mute everyone, can I quickly say something?
If it's quick.
Yep. Okay. So I know this is about the Earth, but what's your opinions of the Moon?
We're not doing that.
No.
Put a pin in that. It's perfectly fine question. It's just not the topic right now. So we will discuss the moon after we're done. Okay, hold on. Okay, if you guys seriously are going to keep interrupting me, I'm going to start muting. It's fine. I don't mind doing it. It's very easy to do. But please just be civil. And if you have, there's the live stream voice text, which is available. If you have comments that you just can't keep to yourself, feel free to put them there and we can go back to them. Feel free to ping me. If I don't see them, feel free to ping again. We can put moon on the list of topics after Cardo's very good question was to show your proof, which I'm about to do.
Okay,
so
cool.
Cardo, do you see, I mean, before I go into the Black Swan in terms of proof, I have to mention that Gabriel Donato earlier put in the FE Core laser test, which you could go and read that document of the laser experiment proving that the globe model is a failure if you wish. It's at 11:44 a.m., 44 minutes after the hour. But going down, do you see, Cardo, because you asked for something that wasn't a PowerPoint, wasn't something you had to go read. So we're going to go through this together. It's in the live stream voice text. It's a picture of 2 oil rigs. It says bye-bye ball. Do you see that?
Who posted it?
Bunch of people posted it. I'll just post it again.
Cool.
So the reason why we call this the Black Swan argument is because of the nature of logic and scientific thinking. The way science makes progress is by falsifying hypotheses. So you asked for proof of the flat earth, but that is not actually what we do around here. We can have evidence of suggesting the flat earth, which all of your discussions about the moon and so on will be in that realm, as well as these suspicions about the Antarctic Treaty and so on. Those are not proof. In science, we don't operate on those conjectures. What we do is take a model and we test it in reality. We falsify hypotheses to discard them and then come up with a new hypothesis, or refine our former hypothesis and then test that one. So in the case of the globe, which we are told is a scientific model, therefore a scientific or mathematical model its purpose should be to predict or explain things that we see in reality. Otherwise, it is not a scientific or mathematical model. It's just a fantasy or science fiction, whatever you want to call it. So in this case, we are testing the concept that we are given that the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. That is a hypothesis. Then we need to find out if there is evidence, to support that, or can we falsify that hypothesis, which indeed we can, which is about what I'm about to do. So if you see in that picture, the modus tollens argument is a logical argument in the form of if P, then Q. If that is a true statement, which we have been told the Earth is a sphere of radius 3,959 miles, that's the P. Anyone, even in mainstream science, if you Google what's the curvature of the Earth, the answer is the roughly 8 inches per mile squared. And any curve calculator will show you this other horizon distance measurement. This is based on their math, their model. That's why we're talking about the globe, because we're testing it. So it says there, if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, that's our P statement, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet Q. So the reason for that is if you're on a sphere, imagine you just imagine as a model, like with a little Lego man standing on a beach ball. He's not going to be able to see things on the side of that ball. Things are going to disappear in the distance at some rate. If you're looking straight ahead, you are going to see the horizon, which is the apparent position where the Earth meets the sky. If you're on a sphere, then the measurement of where that would be is what we gave you right there, 1.225 times the square root of an observer's height in a sphere of that radius given. And so in this case, this is a still image from a video that was taken in California. These oil rigs, someone else I see Creation Bear put up the map there, which I think is probably from Google Earth or something, showing you these distances are confirmed. No one disputes the distances. So if you see those two oil rigs, and do you see the horizon point, Cardo, where the water meets the sky? Do you see the horizon line in that image?
That is, I see the horizon, yes.
Okay. And would you say that horizon is behind or in front of the oil rigs?
Behind.
Yeah, it's behind. Okay, so in that case, since the confirmed distance of the furthest away oil rig to platform habitat is 9.41 miles, we can't say, just looking at that exactly how far the horizon is behind that, but we can say it's definitely further than 9.41 miles. Therefore, since the maximum distance for the geometric horizon, if we were on a sphere of this dimension, is 1.22 miles, we've therefore shown that Q is not true because the horizon is much further. Therefore, P cannot be true either. Therefore, you do not live on a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. You are free, Cardo, to go from that point to try to come up with where other places that you live, but you do not live on a sphere of that radius of 3,959 miles. Yes, Cardo, what's your reaction?
So can you tell me what was your proof that it shouldn't go past what mile the curvature starts?
That's not my proof. That is the geometry and the math given to us by the WGS 84 official globe model. It has nothing to do with me. I'm testing the numbers they gave us, and they fail.
So if you got proof, right, and no one here that is a globar is saying like fake news and not disrespecting what you're saying. So when it happens to me and when it happens to you want to mute and kick everyone. So when I post a video explaining why your point is invalid and the Earth is round, why does all your flat earthers, globe destroyers, should I say, decide to become apes and monkeys and decide to start screaming in the chat, and they receive no repercussion of what's happening. But if I try to say that,
Cardo. Okay, keep going. I didn't know you weren't done. Keep going.
But if I try to say that, it's you're telling me you're gonna mute me and you're gonna kick me from the Discord. What
Okay, so what happens here, Cardo, which I thought I explained in the VC check-in, is that we have. Discord. Okay, so what happens here, Cardo, as I tried to explain in the VC check-in, is that we have a live stream which goes out on YouTube. Not only do we have people who listen on YouTube who would like to hear a coherent conversation and maybe, hack an actual civil discussion, we also sometimes, one of our admins, Indio, takes excerpts from the live stream, makes them into podcasts to help other people understand the nature of their world and of reality. So I know nothing about what came before. So let's just erase that from the memory. So I'm sorry if you have a complaint about whatever it was that happened before. If you want me to go back in the live stream and listen to it and don't know what you want me to do about it. But can we just move on with what we're talking about right now? Otherwise, we'll go on to someone else. If you can't talk about the information being presented and have prime example of you not addressing what I just said, when I wasn't even here.
Consequences.
Yeah, I'm going
to receive. Yeah, exactly.
Okay, Cardo, I'm going to mute you because I can see why these gentlemen were concerned about your inability to listen. That's perfectly fine. We all have flaws. I have flaws as well. Okay, he's gone now. Great. Anybody else have a question or comment about the Black Swan argument? JC, Merciless, any of these other new people want to get into the discussion?
Well, there was one guy here that
well done, Mary Mom. Well done.
Thank you.
I'd like to hear his points.
Habib, yeah.
Habib, yeah. Go ahead, Habib. Maybe you are more respectful than he was.
What do you want to hear about?
Well, what are your questions? You're defending him, so you have some information for us, so we'd like to hear it.
Oh no, the only reason why I was defending him is because he was bringing up a point, and then you guys were all shutting him down, wasn't letting him speak, like he said.
Okay.
So, I kind of had to point this. I'm sorry, but I had to point it out. If we're having a civilized discussion, I think it's unfair for someone to call him a fucking retard and for him to scream down the mic just because. You guys just don't believe in this point. I mean, this is a discussion overall.
Habib,
that's what I'm just trying to say.
Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead, man.
I think that I asked him a question about the numbers, radius, and things. Is that true?
Yes, you.
Is it true that the girl who was spoken now, like for 10 minutes, was speaking about? Yeah.
She was talking about fallacies, yes.
She was speaking about some example about some oil rigs and Horizon and stuff.
Yeah.
What was rude?
Okay, we're not doing this. We're not going to re-adjudicate. If somebody wants to go down to the chill channel and re-adjudicate stuff that we weren't even here for, let's just talk about the flat Earth here, Habib.
Right. Yeah.
What have you heard?
Whoa, okay.
And you got your time. You got to complain. Whatever. Okay. Complaint noted. Let's move on. Habib, what have you heard previously about the flat Earth?
Oh, I've heard many things. I've heard that you guys don't believe in space. You guys think gravity is just a theory. Ice wall.
No, Habib, let me correct you. Gravity is a theory, right? It has never been validated. Never.
Okay.
There's no scientific experiment that proves gravity. Even your side, even the globe tells you this. Even Neil deGrasse Tyson tells you he doesn't know what gravity is. It's that easy.
Okay.
Right?
It's like other theories, you believe in them, you don't. Okay, so we move.
No, it's really not about belief, but what can you prove? Okay, so if you want to believe, that's fine. If you want to believe in the globe,
listen, fine. Science tells us about evolution, and then we're not monkeys, are we? So religion, people don't believe in them because of religion. Like, it's a theory. Like, if I want to think otherwise, I can think otherwise.
And there's no scientific experiment that proves evolution, right? So it's all just a story at this point. The only thing you can prove, and we can prove to ourselves, is if there is curvature, right, Habib? Right. And if you somewhere have a large body of water, you can test this. So we are just humans, just like you, but we stop believing stuff, right? When you watch the television, they tell you all kinds of stuff and they hope you believe it. But how can you test this? How can you validate that what they tell you is real, is true, right? Do you want to know the truth, Habib?
Go on, tell me the truth, man.
Well, the Earth isn't the ball. Dandelion just showed you with the oil rigs, right?
Right.
If the Earth is a sphere with the radius of 3959, then every horizon cannot be further than 1.225 times the square root of the observer height. And I know this is maths that maybe go over your head, but yeah, you got to trust me on this one, right? These are globe maths. You can check this for yourself. So whenever we tell you something, we encourage you to do your own research and check it, right? Don't trust us. Go check it.
Yeah, and the thing is, and do you come here? You guys come here and you have just a belief. You don't have any facts. You don't have any real evidence. And so when we try to present this stuff to you, we are attacked, right? So all we
Right, but I've been nothing but accepting of your facts right now. So I don't understand. You guys said
that's saying you guys come here. You don't understand your own belief system. You have no facts for what you believe in. So then you come in and you attack us when we give you evidence and facts.
When have I attacked you, man? When have I attacked you?
Okay, so before we get back into that, what I wanted to say, because when Roger was talking, I realized, like, people are math phobic. Like maybe it's better to think of it like a conceptual thing, like Habib. If you, if you saw no television, never went to school, you're just like Mowgli in the jungle, being, raised by wolves or whatever. Sure. You went out in the world. What would you think that you were on a spinning globe hurtling through space at a high rate of speed? Or would you think the Earth was flat and stationary?
To be honest, if I was in the jungle, I'd fucking be half brain dead. I wouldn't be not to think. I wouldn't even know that this is the Earth.
Sorry if I made that too complicated. Yeah, I'm just going to continue. I'm not going to ask you a question. I'm just going to continue with what I was trying to explain. So everyone experiences the Earth as flat and stationary. This is not a radical idea. This is your life, Habib. Right. You've never seen any curve. You've never experienced any motion. As we mentioned before, we see things in the distance way further than we should. If you don't understand all the numbers behind it, what we just showed you, I I hope you can understand that, okay? You do, to some extent, unless you're going to actually go to do the math, I guess you are taking our word for it, which is unfortunate because it's not really that difficult of math, and so we could go through it again for you if you want. But the point being is you have these people with these, who are trying to convince the world that everything is completely 180 degrees different than what they experience, which was just standing on a flat, stationary Earth and watching the heavenly bodies move across the sky. That's what we've always seen. The reason why all of this has to be so complicated, and you have these astrophysicist science fiction writers making up all these mathematical fairy tales, is because they're trying to tell you that no, the sun is standing still and you're moving. They're trying to convince people of something that is completely illogical and goes against all your senses and all your experience. So all we're trying to do here, and it gets hostile sometimes because some people care more about you than I do. I don't care enough to argue with you guys anymore. That's why I just said to what's his name after I muted him, you want to leave? Go leave. I said that to you guys in the check-in. If you want to stay in your delusion, stay in your delusion. You're being presented with an opportunity here that you will not find, virtually. There's a few other pockets on Earth you can find it. If you happen to run into somebody who's on a, flat Earth tour or something, or, a few, people on YouTube or here and there. But it's very rare to come across people who are willing to accept reality the way it actually is, to try to convince you to come out of delusion and join what we found is very helpful to us, not only in this area, but other areas, is to actually use logic and rational thought, which is sorely lacking in our world. So if these guys get a little agitated about it, because they're tired of seeing young people like you come and defend something that you, one, know nothing about, which is what Sasha's question was supposed to show, that you don't even know this model you're defending, that's being passed down to you from above, that you've never seen or experienced. And you're defending people when you have no vested interest in it. As far as I can tell, if you're a young person, you're not getting paid to push the globe, and you don't even know it. You're just sure there must be some YouTube video out there that's going to prove these flat earthers wrong, because as soon as they start making sense, you're like, oh, but all the scientists are going to say you're wrong, even though we don't know why. So the point being, that we're not going to talk about people. No, I'm almost done. I'm almost done, Habib. We're not going to go back and talk about people being mean to you on the Discord, all right? Because we don't care about that. We don't have time for that. We're here for people who are ready to hear the truth, who are ready to be objective, and who are ready to recognize that this is the cutting edge of getting people out of their indoctrination and brainwashing that was going on far too long.
Thank you. Thank you.
Tell it again.
I just want to I want to say,
fucking Tyrannosaurus wrecked.
I was just trying to make the argument. To be honest, I wasn't even speaking about, whether I wasn't defending the group, to be honest with you. I was defending Cardo because he was getting shouted over. But that's okay.
Well, forget about Cardo. He doesn't want to be here. He doesn't need to be here.
Is he your leader? Is he your leader?
No, what?
No. Okay, so forget about him, right, Habib? This is your chance to learn, right? Cardo didn't want to learn. He just wanted to argue. He just wanted to fight, right? He fight his own bias because Earth the globe, right?
Well, hello.
Hello.
At the end of the day, it's actually very simple, and a lot of people sell themselves short. Because what Mary Mom is talking about with the Black Swan, maybe there's people out there who are questioning like what relevance it really truly has, and like, here's the thing. If you Google anything that has to do with curvature, like if you Google, okay, how to calculate the distance to the horizon, or if you calculate what captains account for Earth curvature and how, they're going to tell you a lot of different things, and all of it is going to amount to, well, if we live on a sphere with a radius of set size, then these are the formulas that we are going to go by. So when we're showing you the Black Swan and we're like, well, how could they be going with these formulas and these equations to do what they're doing in the military and this and that, if the obstruction isn't even where they claim it's supposed to be, like 10 times further? That's not a little bit. That's 10 times.
Minimum 10 times. Because the horizon is further than 10 times.
So when you have ballistics and you have to account for the curvature and account for, when you're accounting for all this stuff, it's based on the size of the Earth being what they claim. And you can't do any of that stuff if you're going to claim refraction, because ultimately you're saying that all of those equations and all of those formulas are basically useless.
Elijah, he didn't even understand any of that. Trust me, because we've been here with him and the other guy, and they have no idea what we're talking.
Can I make a short point, guys, please?
Yeah, go ahead, Gibby.
Yeah, thank you, Mary Mom. These Globers come in here and they try to hold and strengthen their belief without any knowledge of sphere mathematics. But this is just like going and playing dice with someone that uses rigged dice. They lose everything they have. They come here and we tell them that guy is using rigged dice. And they tell us, no, that's not possible. If you give me money and I can go back and play some more, I can win.
Yeah, it's like Stockholm syndrome. They're defending their oppressors. Yeah. It's an interesting phenomenon about Discord. Yeah, you freaked me out when I first realized it. Now I guess I'm used to it, but yeah, it's interesting. Yeah. And younger people used to be the ones who were all like question authority and all that. Remember that? Yeah. Now it's like my authority wouldn't lie to me. I love them. Yes. I know they're right, and you guys are wrong. Just stop with these facts.
Flat off topics only, guys.
Oh, Merciless, what's going on down there?
Yeah.
What do you want? What do you want to know about the flat Earth? What do you want to know about the flat Earth?
Okay, so I'm not questioning your guys' intelligence or anything like that, but I just want to ask, what sort of qualifications do you have to know such things about the Earth?
being able to.
Maybe you can tell us your qualifications first of all.
What sort of schools have you been to?
No, maybe you can tell us your qualifications first, bro.
Wait, hold on.
Not wait.
I asked you a question. You can't answer it.
Well, Crypto, technically I was first, yeah or no? I mean, it's okay that you might want Crypto to go first, but he has to acknowledge that I was talking first.
Come on, man. Damn, bro. Damn, you so.
Go ahead, Elijah. Go ahead.
I mean, shit. I mean, go ahead, Crypto. I'm just saying.
Whatever, man.
What, are you struggling to answer? Are you struggling to answer my question?
No. I'm waiting for you to answer your own question.
No, he just asked you a nice question though. He didn't mean anything bad by it, did he?
Yeah. Then maybe he can answer the question.
What do you mean?
Just say what your qualifications are to defend the globe model.
Oh, I don't have any.
He hasn't been defending it.
He didn't defend it.
He hasn't even been defending it.
asked you a
It's
question.
literally like the same with everyone here.
Okay,
It's literally been the same with everyone here.
If people want to answer this, it's kind of a waste of time. But I mean, I can tell you. Okay, Elijah wants to answer. I'll just say something brief, then Elijah can answer it. It's, I have qualifications. I'm not going to list them for you. Many people here have degrees. It's pointless. We don't want to replace one voice of authority telling you what to think with another one. We want you to figure it out for yourself. That's why we're telling you about this. So you can go out and do your own observations, measurements, and decide for yourself. So that's why I don't think anyone here is going to list their qualifications. They can if they want to, but it's irrelevant. You should be able to look at the information based on the information itself. And if you are not capable of, and I'm not saying this in a rude way, if you have not been trained in logic and critical thought, which would be common, especially if you've been in any kind of education, public education system, pretty much anywhere in the world, as far as I can tell, you probably are not able to evaluate arguments on their merit as opposed to attacking the persons, which this whole group, that's their favorite thing to do. The thing about saying these people are this, that, let's go back and argue about something that happened 20 minutes ago when somebody hurt my feelings. That's the same, line of thinking that you're going with this. Show me your qualifications. So yeah, I got some, but I'm not going to tell you what they are.
Okay,
Elijah wants to answer. Go ahead, Elijah.
All the qualifications you need is knowing how to read and spotting contradictions. That was literally it.
Okay, cool. But what about any legitimate qualifications apart from being able to read and write?
Are you saying that anyone that you're claiming is legitimate would have to listen? I understand you're talking about somebody in a white suit, somebody that's probably been to college for 10 years and all that. Listen, what I'm saying is, wouldn't they need to know how to read and spot contradictions?
Yes, but what I'm saying is that if you've got some sort of high-level qualification and you've been to university and you've done your research and you still believe that the Earth is flat after that, then cool. You're passionate about what you're saying. But all I asked a simple question: for the people that want to state their qualifications, what qualifications do you have?
Merciless, what does it prove? Right? What does it prove?
What qualifications?
What does this prove?
Qualifications proves that you've learned one side of the fence.
All right, give me. There isn't a one side like you think. So tell me what kind of person with what would they have to be qualified in specifically?
Okay.
Because I know you might say university and all of this, but honestly, all of these different, they're all different. Engineers aren't going to do what chemists are going to do. It's going to be a different thing. Astrophysicists do something else, a world of their own. So which kind of qualification do you think is necessary to discuss the shape of the Earth?
Yeah, so obviously, okay. So right about now, you just have to have an open mind in what you're thinking about, because you need to be aware that there could be a round earth or there could be a flat earth. And what I'm saying is that if you've got some sort of qualifications, for example, in the UK GCSEs, it shows that you've actually acknowledged and understood what globe and global theories mean and what they are. And if you're still countering that with the evidence and the proof that you say you have,
Merciless,
we have the internet, right?
Do you think we don't know how the heliocentric model works? We had
we have the internet, right?
We had to school your friends about the heliocentric model, right? So yes, we are knowledgeable about the heliocentric model. I was just turning Cardo into a flat earther because he wanted somebody with with a degree, right? We have a person here with a PhD in spectrography. Here you go. Welcome to Flat Earth. He did countless laser tests, right? He shot lasers over large bodies of water. He used his quote-unquote skills he learned with his PhD to make it thorough. And he proved to himself that the Earth is flat. Okay?
Sorry, what was and I have a question too. Is a evil hacker a qualification?
No.
5 years of prison for hacking, is that a stupid man?
I don't understand where we're going.
The prison proves that he's a hacker. But is he a stupid man?
What? He's actually quite smart.
Is it smart? He's smart, right? But
if you can hack, you've got a decent brain.
He doesn't have a PhD.
Yeah, but it's different because it's actually
those people who put together those servers which he break into.
Yeah.
Were engineers and PhD.
Yeah, people that have qualifications. Yeah,
so
and he's just come out of nowhere.
He's actually smarter than all of them together.
Yeah, but what?
I mean, you're naturally smarter than everyone.
Yeah, that's a good point. I love that guy.
But that's just one thing, though. That doesn't apply.
One thing. There's many things, my son.
One more thing.
I'm sorry.
How many mechanics do you know
Yeah.
that have never stepped foot inside of a building to learn how to become a mechanic?
Yeah.
What did you say?
Someone else repeat that for him. He obviously wasn't listening.
Yeah.
No, just
all I heard.
There are mechanics. There are mechanics who never went to school for that kind of thing. There are people who can.
Yeah.
There are people. Right. Okay. So,
but
there you go. There's some people. Listen. Now we're gonna get this back on point because number one, your question was answered. Okay, Roger told you that there's at least one person, one example in here. Who's a PhD, who's done some things to determine that the Earth isn't a globe. So there's a way of answering your question. There's probably multiple people. Me, myself, I don't have any credits in college, but I am self-taught, which you said is capable, right? Possible, right? Okay, so any other question? No, it doesn't.
Wait.
No, it doesn't. What establishes whether I'm correct or not is the question being answered and the information available. That's objective.
I've just got a question though, mate. Like I understand, like I'm not causing any offense here, right? But if you had the mechanic and you wanted someone to fix your car, would you go to someone who's gone to who's properly well versed in all that kind of jazz, or would you go someone who's self-taught? It's like who's more reliable in their sources?
I would trust somebody that was more self-taught than going to Jiffy Lube.
I'll tell you this because you sound kind of young. Here's the thing: in the real world, there are a lot of mechanics who just started their own businesses, rented out their own spaces.
I understand. I understand.
No, but this is what I'm saying. In the real world, this is what most people, like electricians and all that, they go to school for a very short time to pick up a trade, right? So
would you go to a self-taught
doctor?
Most people don't. Most people who there are a lot of people who own businesses, right, that don't do that, that have a lot more qualifications and a better standard than the people who've gone to school. There are a lot of people who will go to the mechanic down the block versus the guy at Pep Boys, right?
Yeah, no, but
right.
And
okay.
To piggyback
you
on
have
that,
you have to think about reliability, though.
Young lady, the reason is that people will go to say Toyota or Honda. It's for the insurance, the liability. That's the only reason they do it. So if you bought a brand new car, that's the only reason you're going to go back.
You can't speak for the general public. You're just generalizing.
Exactly. That's the general public, the people that don't really think for themselves. You understand?
But
They don't know that the mechanic down the street has far more.
Yeah, but we need to come back to the Earth.
What?
Your mic is gone.
We need to come back to the Earth.
How about this?
All right,
I wish there was a mechanic who could only show me YouTube videos and not demonstrate any of their quality of work. I would trust a mechanic who could show me verifiable, proof of their work. I wouldn't go to someone who would only have YouTube videos and CGI.
But guess what? I agree. I think everyone here would agree. As a matter of fact, that's what science is, right? It's a method for establishing cause and effect relationships. And thanks to a hypothesis, someone such as myself or anyone could repeat said experiment to get the same result, to understand what was going on.
Yeah, but okay, wait.
So what I'm saying to you is, we're talking about whether or not people are qualified to know things. And while that's cute, we're not actually talking about the information at hand.
Okay, but think about atomic models, right?
I mean, how many flat earthers have you spoken to? Because again, you're talking about, all of this stuff that really doesn't have anything to do with the information itself. Think about atomic clocks. Why?
Okay.
Look, listen, guys, we got a rover and a drone on Mars. Obviously, it's a spinning water ball in space.
Yeah, the thing of it is, that's what we're trying to ask you, to just examine this information with your own mind. And, as we mentioned before, it does happen to mesh with your own experience. You prefer to farm this out to these. I mean, who are you even talking about as being an authority? I mean, there is a logical fallacy called appeal to authority. Usually, it would recognize if the authority was well versed in the topic, that you could trust them, and it wouldn't be a logical fallacy. The logical fallacy is appeal to an authority that has, no knowledge or expertise in the subject. So in terms of the globe model, find me an authority that can defend it properly, because we've never seen one here. We see people that come in here and claim to be, physics this and, these kind of experts and rocket scientists and all that. They get destroyed logically, and then they leave and are never seen again. So do you have a globe model authority that you would like to present to us that can explain to us how this model that fails every time it's tested in reality actually works? Because that's what we're doing here. I don't even understand what your question is. You don't have to have any expertise to, know about the world where you live. You're farming that out to someone else and just not going to think about it at all. And just going to, I understand the concept. It's more safe. It makes you feel safe to think someone's in control and authority. Someone's got this all under control. They know what's going on. The things they've been telling me since birth are correct, because otherwise you have to rethink your whole worldview. We understand that that's uncomfortable. We understand that.
I have a question.
Yeah, please ask.
Yeah, so I'm not attacking you. I'm just asking a question right now. But if you picture yourself in Norway and another person in Russia, and the moon is above the flat Earth, isn't that where the moon is for you guys?
Yep, the moon's where it appears to be, above your head, moving. That's right.
All right. So, how come we see the same moon, the same side of the moon? It's just a really question. It's not an attack.
You're curious about it.
Do you claim to know what the moon is?
No, he's curious. He's just curious.
How many sides has the moon?
Probably.
If it's a sphere, it has
How do you know it's a sphere?
I don't know, but I said if it is.
You don't exactly. Well, all mankind seen was the moon, and it has one side which is not always a full circle.
How do you know that?
Because this is what we observe.
Well, maybe
Wait,
someone.
so are you saying
What do you see, Habib? Have you seen otherwise?
Yeah, I could see a sphere. Sometimes
well,
I look up. Sometimes I look up.
Somebody
and I
mute
see a
me,
cube.
please. Just mute him.
It's Xiami.
No, don't, no, hold up. That's so unfair. He just said,
Okay. No, we are not. Okay. Did I not make it clear that we're not discussing moderation in the live stream? That's not the topic here. Xiami's the one talking. Okay. Habib and Merciless. If you have things to say about what Xiami is asking, then please hold them. If you can't remember, you can always write them down. And then Get Beget was addressing Xiami and Xiami's question. So let's get back to that. So Xiami, do you have any response to what Get Beget said?
Not really. I was just curious.
Yeah, so you're making you got the presupposition that the moon is a sphere, which has not been verified.
Okay. Can I quickly say one point?
No, I wanted to add to that. Is your point going to be related to the moon?
Yeah, it will be.
Okay, you can go ahead first.
Okay, cool. So, what that guy just said, the curious person, he said that you can see you can see the same side of the moon from where he lives in Norway, or what he said. Yeah. Okay, basically. So I do have some curious about that as well, because if the Earth is a sphere, as we've been told, there's obviously going to be different parts of the moon that have different effects. So some may have been hit by like meteors or whatever they call them, like rocks, and patterns or like different colors on the moon have been created. So when you look up at the sky, or when you look up at the moon, you can see some like patches and patterns. And if it's a sphere, it'll be rotated and you'll see different images, and you can find that on Google. You can find different sides of the moon on Google.
Yeah, exactly.
And
how
also,
was the moon formed in the globe
that's
model?
the thing. That's the thing. Those things that you're talking about, right? The images, the shadings, whatever it is that we see on the moon, they don't change. They've never changed.
Yeah.
As far as we know, as far as we have with the pictures that we have today.
Yeah, but remember this.
There is no moving.
Remember this.
Or using the modern technology we have now, we can see that it's different patterns. You know, we can see different craters on the moon.
Remember this. We've only been here for a couple of years, and the whole universe.
Regardless of how long we've been here, what I said is all of the pictures in existence will show the same exact moon. For you to assume that it was different, some other point is irrelevant to me, because you wouldn't be able to prove that. That's just a story that's been given to you. I think like his overall point is that like we all see the same face, the same side of the moon. It never changes for anyone ever here on this earth, right? So I guess he's asking, how would that work? I mean, because I don't have that answer. No one knows how the moon works or what it is, but I can tell you what the story is behind how the moon got there from the other side, it being, you know, in the heliocentric model and all. So there's this wayward planet called Theia, right?
Well, you said no.
Yeah.
It collided with Earth. It deposited energy for Earth's molten iron core, and then broke off just a piece for the moon to be just the right distance and just the right size for eclipses, and also putting it into an orbit that we would just so happen to only see one side for our entire lives. That is a very hard story to believe, especially because there's no proof for it.
There's no proof for anything, though, is there?
And that's how the core of the Earth got formed.
Sure there is.
Who keeps saying that?
Nickel alloy.
She keeps rebutting everything we say without any evidence for anything. Do you have any evidence to offer?
No. I'm not rebutting anything. I'm just here for debate purposes.
What kind of evidence do you have? What evidence do you have?
Not a very good way to debate and say there's no proof for anything. So what the hell are you doing? What is your point? If there's no proof of anything, how are you debating anything? Are you feeling okay?
I'm fine, mate. I'm fine. I'm just saying.
You don't sound fine. You just said there's no proof for anything, but I heard you trying to argue for this globe. The hell is going on with you guys?
I never argued.
What's going on in here today?
Against anything. I'm just.
So how is
been pretty crazy, Chocolate. Been pretty crazy. Hi,
Is there
Chocolate.
proof that you are on Discord right now talking to us? Is there
And they
proof of
don't
that?
provide any evidence. Nothing.
I'm just
No
interested.
evidence at all. No evidence to give at all. Nothing.
Yeah, but I'm not arguing for or against anything.
Yes,
I haven't
you are arguing for.
I haven't said anything
There
concerning.
really isn't a neutral position here.
Well, let me challenge what you said directly. So you said there's no proof for anything. Well, do we know the cause of type 2 diabetes?
No.
Yeah, we do. We know.
Oh, yay!
Right? So that's just automatically right there. You're wrong. We do know things. Number one.
Yeah.
Usually hear this, there's no proof of anything claim after it's been realized that there's no proof for the globe. All of a sudden, there's no proof for anything.
Is there anybody here with any real
That
questions?
sounds delusional.
Is there anyone here with any real questions that want real answers and is not here to subvert and cause issues and problems and, get people triggered? Is there anyone here with any real questions? Seriously.
Yeah, and I'll tell you that in 5 minutes. I go quickly do something.
I was going to say also there's people in the VC check-in. There's a mod and 2 silvers in there. So if anybody wants to get the VC verified role so that they can, unmute themselves, like Quarth, I see you have no roles. This is a good time to go up there to VC check-in and try to get the VC verified role so you can unmute and then also see more of the server.
Hook me up, Dandelion.
Yeah, I wonder if that Miss knows how many square meters has her own house.
No, there's no
She
proof for
might be
anything.
gone. I
so-
think she's. Is she gone?
Yeah. But I have a question. Just a question, guys. Come on, trying to learn here.
What'd you say, Habib?
I said I have a question.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Sure, go ahead.
You're trying to learn here. So I want
Before you ask your question, do you think what the other girl thinks, that there's no proof for things?
Let him ask the question.
No.
I just want to know. I just want to know so that people know whether they want to waste their time or not. Like, so do you think that things can be proven or not?
Yeah, I think things can be proven.
Okay, go ahead.
Great.
Okay, fine. Regardless, so I want to know more about solar eclipses. How we see them. Sometimes, how we've been told. Not that I've seen one, but people say you can see the shadow of the Earth when during the solar eclipse, right? You can see that it's round.
No, that would be a lunar eclipse. Solar eclipse is different.
Okay. My bad. A lunar eclipse. Right. My apologies. Yeah.
Well, it doesn't work.
Yeah, I understand that you guys have said the oil rig has this new curvature of the Earth, but I want to understand why their point that they're trying to make how the Earth, the shadow, is round. Why is it round?
Right.
Can I say the solar eclipse proves?
Yeah, correct. Lunar eclipse.
It's better for solar eclipse if we're talking about solar eclipse. It's proof it's not about the clusters or around it. Because the moon and the sun, you can see the moon and the sun at the same time in the before the solar eclipse. So it's not about that. It's something else.
So I'm going to stop you there. Your mic's a bit muffled.
Okay.
I heard what he said.
Yeah.
It is kind of hard to understand. I agree.
Habib, do you know about the Faraday effect?
The effect of what, sir?
Of Mr. Faraday, yeah. He discovered a light effect.
You talking about sorry, continue. No, don't.
Yeah. It's about the polarized light, how it can be blocked by a magnetic field present.
Right. Okay.
Can I interrupt?
These light sources in the sky, they are round.
because they're being blocked
So
by electromagnetic presence.
yes, and when two different types of light sources come one to another, they can create a cancellation.
A cancellation of what?
Well, that light you will not see when both those light come together. There will be no light visible anymore, because one light source cancels the other.
Okay.
With all due respect, he wants to know why there's a curve on the earth, on the moon, and he seems to think that it's because of the earth. Do you want to attempt to answer that question?
Oh,
Why don't you just answer it, Elijah?
Okay. Well, here's the thing. So we don't know that. As a matter of fact, when you in real life experience a lunar eclipse, there's nothing that would tell you that what's causing the shadow on the moon is the earth that you're standing on. And I was going to tell you that we don't know what causes eclipses. That's what I told you earlier, I think. We don't understand, but I can tell you what the heliocentric model says causes eclipses. Obviously, it's what you said. The earth getting in the way of the sun's light, causing the shadow on the moon, right? You're wondering, well, obviously it's round or it's curved, yada, yada, yada. But here's the thing. Number one, it doesn't work in the heliocentric model because it's supposed to actually be in alignment, but it's not when you observe it in reality. That's why it's called the geometrically impossible eclipse, also known as the Selenilian eclipse. And so they try to rectify this problem with refraction. But even with refraction, it doesn't explain why the shadow is upside down, if you could call it a shadow. So the shadow appears top down or it appears left to right, but it doesn't appear bottom up.
Right. Yeah.
So the moon is setting. It's supposed to be setting into the shadow that the earth is causing. So that shadow would begin at the bottom, but it begins at the top. Both the sun and the moon are in the sky. The shadow's on the top. If you were to see that in reality, you go, well, I don't know what's doing that, but it can't be the thing that I'm standing on, obviously.
I see. Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. So a lot of people think that these kind of things like eclipses and so on disprove the flat Earth in some way. But when you look at them in more detail, it's actually the globe model that fails to adequately predict or explain these things.
Okay, can I quickly say something?
Oh yeah, please. Mercedes.
Okay, cool. So just going back to a point stated a couple minutes ago, I don't know the guy's name, but I think he's like a elder man, and he said he was talking to the girl in Discord, and he said that the reason why he believes the Earth is flat is because when he was looking at he's done like a sort of laser test, and he said that, what do you say, the water is on a level plane or something. He said like a body of water. That conversation, I don't know if you guys remember that. Do you remember it?
The water is the whole water, yes.
Well, it might have been talking about we have I put up in the live stream voice text earlier information from Dr. John Dee's channel. He's a PhD who studies the flat Earth, and I think that's who some people were referring to. I'm not totally sure, but yeah, he does laser tests. A lot of other people do laser tests, and the lasers hit the target at a distance when the target should be obscured behind this alleged curvature. That's the purpose of the laser test.
Mm-hmm. And he said that the reason why he believes Earth is flat is because the water is flat on the ocean. But the reason is because of that is because one, what I believe as a global, that gravity has a force on the water, and water takes shape of whatever it's in. So, for example, if the rocks were jagged at the bottom, the water would take shape.
It takes the shape of the thing that it's in. Is the water on the ball in the ball?
Yeah, it's not in it, but yes, it lies on the surface.
It's not. So then we're not talking about the same thing then.
All right, so wait a minute.
Because you're talking about water conforming to the outside of a shape, right?
And it turns out that he cannot use gravity. He has to define the gravity.
Why doesn't it do that on a basketball then? If you put water on a basketball, why won't it just take the shape?
Because it doesn't have the. It's not the same size. That's the reason.
Let's go back to your example. You were going to say that if you put
gravity is supposed to be
going to change the surface. I don't think so.
The Earth is not a perfect circle. That's the thing.
Can you answer
That's
me?
not what you see in space.
Those NASA images they show us are perfect.
Not a circle at all.
They've been showing us perfect circles for years.
Perfect circle. Yes.
You show us any curvature
from the 70s.
Do you understand how curvature works, though? Do you understand what you're trying to explain? I don't think you really understand what you're trying to explain.
So I don't understand what I'm trying to explain.
No, if the water's curving, right? So I shouldn't be able to see around a curve, right?
No, because you don't have a mirror.
Okay. So somebody please, Dandelion, maybe you'd like to go over him with the same Black Swan, perhaps.
Black Swan.
Might want to understand.
Merciless, did you see when we went over the Black Swan earlier with?
Yeah, I heard some of it.
The first guy.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so did you understand what was being presented there about the horizon being behind the oil rigs?
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
What did you understand about it?
You were saying that the reason why the Earth's flat is because you're talking about the way the water approaches the oil rig and how it's flat. That's what he's basically saying.
There's no answer.
No,
go on, run me
it
over
wasn't.
again.
Yeah, the point of it is where the horizon is, and the point of it is that we are given these exact dimensions for this alleged sphere or near sphere or whatever their current fairy tale is about the shape and size. Nonetheless, no matter what they change about the shape and what it's exactly like, they still claim this radius of 3,959 miles. They're required to continue to cling to that failed number because so much of their other fantasy model is built upon this number, 3,959 miles. This particular Black Swan observation is one observation falsifying that claim and showing you that we don't live on a sphere of 3,959 mile radius. This is only one observation. The laser tests are other observations. There's numerous, many. I've done them myself, viewing Chicago across Lake Michigan. All of these are showing you that the numbers are wrong. The reason why we talk about the water, why these tests are done over water, is because water lays flat in its container. And so the whole reason why people bring up water as a way to show that another way that the globe model fails to even be at all possible in the world where we actually live is because water lays flat and at no point is it going to be bending around a ball. You never see it do this. It never does this. The Black Swan observation shows you that horizon is at least 10 miles away, when it should only be 1 mile, 1.22 miles away if we lived on a sphere of the dimension claimed. Therefore, it's showing that we do not live in said place.
Can I put in also, it's about the attitude you are in from the ground you are. If you're just 1 foot from the ground, then you have an angular size to the tanking plane that can tell you if the Earth is going round, it's going behind the geometric horizon. You cannot have a two horizon because you can see the apparent horizon far away, maybe 20 miles away there. And black swan lithium. Because we cannot measure any tangent line to geometric horizon, the only result we have is the apparent horizon. That the sea is meeting the sky, or the ground is meeting the sky. So we know it's going faster in the distance. There is no tangent line to the geometric horizon. That is the black swan about. Over.
I would like to comment on the basketball experiment. You know how dropping water on a basketball, it doesn't have the same effect like you would in with water on the earth, right? But wouldn't that just bring us back to gravity and how because a ball and the earth, so they're different sizes, different masses, So an object on the earth would accelerate, it would be there fast, way more than it would on a basketball. So
we don't. The mass attracting mass gravity, as a force, has no verifiable evidence on Earth. Even mainstream science has discarded it in favor of the Einsteinian model, which also is highly questionable and theoretical. We do not accept this mass attracting mass concept because it's never been demonstrated or proven at all. It's just a thing. I mean, I know they still
years out of date.
That's right. I know that. I mean, they still push it in school. There's a lot of things they push in school that they even themselves know they're not true. They just, because they're still in the textbook, they don't, they're just in the habit, and they just say, "Oh, later we'll explain it to them. Later we'll explain it to them." Same with the rigid atomic model. It's the same. And a lot of the teachers in school probably don't even realize that the mass attracting mass gravity has been discarded by mainstream science. So, it's just not a thing.
Bendy pseudoscience is the current pseudoscience. That's the new hot shit. Is bendy space-time. Not mass attracting mass.
But in order to have mass attracting mass anyway, you literally have to have the sphere that you think you live on. So
you might want to define mass also.
Sorry, a lot of people just spoke over.
Sorry, Eli. Go ahead, brother.
Oh, yeah, no, I just said I didn't hear what he said because a lot of people.
No, I was saying you can't have mass attracting mass without the size of the Earth that they claim it to be.
Right, and so what?
if it was that, we wouldn't have the black swan.
And the black swan is the oil rig, right?
The black swan shows that the horizon is in a calculable distance predicted by the Earth curvature model.
I see. Yeah. I have another question, but on a different topic, if that's okay.
Go ahead.
Do you understand the black swan? Do you understand the meaning behind it? Do you get it?
Do you want to explain the meaning behind it?
Well, instead of you,
maybe you just try to put forward what you think you understood.
I have this PDF. Could you read it out loud for us? Like, I'm just gonna send a screenshot into the live stream.
I'll read it out.
Dope.
All right, there you go.
Okay.
The first one.
The first one, yeah?
Yeah.
When we stand on so how far away is the horizon? When we stand on the shore with our feet just at sea level and look out to sea, we may ask how far away the horizon. Start by making the simplifying assumption that the Earth is a sphere with a radius. Then the line from our eye to the horizon is a tangent to a circle of radius. Represent as shown in the diagram in the thing. Here's h, our height, the height of our eye above sea level. R is the radius of the Earth. L is the length of the line connecting our length of the line connecting our eye directly to the horizon. And S is the arc length, the distance along the surface of the Earth to the horizon. The angle is the angle made between our position and the horizon. Since the triangle in the figure is a right triangle, we may use Pythagorean theorem to find relationships between the variable, specifically.
Right. So you don't have to get into the formula and all that.
Right.
But the bottom line is, this is what we're talking about. So in order for there to be like a physical Earth curve edge for like boats to disappear behind, mountains to disappear behind, stuff like that, like this has to be true. What you read has to be true. The formula has to be true based on the size of the Earth that they claim. What we're showing you with the Black Swan is that it's not true. And all we're asking is, why is that? I mean, because literally, if the Earth isn't the size that they claim, then the whole model is a lie.
I mean, you realize that the horizon is supposed to be the curve of the Earth, right? No, you're good, bro. Just real quick, you understand, like, the horizon, that's supposed to be like the beginning of your curve of the Earth, right?
Yeah, I understand.
Right. So if that's physical, right?
Yeah.
If that would be physical, would it be able to move back and forth? Like, would you go out one day, right, and the curve of the Earth, quote unquote, starts at like a mile away, and then tomorrow you go out and the supposed curve of the Earth starts 10 miles away? Would that be possible if it was a physical location?
Honestly,
no.
There you go. No.
Right.
No.
Because we don't live on a ball that's supposed to be flexing and expanding, and right. We don't do that. But the horizon, anytime you go out, it's in a different place. You know why that is? It's because it's optical. Right? It's just the horizon is just an optical phenomenon. Right? It only exists in the optic. You can't get to the horizon. There's not a place there. You understand? And that's how they've convinced everybody that we live on a ball. Because they tell you, oh, you see that boat? You don't see the bottom of it because it's going behind a place, a physical place that's blocking it now. Right?
Yeah. Sure.
But that physical place can't move back and forth if it was physical. Hence, it's not physical. It's simply, like it's defined, the apparent position where the sky appears to meet the ground. That's it. That's why you look at the Black Swan, you see the horizon, and it's behind the oil rigs. But according to the globe math, it should be from that observer height, which is only 1 foot, like right next to the water at the beach, should be a mile away. Now think about that real quick. A mile away. So can you imagine laying at the beach, at the water, looking at the sun, and the sun starts setting a mile away? Does that make any sense in reality to you?
Wait, can I quickly
say
something as well? No. After your point? Have you finished?
Yeah, go ahead, man.
Okay, cool. So,
I just wanted to make him understand. I don't even know who I was talking to. I'm sorry, man. I'm not looking at my phone.
Talking to Habib. Okay, so me personally, with my own two eyes, unless I'm dreaming or something, I was literally there. I don't know if it's a cruise ship or like a ferry, but some sort of large ship was took so on, went further out towards the end of the ocean to where I can't see because you stated some sort of air or atmosphere gets in the way. I've watched it and
you saw a curve. Please don't say you saw a curve.
No, what I was saying is that the further the ship went, as it got over to a certain point, I started to see it going down, and I just started, like, the bottom of the ship disappeared, then the top of the ship started going down, then the big engines at the top started to disappear, then it just went. Can you explain that or not?
He just did, right? He just went through how it's not a physical Earth curve.
Angular resolution. Things get smaller in distance.
It's optical. It's not physical.
So I would have to go up to see that.
That might help, but
okay,
you would have to.
That's really not the point.
It would have to increase your angle of view, because I mean that's what we're talking about. So what you're trying to figure out is why things disappear from the bottom up. the first thing you should understand is it can't be Earth curved because of everything Chocolate and I just laid out.
Okay, cool. And then when
so whatever it is, it's not that.
Okay, and then a similar sized ship, I think it was slightly smaller this time. It was coming back to the docks that I was standing at, and I started seeing it from the top up. What's the reason because of that? I saw the top of the ship first.
In reverse. Instead of it's going away, it's coming to you. Simple as that.
Right.
Wait,
okay. The reason that the things are disappearing bottom up is because of the acuteness of the angle to the bottom of the object or whatever it is that you're looking at. Right? Okay. So that's the smallest angle from your eye to the object. So that's going to be the point where your eyes can't resolve it anymore. Right? It's beyond the angular resolution limit. So you can't pick it up anymore. That light can't get to your eye and you can't resolve it. So that's what disappears first. The same thing in reverse when you got the boat coming to you, right? The top, obviously that angle is a lot bigger than the angle on the bottom. So as it comes to you, now the bottom starts opening up and now you can see it because it's coming closer to you and that angle is getting bigger, increasing your angular resolution, and therefore you can pick it up and see it.
Okay. So, and
it's like when you look down a corridor. When you look down a corridor and there's 4 sides, there's 2 walls, a roof, and a floor. They all come together at the same point in the distance. But on the Earth, you've only got the floor. So obviously the thing is going to disappear on that floor plane long before anything is blocked on the right or left or above because it's open.
Okay, I believe a similar rule applies to what you're saying. So one question I've got for you guys: do you believe in hills and sort of dips within the earth, regardless of whether it's flat or
hills and valleys? Yes, nobody denies hills and valleys.
Okay, cool. So I was at the park once, and there's like a steady increase. There's like a hill in the middle of the park, and I watched people walk, and as they walked up, and meets like the peak of the hill, and they walked down. Their legs disappeared, then their knees, then their waist, then their chest, then their head. It's all gone. But when they walk back up, I saw their hair first, then their head, then their shoulders, then their waist, then their knees, and then they walk back down the hill.
This is
apply on the ship.
So listen, this is how it should work on a globe, but we don't see this, right? Because if the Earth was a ball with the radius of 3959, then every horizon cannot be further than 1.225 times the square root of the observer height. So if you are at 1 feet height, the horizon should be at 1.225 miles, right? And we can see way beyond this point. So it is not a ball.
Well, let me tack on to that. So like your hill example, right?
Mm-hmm.
So based on your angle, right?
Mm-hmm.
These people disappear beyond the hill, like after the crest of the hill, right? Because it's at a physical location. Now that's a physical place, right? So like say you're looking at the hill is literally let's say half a mile away from you. It's a big hill. Not even half a, like 100 feet or something. Okay, what we're saying is that's where the hill should be. It should be 1 mile away, but the hill is not there. And it has to be, according to the map. It's the map that they use to claim that they're seeing the things that they're seeing, but we're utilizing the same methods, optics, and we're showing that it's not there.
Flat Earth, you're hot micing. Flat Earth, Sola.
So we get the whole hill thing, and furthermore, did you know that things could appear to disappear from the bottom up on flat surfaces? Like we have examples of that too.
Can you show me an example of that?
All right. Can someone else help or give me like 60 seconds?
Well,
okay.
yeah, isn't that example just the ships we were just talking about?
Yeah, but give me another example, not just that. Do you have any more examples?
That's fine. That's fine.
Can I have a question not related to the curvature, or maybe it is, but no, I don't know yet. So it's about star patterns, right? I want to know how it works with the flat Earth model. I don't know what it's called. The model you guys seem to be proving, right? I said, how does it work? Because let's say you're in Australia, we get told, right, through and we get shown through the technology that we have nowadays that a certain star in the sky is upside down. To let's say if you viewed it in Europe, I don't know what I'm trying to get at, but like, why are star patterns like opposite and different? If you understand what I'm trying to get at, on the.
I don't think that nobody understands what you're saying. You are very, very all over the place.
I think he's trying to ask, like, why are constellations different at different points on the Earth? Like, why in one place can we see something and then in another place something else? Like, why can't we just see all the stars at the same point?
Because they rotate overhead and move away from you.
The ceiling fan.
Why is it when I'm on one side of my warehouse?
Yeah.
When I'm in one side of my warehouse and I look up into the ceiling, I see a light, and then I walk all the way to the other side of the warehouse and I look up. There's a different light, right?
Right. You have to understand the mirroring. If you're standing against you, if you are looking in the mirror or see something behind you in the mirror, everything will reverse. So you have to understand the mirror effect. Everything is.
Does everybody understand that asking questions about stars and moons and stuff? Do you guys understand the whole curvature situation here first before you start moving on to other things? Do you understand
I personally understand.
Do you guys understand the implications of it before you start moving off into outer space? Do you understand when you measure the ground and it comes up to be flat? Yes. How do you have a round surface now? A circular surface. A ball surface if you have a flat surface. How do you go off into space now when you just found out, hey, the ground's flat? Why am I in space when the ground's flat? Let me figure out why the ground's first before I start asking questions about stars and moons and pink elephants and stuff like that.
Good point.
So I posted a GIF of the coin disappearing over a flat surface.
Yeah, wait, where can I find that?
It's a GIF in the live stream at 104.
When we talk about curvature, it's very simple. We have the sphere mathematics. But when we talk about stars in the sky, things get a little bit more complicated because we talk about light sources, and light has many characteristics and behavior which people, usually globers, have not studied. They don't know anything about light.
Light is a big factor in everything. The light, the electronics.
Light has a specific behavior according to the medium it's propagating. And there are optical phenomena, lensing, refraction, looming, reflection,
and perspective.
Yeah.
Okay, there's another thing I wanted to ask. So You see, when you look at the moon, and you I don't know what it is. I think
I'm sorry. We're still talking about things disappearing over a flat surface.
Okay, that's fine. We can leave that to off.
I don't know what the moon is going to prove for you. That's not going to prove the surface of the Earth. Okay, so with these questions about moons and stars, this has nothing to do with the surface you're walking on. Do you understand?
No. You cannot touch them.
Yeah.
Please tell me you understand that.
Yeah, but we've covered that topic, and
that's the only topic you should be worried about. The moon and the stars has nothing to do with the surface of the Earth. Why do we need to explain how that works?
Square light of law. Light.
Well, to be fair, it's kind of
okay. You want to talk about the moon? You want to talk about the moon? Before we talk about the moon,
There's an atmosphere that was set, right?
Yes.
Like, we're supposed to be waiting for the acceptance of things disappearing over flat surfaces because we're actually talking about the curvature, and this seems to be a hurdle that we have to get over.
Correct.
So you're not helping when you
have to talk about the measurement. All measurements point to flat.
Okay. If you stay going back to the moon now, I don't know who it was, but the guy, I want to talk about the moon. The guy with the dodgy mic, or maybe someone else, said that the moon is flat. Yeah. Whoever said that, step forward.
No, nobody said that.
Well, nobody said that.
Wait, so you're calling me a liar? You call me a liar?
You probably heard.
Anyway, Merciless is muted. You can be unmuted after we're done. I nicely asked you to wait until we finished out the other conversation.
It's covering. They want to talk about the moon. They are talking about the flat surface, and they go to the moon and to the stars.
Yeah.
It's not logic. It's a flick, like going from the topic to something else that nobody can say exactly what it is. Now, if you are talking about the flat surface, then we just have to point out measurement.
Oh, so they actually left. Dude with XXX Tentacion's picture and the dude that I muted have both left. So I don't know.
Yeah, maybe they're just calling.
Anyone else, so that we can keep from monologuing amongst each other. Anyone else have any questions?
Yeah, there's Archer here with no roles.
Okay. Come on. No, Globus. If Globus have questions, I can answer any question.
Archer. Everyone.
Are you speaking?
Is it that hard to talk about the shape of the Earth? I mean,
when you don't know how to measure a radius, when you don't know how to measure a curvature, it is very hard, almost impossible. Everything is believed, fanaticism.
It's like trying to fight a battle with no weapons. I think they don't want to engage. They don't really
yeah, nice another.
I notice there's a common theme where once we start pressing back with actual observations like the black swan, they want to change the subject all of a sudden. It's like they don't want to actually deal with the reality that we're trying to present.
Yeah, same with gravity, right? They say, "Oh, I dropped a pencil and it went down," and we talk about how a balloon went up, and then they change the topic to density all of a sudden. It's like, wait, I thought we were talking about gravity.
Yep.
It's mental gymnastics.
It's serious for us, but I mean, also fun for us is we're the kind of people that, think that this kind of thing is fun, like going down rabbit holes. But for people like them, the normies, they never cared in the first place and probably never will care. So even if they knew the earth is flat, it honestly wouldn't affect them for whatever reason, because they don't know what to think about it one way or another anyway. So like it's a very weird thing. What happened?
I think we have a troll from Gem Panda in.
Okay, if we say the radius of the Earth in kilometers, not in miles, is 6,378 kilometers.
But
it's been 3 miles and something. So if we are doing the measurement, it's not fitting the radius. The radius is broken. There's nothing behind the radius. If the radius is broken, then they have nothing.
Can you explain to us how did you measure that radius?
Right, that's what I'm saying. All of those questions.
I can explain how they did it.
That's not fun. You know what I'm saying? Like the reason that a lot of people, the reason they're coming in is because they think that.
Let me
bro.
No, let me explain it.
Bro with the bad mic.
It's not because of the Venus. They assume.
Hello, Johnny Bernhardt. Your mic is extremely muffled. Nobody can really hear what you're saying, and Eli is also trying to speak to you as well. So I don't know. Maybe try to move the mic or do something with it because you're very muffled. Can't make out what you're saying, brother.
Especially when it's like in the middle of me talking.
Yeah. That's it.
So what I'm saying is I'm realizing with a lot of people, they don't actually care. So it's like this kind of pretend care, like people pretend to know about, like, sports, or people pretend to know about politics or whatever, but they just saw some highlights. So the reason people come in here is because maybe they were like playing a game and they're like, oh, let's go troll the Flat Earth server because it'll be fun. Oh, somebody Google like a quick, 5 arguments against the Flat Earth. Let's go troll those idiots. Like, they're coming in here to have fun. They're not coming in here to have their reality handed to them or taken away from them anyway.
They finish watching their entertaining show and then they come here expecting to find some more entertainment. Yeah.
Or most likely they find a YouTube, like, was it Professor Dave? So they think they're armed with all this counter knowledge where they can go debunk a flat earther. And they come drastically unprepared. And I think that's the reality. That's the reality they're not realizing is they think they're coming in with ammunition, but it's nothing but blanks. And we're blasting back with artillery and they can't do anything about it.
Yeah, and they're also driving with their foot on the gas and the brake at the same time because they'll start the conversation, but then they'll quickly realize they don't want to be in it. I got a phone call.
Okay, I'm in again. Is it better now?
You're better. You sound better now.
Fine. Sorry for the problem. Okay. But I think we were talking at the same time. I was not interrupting. It was just, I'm sorry.
Yes, and you probably didn't hear our friend.
Yeah, it's a time delay also because I was on a Bluetooth.
Yeah.
So, yeah. We were talking about... what were you talking about specific?
The Earth's curvature.
Yeah, and the Earth's curvature is can be measured in many ways. It can be measured, like people are talking about before here, with lasers. But lasers can be bent.
What's the maximum distance that can be measured with a laser? Industrial.
Sorry, I will say you don't need laser. You can use microwaves.
But you just told me that we can use lasers to measure.
Yeah, I was saying that people was talking about the laser tests.
Yes, we actually use lasers in topography, in many.
It can be very, very
whenever someone is building a bridge, they use laser instruments to measure the distances.
Yes, and it can be absolutely accurate in this distance.
And we also measure the landscape, inclination, degrees, angles, everything. When they build on land. Yeah,
I agree.
They have those special tools with tripod.
Yeah, I know.
Two guys sitting apart, one from another, one holding a ruler, and the other one looking through the device.
Yes.
Yeah, those are very precise measuring.
Very, very precise. Yes, but I will point out there is other technology that you can use it that is more exact. Absolutely. In long distance to 500 miles, that is microwaves. Microwaves. You can use it to get exact. But microwaves is going in straight line, and nothing can change it. Not light or nothing can change it. It's just going. Therefore, it's a
millimeter microwave. Yes, it is a very straight beam.
It's absolutely straight,
but it does not propagate through anything. It can be deflected.
Nothing can deflect it because it's
metal. A Faraday cage can.
Light cannot destruct it. Cannot, because therefore they are using this microwaves light technology in radars, and the best radars in the world is the U.S. Navy radar that can reach 500 miles. Listen to
the radar. It sounds like he's saying perhaps it could be deflected or blocked through some means, but there's no way it's going to be bending at the rate of curvature that they have 500 miles.
There's no way. It's absolutely no way to it's like going with a curve, because that is a technology that's not bending in the light. It's a micro waves.
So you are a flat earther?
Of course I am.
Oh, we're on the same side. Yeah, Good. I understand now what you mean. I thought you were about to say that these radars can see through the earth. And I was very worried.
No way, Jose. But I'm saying this technology is using a straight line of sight.
Yes. True.
And they are using, at the same time in the radars, they are using radio waves and microwaves. Both.
Yes. A combination of them.
To
give them
give them so they can see the speed of it and the straight line of it. The microwaves. The microwaves give them not the analog build of what is happening. Microwaves is more for the data. The radios is more for the how the mountainous is and everything. So they can see it in a format of like the I see it. You know, there are differences. It's better to use. Think about it. They are using analog technology and digital technology together.
Yeah.
Combine it together. And microwaves is about. It's always been used in radar from I think 40, 50, 90.
Yes, to be honest, I haven't looked yet if millimeter microwaves divergency angle, if they have any divergency.
The Nazis were the first of them.
From what I understood, they are like parallel waves. So
no, there's
they can establish. I know they can establish link, direct link telecommunication.
It's just like
distances from Cyprus somewhere to Libya or Lebanon.
Concerted link, yes.
Yeah.
And the problem is
distance. Yeah.
The problem is
the world's record.
It's about the frequency, and and they are shaking the frequency. It's going. It's going so food that if the signal is if they use too much power to it, it can cook your brain.
Yes, I know.
So it's the same technology you're using in the micro.
I actually, with my father, I wanted to buy to search for something like an industrial microwave cannon to build a room to dry timber wood, you know. This microwave technology will be very efficient to use and to dry timber wood because it penetrates and it hits the wood from inside out.
Its vibration is making the heat.
It's a very good idea, yeah. But when me and my father were searching for such cannons to buy, I found myself being sent to United States military things, and they say, no, this technology is the weapons category, and all you can use is these house microwaves, you know, and they are very low power in comparison. Yeah.
Yeah. And do you know that they are also using that in the sound reflection and the sound vibration? It's the sister to microwaves, and they are doing that in the Israel army. They did the test for sound, and they did it on the Palestinians, kill people just to test it, and and it was very useful for this matter, you know. So you can use sound, you can use electronic vibration with signal that is concentrated in to point out. Therefore, every light is going in straight lines. No line, nothing is going. Can bend or you cannot meet any target behind the curve. That's absolutely clear.
Yes. The light goes straight lines, but also divergent. The further it travels, the more it spreads. Yeah.
But like I was saying in the beginning, with the laser light, with the technology we are talking about, if there's not if it's not a big power behind the laser light, it's about the power. Then something in the atmosphere can let the laser bend. Yes, that's true. It will bend, but
yes, it will be.
But
not due to atmosphere.
I have to say before anybody else say, I have to. But it will never reach the target to target.
Mm-hmm.
If the laser is reaching target to target, then you have result. There is nothing that nobody can say about it. If you reach the signal, then you have reached the signal. And you can use it also with mirrors that they were using in the old military in the first World Krieg, the World War, the first. They were using signal mirroring of mirrors and given from high mountains to other mountains. It's true. If people don't believe that, they can just Google it up and look up a story. It was two big heroes that was doing that, and it was communication in that time. So, and every mirror signal is using light. Will always, if you meet the target, you have direct line of sight. There's no question about it. If you don't understand it, then you're either stupid or ignorant. Do you understand?
The Globers cannot understand this. They are not scientific at all. Science doesn't. Academic literature, fact.
They're not programmed
not curious
to accept that
about
information.
it. Yeah.
But I don't like what you're saying. Science is not a thing. Science is just a thing, methods. So don't say science to that. Science does nothing. Science is just a method to work out things. Science is nothing. There's no scientist. There's just scientists are working with the scientist method. Yeah. Maybe that is the scientist. That's all.
The way I see it is these clowns from the circus took over the educational system, and now they created this religion which they call science.
Yeah, but it's a religion.
It's a hijack.
Yeah. It's just like
they hijack science. Yeah.
They have been through all years and century. It's always been about religion. It's like a Catholic and everything. Now everybody knows that Catholic is over. It's over. Then now it's the scientists. They are the gods. But it isn't.
Yeah.
Just like the priest, that is fucking the children and everything, is not close to the God. They are not. It's a lie.
They don't go by scientific methods. They don't go with academic literature, with facts, natural fact. No.
Yeah. Academia is fallen.
Nothing.
So we have to build everything up again.
It's very sad.
Of course it is.
Yeah, it's very sad.
It's very sad.
Having no contact with reality and giving your soul fully, body and soul, into a glass device, a LCD screen. Touch the screen.
Touch screen. Touch the screen. But we cannot fight against it. we can just point out that it can be dangerous there, but we are not against the technology. We're just pointing out we have to let the right people behind it.
Yeah. Yeah. One guy was asking here earlier, but these flat earthers, what degrees do they have? What professions do they have? To be a wise or intelligent or smart man, you need to have a degree. And I asked him a simple question. Look,
do you have a soul?
An evil hacker, should you trust his word or not? You know?
He don't have to be evil. He's just doing his thing.
But for example, a hacker who got caught, the system will name him an evil hacker. You know? And this guy cannot be a stupid man.
You know, that's the player in the world we are in. There's nothing wrong with that. Everybody is doing the thing.
He's actually smarter than those PhD and engineers who work together to assemble those systems, you know. And a simple hacker with no school, everybody say about this man that he's stupid.
Takes over. I'm just saying everybody can do what the fuck they want to do. It's just about people understand what's happening. That's all. Hello, I don't hear you.
I'm here, yeah.
I'm just saying, I'm not pointing finger at people, hackers or something. Maybe they're doing something. They are just living in the world we are living in. And that I am pointing out is that I want to people know what is the facts in the beginning, so everyone can play in the right, the same, from the same ground.
Yes.
That's it. If it's a lie, if you are children and they're lying to you, then you have no chance. That's wrong. That's wrong. You have to know in the beginning what the playground is. That's just fair.
I, for example, happen to be an ex-hacker, and I can tell you for sure that majority of online businesses did illegal thing.
Yeah, I know. I'll be hacker too. I Google in the beginning against Netscape.
If I tell them, they don't believe me. They put me in prison. These businesses said on their website, we will not store your payment information and your personal information. We will not store them. I hack into these online shops and I find database with all the orders from all the people, with all their personal information, with email address, the man's password, and also his secret payment information, details, everything, card, PIN number, CVV, social security number.
I know everything about that.
Yeah, and they store this information, and it's illegal to hold it.
But that's not relevant what we are talking about. We're talking about the reality of the geometry of the world we are in.
Yes, but it was this guy who asked this question, you know, and I was just offering a different kind of view. I mean, should we really trust the authority? They tell us it's a globe, but you cannot measure it. By no means. You cannot measure it by optics. You cannot measure it with a ruler tape, with nothing, with mathematics, nothing. Everything they ignore.
Do you know, I wrote a code that was better than Facebook, and because they were in the high school, the fine high school in America.
Mm-hmm.
He gets financiers that take him up. But I have a better program. I have a better e-dice. But I get it going through. I was talking with him. I was talking with him on the internet, all the time. Yeah. But it was in time everything was slow. Everything was through modem. Yes. It's very difficult.
Yes.
And there was only it was the schools. It's for internet for the schools and the military and the schools.
Yeah.
And only the people that had money can communicate it on the internet. I was one of them because I was in Europe that time, and I was in contact with Europe, and they were talking to me and say we have to take Netscape down because we want Google.
Alta Vista,
to be the big chess motor,
Yeah.
So I say, okay, I can work on it. Send me $1,000 and I will work on it. I get $1,000 to hack Netscape. I say, I need more because it's very difficult. It's take too much time. Okay, if $5,000. Are you happy now? $5,000? Okay, I got it. And they say, yes, I'm in.
Yeah, that's how they work. Hijacking, yeah.
So it was a piece of money, but it was a big money for me then because I was young. And,
yeah.
And I was in Europe, but they were using me to hack the Netscape.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Netscape is not longer because we shut it down.
Yes, I know it. I know Netscape.
But they were talking to me and asked us questions on the internet. And I wrote a message and say, never put something on the first page. Then
yeah,
and today they never put something on the first page like a commercial or something.
Yeah,
that's the first rule. In that way, they got and by the Google of us, and it is everybody knows what Google is now.
Yeah.
Too big.
I flooded Google offline in 98, 99. Also, Lycos, Yahoo.
Yeah, I don't know Yahoo. I have no power to. I was too tired. I was doing other things, so I did anything against Yahoo. I don't care about Yahoo. No. But I'm changed. I'm not the same guy I was there that time. Now I'm more like a priest. I'm not doing anything bad things. I love people. I will help people. I'm not in this branch anymore.
Me neither, yeah. I quit. And I'm glad I forget a lot of things.
I was doing many things. I was programming also, but I never saw me like a programming. But I was copy pasting codes from many others and let it work together.
Yeah, assembling.
So I was not programming from the beginning. By you know, the wheel, by revaluing the wheel. I just take the code from everybody, put it together, and write my line between to let it work together. So that was my specialty. But I was also in design.
I didn't like programming either.
It was too much job. It was crazy. It take a lot of time and no fucking family level.
Tedious work. Yes, it's tedious work. I know. You have to assemble together complex systems to make them work harmonically together, harmonize them.
I can roll down the code and I can hit the fail. I can very, very, very fast. You know, I can. I'd say, how can you read everything? The people were looking behind my rig and say, how can you know that? Oh, don't ask me. It is, you know, you see it like a form, like a something is not fitting, something is wrong, and you stop. You can see it in the code, but it's crazy, of course. You're like a fucking computer yourself.
Oh, we are much better than a computer.
No, we are not so fast, but we are understanding and we are living. So we have the 3 dimension. And
for us,
the computer has only
training.
One dimension.
Yeah.
Just like the poles in the electromagnetic magneticitet and the 2 poles that is over the flat Earth. They are not spherical, they are cylinders.
Yeah.
That make electronicity and everything is everything in our life. Everything that's happening is electric.
Is electricity, yeah.
So
and magnetism is an effect of electricity, and and I think actually I don't exclude this ether theory.
That is the ether. Ether is the placeholder.
Yeah. And I think the existence of ether, electricity is one property and manifestation of ether. How it flows, how it behaves, and that's electricity. Then magnetism and also light propagation, the way the light behaves is ether dictates everything.
Because like a radio station that is putting the signal out to the ether, they have to travel through the ether in wave form, just like a ship over the ocean.
I see ether as flowing through all the 4th or 5th states of matter. You know, we have solid, liquid,
yes, I know.
Gaseous and plasma. Yeah.
Yes, I know. It's about where you are and how high you are. And, okay, everything is, if you go further in this understanding, then you get more understanding. But if you just hold us to the ground, if I can say so, and the radio station is sending something out to the air. They say, we are putting the voice out to there. Okay, they are putting the voice out to there. And before I was young, they say we are putting the voice out to the ether.
Yeah.
Everybody said that before.
Yes.
And why? Because this was true. Because everybody, the scientists working in this field, they know about this ether.
Yeah, these scientists started creating machines for healing, using these forces and knowledge from the study of ether, which these machines were so could heal any man from any diseases, or and they didn't want this, because if the man doesn't get sick anymore, or the treatment is so cheap, then how can we enslave him and make money out of him?
It's all about the money. Therefore, we have the University of Rockefeller.
Yes.
All of this is a deception because of the money creation of the banks and so on and so on.
All about the money.
And the NEC, how they can, because I tell you guys, everybody listening, there is free energy that everybody can get with a pay cent. So Rockefeller and guys like that was on used gasoline, and there was a lot of gasoline in the US and so on.
Rockefeller, Rothschild, these are the big monsters of the world.
But Rothschild is evil. Rockefeller is just a businessman. So.
Oh, Rockefeller was a psychopath.
No, he. I think he was a businessman in the beginning, but everything what he had got have made the family sick, and there's making
I looked on documentaries about David Rockefeller and also John.
I think he's a blood family also.
Yeah, and they have dodgy backgrounds.
I think there's a big thing behind it, but
yes,
but and we think it's a great thing he is doing, but everything he has done had better cars, better without all this.
Hello, do I have your attention, guys?
Hello.
Yep.
Yes, please.
I just want to talk about something real quick. Is there any mods in here? Because my friend was banned and he was just putting across a valid point, and it seems they got a bit touchy on the topic.
Which friend?
His name is Cardo and JC.
Yeah,
Cardo. You remember Cardo?
Oh yeah, I know.
You know Cardo, yeah?
Why he got banned?
Mm-hmm. Yes. Okay, cool. So he's asking nicely for a his unban request, and he said that he'll come back with we'll come back with changed minds, and we'll come back with actual facts that he can debate with you guys here that actually makes sense.
Tell him to post it in text.
No, he's banned. So crypto.
Yes, and tell him to contact Dandelion.
No. I was there when he was banned. He was debating, or he was trying to debate crypto. He wasn't getting anywhere because he and his friend was only complaining about moderation. Then crypto asked him if he wanted to talk about the Earth, and he only wanted to talk in his own server and if only when his friend was being unbanned, which is very childish, don't you think?
No, but I believe that is a that's a valid point, because
no.
Let me say here, this Discord is or the people that are in charge of it. I'm not going off topic here. We can still talk about Flat Earth, but just for 5 seconds or 5 minutes, I just want to talk about this. The moderators within here.
Let me stop you right there. If you're going to complain about moderation, stop. Right? This is our house, and we are here to give you the tools. Oh, he's gone.
He's coming, trying to make rules,
right.
And I was willing to give him an advice to understand the purpose of this server, but too late. No chance. Yeah.
That's all these guys can do, complain, right?
Yes.
They come into the check-in. I don't know who did the. Yeah, I don't know who did the check-in. I think it was Buggy, and they told him, bro, don't.
Yeah.
If you're here to learn, listen, right? And he came here, and he only had this attitude.
Yeah,
that's a no-go.
You know, when I ask them about radius of the Earth, I'm something like, I expect for that glober to come, who will tell me the radius of the globe, but after he say it, to also tell me the formulas of the sphere, you know, how you calculate circumference, how you calculate diameter, blah blah, how you calculate volume, you know, and I would feel very surprised to find the glober who knows the
they will talk about
the volume of the sphere.
They are talking about parabola, because parabola, but it's working. I think it's working fine to 100 miles. So, but other people say, it's working fine to 1,000 miles. Yeah. Okay, but I know I'm fucking sure it's working for 100 miles. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
So, what are we talking about?
Exactly.
We have the fucking formula. We have the radius of the Earth, and it's not fitting, and you cannot measure it nowhere. And all military technology we have has broken that, but nobody wants to listen. But what is happening?
Actually, you know, in the military, ballistics is an exclusive science. Ballistics.
Yeah. Everything is going in straight lines.
Yeah.
And every radar technology they are using going in straight line.
And that one is very precise and natural. It matches reality. They don't play with it. They don't say, "Oh, you have Coriolis, you have light, the refraction, blah blah."
Coriolis is not the reality. It's a vision. It's a illusion.
Yeah.
So, but they are talking about Coriolis, something reality that's bending things.
Yeah.
No, there's a visual thing that looks like everything is reflecting or bending away from it, because you are in a frame of reference. And
actually,
you need 2 reference frame to make this Coriolis effect. That's it. But if you have no effect of it in the real life, then it is.
Yeah. These soldiers who drive these military tanks, they are very happy when they fight with you. If you are a person who who calculates the Coriolis when you're shooting at a target, because you'll never hit them, and they know how to hit you
they
straight
are
on
so
point.
happy for it. Of course they are happy for it.
Yes.
They never make a trap.
Yeah, they never shoot the target. Yeah.
It's a fucking shit. Think. But I have one story. It was a stupid general say, no, you have to take in the coordinates of the global Earth. So you have to take in the curve, and they did that. And it was mess up, and they make catastrophic mistakes. Because of it. And that's true. I'm not lying. It is.
I know. Yeah. I know friends who went to army, and their superiors made fun of them. When they took these young soldiers to train them, they put them do this and that. They often at trainings, they make fun of the new soldiers because they know that these young soldiers, they don't know the real science, the real workings of nature, and they make a lot of fun of them.
Of course.
Yeah.
And all of these people that's in charge just now is laughing. They are laughing because it's fun for them. They fucking like it.
Yeah.
I am the biggest. I own the world, and I'm making fun of all these fucking people.
Yeah. For example, they give them the gun, I don't know, this AKM or whatever, and they slide a little bit that pointing system, which you take your target.
Yeah.
When you want to shoot, and they tell to them, okay, you have to. They give them a formula on a paper, and they tell them, if you want to shoot that target, you have to know that the Earth beneath you is rotating, and it has Coriolis effect and stuff. And you make this calculus, and then when you have the correct number, you know how much left or right from the target to point your weapon and shoot. And they do this, but actually the targeting system from the weapon is decalibrated, And I know that they were making this kind of fun about the soldiers, but
it happened in the Falkland. Also,
they were trying to see, like, after firing 5 shots at some,
it was wrong. Then they take the shot from the
target. They realized the soldiers realized that
it was wrong.
At first shot, the Earth was spinning with 100 kilometers an hour. At the second shot, the Earth was spinning with 150 kilometers. At the third shot, like 300. Every time it was a different speed, And then they were making them realize that Coriolis doesn't exist.
Can I tell you? I tell you? I read a report from the Russia. They were laughing of America because there were a captain that was shooting at them. They said, don't care about it. He believes in the Coriolis. Said the captain of the Russian big freak out or something it was. And they were they were trying to shoot them down in Russia. Also, America was trying to shoot the Russia down. And I wrote down because somebody has taken it down because everybody's laughing about it. So they say they were believing on the Coriolis effect. Therefore, we don't care. We just sit through and took the line. And it's true. It's fucking true. Because they were so fucking stupid. They believe in the Coriolis. But they don't do it today. And but it was then. It was in the Second World. After the second, it was almost in the end of the Second War. And just all over. But nothing was over in the same time. It was a few...
Yes, I know. It gradually ended,
Yes,
there were still conflicts. And
then this fan was talking about the American soldier, captain, was believing in this Coriolis effect, and you have to calibrate the gun to it.
Yeah, and then how can you fight? Like the battle takes every time you shoot, you have to make these calculations. He was
no trap at all. He was without success. So they don't care what he was doing. But they know he was crazy believing in this. Nobody believes in the high. So, but there is people in the highest captains that believe in it.
Yeah.
But today I don't think so. It's over. It's over.
When I was in primary school, I had physics. I don't know, 6th grade or so, and as the teacher started teaching us about the Coriolis, and I had a cousin who was working on he was the supervisor on the radar system, in the military.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't have a high rank like general or something, but his function was very important. And they have this say in the military that often the function beats the grade. Like you can be a general, but you have to listen to these guys, what they say, because they are very scientific. They are very knowledgeable.
I have a captain from St. Petersburg.
Yeah.
St. Petersburg.
Mm-hmm.
He was a captain in a big military.
For example, a general is calling a radar base and is asking for information.
He was friend of my
guy from there is not a general, but he's an expert in the radars, and he collects the data and he gives the data. And then the general cannot say that data is fake,
He was friend of mine because he come to Iceland. The axle of the screw was broken. And, my friend had a big factory that can make it again. And he contacted to Iceland. I was in Iceland then. And I was entertainer, and my friend was engineer, and he said, "I can fix it, I can do it." The factory and everything to do it, I took care of the captain and all officers. I have a big house there in Iceland. They come wearing dress and everything.
Yes.
It was a big thing. It was a big fest. And many days, I'm just saying, the fucking military ship, it was it was like a It was like a city. Do you know how big it is? So many people working out, but everybody was very close to each other. It was so many people, you know, in a small places. And he got me a lot of $100 and everything, so I take care of him. It was fine, and everybody stayed around me. I was going to the ship. He will give me a round, show me the big ship, and it was a act of military. I was going through. It was a big thing for me, and everybody gave me a respect. And
yes,
it was a big thing. And I fixed street in the military ship from the captain. But I make the party for all officers in my home in Iceland.
Yeah, that is. They are very diplomat. Yeah, they treat diplomacy very seriously. They don't play with diplomacy. Yes.
They gave me a lot of $100. I'm wondering, where come all the dollars? It was a big thing of dollars here. Just
yeah.
Oh, it was a time.
My cousin was teaching me math and physics because he finished the cybernetics, the military academy with A+. He was very smart, and when I had the Coriolis, I know he told me open the book at the page number 76, and I opened. I was at school and I didn't know at which page was that lesson I had to learn. And he told me, you know, and he knew all the problems given in there in the book, you know, every one of them. He knew all the answers, everything before, you know, from his head. And
there was a lot of intelligence before, but children today, they don't have this intelligence because they have done something. Before I was young, I was a wonder child. I played Chopin and everything, Beethoven and everything. I was 10 years old, and I was playing chess, and I was in final school, and I was winning all over the north because I was a chess player. And the Russia know about me, but I was never Russian communist. I was never, but I understand Russian much better than American was. So they think
I was a communist pioneer when I was young. Yeah, they made me at school.
they paid me. Was trying, of course. But I've never been a communist. I not say I hate communists. I understand it, but
it's not good. It's not good.
It's not good because it take almost from your soul to do something of your own.
Yes,
it's not good.
You have to wear the same clothes. You have to live in the same kind of building.
Uniform.
There's no black or white. Everything is gray.
Yeah, and you can see the color. I hate the color and the brown color. I hate the brown.
I hate gray. Me too.
Oh, the brown. Yeah. You know, the brown. Everything brown, I hate it.
Yeah.
And it was brown also in Nazi. But they have a lot of great design in Germany. That was the best design of everything. Best design of airplanes, best design of clothes. And
in Romania, in 1989, the communists fell in Romania, and I was like 1988, and I was already having this computer, and I knew that you can access libraries and stuff, but there was no internet connection.
No, but it must internet connection
only if you
all
go
the time.
just
in the
if
school
you go
and
in a university,
Yes,
and access these libraries,
Yes.
and require special access.
Mm-hmm.
But I knew that in 89, 90, we will have internet. And I was waiting so anxious for
It's
it.
91 it was open, but please, explanation of Microsoft Windows 95.
Yeah.
But it is not Microsoft. It's a military operation. It's from IBM. It was IBM.
Yeah, and actually Bill Gates didn't write anything about Windows in Windows.
He didn't know anything. He's not a Chinese.
He bought it from his friend, colleague.
No, it's his family. Connected to IBM.
Yeah. Also that, yes. And Bill Gates is nothing but an opportunist.
It was just because he made with Pete. Pete didn't know about the IBM or nothing, but but Bill Gates did know about it, and he was fishing him because of his talent.
Yeah.
And he take everything from it, and Pete hate him for it all the life because of it, because he know what he came from or what it is.
He was a retard child, and his parents put
never be a man. He looks like a old sharing today also.
Yeah.
So he is nothing. He has no technical knowledge. It's just screaming child.
Yeah.
That's still true. And people have to know that, understand.
Yeah.
And now, after all the money has got and everything was got for him, he's a a sick person today.
Yeah.
And you can see it.
His father, if I'm not wrong, he was a judge or something, a lawyer, big lawyer, and he favored his company. He registered this company on his son. He taught everything about his son, how to open the company, and then he favored governmental contracts with his son. So,
yeah. And we can also say he had a conference telling the people he's a fucking stupid.
Yeah.
He telling in Obed, it's recorded. He is telling how he want to kill the population. Because too many in the world, he want to kill, and we can use vaccine to do it.
Yeah.
He's telling, and people can just listen to it.
He's a doctor. Yeah.
He is nothing. He is crazy. He's a psychopath. And I think he has never been a growing man. He's a spoiled child.
I remember I saw in that time in the 90s when they smashed his face, the pie in his face.
What? Say it again.
You remember when they hit Bill Gates with the pie in his face?
Yeah.
That actually, I know before that I've seen in many movies they were having these pie fights, like people throwing a pie at each other, and it was funny comedy, and this is how people treated this act, an act of comedy, of a joke, harmless joke, hilarious. But with Bill Gates, when they did that to him, they actually criminalized this act. They made it like an act of attack.
Because of the power, because of the money, and because of the military of the US, IBM, everything.
Yeah.
But IBM is the grunt of it. But now it's like a whatsoever. It's all criminality and pedophilia and everything. IBM was not about pedophilia or something like that. But after some, it's growing. It's growing and growing. It have been.
And back in the days, when people hear you talk stupid fairy tales, being a clown, if you were posing as a clown, then they would have spit you in your face or throw a pie in your face, to shut up and realize that you're stupid. But now they made this act as a crime, an attack to the person, an act of violence. And now, these clowns, they have power now because you can't do anything to them anymore.
Then we come to the ground to understanding why we are talking about it, because it's all about, if the Earth is not a globe, and it's a deceiving actor of everything, and you understand that, then you understand how everything is like we are talking about this. There is no respect to anybody anymore. It's over. We have to build everything up again because we have no ground. We don't have understanding where we are. And people say, okay, it doesn't matter if you're Paul or a flat earth or whatsoever. It's not changed my life. Yes, it will. Because you have to. There's no question about it. You need a fast ground if you will build a house or whatsoever. You need a ground to go from. You cannot build your house on a sand. So everybody needs the fast, solid ground to play on. Everything the people is living in just now is just a fantasy for the criminal idiocy. And the empire of America is fallen.
Yes. True. Now you can have clowns like Neil deGrasse Tyson, and nobody can put him to shame for his outrageous claims.
We can let America rise again if we get all the people to understand what's been happening.
Yeah.
And we can get this great America again.
Yeah.
We don't have to let it go to the ground like Rome.
They say every empire has its time.
Yeah, but why not change it?
Yeah, I think they are simulating the government's fall and the bank system, and then
the bank system is falling. Everything is falling.
Yes,
now everything is okay. They know it will fall. It's just a question of time. They say Therefore, they're ready for the crypto. There's not real money. There's no gold behind it. There's nothing. It's just speculations.
It's fake. It's
fake.
Cyber, virtual imagination.
And they can take money from everybody they want because it's digital.
Yeah. It's nothing than a lie, a promise.
I'm warning you, it's very dangerous.
Yeah. But this action is actually triggered by the big corporations, big tech.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you do not understand. People don't understand.
Yeah, they want
Donald Trump, Biden, Democrats, and everything that they are fighting. Everybody of them is bad.
Yeah.
Big tech is bad. Donald Trump is bad. Biden is bad. Everybody is bad.
Yeah.
Because everybody bad so long they don't start from the ground because it's just corruption on corruption. And we know I'm with Donald Trump in many things now. I think I have changed. I think because of his love he got, he has changed. He's not the man he was before. But it's not changed what he has done in the, before. He was fooling around with two young women and everything. He was bad.
Oh, and they had to.
He was talking to his parents. Israel. He is under Israel.
Parents. The judge told his parents to go to a doctor and to declare that this thing he did is actually a medical condition.
And so, he is playing for the Zionists. The Zionists is a political group. It's not Israel.
Now he's been washed, cleansed.
But I'm saying he has changed. I will give him a chance. So long. In all of this shop is Trump the best thing of this fucking shop of military actions, military aid, and what the fuck, Biden pedophiles group. Biden is pedophile. And
he is, yes.
Yes, and Clinton, everybody knows that.
Hillary. Yeah.
And Hillary also.
Yeah. Hillary was involved in Romania in child trafficking. In Romania, in the communism, we had many institutions where there were children without parents and the governments were holding them. And once the communism
and Haiti also.
All these institutions got closed and the children were being thrown in the streets. And Hillary Clinton was coming here and he negotiated with Romanian politicians. They made
the most thing I know of Haiti.
The proper laws so they can adopt these children and take them. And they just took them away. They disappeared. Nobody knows anymore anything about them.
Everybody know, many people knows. We know.
Yeah. And not just here in Romania. They did this in China. They did it everywhere.
Yeah.
But, it's sad.
And she was very, very, very ugly person against his own people that was trying to his bodyguards. He said, take off your clothes, go down to the swimming pool.
Yeah.
Do that. Up. Take his foot and put him. He was using against his own bodyguards. kicking them, and
I hate this kind.
That was Hillary Clinton.
Yeah.
How I know? Because they have talked about it. But people are not listening. But I was listening.
Well, most likely because you're an artist, and artists must have a contact with nature, with reality. You cannot be a good artist without it.
I think you must be wrong because it has been so take me from the art. It's so devastating. So I cannot be artist to do and witness this all things. So I don't think it's because I'm artist, but because I have the soul.
You have to know that people have soul, they have feelings, and as an artist, this is what you're playing with.
But it's killing me art. It's killing me art. It's changing my art. So I'm not into my art like before. Now I'm just working to expose all this criminality happening but people think I'm crazy. Of course, maybe I drink too much because it's going to my brain I'm sorry. I'm looking at picture of crying children that is taken in and they are using them. I have seen so much. It's so crazy thing I know about that they cannot tell about for normal people, for general public. They are killing. They are killing. Do you know Clinton or his servant took 15 children from Haiti. 15.
Wow. Yeah.
And I know, but I cannot prove it, but I know. Are they talking to the Epstein Island?
I don't know where, but obviously in USA, the number of the children disappearing is mind-blowing.
Where is all this born? Babies gone.
And these families, which children have gone, they don't show on national television, hey, this family has lost their children. When you see him, please contact us. No, they don't do that anymore. They hide it. They sweep it under the carpet. They silence these parents.
And just so for the I'm with. I understand the Trump supporter. I understand them absolutely, and I'm with them. But we have to be very, very careful because Trump is saying things. Sometimes he's saying the truth, and sometimes he's going from the truth. Like he said, the Earth is flat for me. He said the Earth is flat. Then he is saying, I'm proud of we have a Space Force.
And NASA, Space Force.
So listen to it. Don't. There's nothing wrong there.
They know to make these word games. Yeah.
So he knows the Earth is flat, but he is giving money to the military for space.
Yes.
What tells that? For you?
The only purpose is to propagate the idea, to keep it alive.
He is one of them. He is one of them. He is working for the military.
Yes, definitely, 100%.
He has the military behind him. And therefore, he is so strong. Therefore, the other party is so scared of him.
Yeah.
Just saying, so people can help you to connect. He's saying many things. If you go through what I said before in your life, it's not matching what he is doing. He's playing on the started of the America great. It's wrong. There's nothing about America great. America should be with everyone. America don't have to be great. America just have to be. What the fuck are great? What is they great about?
They brought, when they elected Biden, they brought the National Guard in Washington.
Yeah, but there's other. Biden is a fucking idiot. He's just a muppet.
And these soldiers, they've been moved. They didn't go to Washington because they just wanted so. they got orders to follow to go there. And once they got to Washington,
Trump is stupid. He was not stupid, but now he's old, he's stupid now, and they are playing him.
These soldiers, they had to sleep in a car park. And I mean, this is how a president.
I think the military is. The military is over America today, and I think the deep state is in a big trouble.
Yeah,
and I think
the funny thing, these soldiers at night they had to sleep in this big car park. But they couldn't go in the city if they wanted to eat something, to buy, basic stuff that you need.
I can say
their orders to go there and camp.
I can say
they cannot leave because
Listen.
And I saw people buying pizza and bringing to these soldiers and giving to them, And they were so happy for it, and they said, we've been forced to come here. We didn't came here because we want to. And who are we supposed to fight against? Against the U.S. citizens? Yeah.
I would just say there is proud people in the U.S. Army. It's a real thing, and they are following the protocol. So
yes,
that is the problem. But there is a big in the Pentagon.
Yeah.
In the Pentagon
those are psychopaths. That's where the psychos are. Yeah.
Yeah.
At the Pentagon.
And there are also men in the Pentagon that is going with the Biden's lucky because the big tech can give them billions.
Yeah, at the moment.
I give you 3 billions if you go in with us.
Yeah.
Billions.
Yes.
Money is no problem. They have all money in the world.
Yeah.
Do you understand?
Yeah, even now, for example, today, the U.S. police, Trump started saying that, okay, we don't have funds for the police, He just slipped the idea.
That's a more stupid thing. Take the money from the police, but they have
the U.S. police now. is paid by the big tech companies.
Can I say to you? There's nobody, no world in the world that puts so much money to the police like US. It's all over. It's so unbelievable high.
Yeah.
So
yes.
I'm just saying to the American people that the police is getting too much money.
Yeah.
Without any result. So defund the police is right.
They give nothing
but
back.
It's wrong. It's wrong. Yeah. It's wrong way to do it. But we want to have effectivity. We will get something for the money. That's the right question. Not defund the police. No, get the police stronger and better.
Yeah.
That's the right
thing. Pay them the good salary, but don't give them unlimited funds.
Give police that don't have to kill people and can make some conflict. Give them higher.
You must make sure you must make sure that in the police you don't get criminals and psychopaths. Like in London a couple of months ago, a Metropolitan Police officer slaughtered a woman.
Oh, I don't love it.
Wearing the Metropolitan Police uniform.
Don't hate women and drugs and everything. It's a psychopath. The police is psychopaths.
Yeah. They started the trial against this man, but they will bail him. They will
all the people that cannot do anything.
You know, it's a professional. It was a cop on duty, so they have the right to do this. You know,
I'm just saying they are wrong. It's just a question of time, and they all will go down.
Yeah.
And I will promise you, they will go down.
Yeah.
And I know it.
They shown us very well with the zombie movies, you know, and they shown us even before 9/11. They shown us what they will do. So
I can promise you because of statistic. If you study statistic, then everything will go down and they will go down. Statistic because they always go over the line and people will start hate them and they will be reticulated and
this is
it's upside down line.
The big beast head is the world's government. They will decapitate, and now the greater beast will be coming. The corporate will take over. The big corporations will take over the world. They already took over. They own, I think, everything. You know, when you look into South Korea, for example, Hyundai, China, USA with Amazon, Facebook, Google, and for example with space travel, I know it's fake, but actually this was the American people pride, NASA, and now they are shutting down NASA, and they give everything to Elon Musk, to a private company, so they can do whatever they want, and you cannot question a private company. But NASA was getting its funding from the government, from the people of United States, and nobody questioned what NASA is doing up until only recently, like 2013, 15, when people heard about Flat Earth. started to ask questions. But at the moment, they are shutting down NASA, and they give to Tesla, and this is a private company. You cannot go and question them. But yeah, they already took the people's money. NASA was, I think, the mankind's biggest scam.
Let me tell you then. There was the most visit man supposed to be in space.
Yeah.
But that so many people are seen on a video clip.
Yeah.
He was laughing. It's a Fogel song. Fogel song. He's a Swedish astronaut.
Yeah.
And okay, I will tell you a story about that. Everybody in Sweden know in the big battery. Sweden don't want to, because we are feeling good in Sweden. We don't have to this everything what's happening. And this only socialist that is working is in Sweden. Mm-hmm. So long, but it isn't. But it is. So you can see it in two ways. Anyways, he is on the should be on the in the space in the ISS.
Yeah.
And the television person is asking him, how was it? What did you do? And he said, it sounds like you don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, he was kind of depressed.
It was a equal moment, you know? Because I was alive in the morning.
Yeah.
10 o'clock in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, sorry to interrupt. Can y'all hear me?
No.
Hello.
Hello.
I just wanted y'all continue.
No. Yeah, we're talking about it. Was an astronaut I'm talking about was in a TV show. He was saying, I did a children book. I'm here to promote my children book I made.
Yeah.
And fucking fantasy. Nothing. Because they have nothing to do. I don't believe he had done it by himself. Okay, maybe I don't. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
And this TV reporter asked him, what do you know about what you are talking about? Can you explain? And it was live. And he, you can see
wasn't prepared with an answer. He wasn't prepared with an answer.
So he wanted to give him a kick, but not go all the way, you know. Just give him a kick.
Yeah.
So I said, no. And she asked me, and your child, where are they now? They have a fine in Harvard in USA, but you are Swedish.
Yeah.
Why are they there? Because that was in the deal, you know. So they got the examen for the child and everything. It doesn't matter what they are doing there. It's finished. They are from Harvard, and nobody's questioning it. Are you hearing what I'm saying?
Yes, nobody is questioning because they are the authority, they are the scientists, they are the elect.
Yeah.
These people you cannot question because they do science.
Yeah, but there was no science.
They never show you how, where.
But why should America pay for these children and give them? Okay, if they were so clever, it's okay. It's okay.
They don't do science.
They didn't answer the question on the test. You just pick the high education level for nothing. Are you hearing me? What I'm saying?
Yes, a degree is a higher authority.
Yeah.
A piece of paper. You cannot question it.
Are you really hearing me? What am I saying?
Sorry. Were you talking still about those astronauts or?
He was astronaut, yeah, so-called astronaut.
The interview.
But nobody will talk with him anymore in Sweden because everybody knows it's fucking bullshit. And the media knows, but they cannot take it up. And the minister know it's a fucking bullshit. So nobody. So he have no status. He's a fucking shit.
Yeah.
But it's on to the ground and nobody can talk.
Yes. Retired clown.
Yeah, retired clown. Exactly.
Yeah.
And I don't think nobody was buying this fucking book. Children's book.
No. But actually, they still pay him to keep printing his book.
It's because
he's still getting money. Yeah.
It's because
they don't sell the book. Yeah, they just print his book, and they fill libraries with
CIA and the CIA of Sweden is working together, and it's fucking plan.
Yeah.
And they say if you don't, with the prime minister, they say with him, if you don't go with our plan, I will immolate you.
Yes, of course.
We kill you.
The common practice of assassination. Yeah, is also the Borgia family is very well known.
Yeah, and you have your wife and children.
Yeah.
And they try to blackmail them first.
Yes. This is how they got to power, through blackmail, threats, assassinations.
Yes. I'm just saying.
And for example,
people believe you're on a spinning globe. There is no spinning globe. There's no proof for it. It's insanity. It's insanity.
Yes, and I want to make to show you a interesting point. For example, Don Petit, the NASA astronaut. That guy said, "Oh, I would go to the moon in a nanosecond, but we've destroyed the technology and we don't have it anymore. It's a painful process to build it back." Yeah. And what I want to point here is the common practice of any criminal is that he will destroy any incriminating evidence that will point to his crime.
There was no evidence in the first place.
Behavior of a criminal. He will destroy. there was evidence how they faked it. The studio, the film tapes, cut and
He's
edit.
talking. Don Pettit was talking about the telemetry data, though, the data that was created from the lunar module that, proving.
Are you trying to?
That it doesn't even exist. That's why he had to say that. It never existed.
Are you trying to say something for the peak?
Yeah.
He's a fucking stupid idiot.
We don't.
Are you really trying?
We don't have the lunar module. Where is the lunar module?
No, we have
somewhere
we have
along the way back.
We have the lunar module. We have the rockets, all that, but just the data never existed.
You're nothing. You're nothing. You're fucking nothing.
Can the lunar module fly?
Excuse me, I have something new.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hillbilly. What was it? Blue Marble Science. That guy. He supposedly. Hold on a sec. It's funny, but he supposedly produced a recreation of the Cavendish. Anthony, Sleeping Warrior, found him actually physically interacting with the device to get the readings he wanted. I don't know if any of you've heard about it yet, but I was just made aware of it a little while ago.
I heard about it, but I don't see it.
No, that's pretty interesting. I'm surprised I haven't heard about that.
Well, it's new. I might be the beating the drum first, but I just learned about it like maybe an hour ago.
How about post? Can you post the link, please? I'm curious too.
Yeah, I'll go get it.
I know him. Yes. I know what it's about. So I'm not curious. He is desperate, old fool.
Yeah.
I mean it. He is a desperate old fool.
Yeah, Bigot.
But I think Don Petit betrayed NASA by saying, by using the word destroyed, because that's the common practice of any criminal, to destroy any evidence.
Yeah, 100%, bro.
Yeah.
Just I have a question.
Some FBI criminal psychology, research, and you will see. Go ahead.
Earlier, I heard a snippet. I didn't hear the whole conversation, but you were talking something about guns and the Coriolis effect. Do you have more information on that? Because I was finding a lot.
I have all information for Coriolis effect. I have all information you can got, because it's about two reference frame. If you have to understand what reference frame is. There is one, and you're going on a moving object, and something is over you that is not going in the same moving object, because there's difference. Like this sky.
Perspective.
No, it's not about perspective. It's not about that. But the illusion perspective is. So if you're on a moving frame and you move through something away from you, then it is another reference frame. That will happen is the object you are moving through and away from you will bend. Looks like it will bend and go into right or left. It's about if you are moving in clockwise or anti-clockwise. If you're moving in malevision, like the sun, then everything will point to right. Therefore, everything in your through into the air from the platform that is moving. It looks like a bending to right. But listen now. But in the reality, it is going straight. It's going straight. So you have to understand, if the Earth is moving and everything is in the sky, it has to be have this effect, Coriolis effect. This effect is it's not real, it's illusion. Everything must be bending away from you, moving in bending lines. But it doesn't.
So whoever asked the question about the Coriolis effect, is he kind of helping you understand, or?
So, no Coriolis effect.
My question wasn't really about...
The Earth is not moving.
Right. I'm actually... I don't think that there's evidence for the Coriolis effect. I'm actually a flat earther, but I'm looking for what... just sources that you're explaining, so that I can share that information. And it helps me when I can read things and just think through it, or watch videos or whatnot. And so I was looking in the channels, down below with the additional information, and that's been super helpful, because I'm just going topic to topic, looking at different things and answering my own questions. But I just noticed there wasn't a section of additional information focusing on Coriolis effect and related issues. Basically, that it's false, just like there's a section on gravity.
Yeah, Einstein even said it himself. He said there's no experiment that proves the Earth even moves.
Like, would you have sources for that so that I people?
I mean, you could just look it up if you want.
I have been doing some research. It's just been hard to find useful things, and you guys have compiled a lot here, so that's why I asked if anybody has sources. That was all my question was. I'm happy to do further research on my own. So is that a no? Nobody has any resources for that? Links, videos, articles?
Many have, but there's not many of the guys in here at the moment. And
I can check back later. That's fine.
But yeah, I don't have a PC for quite some years now, and I can't save, Yeah, if you check later, you will find. I guarantee you will find very good information. What is it that interests you, Coriolis exclusively?
Yeah, that was just the latest thing that I was working on. Most of the others I've been able to compile stuff on pretty quickly. I'll check back later. Thanks.
Do you want to perform like an experiment, something?
No, not really.
No.
Just, I mean, if other people have done experiments.
I personally did an experiment to study, for example, the Foucault's pendulum, which they claim proves the Coriolis effect. And
Oh, yeah, I saw a video on that, and that I just need to find that again. That was really helpful.
When you swing a pendulum, it starts deflecting, that swing starts deflecting clockwise or counterclockwise. They say according to which position on the Earth you are. But actually, that effect is not caused by the Coriolis. There is at MIT, they teach, for example, incoherent electrostatic acceleration between two Gaussian planes, and positive and negative. So positive on top the sky and negative below the ground. And between these two planes, you have a constant flow of electricity, electrostatic charges through the atmosphere, and this is very easily verifiable. The higher you go in altitude, the higher the voltage of the atmosphere increases, and when this charge comes and it's getting naturally charged in the ground, it creates some kind of spin like a whirlpool. These electron particles or whatever these charges are, subatomic particles at subatomic particle level. And
would you be able to repeat the name of that again? You said electrostatic
incoherent electrostatic acceleration. This is what they teach at MIT for the down vector in physics class.
Thank you.
Yeah. You're welcome. No problem. So, because when this charge, imagine it like a liquid flowing from above downwards, and when it's entering the ground, it creates like a vortex, clockwise or counterclockwise spin, and this is actually what causes that kind of motion. And to counteract this effect, you can simply use, it's also causing the 9.8 meters per second square downwards acceleration. For example, Boyd Bushman, a Martin Lockheed engineer, discovered that if you glue two magnets together, the way that they repel each other, some anomalies, some new discovered magnetic effects are being achieved. And he showed that because you see, mankind thought that all elements, they fall at the same rate, 9.8 meters per second square acceleration, and they did these tests of dropping all sorts of objects in vacuum chambers, like a feather in comparison with the iron nail, and observably they almost fall. It looks like they fall at the same rate, but they are actually, the rate difference between them in a vacuum chamber is actually very, very small, almost undetectable. But if you use two opposing magnets glued together, they significantly increase in the rate of acceleration. So they are falling at a slower rate than any other element. So by manipulating magnetism, you can affect this downwards vector acceleration. And I personally use these two opposing magnets to replace the Foucault. I recreated a Foucault pendulum, and I used two such glued magnets, and that deflection is not happening when you swing.
What deflection?
The clockwise deflection or counterclockwise deflection when you swing the pendulum, it just swings. If you start swinging it from east to west, it will keep that straight path. It will not rotate anymore,
Thanks for that. That's helpful. I'm going to go and do more research. But I appreciate it.
Yeah, and also, electrostatic charge elements, they also differ the drop rate, acceleration. So it's a matter of how much an electrostatic charge a body has, Sorry for my English, though.
Oh, not at all. I can understand you perfectly.
Thank you.
Ты говоришь по-русски?
No, I'm Romanian, but I don't know Russian.
That's cool. All right, have a good one.
Good luck in your search. You too. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Right, it's way too quiet.
Okay, now you heard it. Everybody knows what's about misinformation. There are explanations for everything you heard.
Did you say creation?
No. Misinformation. Information.
What kind?
What you are hearing in the media. Kind.
You know, your mic is absolutely terrible. Just so you know.
Okay, I will change my mic then.
Do you hear me now?
Oh yeah, that's much way.
It's clear now.
Yeah, much clearer, much clearer.
Okay. I do it for you and everybody, of course. But it's make me I cannot move close. I have to be fast to the computer. But what I will tell you is everything in the world is working together. The military, industry, and everything, they are fighting with each other, but outside it looks like nothing. You, the normal person, don't understand it, don't know anything about it. But it's a big scam. Everything, the politics and everything, you think they're working. It's a blackmail, it's a big pit of shit. They have blackmailed all the politics. That they cannot blackmail, they are using cancel culture, cancel culture to, if you don't do what we say, we will make you out of everything. And they do it. They can do it today. But if people know about it, they're off. We can't do it. It's out. Therefore, we are fighting to let you know. It's all makeup. Makeup. And I'm not talking about the fucking culture. It's just fake. They are using words to let you think they're right. They talk about children, but they are fucking like children. There is many truth and people coming from in the front telling us they have been raped. And you don't want to listen to them? In the highest place, they are doing that. Do you know that?
Yeah.
The Rican, Reagan was my highest. Wow, I love Reagan. Ronald Reagan. I don't know if Nancy Reagan did know what he was what he was doing, but she must be very, very stupid if he didn't. Okay, but I'm saying he was taking young boys from the boys' town to the White House. Listen, and it's true. In the Big Boss, they were taking boys from Boys Town to the White House for Ronald Reagan. He likes young boys. That's the truth. But nobody will take it up. No. It's too... But it's true. What can you do about it? Upset it? Yes. Do it. We have to start over. It's over. It's a crazy world we have built up now in many years now. It has to stop.
I've noticed something about being a flat earther and interacting with globe heads quite a bit. It seems to form anger.
Anger to all the lies, yes. And they are saying, yes, we will go to the moon. And we will be the first nation of the world that can make it. Let the people think they are so special. We are in America. I love America.
But the way to fight the frustration is to just keep it informational. Sure, they're going to try to wear you out or embarrass you, with silly questions, but you can share, precious red pills with them. You know what you've learned on this red pill journey. Just keep it as informational as possible through all of the insipid trolling.
This trolling is a fucking joke. It's a joke for them. They are laughing.
Well, I agree that you need to keep it as informational as possible, but I just sympathizing with his frustration in dealing with this, because it is a frustration to point out the obvious to someone and have them think you're stupid for pointing out the obvious.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you just have to leave. If you see that they're just, just treating the conversation, in a really silly sort of way, sometimes you just got to leave and come back, just be like, later, later gators, because it's an exercise in trolling it with some people, just, seeing how much they can just, bomb the conversation.
It's not about the conversation. It's about the culture also.
It's like Southern
whenever I get
said, they really just want you to go away. And, he said that when you, hold up the flat earth to them, that's basically saying that, basically what they believe is just totally wrong. Their worldview has been based on, a lie. And some people have a real existential panic with that. So it's kind of a coping mechanism, a way to not have to deal with the implications of these ideas that are, life-changing and in some cases world-changing or, plane-changing, as it were.
Yep. I try to think of it as imagine back 500 years ago when they used to drill holes in people's heads to let out the demons. Imagine you lived then and you were telling people about it, and they were making fun of you for, not accepting that the demons were getting out of the holes in their heads, I think it's just try to remember it's in that kind of vein,
they knew something was going on mentally. I think it's, what happens when, you have like an MK Ultra mind split or something, through, demonic levels of trauma, like they say they used to, Fiona Barnett said that they used to take babies and tie a string around a mousetrap to like their hands and just keep it on there until they stop crying to get the baby to dissociate. That would split the mind. And I guess on a certain level, you would have a demon there, another personality alter that's, locked in the mind to deal with all that pain and torture or whatever.
Lemmerberg, I have to say, everybody in the highest place in this game, they are playing game. That is they know, are we telling the truth. Listen to me. It's about how they can play us. It's like a chess game, So they are saying, if they do that, they will say that, and we will expose them for something else. We will do that. We will do our great, you know what I mean? So it's a fucking play because nobody's listening. We say we're not. Why is nobody listening? Because the media that should be saying everything to the people, the truth, is doing that because they have paid them. They have CIA and everything as a reporter and everything. So they are paying. The big money is paying the media off. So. And no, all the media can come in the big media, but just now everything is changing. We think it's going slowly. No, it's going very, 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 very hard on now because it's over. It's over, and they are desperate now. They have to find their move. We are winning. We are absolutely winning.
Yeah, we're crushing. We're crushing it flat. And, you can't, blame people for their attempts to deal with stuff. A lot of times it's like trepanation where they're like, I know there's a demon somewhere inside you. Let's drill it out, as opposed to let's not kill the host. Let's just, rearrange their mind back into its proper form by dealing with this trauma and letting the host live. And so people do the best that they can. Sometimes they make stupid, deadly mistakes. It is what it is. We need a little bit of grace and love to get through this, flat thing together.
The law will take it all together. Oh, the trust of the truth that will win this battle.
Well, it's I actually wandered into Jim Panda's server the other day. And they were talking about the scientific method, and they got into they were trying to say with certainty that I couldn't have certainty, and that it was an absolute truth that there was no absolute truth, and I was just pointing out the contradiction. I ended up having 7-8 ballers, and then they kicked me out. But I was getting dogpiled. Their reality is falling apart on them. Is what's happening.
It's terrible. They're just trying to get you to submit. The point of all this stuff is not to say that truth doesn't exist. Of course, truth does exist, because it had to exist for you to, perform a successful action. On some level of truth had to occur for you to do something successfully, and you could tell somebody else about what you truly did that result, or what conditions were truly present to allow that success to be possible. But they're just trying to get people to just give up and submit to the system, to the people that are going to be controlling us, the scientism, elitists, and, the establishment, and, just submit and let them decide what's true for you.
I will say people like Lemon, people have to understand that it's a legend. In the future, they are the big fighters that is fighting for the truth for you. If we win this battle, then we know people like Lemmerberg is trying to come through you to let you understand what's happening. But
just trying to drop a few red pills. Jesus is the way, the truth, and the life. And the fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom. When I pray to, God, sometimes he shows me a few things. Maybe I could share some of these red pills or whatever that I feel like I've gotten, from the Lord or whatever with others. Maybe we could just spread love and spread some truth.
But if Jesus was talking so in fast way like you are doing, I don't believe it will be a Bible of it. But you're talking very fast.
Oh, no problem. Well, whether or not you're going to that whole thing, there does need to be a foundation of truth. Now, I think whether it's God or something else, you just need to be honest and state what your foundation of truth is. I think for a lot of these will-bound magicians, it's their will. The truth is seated in their will and what they want to be true. Whether or not there's a truth beyond their will to submit to in reality, with God or something else other than their blind witchcraft, rebellious will.
It's no question about that. What you're saying, truth, but your way to say it can be about like a robotic, like a robot,
Oh, yes. I do, I guess, get a little robotic, but that's to help keep some of the zealotry down, because it can get pretty zealous up in here, especially with me. I am highly religious-hearted and highly conspiratorial when it comes to some of this stuff.
Yeah, but it's not great for people that's coming in new. So maybe you have to relax just a little bit. But I know it's very difficult to do, but flexibility, flexibility.
Understandable.
Thank you. Next is open for somebody else to talk. Oh, nobody will talk. Can talk. Okay, then I say try again. Everybody can talk. Come on, man.
But we're still learning ourselves, so we're not going to have all the answers, nor should we be expected to. After 500 years of Jesuit, lies and sophistry with the heliocentrism, we can only do so much. And so let's just keep learning and keep on giving out red pills in love and, patience and care.
Patient is the right word. Yes, patient. Okay, somebody was there. Want to say something?
So, Meadowlark, does this lead you to speculate on who put the Jesuits on this track?
Well, Egypt swore to get back at the Hebrew people with all of those plagues and stuff and the death of their firstborn. I wouldn't be surprised if, this mind virus of heliocentrism came from their occultic, practices, a way to undermine, more real cosmology based off of the actual creator versus, I don't know, say Satan or some sort of deceiver. So I'd say it would have to start in Egypt with Satan, but with the mystery schools, but I don't know.
I will say, he was saying there is no Satan. It has to be between culture. Everybody is fighting each other. So the other one side says it's that, and the other side says that's a Satan.
when you have the occult practitioner channeling, or with their eyes going back in their head, making their body like a vessel for these spirits, half the time they don't know what's taking them over. But I would say that it's probably demons, devils, and Satan when they're going into their vision quest, or whatever the hell they're doing to get this occult gnosis. So that's why I would say that the source is ultimately satanic.
Okay, stop there. I will give you answer for the questions then. Because in every person that is in life have a consciousness, and the consciousness. Okay, maybe you can say it's a programming, but it isn't. It's a life. You have rules of life, and everybody knows what the moral is and what you can do or not to do. If you don't understand that, then you are out of. If you understand that, you will be in. You have to understand the life. You have to listen to your voice, listen to what you are doing, and inside you. Never look out of you. Look inside of you. That's the way to the God.
Well, there are occultic societies like the Vril Society that they did, use channeling and occult practices, it appears, to appeal to these entities. These
they
gave them extra knowledge. So based off of history, the oracles of Delphi, even the New Age channeling that you have now, you do have people on some level channeling something that's outside of themselves, at least based off of what they're saying.
Yeah, John Dee, Edward Kelly, Aleister Crowley, all of those dudes, satanic.
Yeah, the question is whether it's occult gnosis from doctrines of devils, or God's divinely revealed revelation.
There is nothing devil like you think it is. It's a fantasy of people's minds. But there is God, there is angels, yes, it's true. And there is creator, yes, that's true. So we have to work out what is happening.
I do think that there is something. I mean, I look at the godless French Revolution, this reign of blood and terror that, tried to go with reason over God. Chopping people's heads off, even the heads of the people who originally spearheaded the thing, killing Catholic, quote unquote Christians, if you believe Catholicism is, Christian, by the droves, and trying to, erect reason and fraternity in the place of God. So I think that there is something there, at least something that makes men so barbarous, bloody, and wicked. But I don't know.
But I will say Catholic is a typical explanation. Corrupt using your mind to control you, like a religion that's trying to control something for some benefits.
Well, the thing is, you do need something to control you, especially if you have a murderous rage, and a terrible will. The only thing that you can do is say, I can't do this. I messed up. I need to submit to something that's greater to give me a new heart. And so at that point, it's good when you can submit to the truth, submit to something greater, submit to something else that can do the work and put you on the right track. So I think we're being pushed toward witchcraft rebellion, where we won't even submit to the truth anymore. The only thing that we submit to is our own will when our will is corrupt. That's the problem with will-bound rebellion and witchcraft.
Okay, I stop you there.
Well said, man. Well said.
Okay, I will explain what it's all about. It's about the free will, and the God create us with free will. If he do anything, something, or grip in our life, then everything will fall. So God cannot change nothing. Because if he do, the free will is like way. The free will is you are in church, and you have to take everything you have. But
do you think that the will can be corrupted? Because I think since the will can be corrupted at that point, thank God we have something that can enforce some level of order and goodness, like, a triune God that can, step in.
No, it can never step in. Never. If he does that, he's breaking the rules.
So no. You say so? Are you claiming to like understand the rules that God abides by? Because obviously, if he is omnipotent, if he is all powerful, he can literally like snap his fingers.
Yes, he can. But if he do that, everything will fall.
Yeah, but he can't.
Meaningless. Everything will be meaningless.
Well, from your point of view.
No. For intelligence, no one knew.
Yeah, didn't God snap his fingers and then flooded the entire earth? Like, there's evidence of that.
If he changing here or changing there, then you cannot do that.
Like, there's definitely waters above. He even created the firmament. That's what's keeping us all alive right now. If it weren't for the creation, we would all be underwater. Like, there would be no creation.
It's like a bubble underwater, basically. You need a solid structure to keep it out, assuming that account is correct, which it looks like, since, the planets look like lights bobbing and undulating in water.
Yeah, you take a look at those things. Those things are not what they tell us. So that exactly resembles a light within or near some sort of water source, just as the Bible says. Like, what are the odds that some fairy tale fantasy book is describing what you're looking at in reality?
It is fairy tale, yes. It's a fairy tale book, yes, it is. But
it's a fairy tale book. It's funny, like, these argumentation is like the same line of reasoning that I heard as a 13-year-old in high school. Like, oh, it's a fairy tale book. Just basic, teenage level ad hominem attacks. Like, do you have any, reasoning based, like, advanced line of argumentation, or does it just get stuck?
Come to the point very soon. Okay, no point. I am saying.
Well, the thing is, they're saying that.
No.
Oh, sorry.
No. I'm saying the first law of how people shall do. You should honor your father and your mother. You shall not kill or everything. That's true. That's the biggest. The 10 of the rules how one person shall go through their life. That is the best thing. And if that is Christian, then I'm Christian, of course.
Well, the thing is, we're talking about what's going to set the framework, and we're basically saying that books like, the Bible or whatever are not going to set the framework for what we determine is true. Nowadays, it's going to be something like scientism, which is based on man's perception and man's past experience, where in a way we have a new priesthood, the scientific one, the priesthood of reason and rationality. So that would be the truth. And I guess that definition of the truth that I'm going with in this case would be, okay, who is going to set the framework for how we interpret events, how we interpret other facts, and what is permissible to think and what is not permissible?
The framework is the 10 laws of to be a man in our community. What we are doing together is we have 10 rules.
Well, that is romantic, and it is good if the.
No, it's not romantic. It's a truth. It's a truth rule.
But that's based in the emotion. That's also based in the emotion. Love is when love is really, pure, uncorrupted love. That's great, but that also has a seat of emotion, and so that could get corrupted over time to be like whatever I feel, whether or not it concords with.
I don't think it's emotion. We have to go. We can hate it, but we have to do it anyway. So it's not about emotion.
Well, the thing that keeps the love from being uncorrupted is whether or not it's actually good, if it actually leads to an ultimate good. If this love is corrupt and doesn't lead to an ultimate good, well, then we need to get back to stuff like reality, and submit to something else beyond just, our emotions or whatever, potentially.
I don't think it's about the emotion. I think it's about, inside you. You cannot make it if you don't know about it. You have to play the rules. But if you're rich, you can do everything, you can kill everything. We are not talking about that. We are talking about people and children. They know that. They cannot. There are rules in the world.
Well, I mean, it's interesting. Like, people refer to children as, some kind of testament to purity, which is true. Yes, they're more innocent if you've interacted with children or worked with children.
I'm talking about the innocent, yes.
Yeah, so there's the innocence, but, child reaches a certain age where they'll receive the same temptations that grown people do. I mean, you don't have to go that far back, 100 years or so, where kids were like employed at the age of like 10, 12. They were seen as having sufficient amount of free will and understanding and cognitive ability. And it was also acknowledged that this is like the traditional aspect, is that, well, yeah, they can also perform quote unquote evil acts or sinful acts. Like, children aren't, just pure perfection. They can also be sinful, and that's why they actually need guidance so much, because yes, their heart is like not as calloused as the grown man, but at the same time, they don't intellectually understand the rules or cognitively understand the rules because they don't have the experience.
Well, they're pure emotion in many ways that isn't bridled by convention, respect, or the enduring rules of a relationship. They need to learn morality, to learn how to establish a relationship properly that's be enduring. Otherwise, they'll just hit you or steal from you or lie in ways that are going to be detrimental to a relationship long term when it comes to, say, eternity. And so that's why I would tend to say some sort of God would hand down prescriptions, because he would know how to have an eternal relationship, not short-sighted, blind children per se.
I'll tell you what, right. One of the things that made me come to God was the love that I felt for my first child. It kind of made me feel like, because I was an atheist for 10 years.
Oh,
and
shit.
Just that, yeah, but that love that I felt for her, like, I couldn't quantify it. I couldn't explain it. I had no reason for it. But there she was. And she was amazing to me,
Well, then it's interesting. You get the Darwins or whatchamacallit of the world. They're going to tell you that, no, that's just a chemical compound being dumped into your brain for genetic reasons. It's all chemical. There's nothing else to it. That's what it is. It's all chemical. There's nothing else to it. That's what it is.
But you want to have that relationship with that adorable girl forever. There's a bit of an echo. Sorry about that. But you want to have that relationship forever, and you want to erect morality to keep that relationship, enduring forever. Don't steal, don't, sin, don't murder anybody. Otherwise, you may be sent away forever, and that'll kind of jeopardize the relationship,
Like I was talking about this.
But the thing is like, I kind of got locked. It took a couple years even after she was born before I come to God. But I kind of got locked in a kind of a logical headlock where it was like, is it because I love her that I feel this, or do I feel that, you know, or do I love her? You know what I mean?
Come to the point. Come to the point.
Circularity.
Well, I think, you know, a very simple way to understand it is that
I don't think I ever say the point. I don't think nobody.
Right. In creation, we are like, that was the initial order to Adam and Eve, was like, go forth and multiply and populate the earth. So like having children, you know, is like a very direct obedience to following God's commands. So I think he rewards us in that sense with a huge dose of grace and love, which is like a gift from him, in my opinion.
And yeah.
You know, they'll be there forever.
Lemmerberg, can I just, you can keep on then. I just say to understanding of the grace, the good feeling. That is not the America's Baldom, the good feeling, the grace. And what is that? Do you understand what you're talking about? If you're talking about the grace? And Lemmerberg, can you explain it? Thank you. Over.
In this regard, grace is something that's given to you that you don't necessarily deserve. And so I guess it would be like good grace is given to you for being late on an assignment, and they give you a grace period of 10 days that you really don't deserve because you're late, but they give you an extra 10 days to turn in the assignment or something like that.
So grace is not reality. Grace is something built up.
It implies something that you're given that you don't necessarily deserve, you know, or would even expect or even, you know, plan for, you know, something that was just, you know, freely given without meriting it at all.
Are you saying that grace is just a fantasy?
It would be in the context of a relationship.
But there must be some grace in some.
What was that?
There must be some grace in some ways.
Well, if you're talking about like nature, you know, and reason, there's no grace given. There are just laws. So grace would be totally anathema to such a worldview that has no transcendental relationships with like a god or something giving this stuff.
So
just laws.
So you're saying
that's man's, you know.
Okay, power. Therefore, the other power have to take them down. So nobody's evil.
Well, no, there is a right and wrong there, and the fallacy. If you watch the classical kind of Bonnie and Clyde movies, you know, they're usually portrayed as nihilistic atheist types that believe in moral relativism.
So everything is wrong.
And so understand that that's what leads them to perform like a lot of evil stuff, right? According to the.
But it's not right to take the people who forgot they take life. They are killing people.
Right, but that's where, you know, from a Christian point of view, there are like certain objective laws that are revealed to us, and so we should follow these. They aren't relative. You can't twist and turn the logic of them. And so,
hey,
if you
would you mind if I ask you guys a question?
Too much, so it's out.
Oh, as far as the guy that yells at people, you know, it's really hard to have a calm conversation with people who are willing to deny reality, maintain the faith in a ball. And, you know, there gets to a point that all humans, all people are, you know, frustrated. And like, I know it would be nice if we could be calm under all circumstances, but I mean, we all have a limit.
I love what you're saying. We cannot be frustrated. We have to stay calm.
What's interesting is one of the, I think it's, I don't know if Christ says it himself, but somewhere in the Bible, it talks about how, like, you should not be offended. And it's interesting. It's very direct in the English translation. It talks about how, you know, we're commanded to, like, not be offended. So,
Are you
like
Christian? You're a deep Christian.
I mean, I'm a failed one. I'm a big sinner.
I'm asking you.
I fail all the time.
Are you deep Christian? I'm asking you. Are you deep Christian? Deep Christian.
Yes, I am, but you know, it's a struggle.
Okay. Then I will tell you, I'm a soldier for the kingdom of God.
You're a what? Sorry.
Soldier. I'm a
soldier.
Yeah.
All right, cool.
I can do what the fuck I am. I kill people if I want, you know. I can do what the fuck I want. But I never do that without
Hey, you know, like, God is probably, if you compare to, like, most modern ideologies, you know, you look at, like, the COVID restriction, all this kind of bullshit.
I will tell you.
All these, there's like hundreds of different regulations. If you're at the bus, you got to wear the mask. If you take a plane, you got to take the freaking thing. And you got to do all these kind of weird things. Well, God, you know, he has these 10 rules. And then outside of that, you can do whatever the fuck you want.
Are you telling me? I'm working for God. Hello. It's the beginning. I was just Copenhagen. And some guy steal everything from me, so I have nothing. Jacket and everything, and my hotel billet and keys and everything. I didn't know the hotel or nothing. I was just freezing. I didn't know. I said, hey, help me. And the storm come, and the snow, and the frost come. I go to the church and knocking on the door, but nobody's opening. Then, because there was so much frost, you know, 15, 18 F. It was so cold. I was dying, so I have to find something to lie on. And there was one hole springing there. I said, hey, can you help me? She said, no. I have to go. I'm dying also. So she says. But we can take care of each other. Right. She is first on her way. So I was on the continent. I take some paper and lay in the front of the church. I said, okay, that's my way. I'm dying. I was dying. I was fucking dying. It was so fucking cold. I never in my life. It was so fucking cold. It was freezing.
Right.
And now I will tell you what's happening. I say, God, I have a problem. Can you help me? And Africans said, they are here. 4 angels. 4 angels. Stayed over me. Don't look at us, they say. Don't use your eyes.
Whoa.
And I put my eyes down on the bucket, and they say, don't think what's happening. They say, no. and they low over me, and I be so hot. It's like sleeping in.
Whoa.
Sleeping in.
Like a sleeping bag.
In my house, and I was outside. And in the biggest freezing fucking shit. If I was under the bed and sleeping, I was dead. But they take me and 4 angels look over me, and in the morning I wake up like nothing was happening. You see. And they talk to me and say, follow this. I was in the different. I didn't know anything about the country. You know, I was a foreigner. So they taught me use communication, so I never forgot in my life just then. Just there. So they say, follow this line, and we will take care of you. I follow the line. I come to the train station in the middle of everything. But I'm hungry. They say. Then come angel in manly form, and they say, I put a hat and give me a harmonica. And the guy say, play blues. You know? I play the blues. All people that was going around me, they put a lot of money in the hat. It was not my hat, it was his hat. So he took the hat and buy the coffee and the food for me. And he told me, say, you have owned this. Thank you. Don't say thank you, it's your money, he said. But he was angry. But he was a man, and he was a bad thing. But
Whoa. I mean, it sounds like a miracle to me.
Of course.
For straight up.
I was fine. Nobody can do that. It's just...
Yeah. Yeah, that's not coincidence, that kind of thing.
Yes. But because I was young, conference to me, I have to do something in the future, I don't know. But if you're older, nobody cares about you in the same way. Then if you got older, so yeah, if you're quite older, everybody cares about you and take care of you. I'm just looking for that. I'm sick and tired of all this. Or maybe not.
What do you mean? You think that people care about old people if they're quiet?
Yes.
Okay, because that guy Cardo that was here earlier, Crypto banned him. He wants to be unbanned, and Crypto said I could unban him. So I don't know if anybody here feels like talking to him again. He said, yeah, some of you were here earlier. He was in that group of young people from the UK.
Are you from the UK?
Pardon?
Are you from UK?
Am I from the UK? Well, my heritage is from the UK. My ancestors sailed in 1909 on the RMS Celtic from Liverpool to New York and decided to leave that island behind.
So I have been,
yeah.
so I have been through America.
You what?
So I have been out through America.
I am an American. Is that the question?
No, it's a statement. You are American.
Yes, I am.
It's not a question.
Where are you from?
Everywhere. But I'm a Viking. I'm a Viking.
You're a Viking. All right.
I'm from Iceland.
Iceland, all right. Okay, cool.
Of
I think I
course
might
it's
have
cool.
heard that.
It's very cool if you come from cool country. Of course you are cool.
And you play the piano?
Better than anyone.
Okay, well, nobody objected, so I'm going to unban him if he'll come to the live stream. I'll just tell him I'll unban him if he'll come to the live stream now since it's quiet.
You know, I like you.
I did not know that.
Now you know that.
Okay. Oh, yeah. That's nice. I'll put you in the like column. I have many people in the dislike column that don't like me, and that is fine as well. Free country, free world.
Can I say, if people is asking the Antarctica, you have to point out that there is no Antarctica. The Antarctica is south. There's no one place Antarctica. And your explanation lack of it, so people don't understand. You're still focusing at Antarctica is something, one place. Antarctica is not one place. It's all over in the south.
Absolutely. Absolutely. It's so huge. Yes. Because Captain Cook logged over 60,000 miles in his travels in Antarctica. Yeah. So, and they tell us this Fantasy Globe has...
So I just want to point it out, but
circumference of yeah. So if the Fantasy Globe has a circumference, is it 24,000? Is that what they say? Am I right about that? Going off the top of my head.
Yeah, it's 24 hours. Yes.
Yeah. So then, how could at this? That's at the equator. Then how could at this supposed South Pole, Captain Cook have found 66,000 miles to sail while he was traveling? I wonder how that.
It's fact. How can they just dismiss this? They say, he was just lying. Mm-hmm. Oh, but Columbus then. But that. Everything is falling. You know, do you know Columbus was a fucking idiot? But
he was what?
Idiot. Was very, very bad person.
Columbus, you're not a fan?
A bad person.
Mm.
You know?
I never knew Columbus. I only know about stories we've been told about him. I don't know.
Okay.
He killed all of the normal people, man.
He was a killer.
Yes, he goes to America and kill all of them, man. Fuck that guy.
And you learn in the school like he is about.
Oh yes, Christopher Columbus Day. Americans brainwashed.
It's the opposite now. No, it's the opposite now. In the public schools, the teachers go out of their way to say how horrible he was. It's funny because when I was doing my student teaching, it's the first time I saw this mindset and how the generations had changed. Okay, he's not interested in hearing what I have to say. That's fine. You want me to just
You don't have to talk so long. You can stop.
Make the story so short. I'll give you the shortest version.
He comes from Italy, not Spain, not from Portugal. He came from Italy.
Charge. You're not going to let me answer his charge, John Bernards? If anything, Americans are brainwashed anti-Columbus. I'm here to explain to you why. 20 years ago, a social studies teacher in the place where I was student teaching, told me that her purpose was to make all these students realize that Democrats were the better party. You know, it was, and that their parents were all redneck Republicans, but they purpose in life. Are you gonna? Do I have to mute you, John Bernard? I'm the one who unmuted you. You can't even send me the little respect. I'm the one who unmuted
I'm teasing you
today.
Hey,
Shut your mouth. I'm trying to tell a
I'm
story
teasing you.
here.
I'm teasing you.
Yeah, well, it's not working out. You're upsetting me. Is that what teasing is for? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, she took the kids on Columbus Day and she led a protest, an anti-Columbus protest on Columbus Day. That's the mindset of America. They don't like Columbus because of the stuff you guys just said. That's the mainstream mindset. If, you know, somebody who likes Columbus is in the minority. So I don't know what you guys are smoking
like
over
him.
there. Okay, great. I have nothing against him.
All the people.
Okay, can we move on? What do you know about the flat Earth mining crypto always?
What do I know about the flat Earth?
Yeah.
Okay. Zero curves per inch. Is that what you say? That is
All right.
Good.
Right?
Yeah.
Pretty good. Yep.
Good
Yeah.
start.
Correct.
And there's no satellites. SpaceX.
Yes.
Government money. NASA waste of money. Tax money go to nothing.
Yeah.
Where you came from? Where
I come from?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Your country.
Where are you from?
Where are you from?
You see.
Oh.
No, it's very interesting.
Oh, you see, man. You check my ping.
Are you from Italy?
No.
No.
Okay. I don't like immigrants. So yeah.
Tell us where you're from if you don't want to. No.
It's not about that. It's just a question.
Yeah, he doesn't want to. He doesn't want to answer. It's perfectly fine.
Okay, doesn't matter.
Yeah. So, how long have you been on the server mining crypto? Always.
Since yesterday.
Oh, okay.
Yes,
So, what do you think about this flat Earth evidence that's been presented to you about how we don't measure curve anywhere?
How you don't measure curve anywhere?
You said there's zero curve per inch.
Well, no, I'm talking about flat Earth.
Yeah. Okay. So, what do you think? Do you think that you live on a globe that's spinning, or do you think that you live on the Earth that's flat and stationary, just as you experience it and always have?
Yes. So I believe we are the only thing in the universe, pretty much, right? Apart from the sun, maybe a few stars. You can see
few stars.
just a few stars.
What a few stars? What do you mean?
Maybe a lot.
There are a lot of stars. Did you ever go, like, when I used to live in Montana, like, it's outrageous how many more stars you can see when you get to a place that's, like, way away from the cities and the darkened sky. You can see so many more stars. It's so cool.
Yes. I was just wondering, because I've been to Australia, and in Australia, the stars are upside down from the UK. Comparison to the UK.
Okay.
I don't understand.
You still not understand that you're on right way.
I'm what?
Not. There's no way to fit to the reality you are in. So you're all right.
Am I all right?
Yes, you're all right. You're all right.
I don't know what you mean.
I'm saying you are right, and your feelings and mind is working right.
Okay. Yes, the Earth is. It would make more sense.
It is like you see it and you feel.
Yes. Nothing. How can there be? How can there be more? I can't see that. You know.
Relax. Just take your time. It's all right.
That's cool that you, accepting objective reality, the way it presents itself to us is what we're all about here. We do have, Cardo's returned, and then Merciless, I guess, was unbanned also. So those two are on there. Second chance here. So Cardo, if you have another question about Flat Earth, you should be able to ask it. Let's see, maybe I have to mute and unmute you again. I'll check.
He's muted.
So,
hello.
Cardo. Are you there?
How are you?
Welcome back. So did you have any more questions about Flat Earth?
Flat Earth. I feel like this time I'm going to come back and be more open and more relaxed. But I still believe right now, doesn't mean I will still be in the future. There's more to disprove me, but I'm still a glober.
That's okay. It's
No,
okay.
nobody expects you to come. Yeah, nobody expects you to come in here. Nobody expects you to just come in here and immediately take our word for it and change your mind. That's not what we're about here. So, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, thank you for respecting my freedom.
Absolutely.
That's why many of us.
Pardon?
Many of us told you to do these kind of observations yourself. Take a camera, go to the seashore, and really do them yourself. You know.
If you have money, you can buy.
What you want me to do?
See
observation myself.
Yes.
I don't have money. I'm not even old enough to.
Maybe we have to give him a money then.
Yeah.
Can we give him a money too?
If you give me the money, I'll go to the beach right now and I'll get a laser.
Maybe we will do that. I really want. Give me a number.
Pardon?
How about this for a bridge? So you clearly respect and appreciate, people letting other people form their own opinions, not force feeding their ideology and their.
Next time, I mean, do you live? If you live anywhere near a large body of water, next time you go there, you could try to do some observations. Do you ever get to the sea?
Yeah, once, but that was once.
Yeah.
Or a big lake.
Yeah, big lake works.
Is everyone here globers or flat earthers?
I think there's both here. I think there's some of both.
I'd be surprised if there's no other globers.
One thing question I had. You can get satellite
Wi-Fi.
Yeah, you see the Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
And you go to the middle of the ocean, you can still get internet connection.
Yeah.
I don't understand how you can do that if there's no satellites.
I'll show you. Show you. One moment.
Wait, get me.
You're gonna start you can start a stream.
I'm specialist in this, but it's fine.
Underground cable.
Well, no, that wouldn't explain what he's talking about. But okay, just to clarify, where you say no satellites, the thing is not there's no satellites like you picture in your mind of these things flying around in space and orbits and stuff like that.
Right.
Like space. Before they ever claimed to have space satellites, they already had satellites that never left Earth, the Satelloons. Okay. They've been using them for a very long time. You can relay signals off of them.
How do you
more recently, especially just for the point of what you're talking about Wi-Fi out at sea. They did the Google Loon project. Okay, so
I'm
Google,
looking at it right now.
Yeah,
it's NASA.
No, NASA is not. Yeah, okay, NASA is. But they are talking about high altitude platform stations. We are talking about 8APS.
How do you spell Satelloon? SATL.
High altitude platform stations.
Well, it's not a real word, my friend.
Yes, actually, it is. No, it is.
Is it? Satelloon?
You just go ahead and type in Satelloon. It might not be the technical term for it, but it's more of a like a trade name or something like that. It's known, like they know what Satelloons are.
Well, I think mainstream is just called weather balloons. They call it
weather balloons.
It's different than a weather balloon.
Guys, can I ask a question?
Yes.
About flat Earth. Is there an end to the Earth? Like you can reach a point where you can fall off.
We don't know that. That is pure speculation.
I can
I'm asking, is there a point?
Let me answer this question. I can answer this question. We have a solar system. The sun is going around 360, and without this solar system, it's darkness. If you go far away, nobody can go anyway because it's freezing. It's deadly. Nobody can go because the sun. We are living in a sun system.
Yeah.
Of course, everything can be handed. That's my answer.
So
it's funny. If you want to compare the two models, right, flat Earth and globe Earth, the one that advocates to know the nature of the edge of the Earth would actually be the globe Earth, right? Because their claim is that anything above the
Is the question if there's an edge? Is that what the question was?
Earth's ground.
Is there an edge? And if
the globe model states
Okay,
that
so,
is the edge of the Earth, right?
Basically,
the edge
I'll
of
put
the Earth is the top of the
Gleason's
mountain.
map up again in the live stream voice text. Are you looking in the live stream voice text? Okay. Okay, so this is not, we're not saying that this map is definitely, this is not a model of the flat Earth. This is a map based on what we actually, see and experience in the world, and which is always flat and stationary, as we say. So you can see that Antarctica is an ice shelf circling the ocean basin. As we were discussing just before you got here, Captain Cook, when he made his voyage in that region, he logged over 60,000 miles exploring Antarctica. So this is the historic record. This is not, we're not telling you that. That is the story of Captain Cook.
Yeah.
And so since if the Earth were a globe with the circumference of 24,000 plus, I think it's 24,900 miles at the equator, how would it be possible at the alleged South Pole for him to find 66,000 miles of shoreline to explore? However, that historical report does comport perfectly with this map and this concept. Therefore, we have no reason to think there's an edge. No one's ever seen an edge. No flat earther thinks there's an edge. That's all based on that joke parody organization I explained to you in check-in earlier today, known as the Flat Earth Society. The Flat Earth Society puts out a straw man false model of the flat Earth, which is a disk spinning in space, being, sometimes they'll say being propelled upward at the rate of 9.8 meters per second squared. This is what the Flat Earth Society puts out there. That is not what actual people who are actually serious about the concept of flat Earth, who do scientific testing and observations to back up their arguments, think. So we do not think there's an edge. We do not think we're on a disk. We do not think we're in space in any way, shape, or form. We definitely don't think we're flying through it. We don't think we're moving at all. We don't see any reason that there would be an edge. So there are regions that have not been explored because the Antarctic Treaty, signed by over 50 nations that are, fighting over a bunch of other stuff, supposedly. But here's one thing they agree on: keep everybody out of Antarctica by force. So we have no reason to think there's an edge. An edge implies the disk flying through space, like Roger just put up there. This is not what we think. This is not where we think we are. We are not allowed to freely explore. We're even less allowed to freely explore now than we were a couple years ago. But we're definitely not allowed to explore the Antarctic region on penalty of, from the law. And, these, I think, didn't some of the guys that were with Yar Andhoy actually get killed? I'm pretty sure. But they took an unauthorized voyage. You have to apply to be able to go down there. If you have a ton of money, maybe you can go down there. Even if you go down there on some kind of approved thing, you're not going to be just running around. It's really cold down there. You're going to be in a small, region, and you're definitely not going to be able to find out what's at the outer realm of Antarctica. But no one who is serious about the flat Earth thinks there's an edge anywhere.
Okay, Dandelion.
Yes.
You are giving too much information But in the same time,
Johnny, Dandelion's doing just fine.
I like you, Mary.
Is this my performance review? Is this my performance review?
Nobody can take it. All this. I think you're a fucking echo tree.
I don't even know what that was. Was that a compliment or an insult? Probably an insult.
But
What do you say it was?
It was very great. It was very. I'm not saying.
I can only understand about half of what you're saying, so hopefully it's the half that.
I'm just saying.
I don't know.
I'm saying you are great. You are great. Okay.
Wait, can I ask a question?
It's no question
Yes,
about
please ask a question, Cardo. Please ask a
Ring of
question.
knowledge.
Cardo, go ahead.
So don't get me wrong, I might have misunderstood because too advanced for me to understand. But so you said there's no edge. What does that mean? Like, is it like we're in a dome or something?
Maybe, yeah, basically. Well, look, nobody knows. That was the first.
Oh, nobody knows.
Nobody really knows what's at any limits to our environment, right? It's all speculation. That's what. Who was it answered right away? That's what he said. We can't go there. That's what Dandelion was just stressing. That there's a tree, where we suspect that if there was an edge, it would be, or a limit to our environment. That's the direction we have to go. It's off limits to us. There's no way for us to know. And one other thing that I just kind of wanted to point out about the like falling off like an edge, like that whole thing, that's because you're placing the flat Earth in that, in outer space. Like there's no down. We think
That's
of
the globe.
The Earth is
outer space. Yeah.
The Earth is ground level, the ground floor to everything that exists. Okay, so whatever exists, the Earth is the bottom of it. Stuff that you see above your head, clouds, planes, stars, moon, sun, they're literally above you. They never circle around underneath you or anything like that. There's nothing to fall off to.
So can I quickly ask a question? Where does the sun go then? Does it just turn on and off, or like?
It doesn't go down. It goes out of view.
Wouldn't it always be out of view?
Where does it go? Oh, you don't know.
Can I answer your?
And also, wait, before you start, can I say so? Undoubtedly, the Earth is getting warmer, right?
No, you're asking about if you are.
Mate, can I just ask a question? Question.
A question. I will answer. First,
yeah, I'm learning.
Johnny, sorry about that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, it's fine. Don't worry. You know how like we all know that Earth is getting hotter. Like undoubtedly, like even though you might not believe in climate change and this and that, like it is getting hotter, right? So, do you reckon that the outer edge of ice and all that, wherever like freeze off?
If it's getting hot,
it is proving to get short.
Go ahead.
Hold on. Was it Texas that just froze and shit? Like what
Texas
like,
is what?
Yeah. Texas had a
Frozen.
really bad weather.
Winter.
I just don't like what is this? The Earth is getting hotter. Like where do you get that information?
No, it's over.
Well, the Earth's average temperature is getting hotter.
Yeah, average. Yeah,
actually, for the last little while, like I don't know, most of the last decade, they've been saying that the average temperature has been getting cooler.
Getting cooler. Does flat earthers believe in climate change or?
Well, we don't really like to talk about it too much. A lot of people do, especially when you start calling it global warming. We're just gonna be like, no global warming if no globe. But
okay. Flat warming.
Climate change. Yeah, climate change. Yes, the climate change.
The question there really comes down to like man-made climate change. That's what they're talking about when they say that. So, are we making a difference? Are we changing the Earth's climate? Most of us are going to say there's no. Where's the evidence? Show me the proof. There's no empirical data to show that we are the ones making any temperatures change. And like.
I mean, there is. I mean, it depends what you believe in, but if you believe in an atmosphere, then there's definitely global warming. A lot of evidence. Maybe over the decade. I don't know over the decade, but
if you
over
look
thousands
from
of years.
18, the average temperature in the last 20 years has gone up by like 0.8 degrees or something.
Atmosphere.
Yeah, it's so little from whatever records that they do
That's
have.
a lot more in Fahrenheit, but I don't know what it is in Fahrenheit. It's a 0.4 degrees. It's about 32 degrees Fahrenheit.
Yeah, and I mean it's mainstream for them to say that Earth has always gone through warming and cooling periods.
Yeah.
How can they know that tiny little increase or decrease whenever it happens, that any of that is from people? Think about it like this. They talk about the amount of hydrocarbons and stuff that are created by us, with our cars and everything else. When one volcano erupts, there's more like hydrocarbons introduced into the atmosphere than all of humanity could create over a century.
Yeah.
Over many centuries. One volcano eruption. What kind of dent are we doing to this? What are we actually doing?
I think we're burning a lot of fuels, using a lot of fuels, stuff like that. I mean, CO2.
No one's denying we're poisoning the earth, right? No one's denying people are wrecking the earth, right? But it's what they claim.
People are a plague,
right? People chop whole woods, right? So it's not okay. But thing it's there's no empirical proof that this tiny, just what Lou said, this tiny raise would be our doing.
Yeah, the thing that I've noticed, Cardo, after decades in the environmental movement, I was, very seriously into it, especially when I was in college. I was in the Earth First movement and so on, used to work for Greenpeace and so on. So it used to be environmentalists were really into the actual Earth, like nature, like what we experience in the real world. And as Roger said, we were concerned about like preserving natural areas and maybe, cutting down on pollution, this and that. And they've co-opted that whole movement onto this theoretical thing that's based on graphs, weather predictions, this, that, the other thing. It's all theoretical and it's global warming. So it just happens to fit in right where they want you, which is on that spinning fantasy water ball, which you never see, never experience. So then even the people who actually think they care about the earth, they're going to even take that impulse and put it onto some fantasy nonsense theoretical thing that, you can sit here and argue about it all day. Crypto and company just put out, they're about to put out a podcast where they interviewed Zanuck about, the global warming concept. But it's all theoretical. It's not proven. It's not settled science. It's a political tool that's used for various purposes. But it is an area of huge controversy, and it is a co-opting of a movement that should get people to be more on the earth, more connected to the environment where they actually live. And instead of doing that, instead of going out, maybe, just if you care about the earth, go pick up litter on the highway. That's way better than going on Twitter and talking about, whatever nonsense about global warming that's, may or may not be the case and isn't happening now. And everything's just fine, right? Everything's just fine the way it is. Nature takes care of itself. It has wonderful mechanisms for cleansing and so on if we leave it alone. It's just these do-gooders thinking they're doing something great by tweeting about stuff. Yeah, are they out picking up litter on the highway? Are they out planting trees? Are they doing anything that's actually worthwhile? No, they're just virtue signaling. So a lot of people don't give a lot of credence to global warming, but it's not like an official adjacent flat earth topic. It's just people around here ask for evidence for stuff. They don't just take it because the news said it was true. So it's adjacent, but it's a separate topic than the flat earth. And it's not like something everybody thinks one way about. People have different opinions about it.
Yeah.
Can I give him a point too? Cardio.
Yeah.
Do you know what their solution for global warming?
Who's there?
Jet.
No. Like when you said,
do you know what's their solution for
like the
global
people in general,
warming?
Civilians.
Sorry.
Like who you talking about?
Who are you referring to?
Yeah, who's there when you say what are they?
What about the government?
You said that the scientists are talking about the global warming, so they are those scientists.
Yeah, scientists. Yeah.
You said they have data, they have stuff. So, do you know what is their solution?
No.
For the global warming?
No.
I will tell you. It is castration, chemical castration, so that people cannot reproduce anymore. If you reduce the number of population, if you take away the procreation, they cannot reproduce themselves. So you reduce the number of the people. Would you accept to do this?
Who said that?
Would you accept this solution? Not to have kids?
Not to have kids.
So
he said this.
So you can contribute to the bettering of nature.
What does less children mean?
Well, it means that if they castrate you, you cannot have children.
Yeah, right.
So you cannot multiply.
What would that mean? If people had less children, what would that mean? As in, less people using
it is population control. It is population control.
Yeah, but what does this have to do with global warming?
Well, according to the rhetoric of
the humans are causing the global warming.
So they're blaming.
You believe? I thought he was a flat Earth.
But
Wait,
the Earth
are
is
you a flat Earther?
inevitable. Well, at least that's the rhetoric. Earth is inevitable.
So, would you agree to operate
The Earth will
yourself?
collapse if humans don't even come to exist. So
What?
I said,
Iso, Zenze, what are you saying?
I said that if there's no more humans coming in, then how are you gonna get more stuff? Because are you telling me the ecosystem barely isn't gonna do anything if there's gonna be enough with young children not even becoming to? So how? Because you're telling me this, that if children are the cause to global warming, then what is the future gonna contribute for us?
It's all fake.
No.
There is no global warming.
Matter of fact, they tell you that the cows are issue too. You got to kill all the cows.
Yeah, cows emit CO2, but like people are not going to stop eating it though.
CO2 is methane.
I was young in 70s.
Carbon dioxide.
Anyways.
Carbon dioxide is an important. Carbon dioxide is an important part of the carbon cycle, necessary for plant life to thrive upon the earth. This is all part of the depopulation agenda, which global warming concept goes right along with, as Get Baguette was getting across to you. Tries to get young people to believe, that there's inherently something wrong with them just for existing and breathing out carbon dioxide and living on the earth where they were born. It's absolutely ridiculous. It's absurd and it's disgusting. So there's nothing there. People are it is a bad thing to try to make young people believe that there's something wrong with them for just breathing. And having these emissions on the earth, carbon dioxide. The plants need carbon dioxide, and just like we need the plants oxygen. So if you're concerned about it, go plant some more trees. After you planted 7,000 trees, come back and talk to me again.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't have nothing to do with the shape of the earth.
Right.
The earth.
That's right. Let's go back to that. Excellent idea. Let's go back to it. Oh, please do.
So you see, what you man would call the globe, where it is. So the proof that these a couple of people that went to the top of the earth, let's say the North Pole, and they studied how the stars moved, in which direction, and what they found out is that the stars move on a pivot because they believe that the earth moves around like a skewer going down the earth, right, and it's moving around like a kebab almost. Like a chicken. The earth moves around in a direction as if there's a skewer going down there and it's just spinning around.
It spins around its axis, right?
Yeah, right. So there's a pivot at the top where the stars don't move, right? And it spins around.
Polaris.
Yeah, the Polaris, right? And the Earth spins around in the North Pole in a counterclockwise. When you get to the equator around there, it spins east to west. And at the bottom, it spins clockwise.
Hold on. So you think the bottom part of the Earth spins the opposite than the
so you understand the clockwise?
Yeah, the way you're looking, if you're looking down, of course it's going to be different.
It's like if someone's standing in front of you, they're looking left, and if you're looking right.
Yeah, it's kind of like that. Yeah. I'm looking towards
So they told you a story and you believed it.
No, it's video proof. No, but I'm asking if it was a flat Earth and the stars are moving, how could the stars move in different ways when it's
So if you look what Mac just posted on the VC the live stream.
Yeah.
So can you explain how the Earth is a globe with that picture?
How can I explain it's a globe? Because it's spinning round.
No. Look at this. Look at the image.
Yeah. Yeah.
Are you looking at the image at
looking at the image.
41 minutes? So the top part of that is spinning one way, and then if you look out to the distance, it's spinning the other.
No,
how
the stars are not spinning. It's the Earth.
So what shape would the Earth be if it's spinning the way you're seeing the stars spin right there?
Well, it depends because I can't see it moving. If it was moving, I'd be able to tell which way it's moving. But I think it looks like clockwise, maybe on the left and then the right.
What will the shape of the Earth be in that picture? It'll pretty much be like an L-like shape.
It must be flat.
That looks like flat, but no one would see that in real life. No one has seen that. No one can see that. No one
That's a picture.
Yes, but we can.
That's a still image of a star trail.
It can't be
of a figment.
It can't be. So okay.
Do you understand the star trail is is?
So this is the thing. This is the thing. Hold on. This is the thing. They told you a story.
No, it's not a story.
No, it is a story because I'm not talking about the way the stars spin because all you see is a star moving. You never experience the Earth. Listen, you never. Hold on, Johnny.
No, I'm saying like you.
Yeah. I know. You are coming in kind of hot, so that's why. So you see the stars moving. You don't feel your Earth spinning anywhere. They tell you this story that some scientist somewhere had to do it, right? But do you have any evidence about it?
What the spinning?
Yeah,
the fact that stars don't move.
Fake.
You're looking at the stars. In other words, if you see a plane moving over you, are you moving or the plane is?
Are we on the topic of does the Earth spin or rotate?
Hold on, I asked him a question. If you see a plane going over his head, is the plane moving or you?
I'm not moving. Earth is moving, and the plane is moving. Yeah.
So the Earth and the plane is moving, but you're just begging a question. Yeah. You haven't proven that the Earth is moving. You've seen things. Yeah, you've seen things move. No, you haven't.
Stars that move.
Stars that move. What do you mean the stars don't move?
Stars that move.
All you see is a star moving. If you look up in the sky, you never see.
We see it moving because, it's not actually moving. We see as if it's moving because we are spinning.
No,
nothing is spinning. What is spinning?
Hold on. So you see a car. You see a car going in front of you, and you're moving, but not the car. Then
that's different.
No, it's the same thing. Hold on,
guys.
You're watching something move in the sky, and you're the one moving and not it.
You can prove that the car is moving.
Yeah, you can prove that the stars are moving and not you because you don't feel yourself move.
Wait, you understand that this is related to gravity. You understand that when it comes down to a car moving and you're saying, are you moving or is the car moving? You're challenging the whole idea and base grounds of engineering. So when
engineering has nothing to do with it.
Pause. Hey,
you mentioned gravity and went to engineering.
Hey, right. So here's the thing. When you ask, are we moving or is the car moving? The car is moving in the sense.
Yes.
Technically, have you ever...
nothing about...
I'm speaking here. If you taped a Lego figure to a globe and then spun the globe, technically the Lego figure is moving, but they're fixed onto the globe, which is rotating.
Globe?
That makes sense.
Yeah, we know the story, right? We know the story, but how did you measure
Lego?
Yeah. How did you measure this wobble?
Use any other grounds that you'd understand. So
right. So
look, if you have a sphere,
yeah, no. We know the story. Right? We know the story. How did you measure?
By the sound of your voice, I can measure it. You're smart.
This is the thing, Wobble. This is Wobble. Sorry. This is called begging the question.
Right.
You're trying to beg a question, meaning you're trying to say because this is a sphere, that's why you're seeing this effect. That's not the way you prove things. You gotta get away from what you're trying to prove. In other words, you can't say, oh, because this is happening. In other words, if I say I'm full because I ate 10 pizzas, now that means every time I'm full, does it mean I eat 10 pizzas?
What?
That look, I don't know. That makes no sense.
That's what you're doing. It makes perfect sense.
Wooble, this is what you're doing. That's exactly what you're doing. Because I ate 10 pizzas, I'm full. Next time I'm full, does that mean I ate 10 pizzas?
No, but
exactly. That's exactly what I mean.
But that's a fixed thing in digestion. The earth is a
it's
logic. It's logic. That's hard to explain logic.
Let him talk.
All right, so the earth, right? That is not affected by, say, if we eat 10 pizzas, yeah, we're gonna be full. The next time I'm full, I don't need to have eaten 10 pizzas. I could have.
That's exactly the point.
Yeah. This is what we're saying. It's a
circular reason, right?
Your logic. Wooble, listen. Wooble, listen. Is the thing
Next
is
time I'm gonna need to eat 11.
Hold on. So this is the thing, Wooble. We're explaining to you the fallacy in your statement. That's called a fallacy.
Explain is the thing. All right. So explain to me.
You know what the fallacy is?
No, I actually don't. But explain to me.
Wow.
Explain to me.
Come here.
But see, I'm admitting when I don't know.
You're letting your team down, Wobble. You're letting your team
fine,
down.
Roger. And that's fine. No, we don't have to let him speak. You don't dictate what happens here. So this is fine that you don't know, but it's if you go look at what is a fallacy. Go Google what is a fallacy. You'll understand it's an inconsistency in the logic of your statement. So go check it out.
Flawed logic, man. You can't be debating people with flawed logic.
Explain to me how. Hear me out on this. Hear me out on this. If you take a ball and you take a sticker and you put that sticker on the ball and then you roll the ball, is the sticker moving? Or is the ball moving? Because that essentially sums up what you're asking.
Word. Right? That is perfect.
So answer that.
Kid, what are you talking about? What are we discussing here? Somebody please tell me what we're discussing.
He's trying to prove Earth's rotation with a sticker and a ball.
No, because I have to simplify.
I asked you how you asked right?
Move.
I'm not asking you how you theorize it with a sticker and a ball. I didn't ask you how you theorize it with a sticker and a ball. I asked you how you measured it, right?
He's basically saying,
what's the method of you measuring the Earth's rotation?
Saying gravity is.
All right, how you measure the Earth's rotation?
Yes,
you can measure
exactly.
The day-night cycle, and you can also measure.
That's also begging the question.
Tachometer.
That's also begging the question.
Explain measurement.
No.
How do seasons work?
You claim that the Earth.
We will tell you after.
Hold on. There's too many people talking to Wooble at once. Roger was talking to him. Let Roger finish the thought, and then if other people want to talk to him, that's fine. This is messy.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead, Roger.
So, how did you measure that the Earth is turning at 1,000 miles per hour around the equator?
Well, yeah, you can measure that through the speed of the day-night cycle.
No, that's you again begging the question that the Earth is turning, right? Then looking at the sky, and then beg the question that the Earth is turning. Right, we need direct measurements, Wobble. Direct measurements.
Yeah, you could just be measuring the sky's movement.
All right, so you can look at this. Do you know what the Polaris star is? Do you know what the Polaris?
Yeah, that's again looking at the sky,
because that's
at the floor.
One of the easiest ways to measure it. No, you can't look at
it's not a direct measurement of the floor. You're not listening.
All right, speak.
You're not listening. It's not a direct measurement of the floor. It's looking at the sky, begging the question that the Earth has a radius of 3959 miles, and it's turning around at 1,000 miles per hour. That's what you're doing. And then looking at the sky and declaring that the Earth is moving without direct measurements of the floor.
Because how are you meant to measure the Earth's gravitational rotation by looking at the floor? The easiest way to do that is look at the stars.
That's how you validate.
Wait, just listen.
No.
Hear me out. All right, so I know I'm probably going to get interrupted the second I mention this, so just hoping to hope, but
don't complain. Go ahead.
The Polaris star, right? The Polaris star. That is one of the most well-known stars for being fixed in the sky. So if you focus a camera on the Polaris star for, say, a week, that is the only star in the sky that moves, and that can prove the rotation of the Earth. Sorry, that doesn't move. And that can, yeah.
By looking at the sky, you cannot prove that you are moving. You have to directly measure it.
Do you want him to start running?
No, Roger. That's just illogical. He literally pointed why the Earth is moving.
You first beg the question. Listen, you first beg the question that the Earth is curving, and then you beg the question that the Earth is rotating.
Been arguing that it's rotating.
Yeah,
so
that's what we've been saying.
That's all I've been on about today.
If you it's straight facts. If you put a camera on that one Polaris, it won't move. You'll see that star.
That's correct.
You'll see that stars stay still.
Yeah,
that's correct. Yes, that's what we observe.
That circle out. They cycle out of each other because that one star doesn't move. You can compare the stars moving in a circular motion, and as we know, that's called a rotation.
Of the stars, yes, that's the only thing you observe, right?
Right,
the only thing you observe.
Rotating, you're saying that everything but the Earth is rotating. Yes. So technically, compared to you, the universe is rotating, or our galaxy is rotating. But
everything revolves around us, Wobble. That's the only thing you observe. You never observe curvature. You never observe the Earth.
Do you want to be special, sir?
Calm down.
That is the sun move. Do you agree? Right?
What?
I don't agree that we're the center of our solar system.
But there are orbits for a reason. We orbit around the sun.
Exactly. You can't say that the sun orbits around us because that breaks the whole that breaks
you are convoluting
our solar system.
You are convoluting two models, right? You're saying we are in the heliocentric model. There is no heliocentric model. We are the existence, right? We are the only thing that exists of the bottom of the universe.
What's your evidence? Oh wait, pause. You guys have been asking me for my evidence. What's your evidence that we're the center of our solar system?
The Earth measures flat always.
No, I want actual evidence. How does this
laser test for you?
Pause. Let me ask my question so you know how to answer. How does seasons work? The night cycle work? All that work. The sun rotates us. How does years work? No. Pause.
Dude, stop asking stupid questions.
Ready to answer? Yeah.
You're scattergun.
You're just galloping. You got to talk about. Ask a question. Listen to the answer. What you're doing there, that's another fallacy, actually. So,
but you're not letting me ask the question.
No, you're skipping questions. That's why.
I'm asking layers of questions. How do seasons work?
You asked me what is our proof, and then you went to seasons, right?
What is your proof that? Because I have proof that we orbit the sun, not the sun.
You can't.
You don't have proof.
You can't, right?
So if you say you have proof, can you give us that proof that we orbit the sun?
What did you say?
Can you give us the proof that we orbit the sun? Something that I can verify?
Yes.
What is it?
He can verify himself. He can go out there and do it.
Who's
I asked you. Don't worry about it. Just answer my question.
I can prove that we orbit the sun.
How?
All right, so seasons, the literal 365-day year.
Remember when I told you were begging the question? That's called begging the question.
You just asked me
Yeah, but that's not proof. You're.
All right, come on. Let's move on from this guy.
Hold on. So
What do you mean? What do you mean? He's
That's-
speaking logical.
No,
it's not logical.
It's not logic.
Let him speak.
No,
Let him
you're
speak.
not here to
Whoa,
moderate.
that's
You're not here to
Let him
moderate. You and your team are not here to moderate us, right?
Yeah, I just muted him because I'm speaking to we're speaking to Wobble, and we're telling that's inconsistent because you were begging a question.
Wait, pause. How come there can be 4 people on your side, but the only person?
This is our house, Wobble. This is the Flat Earth
You won't stop talking. You won't stop talking.
Get a new mic, senor. No one can hear you.
All right, so Fraud wants me to stop talking. Would you like me to stop
Okay,
talking?
none of these people who are drive-by backseat modding are helping at all. So you're not even helping your cause for Wooble. He can barely think because you guys keep jumping in there and shouting. Nobody can actually hear what's going on. So Elbow, what's the question on the table here for Wooble?
The question was because he said he could prove that the sun we're rotating around the sun, but then he begs the question with the sun is doing this. Yes.
All right. So, is there more questions or?
I just wanted to say before you go on with that, Wooble, what the problem in general that's happening here is you're assuming, and that's what they're trying to tell you about begging the question. You assume the heliocentric model is correct. We're asking for any verifiable proof or evidence that is the case because we have falsified that model in numerous ways, which you haven't been here for all of that, but these other people who are cheering you on have been. So you are assuming that model is correct, and then because you've been told all these things happen within that model, eclipses, seasons, so on, you're not even stretching your mind enough to realize a lot of those things. I mean, we could show you how seasons work on a flat Earth because it's flat and we have seasons. I mean, none of these are not gotcha questions. I can tell that you think they are, but begging the question is because you're coming in here sure that model's correct, and then I think Elbow asked you for someone asked you for proof that we're orbiting the sun. So yeah, we're ready for proof of verification you have of any rotation, any curvature, any orbiting, any of it. You have nothing. You're just coming in here assuming it's true and then making all these claims and then asking us. We can show you, sure. I mean, if we have time here, we can go through one thing after another, show you how seasons work, how time zones work, how eclipses work. We can show you how all that works in reality on the flat Earth. It's the heliocentric model that has problems, which is why you were never educated on how to properly defend it because you don't. You've made that clear.
Wait, you just said something really interesting. How do time zones work on a flat Earth? Can you?
It wouldn't work. It would not work.
It works. What are you talking about?
No.
Okay, well, another assumption.
Talk about time.
Okay, I'll answer that question. I guess where you're not going to provide. So let's just mark in the log here. He's not providing any evidence that we orbited around the sun. No evidence at all. So move on. I'll answer your question about time zones. So first of all,
can answer that actually.
Guys, don't talk over her for fuck's sake. If you want to have a conversation, let her finish a sentence.
Yeah, and then if you want to contribute, I don't know who's saying that. ESO? No, I'm going to answer, and then someone wants to join in afterward, they can. You're assuming the sun's 93 million miles away, another unverifiable number based on calculations, based on mistakes made thousands of years ago. The book Kings Dethroned, highly recommended reading. Try that one out for your side, and see what you can come up with that. Come back and refute anything Kings Dethroned tomorrow. I'd love to see you do that. So anyway, the sun does not, in reality, appear to be 93 million miles away. There's lots of evidence that it's close and local, the way that it hits the Earth and so on. So therefore, if you look at the possible demonstration, not a model, of how the sun moves around the Earth is seen in the icon of the server there. So in the same way that a flashlight on the floor of your room will only light up one portion at a time, and then if you start moving that flashlight across the room, it's going to light up different portions at different times. And so at different times, different parts of the Earth are in day and other parts are in night. It works. Time zones is not a proof of the globe. It works just as well on a flat Earth. That's a possible demonstration based on what we actually observe. So everything that you're reasoning from is from this model that has already been destroyed. So I think one of us I don't know if one of you guys wants to do it, but he doesn't understand that the model itself is flawed to begin with. So why use that to explain or predict things when it doesn't work? So I don't know if anyone wants to explain to Wooble the black swan or the long distance observations or the laser test.
Pause, because you mentioned flashlights, yes, but flashlights have one opening. Because say, the flashlight, if you have a flashlight on the floor of your room, it'll only light up one portion. But if you have a light bulb, then that is a spherical object that can cover all ground.
Not a spherical.
So you're
Okay, so then again, prove us, prove the sun's spherical, prove it's 93 million miles away. Go ahead.
Let me ask you this. So
if you've gone from a point
Wooble, let me ask you this. So would a light bulb light up a mile long floor?
If the light bulb was literally made of gas, fire, and was 30 million times larger than the sun. No, isn't it like how big is the sun?
We have to stay with this kid.
How big
Can we move on to somebody else, please?
is the sun in comparison to the Earth?
Yeah, he's pretty stressful, isn't he?
How did you measure the size of the sun?
Yeah, man. Preach, man.
You're assuming the size of the sun.
Can just bring something up? Because one of you just said he's fumbling, he's under pressure. Now you understand that might be because you've muted Cardo for the past 15 minutes for trying.
Oh man! Can I speak?
I'm gonna mute. I just unmuted Wooble. I'm gonna mute. Oh, somebody muted him already. Good. We're muting Wooble. I just unmuted Cardo. I'd much rather talk to Cardo. He's been broken in.
You're right.
You're right. So listen to me, right? Listen to me. So you believe that the sun is flat, right?
No.
So what do you believe it is?
I don't know. Have you been there?
We had this conversation already.
We can see the sun.
We don't know what the sun is.
Cardo, we talked about this earlier.
Can you let me speak, please?
I'm answering your question. We do not believe in a flat sun.
Okay, even if there isn't, right? We can see the sun, clearly. We can see the sun.
Yes, but you don't know what it is, and I don't know what it is.
Yeah, I don't know what it is, but I know for sure that it's round and it's always facing us, right? So if it's always facing us and the Earth is flat, that means it must be covering the whole of the Earth. So why isn't one side of the Earth, one side of the Earth dark and one side of the Earth flat?
That's not true. It's an incorrect
always facing us. It's
assumption.
The sun is not facing us.
It's far away.
Hold on. Crypto is answering.
Let crypto handle it, please. Thank you.
Yeah, it's an incorrect assumption. That's all I have to say about that.
That's what you have to. So there's no proof for it. You just can't say anything about it. I'm too right.
No. You've made a statement that is incorrect.
When we see it, is it not round and it's always facing us? When we see it, is it not always facing us?
Okay, I didn't deny either of those things, but your conclusion is a non sequitur.
Can you explain that?
It means that it doesn't follow.
So
we see a disc in the sky. Yeah, we see a disc in the sky. We agree. We agree that I guess the sun is facing us.
It's round and it faces us, right?
But that doesn't mean that it would light up the whole plane. There is no reason to believe that.
So if give me a second. Give me a second.
So hold up. I have to add one quick thing here, right? So a light bulb proportion to my room is really, really small, yet it lights up my entire room, which is crazy. Okay. So the sun, which is much like assuming.
You don't know how big the sun is.
Assuming it, yes.
Okay,
exactly.
you guys don't even know what the sun is, so at least I have a.
Neither do you.
That's one problem. That's one problem I have. That's
why we don't talk about the sky.
Okay, let's ask a question. Let's just get this dealt with. Pro Slammer, I want to ask you a question. Everyone else, just don't talk and let him answer.
Yep.
Pro Slammer, have you ever been in a big office building?
No, but I've been high up in a building.
Okay, have you ever been in a big warehouse or something like big wholesalers or anything like that?
Yeah.
How many light bulbs did they have?
A lot.
Why didn't they just have one in the middle?
They don't have one that's like 10 million degrees.
So they didn't have a light bulb in the middle because it wouldn't have lit up the whole area.
Yeah, because they don't have a sun. They don't have a light bulb. I'm not. This isn't a.
But again, you don't know what the sun is.
Direct translation.
You don't know what the sun is.
I'm not saying that I know, but let me finish, please.
Is that if you had a sun in the middle of the room, it would have lit the room? Like, but that doesn't make any sense because they're obviously not going to have a sun, are they? What we're talking about is the fact that a specific light source isn't covering the whole area. That is the point that you should just accept.
Right.
But why is there stuff that I have to just accept?
Because it's objectively true.
You can't explain it.
Why is it objectively true if I just have to accept it if there's no proof for it?
It doesn't care
Bro, one
about your
one light bulb in a big hall doesn't light up the big hall. That's objective.
Yeah, but it's also not putting out. It's also a lot like.
It's objectively
it's a lot
true,
less
right?
efficient than whatever.
Do you know the wattage of the sun? Do you know how much sun how much light the sun gives off?
I can tell you, it is certainly more than a light bulb.
The point
What's
is
the intensity of the light?
the point is you guys. The point is he doesn't know what the sun is. We don't know what the sun is, right? And if it's close and local, it wouldn't light up the whole Earth.
And it just putrefies.
Right?
He doesn't know what light is.
He doesn't know the distance to the sun.
I do know what light is.
You don't know
You're
what
saying
is
that the
light.
sun is not powerful enough to like cover the whole of the Earth at one time.
No, I'm saying that's what you guys are saying.
Define light.
Talking to you.
Define light.
Not you.
Oh,
Pro-Sam.
Yeah, define it.
No, I'm
It's
asking. Oh, go on.
So what you're
travel. Yeah.
Can I just go on? Can I just ask a question? Do you say the sun isn't powerful enough to light the whole Earth? That's what you're saying, or it doesn't have enough light to light the whole? So why is it?
And again, I mean, do you know anything about light attenuation?
So it doesn't have enough light to light the whole Earth.
Shall I take that as a no?
No, give me a sec.
More
Let me carry on
local.
explaining.
Well, do you know what light attenuation is?
Pardon?
Do you know what light attenuation is?
No, can you explain?
Okay, so light doesn't travel forever.
Mm-hmm.
The atmosphere isn't entirely see-through. It's partially opaque.
Wait, how can we have an atmosphere if there's no gravity?
Guys, we're
Your
talking
model.
about
How is there an atmosphere with no gravity?
No, we're talking about the sun now.
Dude, these things are connected.
No.
It's a solar
Gravity is
system.
not a necessary
Planet
antecedent
system.
of atmosphere.
It's not the sun, the Earth, the atmosphere. It's
Someone mute this kid so that we can actually have some kind of decent conversation.
No, I want to have a decent
not even
conversation.
enough.
Can I ask? So you're saying, Crypto, they are telling me that the sun rays, so the rays that come to the Earth, doesn't travel far enough to reach a whole Earth at once.
Yeah, I mean, but you observed that. I mean, you observed that.
Yeah, I observed that. I'm just making sure I'm not taking your word, like taking the wrong, meaning when you're saying this stuff. So when there's proof that the sun can hit other planets, why can't it? If it can go that far,
How
back
do you
than
know
ours,
that it's doing that?
we can look through telescopes to see that the people that planets are receiving what's it called, the sun, and So if
You don't know that.
Yeah, I can just look for a telescope and look when it's.
No, you don't know that. You don't know what those lights in the sky are doing. You don't know how they're
There's
being.
another song. So there's another song
No,
hitting them planets.
no.
So what is it? What's hitting them other planets that's farther back?
I mean, there's hundreds of different possible explanations. One thing that you haven't considered, obviously, is that they could be producing their own light. Maybe. Who knows? You don't know. I don't know.
So there's another light hitting other planets, but yet there's only the Earth. And this, it all evolves around the
No,
Earth.
you
So
cannot
how is it?
demonstrate the
If it all
sunlight
evolves around the Earth,
heats.
how does it go to other planets?
There are no other planets.
So what are you talking about? Another light. So what's this other light?
Did you just say there are no other planets?
There are no other planets.
Oh my!
Yes, there are no planets.
So there's no other lights. That means that the Earth must be lighting up all the other planets.
So
right?
all of you talking
the
at
Earth must be
once isn't going to form a sentence I can reply to.
Okay.
One of you, please.
That's what you guys have been doing all damn day. You
I
understand?
don't care. I'm here now. So if you all talk at once, I'll mute the lot of you. And if anyone talks over me, I will ban them. So Cardo, please go ahead.
So there's no other light, you just said, right? There's no other light source. It's just the Earth, and it's able to reach planets further back than ours. So how can it reach planets further back than ours but not cover our Earth?
Did you even hear what I said?
He said There's
Like, were you even listening to the last thing I said?
no
What did you
other
say?
planets.
What did I say?
You said there's no other planets. So
what did I say before then?
So when we look for a telescope, there's.
What did I say before then?
What did you say before that? I didn't remember.
Yeah, because you're not listening.
No, I just forgot. There was a bunch of screaming and shouting. I can't remember anything.
No, I didn't scream or shout this point.
Not you. The people in
Okay.
Discord.
But you need to listen to the answers.
can you please
That's
say
all
again?
of you. You need to actually listen to the
Yeah.
answers.
Yeah, I want to be respectful. Can you please say it again?
Okay, so when you see light in the sky, let's say Mars, what are you looking at? You're looking at an orange circle. You have no idea why that's lit. You don't know if that's receiving light from the sun. You don't know if it's producing its own light. None of that do you know.
Okay, so give me a sec, right? Colors are light, right? They come from light. So if,
Colours come from light.
yeah, they are.
Light wave.
I don't know what this has to do with anything.
Yeah, so if we are seeing a color, a light, that means it's reflection. So that means there's an object there.
That's true. Light
There
refraction.
must be an object there.
It could be its own light source.
So it still means it's an object.
Cardo, have you been there? Have you tested it?
Oh, don't come
Is
at
it
me
a
with
physical?
that, please.
Is it
Have
a
you
physical
been there to
object?
say it's fake?
I don't have to prove that.
Who said anything about it being fake?
Why does
Why
it
do you-
have to prove it?
Why do you only have to prove
Who
the stuff
said
that
fake?
helps you?
Who said fake? Did anyone here say that planets were, the lights in the sky were
No, but
fake?
no, give me a sec. He's asking me
Never
if I
mind.
can. If I can.
No, you just no one said it. So don't come at us with that straw man bullshit. We're
can we
not
carry
here
on?
to deal with straw men.
Okay,
We're
I'm
here
sorry,
to deal
I'm
with
sorry,
actual conversation. Dude, I haven't finished.
Okay.
Then stop talking.
I didn't stop talking. But
Stop
people-
talking. When I'm done, I will be finished. Then you can talk. Right? This whole fake thing, no one said. Yeah, I don't want to hear anyone accuse us of saying that these things are fake. There are certain things that might be someone might say CGI or they might say photoshopped. Someone might say that you don't know what like the moon is or you don't know what Mars is. But if you say fake, that's a straw man and you're stupid. Please go ahead.
Okay. So carrying on, if you see light or a color, should I say, other than black, then there must be like reflecting off of something, right? For that color to be there, and that must prove that there is an object there.
So if you see light or a color, it must be a reflection. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
So what is a light source?
A light source is like. Let me just search this up, and so you don't have to. Meaning of a light source. A light source is anything that makes light, whether natural and artificial. Natural light includes the sun and stars. Artificial light sources include lampposts and televisions.
So does a light source have to be a reflection?
If it's not a reflection, then it has to be another object creating.
That's not
that
what I
light.
asked. Does a light source have to be a reflection?
No, it doesn't.
Okay, so when you said earlier it has to be a reflection, do you now admit that wasn't true?
Let me take that back. But
Perfect.
if it's not a light reflection, if it's not a reflection, then it means it's an object there that is emitting light. So that's
There may be a light source. There may be
A reflection is
We
not
don't
a light source. It is something. It is the light source hitting something and reflecting back.
Yeah, we all
So
know
the-
what reflection is.
Okay, yeah.
We all know that.
Okay.
Yeah, and the other examples are like light bulbs and TVs
Okay.
they emit light. So if there
But
was a
going back to your original point, you said that it must be reflecting the light from the sun, which is factually untrue. So shall we move on?
Well, we'll take that back. We're not moving on.
Perfect.
I'll take that back about it must be a reflection. It must be an object. It has to be an object for like the color to come out of it.
Well, it has to be something. We don't know what it is.
So if it's an object that's emitting light, or that means there's other for you that it's not a planet. So you're saying it's not a planet. It would be another sun. So that means there's multiple things in space, and that just debunks the theory that there's nothing else in space apart from Earth and the sun.
No,
it
you're
doesn't.
just making shit up.
You're just making shit up.
I'm using science.
No, you're not using. No, you're not.
Using me lying.
You're barely using philosophy. You're getting nowhere near science.
No, okay. Science.
You're
basic
just
science is
creating
that
a
light-
story as you go. So
Is
you
fire
make
an object or a laser beam an object? Do they create light? Are they a source?
Yeah, laser beams are a source of light. They create, they make light and it
Is
emits
the
light.
beam of light itself, is it an object?
The light source itself is not an object, but it has to come from an object. So if there's light coming from, that direction, that means there's an object that's emitting that light.
Yeah.
I rest my case. I rest my case. There must be other stuff on this.
Like I'm just saying, anything that emits light, like you're talking about, it has to be an object. Like it has to be physical. Is the way I'm taking that.
Yes, yeah.
Like you could pick it up and touch it, like hold it, something like that, right?
Well, no, it'll probably burn you alive, but
Yes, anyway, I'm going to say this 1,000 times every single time you bring it up. I don't know what the moon is. I don't know what Mars is. You don't know what the moon is. You don't know what Mars is. There is no one on Earth who can prove what they are. They tell you a story and you accept it.
Yeah, right.
There's no
You can look at them in a telescope.
Finish.
Yeah, let him finish.
There is no scientific validation for this story you have been given, so I don't know why you cling to it so tightly.
No, okay. I believe, like he believes, there's you can't just go and like out to outer space and like actually prove the sun is something unless you go do it, and then to come back and even say to someone that they choose to believe you, they don't have to believe you. So like you can believe what you want, but I know that there is definitely an object.
But Cardo, you don't know. You don't know.
Yeah,
and
we
you
do know
believe
there is an object.
You believe, right? You
I've
don't
just
know.
proved that there is an object out there.
No,
that is a sun.
You guys believe.
You didn't prove anything. You told a story about it has
come on,
to
please.
be. It has to be an object.
How is he not proving
I thought he was moving.
He's just telling a story that it has to be an object. And
It does have to be an
has
object.
to be an object. He doesn't know what the sun is.
Okay,
He doesn't know if it's even physical. He doesn't know.
Cardo, right now is intangible.
Yeah, I'd just like to mention, talking about like the Mars or the Sun or the Moon, none of this is the Earth, right? So if you'll notice the name of this Discord server, it's the Flat Earth Discord server, right? Let's talk about the Earth because that's what we're actually here to talk about.
No, but I need to talk about other planets to prove that the Earth.
No, you don't. No, you don't. No, you
Yes,
don't.
I do.
So you're telling me you can't prove?
So, no, wait. Can I continue? Now you're all talking over me, please. Can I continue?
No, Fraud was talking before.
Okay,
Fraud, can you?
You're not going to force us to tell us what you want to talk about.
No, I'm not forcing anyone into doing anything.
Explain to you what this Discord is called. All right, you're not going to force us to say, no, you're not. No, you're not. We're going to talk about this. No.
Can we just?
We've explained to you time and time again what the star and the moon are. No one knows, right? Accept that and move on. That's all.
Then how do you know the Earth is flat if you don't know where it is?
measures.
Why don't we discuss the Earth and we can find out?
Can I continue? Can I continue to my point?
Yeah, let's talk about the Earth.
Yeah, to talk about the Earth, I must talk about other stuff.
No,
the Earth.
Yes, I do.
No,
you don't.
you're going to get muted again.
Yes,
you're going to get muted again, dude. You're going to get muted again if you don't stick to the topic, bro. Stick to the topic.
Okay, yeah, I'm sticking to the topic. It's like trying to talk about pizza without toppings on it. What?
Cardo, were you here when we went over the Black Swan observation earlier, or have you heard anything about the laser test, the long distance observation? Yeah, so basically the reason why we're trying to get you back down to Earth is because all of these other things are speculation, which are fun to talk about, but once you understand the problems with the heliocentric model, then you'll stop, hopefully we'll stop trying to fit everything into it and just accept reality as it presents itself. So, Roger just put the Black Swan image there in the live stream voice text. You see that? Where it says bye-bye ball.
Oh, yeah.
And there's 2 pictures of oil rigs on the ocean.
Okay.
So what? Yeah. By all means.
So as we said earlier, color comes from a light emission, right?
We decided we're moving on from this.
Can I ask a question? Can I point something out?
We're talking about an observation.
I'm talking about that. I'm talking about that. There's going to be inconsistencies when you're looking at a horizon because it's light rays. It's not, you're not right there. If you're right there, and looking at the horizon is going to be inconsistent at
all right, I'll give you another one that I've seen personally with my own eyes. Memes Chicago. So you don't like the Black Swan, just rewind the live stream if you want to hear that. I've already gone through it like 3 or 4 times today. Okay, so do you see the image of Chicago that is coming up here in the live stream voice text where it says 52 miles away, should have over 1,800 feet of curvature, hiding the tallest building completely? If we lived on a sphere with the radius of 3,959 miles, Though they give us these exact measurements, which we can then go and test out in reality. If that were the case, then objects would drop off in the distance at the rate of roughly 8 inches per mile squared. This is not my idea. It's not even a flat Earth idea. It's what you would find if you Googled what is the curvature of the Earth, which you may do now if you don't believe me. 8 inches per mile squared, that's an exponential function, which means not only does it increase, but unlike a linear function, it doesn't increase steadily like a diagonal straight line. It increases at an increasing rate. The rate at which is increases as the numbers get bigger. So for that reason, the curvature that you would expect to see if you lived on a sphere of this size would get very large at a very quick rate. Therefore, at 10 miles, objects should be obscured behind this alleged curve at approximately 66 feet. And that is quite high. At 25 miles, the distance of some of the laser tests, objects should be obscured behind this alleged curve at 300 feet. So it's not even close. Lasers hitting a target that it should be hidden behind 300 feet of curvature. Then you get all the way up to 52 miles, Chicago, and the entire skyline should be hidden. It should be behind 800 feet of curvature if this mathematical model were correct. In fact, it is not correct because you can see the entire skyline, including the tallest building, which is the Sears, now called the Willis Tower, which you can see toward the left-hand side of the skyline with the white radio antenna on top of it. This is impossible on a globe of the dimensions claimed. Therefore, we do not live on a globe of these dimensions.
Sorry, one moment. Who asked?
Cardo. We're talking to Cardo.
Yes, but why? Why do you care
continue.
if the Earth is flat or round? Why does it matter?
Mining, let's get back to Cardo. If you really want to answer that, Roger, that's fine. But let's let Cardo respond.
It's always amazing. It's always amazing when we point to the fact that there is no curvature on Earth. They immediately spiral into something. Why would they lie? And what's this? Just take it in, right? You can do this yourself, guys. You can go to
I'm
a beach.
scared of the curve.
Go to a
Can I
beach.
say something, please?
I was
Let
almost
Roger
done.
finish his
I was-
sentence, please.
I was almost done, right?
Okay.
Why are you flat?
So, if you go to a beach with your binoculars, you can do this yourself. You can test the surface of the Earth. If it's curving away from you, you can observe this for yourself, right? It's so easy to validate.
Why are you being racist?
Mining, do you want me to mute you? Is that what you're asking for? Because that's where you're going. So, Cardo, do you have any response to this that we can see too far?
I do.
Wait, go on.
I asked Cardo if he had a response, but we can move on to you if Cardo does not have a response.
I'll
Cardo, do you have any response? Go ahead, Pro Slammer.
So, for some reason,
Stay on
real quick,
topic. First off, stay on topic.
I
Stay on
am.
topic
I
of
absolutely
what
am.
you just addressed. Okay.
Oh, don't interrupt him, man. He was talking.
Yeah.
Jem, we don't need your modding. If you want to stay around here for a year, put in the work to become a mod, feel free. We don't need it anymore. We're sick of it. Go ahead, Pro Slammer.
Okay. So,
Whoa, that's so mean. I got feelings.
Can I talk about the Skyline Chicago thing real quick?
Please
that was
do.
the
That's
point.
the topic on the table. Yeah.
Okay. So for some reason, I can't post images in live stream voice chat. So if I DM you something, can you post it for me?
For sure. Yep.
All right. Wait, which one are you? Dandelion.
Dandelion. Yeah.
All right. Yeah. There we go. Okay. So once you post it, I'll talk about it real quick.
Okay. Did you draw this?
I did.
Okay. I'm going to put Pro Slammer's picture here.
Thank you. So the gray is the atmosphere, right? And so what happens is the yellow is the light, right? So the light that bounces. Okay, so the visible light that bounces onto the building, right? That we can see, it bounces off the curvature of the atmosphere, right?
What?
Over, so we can see it. Yep.
No.
Yeah.
There's so many problems. So many problems with this. Where do we even begin?
How do you prove that this is true?
Can I take over real quick? Can I take over?
No, I'm Pro Slammer.
No,
Pro Slammer
absolutely not.
is on the hot seat.
No, not about this. Not about this.
I would like Pro
No,
Slammer.
no. I'd like to let him. I want.
No. No,
Of course, you want to escape from this cartoon. Yeah.
Asking you about your own drawing. Now, how do you know that this is true or an accurate representation of reality?
I don't have that proof right now, but I. Can't
That's
find
fine.
it.
That's all I want.
No, because I just don't remember exactly. All right,
Okay.
I know that this is just. I know this, but I watched this video about it like 2 years ago.
Bro,
So give me a minute.
So this is literally just your opinion. That's fine. We can move on. Cardo.
No, that's not what I said. You're putting words in my mouth.
No, but I'm telling you what the actual reality of the situation is. This is your opinion.
Dude.
Well, otherwise you'd be able to prove it. There's only two options.
Can I talk now? Can I talk? Alright, moving. So talking about this, right? You're calling him saying there's no proof for it, right? There's no proof that this is possible with the image that he's drawn. But if we go back to the picture which talks about the image of Chicago 52 miles away, there is absolutely no proof that this picture was taken 52 miles away. For all we know, I could have taken that picture and put a tag on it. I could have only been 1 mile away and put a tag on it.
Yeah, that's silly. Yeah, it's taken from war. It's taken from war. It's taken from okay. Well, for one thing, I mean, I understand why you're saying it. Yeah, I'll answer if you want. I mean, it's taken. This person, Joshua Nowicki, he's not even a flat earther. He takes these photographs just professionally. And so he took this. He tells you the location, Warren Dunes. And I went there myself and saw it last summer and saw the skyline from 52 miles. I mean, that is the question of whether Warren Dunes is 52 miles from Chicago is just not a question. But I mean, it's just documented. It's known. It's so.
I have no proof.
Okay, Cardo, please. Okay, you gotta go. I mean, what do you want to do? Like Rob Skiba drove his boat across and kept the skyline in his view. And if you were on there and the speedometer of the boat, you could see it's 52 miles. I mean, this can be proven. I mean, if you're gonna hang your hat on, Chicago's not 52 miles across Lake Michigan. Do you not understand how that's very flimsy? Because I'm telling you it is. And that's just the accepted measurement, and not even any, mainstream Google Earth, whatever you want, is going to say it's 52 miles. I mean, that's just silliness. That's just silliness. Do you understand? It's not even close. It's 1,800 feet that this should be hidden behind, and it's not. So I understand why you guys are grasping at straws here.
And
But
fundamentally,
It's just untrue. I
mean, fundamentally, this is verifiable. So if you wanted, you could go there. You could take the picture yourself if you wanted to.
Yeah, but using the same logic you man do by saying,
No, I'm telling you the logic I'm using. I just did it. I told you what my logic is. So you don't have to tell me what my logic is because I just told you what my logic is.
Can you let me finish?
No, but you need to not assume my logic because I just told you it myself.
Don't assume his gender.
Yeah, don't assume my gender or my logic.
Okay, assuming what you said to me earlier about what I said about the Earth that I believe is round, and you said, "Oh, there's no proof. You should go and do it yourself." If you go and get a boat and drive 52 miles away from that, and you show me on an app called Strava, which actually measures the distance of how much you move, there is no proof. There is no proof that a person traveled out that far to take a picture of Chicago.
Right, again, so you've actually ignored my entire sentence and then just red herringed and non sequitured. So I'm going to say it again because I feel like either you weren't listening or you're not able to understand, and I don't know which it is. So I'll repeat.
What are you collecting?
This is verifiable, and you can go and do this yourself. If you want to go and stand on one of the shores, you can take the picture of the other shore, no problem at all, right? So this has got nothing to do with boats. I mean, Dandelion was talking about a Rob Skiba video where they actually did this to prove it wasn't a mirage. But that doesn't even matter. You can go and do this yourself. That's the point.
Have you done this yourself?
Unless you do this and get me an app that tells me how far you
So Dandelion was telling you earlier that that's literally why she was bringing the observation up. Because she's done it herself.
And can you prove that you went 52 miles away? For all I know, you could have gone 3 miles away and put a tag on it saying 52 miles.
Again, if you're curious and you don't believe her, you can go and verify this.
No, because I do not have the time of day to be going out that far. I can prove that the Earth is round.
So
from my
no, you can't.
Yes, I can.
No, you can't.
All right, we've given him enough time.
Oh, I posted the Wikipedia to the thing I was talking about earlier, by the way.
Yeah, Cardo. So if you want to prove that the Earth is a globe, go and measure the Earth's surface.
I'll do it right now.
Listen, go and measure the Earth's surface like we told you, right? We told you, go to a beach and measure it. Do it yourself. It's so easy to validate.
Can we move
No,
on?
no. Can I just prove my point? Can I prove my point?
No, Carter. You haven't proved anything.
Every time I speak right, they just put
Since
me
you've
on
been
mute.
here, you haven't proved. Listen, Dandelion explained to you the Black Swan, right? How many times? And you haven't gotten it to this point. Crypto sit here and trying to explain to you what Dandelion did also. You still don't understand. You fail to understand the simple logic in what this is representing.
Okay.
So if you can't get that, then we can't help you no more, man.
Listen.
Seriously, we
You
can't.
lot are saying that I am foolish for listening to what other people think, or not think, have seen.
No, you're straw man.
Believing their stories about going to the moon, and you said, that is you shouldn't believe. What
was the
were saying.
difference? Didn't
And
they say
this is the
what was
difference? There's no
verifiable,
difference
what's
here.
not
You lot are believing what a
verifiable?
picture's telling you. That there's a literal caption that anyone
Yes,
can.
you don't get it. That's fine. You don't get it. It's not a problem.
There's
You
no
not
proof that
getting
you went up
things
52 miles.
is nothing new.
There is
It's
no
not a
proof that
problem.
you went up 52
But
miles.
again, not getting it. This is a problem for you
there's
that
another
nobody else has a problem with. Fraud's tried to explain it to you. Dandelion's tried to explain it to you. I've tried to explain it to you, and you don't get it. We might as well move on.
I've debunked it, but
You haven't gotten close. You need to understand something before you can debunk something, and you haven't even gotten to the first level understanding it.
Could you let him speak?
He's an Arab. He cannot
He's been speaking more than anybody else here.
Yeah, okay, we clearly understand that, but
So speaking more than anyone else isn't speaking it. That doesn't make any sense.
And now you're changing my words.
Wooble wants to ask a question, Crypto. Do you want to hear from Wooble again or not?
Yeah, we can do. I just feel like this is going to be a waste of everyone's time.
Wooble, what would you like to say?
No, I don't want to ask a question. I just want to be able to speak if I have to actually bring up something instead of having to be in live stream voice text for the past 15
Yeah, we don't need your commentary now.
All right, so just
We
like,
don't need
turns.
Don't mute.
What's Rick and Morty?
Yeah, so anyway, Cardo, I'm going to repeat what I said before.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, Creation, do you want to do your thing again?
Oh, no, sorry, Crypto, go ahead.
All right, I feel like I took over your sound effect. Creation Bear's our resident sound effector. So, look, you haven't understood this 3 times. So why are we going to bother with you?
No, I'm not going to talk about that. I want to talk about something else.
So, but do you accept that what Dandelion said is at least possible?
What, the 52 miles away?
Yeah.
I don't have to. I shouldn't feel forced to accept it. This is what it's
Okay,
about.
no, that's fair enough, but you can verify it, which is way more than what any of NASA's stories.
Can you explain to me one more time how you verify it? Like,
You can go there and do it yourself.
oh, that's like the same as me telling you go to like the moon and tell me it's flat. Like,
You can't go to the moon, bruh.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, you can, bro. Neil Armstrong proved it.
Go to the moon. I'll tell you what, I will go to Michigan and you go to the moon, and then we'll figure this out.
Wait, that's wait, pause.
Good plan.
You're saying it's impossible to go to the moon because Cardo does not have the resources to go to the moon.
No, it's impossible to go to the moon. Point.
How can you say that?
Ow, why?
But the problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again. We did.
That's the brilliant astronaut. The brilliant astronaut Don Pettit telling you.
Waffler.
Can't go.
So
So do you believe him, Cardo?
said he...
Do you believe that guy?
Can you play that again one more time?
Yeah, play it for him, please. That's not.
And can you link the video to me of him speaking? It coming out his mouth.
Yeah, I'm posting it for you now. Posting it for you now.
I want to see if it's believable.
It's
We want to hear the whole thing again. I interrupted you before, Creation Bear. I didn't know there was a response. So are you able to play it again?
Yep, got you.
The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again. We did go there, and
And that's the way it happened.
I just posted it for you.
And who's this person?
This is Buzz Aldrin, bro. He allegedly went to the moon. And he's telling that little girl he didn't go.
Aren't we going back to the moon though?
No.
Supposedly.
It's impossible to go to the moon
If you
because
get enough money, you can go to the moon and check for yourself. But
Carter-
that's not my point. This is not my point, please.
Carter,
Can I just move on to
listen.
the next point?
For you to go to the moon, you need to validate that the Earth is a globe with a radius of 3959, and therefore you need to have measurements, direct measurements of curvature drop over distance.
Okay, can I speak now about this?
Do you understand what I'm saying? Right?
You should maybe try acknowledging.
I understand.
what
I
Roger saying.
understand. But
Well,
no, I'm not going to
maybe
be forced to
acknowledge
believe
it.
it. I'm not going to be
Okay.
forced to believe
Instead
it.
of move
You know
on
what I
to the next thing.
So we need
I've been
that
trying to move on to this
curvature.
thing for the past 30 minutes. Like,
Yeah, we need curvature
No, we're
drop over
saying
distance.
don't move on to the next thing. Acknowledge what he's saying.
okay, so
Oh, you man
Can you
are
say again?
bullies, man.
Look at this
can you say?
conspiratorial.
Can you say again? Can you say it again? And I will definitely acknowledge it this time.
Man are fucking disgusting, bro.
Bullies, man. Oh, bullies.
So what?
So-
You're gonna force.
So-
let me stop
so-
you guys there. So what? You're gonna force someone to believe some kind of bullshit.
Ah.
Allow it, bruv. You're gonna force someone to believe something. No, we're not forced to believe anything, bruh.
You kind
What we're doing is forcing people to question what they've been told already.
Can I talk
Allow it, bruv.
Listen, none of you guys.
You know, if that was me, I would have been
None of
muted and
you
kicked
have to
already.
be
You're
here.
mocking
You
a guy for his
understand
accent. You're mocking a guy for his
Yeah,
accent.
I'm mocking him for his outburst, not for his accent.
No, 'cause he's
I
not
mock
right.
Crypto for his accent all the time. He never complains.
Yeah, but
Well,
Let me give you guys an example. Right? So, so Matthew Learns, Matthew Learns is here. He's a Glober. Guess what? He doesn't get kicked constantly. He comes in, he's chilled, he discusses the topic.
I want to talk
he's
about my
cool,
point.
right? You guys are not him. Maybe you can learn a thing or two from him.
How have I been?
Oh yeah, I was going to say the same thing. I know you guys are new here, so you don't understand. Like there was a group of kids from the UK, like 2 or 3 days ago, maybe less. I don't know. It was recently. They were like, they didn't jump on it and say like definitely the earth is flat, but they were capable of listening and carrying on a conversation. Like I know you don't believe that you guys are in any way to blame for what's the chaos that has ensued here on your the first chance you had this morning, now your second chance after a couple you were banned. I know you guys think you're all in the right and so on. That's fine. But what the one thing we don't do here is we're not going around here like catering to your feelings or creating a safe space. We're trying to focus on the information. You guys are the ones who keep concern trolling every mod decision. Oh, how did so-and-so get muted? Oh my God, you guys are so rude. You guys are the one acting like little girls in here. So when some people come in and try to lay down the law to try to get us back on topic to actually get through the information in the hopes that some crack in your brain, something might get through to you, or if not to you, then the people that are listening, or the people, if we make this into a podcast in the future, which we probably won't, because it's been way too insane for anyone to get anything out of it. But we're the ones who are here day after day, dealing with crowds, dealing with people like you. And we're telling you, you're the ones making it difficult. And you're saying we're lying about that when pretty much everyone here, it's not that we don't get along with Globers. We don't get along with people who whine constantly and who can't carry on a civil conversation or take in information and respond to the information in a rational way without getting off into all these personality things. We don't care about the personality. We don't care about the feelings. We're trying to get through the information here. That's why we don't like all this backseat driving stuff.
May I respond?
Yeah.
Okay.
Who's responding?
Me, Pro Slammer. So I've been here.
Yeah.
So I've been here for a little bit now, and I've had some nice, chill conversations with people, and I like not to like. I'm not attacking you. I'm just stating a fact. There are some like flat earthers in here who do just rudely interrupt, argue instead of discuss, and sometimes they just do not get muted. And
Yep. Okay. So, very beautiful. Very nice. Okay.
Yeah.
Pro Slammer. We're not going to debate that point. It doesn't matter. We don't live in a perfect world. We're just trying to get back to the information. All right. We're not going to sit here and discuss for 20 minutes. The flat earthers get muted here all the time. I do it all the time, and they don't like me for it. And that's perfectly fine. I'm not here to be liked. I'd like to call your attention to 5:40 or 40 minutes after the hour. This is in response to the picture drawn earlier regarding the refraction of light.
Yep.
So anyway, this is still shot from a Dr. John D. PhD video, an investigation into the black swan phenomenon, which I'll put the entire video up for you if you wish. Viewing from Worthing Pier to Sea Lane Cafe buoy. All right, so what it says there, if you look at the diagram, for light to travel around a curve from point A to point B, the light would have to continually refract in a downward direction. For the light to keep refracting in a downward direction, it would be necessary for atmosphere to keep becoming denser, as shown in the diagram below. 1, the least dense air, to 5, the most dense air. The yellow and black dots indicate light moving from less dense atmosphere to more dense atmosphere and refracting in a downward direction. The black dotted line indicates the direction the light would have continued to take if refraction had not occurred. The atmosphere is not layered in such vertical sections, so light cannot travel in this manner. So there are people who use this refraction argument that as you're drawing roughly and crudely illustrated. However, they are not able to diagram or demonstrate that this downward refraction actually occurs in the atmosphere. And in fact, this diagram explains to you why it in fact cannot occur and does not occur.
So, if I look at your model, right? So mine was obviously, like you said, very crude. It was just to prove a point, right? Not to actually it was a representation instead of an exact model. So the problem with this, right, is obviously going off the curved model or the globe model or whatever you want to call it, right? 52 miles is very clearly not that much curvature, right? In your model. So it wouldn't. So it would not have to.
Have you? So wait a second, Pro Slammer. Do you know the radius of Earth?
I'll look that up real quick.
Right.
Oh my god.
Here we go.
I'm sorry that I don't have books and books of knowledge in my head, dude.
Pro Slammer.
Gives me a sec.
Look, this is prime example of good moderating. Everyone's just interrupted him, and now he's not speaking.
Because he's got no information to give us, dude.
No,
we're giving him information.
I'm looking it up.
Because you're overwhelmed.
And
Guys,
you're
I
both
don't
making
care
it
how.
worse.
Okay.
Do you not understand that? My gosh.
You said you wanted this to be
Keep going, Roger.
Discord.
Cardo, shut up, man. Dandelion just went through a 5-minute rant about you guys complaining. I mean,
one of the first rules in this Discord was to not be rude and
stop.
to shut up.
Stop. Right, stop. We were talking about Pro Slammer, the radius.
Yeah, I looked it up. 6,378 kilometers.
Yes.
Or wait, what?
6,371 kilometers.
No,
it's close enough. It's close enough. There'll be different models that will be within a few kilometers of each other.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So with this radius, right, Pro Slammer, we can then calculate what curvature drop over distance will be. Do you agree?
I'm gonna look up.
Wait, is this the radius?
What is the curvature?
If you look in the live stream.
What was the what was it? 52.
In the live stream. Look in the live stream. Are you in the live stream?
Yep.
Okay. So I can give you tons of curvature calculators, right? Here you go. But basically, when the observer is at 1 foot height at the beach looking over water, the horizon should be at 1.225 miles. Okay? This is what the globe dictates.
Okay, so like I said, right? I looked this up and I put in hold up, Dandelion. I'm gonna DM you another thing to post.
Okay, no problem.
So
sorry that you have to be
just
like my mediator.
So you just skip what I just told you. You just
Okay, so repeat it.
So when you're at the beach, Pro Slammer, and you're at 1 foot height, the horizon cannot be further than 1.225 miles. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So we have observations of 1 foot height, and then we see 10 miles, right? The horizon is further than 10 miles. You've seen the oil rigs, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So this cannot happen on a ball. The Guinness Book of World Record photograph is 274 miles away. Impossible on a ball.
Roger, you got to go step by step because you got to break it down 8 inches per mile squared. You got to start from the foundation, man. They're still not going to understand.
Right. So imagine a basketball Pro Slammer, right? And you're the ant on the basketball, and the basketball will curve away from you.
Yep.
Okay.
Well, I don't know what you mean by. Okay, no. Sorry.
A ball would curve away from you. That's just how it would be, right? But we never see this. It's not reality what we observe. So this curvature of Earth, according to the radius of 6,371 kilometers, right, should be approximately 8 centimeters per kilometer squared, or 8 inches per kilometer per mile squared. Do you follow what I'm saying?
Kinda. I'm really sorry. I have like really bad ADHD, and sometimes it's really hard to focus on like the particulars.
Right. So.
But I'm getting the general point of what you're saying.
Right. So there has to be a point somewhere on this ball where stuff gets blocked, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where the curvature would block boats and buildings, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So this physical leading edge of a sphere would be at 1.225 miles at 1 foot height. Do you think that's a long distance, 1.225 miles?
Say that really, really quick. Just that thing. That last sentence.
What?
Could you repeat like the very last sentence that you just said? I didn't quite catch it.
No.
Okay.
You can get it in a rerun, right? So the point here is that the horizon is further than the globe dictates.
Yeah.
Yes. So it cannot be a ball.
So my response to that, right, is the atmospheric refraction, right? And so to go back to that, right? Okay. If you go to the picture that I posted, right?
What picture? Yes. That should be happening, right?
Dandelion posted for me.
Yeah, that should be happening,
right?
But we're
and
not
so
seeing
it only has to reflect once, which is a lot more likely than when you posted earlier, Dandelion. Of like 8 times, or I forget the what was it, 5 times? Yeah. So it does not need to reflect that much. It only needs to reflect once. It doesn't even need to really reflect or refract. I don't know the difference right now, but it just needs to bend slightly, right? Which of course light will bend.
Yeah. You're begging the question. Right.
So you don't know the difference between reflection and refraction. But
I can look it up.
You want to assert that is the cause of the Earth looking flat. Do you not understand how ridiculous this is for an argument?
Reflection can simply be defined as the reflection of light when it
you just have to look up. We all know what
refraction can be defined as the process.
We all know what reflection is.
Okay. So refraction is a lot. Okay. So
can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I am, but I'm trying to.
Everyone here knows what reflection and what refraction is, but that's not my point. The point I was making that you keep insisting on talking over is that you didn't know the difference, and it was a key pillar of your argument. Do you not see how silly this is?
I can understand, but can I correct myself then right now?
You should perhaps understand the subject matter before trying to make
and I looked it up,
arguments.
so now I understand it. So I'm trying to trying to
clearly
correct
not.
myself.
No, you don't just look up a Google definition and now you're an expert on the subject.
No,
That is
I
not how it works.
understand. No, I understand enough of it to correct.
You clearly don't.
Never mind.
You had to Google the definition 5 seconds ago.
Yeah, the video that still shot was made from, you guys are the ones, some of your group, I don't know if you're from the same group. I don't think
I'm
you
not.
are, but okay, yeah, those guys were in here earlier asking about who has what degrees and so on. Yeah, Dr. John D has a PhD. He's the one putting that out there. It's not, how light acts, how it refracts, how it doesn't refract. That's not really a debatable topic. I mean, I understand you don't like it because it, refutes your claim, but that just is the way it is. I don't know what else to tell you. So you got to study up some more on light. Let's just move on to another topic. You can't Google and do this.
Hold up, one more second. One more.
Yeah.
Just one more thing. I looked up, right, to just correct myself, right? Reflection, reflection. Sorry. I have a bit of a stutter sometimes.
I'm back.
Reflect. Okay, dude. Okay.
Good moderation, by the way.
If you want to look into that reflection and refraction for a while and then come back and talk to us about it, that's perfectly fine. I'm not saying don't.
No,
look
I'm
it
just
up.
slightly annoyed because people are making fun of me for stuttering. And
I don't think they are.
shitty.
I didn't hear anyone do that. No one should do that. There's nothing wrong with that. It's perfectly.
Yeah, can you not hear the videos?
Yeah.
Have you got my mute?
And you want to tell your boy to mock over slow people. You don't even know that I could be fucking autistic.
Okay, let's just move on to another topic. Does anyone have another question about the flat Earth?
Yeah, I'm not really interested in talking about ISO's feelings. Yeah, like your feelings don't make the Earth.
When you lot's feelings are hurt, you meet people and kick them out of Discord.
There's nobody here talking about how butthurt they are other than.
Yeah, but when you're butthurt, you kick me out.
Okay, not true. But anyway, we can move on.
I want to move on. I want to describe and tell you why the Earth is, again, a globe.
No, I don't want you to tell me why you think it's a globe. I want you to prove it to me.
Okay, I'll prove it to you. Number one, let me ask you a question. Do you think gravity is a thing?
No. Gravity doesn't exist, no.
So, what do you believe holds us down?
Hey, dude. All right, number
balloons go up.
Come on.
Pressure mediation is the answer.
So, pardon, say that again. What did you say?
So pressure mediation. There's many possible explanations. It depends who you're talking to. There are many. There's a guy called Eric Verlinde who's a quantum mechanics PhD. He talks about how buoyancy, density, and there's another one, but they adequately describe gravity, and gravity itself doesn't need to exist.
Entropic gravity, he calls it.
That's it, yeah. But regardless,
how do you spell mediation? Sorry. How do you spell mediation?
MEDIATION.
This is just so sad. Oh my gosh.
Can I also say that gravity or things falling doesn't prove the shape of our floor in the first place, so this is useless.
So I searching up pressure mediation, literally nothing comes up about it. I can't find anything about it.
So what?
So I'm led to believe it's not a thing.
What? So the two words that have objective definitions don't exist because you can't Google it?
Yeah, it didn't show up on the first page.
I found it.
He didn't find it in 10 seconds on the first page.
No, I was looking for it about 5 minutes. Found it now.
Okay. Regardless, we're talking about whether gravity exists. Yeah, there is no experimental validation for it. So you can't even call it a scientific theory.
Pressure gradients affect air.
So
affect how we
you're asserting that gravity exists, right?
I think that something exists. That,
as I said to you earlier, you do this a lot. You actually want to avoid the because you know you've already been destroyed.
Yeah,
now, gravity itself has no experimental validation. There are many other explanations for what causes things to drop and causes other things to rise up. What we can do is we can experiment with a medium and an object. So we can take an object, let's just say a log, and we drop it. What happens when you drop a log in air?
It falls.
Okay, what if you drop that same log in water?
It could rise, it could fall. I mean, stay on the top or fall.
They'll generally rise, yeah. Some will fall, yeah, but most will rise. So why is that same log falling in air and rising in water?
Falling in air because in air there's no water to keep up. There's no particles called water to keep up the log.
What?
And in water there's
no particles in air.
There's no water particles in air that can. Well, let me say.
Well, there are.
In air, strong enough, enough to hold up the log, and in the sea there's more than enough to actually hold up the log.
Right. See, I mean, you haven't even got a basic understanding of what's going on.
And plus, a log contains
really
particles and oxygen rises in water.
It's about acceleration.
What do you think's inside the log that's making it float? What do you think inside
oxygen?
the log?
Does oxygen not go inside a log?
Okay, so if it sinks, what does that mean?
I guarantee
if the log sinks, what does that mean?
That means that there is no oxygen inside the log, and
oh, ding, ding, ding!
Acceleration is not.
No.
Let me talk. Let me talk. Just 2 minutes. 2 minutes. I will talk 2 minutes. Then
he won't be able to understand you. He's not going to be able to understand you. I'm just going to be.
Can I carry on?
Yeah, you know what? Okay. Well, I just wanted to mention, like, I don't know exactly what's going on here, but I had a long time ago said that Ohm could speak when there was an opening, which there so rarely is. But at some point, Ohm has something to ask or say, so we could just, maybe wrap whatever this is up and then ask Ohm what they've got.
Could I?
Okay, can I real quick?
No. I will say just 2 minutes, then you can keep on.
Yeah. Calm down, Elijah. Good grief.
I mean, I'm not saying anything. Fuck.
I heard that deep sigh. I heard that deep sigh.
What is gravity?
I can't understand him. That's why.
There's no proof of gravity.
Yeah, we can only understand about half of what you say, Johnny. So you keep that in mind. You better make it good. Maybe less than half.
Gravity is.
Because your mic.
Gravity is about acceleration. Something is falling down. That is the problem. What is why is something accelerating?
I have no idea what's going on.
Okay. Can we hear from Ohm? Elijah, do you have something before Ohm speaks, Elijah?
Yes, before my background gets crazy, if it isn't already. So you said there's no oxygen in there, right? So like what?
No, there's oxygen in a log when it's not in water. When it's
so if there's oxygen in it, it will rise because of the oxygen. So what is the oxygen doing?
It rises.
So it's unaffected by gravity.
Yeah, talking about
it is affected by gravity, but the fact that water particles
yo, hold on, dude with the bad mic. Why? Give me a second. I'm sorry. Can you repeat yourself?
I'm saying that the oxygen is affected by gravity, but it is the density of water is much more dense than oxygen, so the oxygen will rise to the top. So
it just sounds like gravity is the justification. I didn't see where it was necessary to include gravity when you were talking about relative density or
I didn't bring up log. I wanted to bring up gravity for another topic, but we've gone.
No, you brought up density. You brought up density.
I'm talking about at first. I brought up gravity to go into another point, but we've gone into this rabbit hole.
But then you brought up density. That's the point.
Density also matters when it comes into gravity. It affects it, but gravity it does work and it does pull us down to the ground. And also
gravity doesn't even exist. We discussed this already.
Well, okay, ignoring that your beliefs and my beliefs.
No, it's that there is no experimental validation for gravity. Ergo, it does not exist. So unless you can provide,
what pulls us down to the something?
Unless you can provide a scientific,
nothing's pulling you down.
Unless you can provide a scientific experiment that validates your belief, then there is no reason to believe it.
Okay.
So actually, I watched an interesting video. Which I don't want to talk over people, and I know I'm interrupting, but I'm just going to post the video. I just want to let you guys know. It's just interesting.
Sure, go right ahead.
It's about the whole gravity.
Yeah, thank you. We needed it.
What gravity?
Yeah, the mainstream science doesn't even acknowledge mass attracting mass gravity as being a thing. So we're not going to. So, did you have anything to say? I just want to give you a chance since we've heard a lot from
It
Cardo.
was all answered before, but I wanted to add with the log falling. Apologies if you guys have probably gone over it, and I do apologize if I'm re-going over it and saying it wrong. But like when the log falls into water, it would go up due to its density, as was said before, right? So wouldn't that just be following Archimedes' principle?
Yes, yeah. And when was Archimedes' principle discovered?
I have no clue. Probably.
Do you think it was discovered before Einstein or Newton?
No, it was a bit like BC times.
Yeah, thousands of years ago. So did we need gravity back then?
Well, it's within the principle of finding pressure. And we're using Archimedes' principle. Acceleration.
No, you're not. Hold on. You're talking about gravity. That's not the same as Archimedes' principle.
No, I'm not talking about gravity. I'm talking about the pressure of when it got to go up and then back down and then back up. Apologies.
Okay.
So they use acceleration to free fall, correct? To calculate that.
What in gravity?
No. Like, so if I were to be dropping a log and then it would go into water, it'd go down and
for a
then
short
back
period,
up, right? Yeah, for a short period.
Okay.
Then it would fly back up.
Yeah, depending on its density. Yeah.
Yeah. So with that, when trying to calculate the density of the liquid, right? When the log is going in, you need to use free fall in that. Like within a sense, I know that you're saying like gravity doesn't exist, but like I'm just thinking, then how could this like principle exist if gravity theoretically doesn't exist?
But this principle was around thousands of years before gravity was theorized.
Yeah, but he still used gravity within it.
No, he didn't.
If you get what I mean?
No, he didn't. You're just asserting that because you need it as part of your. But Archimedes' principle was completely separate from any conception.
Gravity, just because it wasn't named, gravity still existed.
No,
it did.
No, gravity doesn't exist to this day.
There is something that pulls us down to the ground, and that is called gravity.
No.
Simple as.
No,
What else holds
you're
us to the
just
ground?
saying
Let go of a balloon and it goes up.
Yeah.
Well, how's that being pulled down to the earth?
Can you tell me your like belief on what keeps us on the ground?
Nothing keeps us on the ground. If I give you a balloon and it goes up, how is that being pulled down to the earth? Bye gravity.
Because
the air's being displaced.
But
also, we're going to talk about density again.
But no one denies that, right? No one denies Archimedes' principle. What we're saying is that gravity isn't necessary.
Yeah.
Okay.
Why is this so hard?
It does not exist.
She just told you why. Density comes into the factor of when you're talking about gravity, you must talk about density as well.
No, you don't.
Yes,
no.
You're just asserting something that is incorrect.
No.
Yes, this is called a non sequitur.
So actually, I disagree. Density, okay, so never mind. Hold up. Let me think of how I want to word this.
Wait, so you guys don't believe that center of mass holds a person down then?
No. And it's objectively not the case.
Okay then.
We can prove that gravity is a thing.
Go ahead. I've been asking for that for ages.
Go on.
A water ball flip contains water, right? And the water lands when the the center of gravity is low enough to land, but also not tip over, because a low center of gravity means you can fall over easily, and a high center of gravity.
Do you think that because there's a term called center of gravity, that therefore gravity?
Yeah.
Is that really how basic this argument is?
Yeah. Literally.
Hilarious.
Basic. It's literally.
If that's the case,
But you're
if that's the case,
when you're too scared,
then you'll be able to provide an experiment for us. Yeah. Can you provide that experiment?
Water bottle flip.
Again, can you provide an experiment for us?
I think I might be able to, possibly.
Go on then. Bring the experiment, then we'll talk. Because everything else is just a waste of our time.
Okay. So you get
He's basically
right?
talking about balance.
Balance has to do with gravity.
Young
No,
man,
what
at
you're referring-
You guys
MIT
let the other guy talk, dude. He was talking and then you interrupted him.
It's like us asking for
MIT
purple
in
uniforms and you
United
saying the cone
States,
does this.
most prominent university, they do not teach gravity at physics classes. They teach dielectric acceleration or incoherent electrostatic acceleration for the down vector in physics classes. And they explicitly explain that gravity belongs to astrophysics, which is a pseudoscience, is not a factual science.
That you,
It's
what you've said kind of just
theoretical.
proves that there's gravity. Acceleration proves that there's gravity. If you grab an
Or
object
it's
and
just
let it go-
acceleration. There's no
You
gravity.
call
There's-
gravity, you call the down
okay, listen,
vector,
listen.
which you call gravity, actually is an acceleration which is caused by incoherent electrostatic acceleration. And this is caused by the atmospheric voltage. And all matter has a behavior, electric behavior, conductive, non-conductive.
If I say we have an object and I let it, I hold it out. I just stick my arm and I hold the object out and I let it go. Right, the object would fall, meaning there's
Not
a force.
necessarily.
putting- It will.
You maybe picked it up and then let it go.
No, hold on. That's not necessarily true, though.
I can't hold oxygen, so
Well, what if you picked up a helium balloon and then let it go?
if I picked up that's containing oxygen, which would rise it to the and
Well, it's not. It's not. It's a helium balloon, so it's not containing.
helium, air and
Right.
helium, and helium rises because the
Yeah.
density of air actually rises it.
So no gravity then.
If I grabbed the string, it would fall, which
Oh,
means
well,
the force pinning it
What
down.
about the rubber in the
Hold
balloon?
on, time out. Demo that. So you're saying that the helium rises, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, well the sun is made up of hydrogen and helium. Like, so what's going on there?
It combines to produce something different. It doesn't. It's
Yeah,
not
why
pure,
are
it's
they
not pure
combining?
helium.
I thought they rose.
That's like saying,
or
that's like
in
saying
that,
why doesn't
I
why
thought
does
I thought they rose, or in the case of gas being in a
Yeah,
vacuum.
but your point is like
it would
saying why doesn't
expand,
water
right?
float? Because water is made out of oxygen and oxygen floats. That's your point.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. It contains oxygen,
Water
so it
is
must
water.
float, right?
Water
That's
is
what you're
water.
saying.
Oxygen is gas.
That's what you're
Water
saying.
is water. Oxygen is gas.
You know my point
Water
is
is
right.
water.
And
No.
it doesn't
Ricardo,
contain
try not
oxygen.
speaking over our moderator, Ricardo. Thank you.
But that's not even important. The important part is when it comes to why a helium balloon rises in the face of gravity, right? You're saying, well, it's just less dense than the air around it. Okay, fine, fair enough. But where there's a high pressure of hydrogen and helium, that being the sun, what's going on there? It's in the vacuum, and it's hydrogen and helium.
Yeah, so it's hydrogen
Like
and
that's
helium
not really.
combining.
That's not really. I don't think that's really. I'm not asking you what it's doing. I'm pointing out a contradiction, and I'm asking you to consider it. And you're kind of not. You're just
Okay.
telling me what you
I'm-
think hydrogen and helium do.
I'm going to consider it. But while I'm considering it, can you consider that oxygen is included in the makeup of water, and water doesn't float while oxygen does?
Well, it's a different phase, isn't it? Water
It's all
is
still
water,
particles.
and
Do we
listen,
anyone
it's
want
a-
to talk about the water
hold
cycle?
hold on. Is it a different phase or is it not a different phase?
What do you mean? And fire is a different phase.
Water is water, and air is air.
Yeah, and fire is fire, and helium is helium.
And fire
Yeah,
also goes up.
Fire doesn't. What?
What do you mean? I light my lighter right side up, the flame goes up. I light it upside down, the flame goes up. What are you talking about?
because helium is much denser, and that's what causes it. Helium makes it go up.
So no gravity.
The point is like you're telling me to think of gas as water because you think oxygen or water
that's just
is
your
made up
comparison.
of. No, it's not. My comparison is about gas pressure not being contained in the vacuum of space. That's what I'm talking about.
Gravity will occur when the object
Well, it's not
is dense,
occurring
is
now
denser,
because
is denser
it's
than
rising,
the air. When
isn't
the object
it?
is denser than the air around it and the oxygen around it.
Okay,
Oh, that
so
sounds
is
like
helium
density.
denser? So is helium denser
Denser than
than
the air. I mean, not denser. I mean, okay, scrap that. Let me reset that again. Gravity will occur. Yeah. Okay. Now what I said was right. Gravity will occur when an object is denser, and gravity won't occur on an object. Well, it will, but it will less. It will move.
Sounds like density.
Well, never mind, dude. Never mind. I don't know how to help you.
Yeah, you're
Replace the word
describing
gravity
density.
with downward acceleration, then you'll understand why we don't believe in it. And we don't need your gravity word. It's the same as downward acceleration.
Yeah, exactly.
Based on
What I would say,
It's called downward acceleration.
yeah, what I would say is that let's look at this philosophically because you don't seem to understand the science. Let's just say that I say to you that if I drop my key and it drops down to the floor, that is because magic. Would you accept that?
No,
Why not?
because for a key to fall down, there must be a force acting on that object, putting force in it.
Yeah, magic causes that.
And that force is called gravity. Not
No,
gravity.
no, no. Again, we're in an alternate universe. It's called magic. Yeah. So would you accept that?
The grass or such on your feet is called.
Didn't ask about grass.
No, but it's magic.
Didn't ask about grass.
It's magic.
Okay, so things fall because magic.
There is a magic speed.
Fuck's sake! Don't red herring this now. So do you accept that when I drop my keys, it's because of magic? Yeah.
No, it's not because of magic.
Why not?
Because it's proved to be a force.
But it's the same reasoning you're using.
What?
You're saying that because things go down, I can pull out a word out of my arse called gravity and say that thing that I've just said causes that effect.
It's naming something.
Okay, so I can call it magic then. So magic makes
So I
things
can
fall
call
down.
you magic because you pulled out. No offense, got pulled
You
out.
can call me whatever you like.
I mean, crypto's pretty
with
magic.
regard-
I'm not gonna lie.
That doesn't
Exactly.
work.
But with regardless,
It doesn't work because crypto is a person. Like you're talking about an action, not just a thing or a person.
He's talking about the false cause fallacy. You get that, new guy? Crypto is saying that you haven't proven the cause. We all witness the same effect, right? But you haven't proven the cause.
Of gravity.
Yeah, okay, you can keep chanting that, but prove it.
You want me to? Okay, I'll search up evidence of gravity.
yeah, no, with an experiment. We need a scientific experiment.
Okay.
So in the video that I posted, it was talking about how gravity is actually not a force. It's a bending of space time, right? 'Cause near really, really big objects, right, like a planet, space time gets bent, right? And so it's like a grid, right? If you were to basically like. If you were to take a massive grid, right, of 100 by 100 squares, right, and then in the middle, you kind of, like, you made the lines go curvy in the middle for some reason, right, and then you made something go on one of your grid lines, right, it would go up and down with the curve, right, so gravity is just
a concept, an idea,
is that
something in your mind, something that you put in a paper. You write it down. It's an idea.
Yeah, can I get our two friends, Cardo and Pro Slammer, to agree on whether gravity is or isn't a force? And then once you've had that discussion, we'll then discuss with you. Because I'm not going to argue against two pseudoscientific ideas that don't even agree with each other.
Pro Pro Slammer, you told me Ohm had something to say. Ohm, if you turn up your mic, if you felt like you got overtalked or whatever, like your mic is really low. Like I turned you up individually, but you were low, so that might have been the problem.
It's all cool. Don't worry.
Okay.
It's fine.
Do you have anything to say, or no? You don't.
No,
Okay.
gravity is a force. Gravity is.
Gravity
Pro
is
Slammer.
not a force, but you can think of it as a force.
Yeah, Pro Slammer, is gravity a force?
Nope.
Okay, so Cardo, is gravity a force?
I believe gravity is a force.
Okay, so why don't you two have a lovely chat, a cup of tea, then come back to us when you've agreed?
It's a similar thing
You should have seen
with
between me and you. If me and you agree, then you can.
Yeah, I'm not having a discussion. I'm not like arguing. I'm not. Sorry, never mind. Doesn't matter.
How about Crypto? Me and you have a little tea, talk about whether the Earth is flat or not.
Yeah, the Earth is objectively flat.
And I believe it's not. So you're basically saying we should have a.
No, I never said it was my belief. I said it was objective.
It's what?
It's objectively flat.
So to you, it's flat.
No,
That's
it's
like me
subjectively
saying
flat.
God is real.
No, because we can measure
That's a
Earth.
belief.
We can measure the Earth. The Earth measures flat. Like there is no opinion there.
Then there are other people who also say you can measure the Earth as a
Round.
globe.
Yeah, exactly. So
And have never,
So why should I
they've
believe you?
never
Okay,
provided.
provide
How
you
many
one.
times have I asked?
picture of the
How many times have I asked for a scientific experiment that proves gravity and had
Okay.
fuck all come back?
Okay.
7, 8, 9 times.
I'll prove it to
Well,
you.
okay, when you talk about measuring the Earth as flat, what do you mean by that? Can you explain that real
I'm
quick?
so glad you asked. Maybe we can get onto something.
Okay, now look at the
Finally.
Look at that
Oh
experiment.
my goodness.
So, what's your name again? Let me have a look.
Cardo did post something in
Pro Slammer.
I don't know I don't know about that, but
He put Cavendish.
I haven't read it, but
Cavendish.
You can watch this video if you want.
Okay,
You can
so
actually watch that
Pro
video.
Slammer, maybe you can read what I've just put. And Cardo, why don't you go ahead and explain to the room what the Cavendish experiment is and how it proves gravity?
The Cavendish experiment uses a torsion balance to measure the weak gravitational force between lead balls. A torsion balance consists of a bar suspended at its middle by a thin wire or fiber. Twisting the wire requires a torque that is a function of the wire width material.
Okay, and how does this explain? How does this?
Pardon, what did you say?
How does this prove gravity?
Okay, if you want me to do that, I'll watch the video and I'll come back to you in 5 minutes.
Brilliant.
15 minutes. And I'll be able to explain it to you. Doesn't mean that's not real.
Do you really think that we've never heard this before?
Do you really think that I've...
No, answer the question. Do you really think we've never heard of the Cavendish experiment?
You answer my question.
Well, I asked mine first.
Well, I asked my question about why do you people...
Do you really think we've never heard of the Cavendish experiment?
Okay, can you tell me why?
Do you really think we've never heard of the Cavendish experiment?
And why do you keep coming here with these sarcastic questions? Of course,
It's a yes or no question, bruh.
You know the answer.
Question. Bro, it's a yes or no
so why are you asking
question.
me? You know the answer, so why are you asking me?
Well, why don't you ask me what the answer is then?
I'm not gonna ask you. You believe the Earth is flat? Why would I believe you?
It will be pretty simple to answer that question. And since you brought up the Cavendish, but you say you're gonna look into the video because you don't know what it is. So
I'm gonna look into it.
You got no point.
He has no idea what he's talking.
Yeah, I think what he's trying to get
desperate
at in a subtle way, what he's trying to get at in a subtle way is that we are very familiar with this and probably know way more about it than you do. So yeah, if you want to go ahead, yeah, that's fine. And then we can refute. It's not actually an experiment, but you can keep using that misnomer until we explain to you why it's not an experiment. Go ahead.
They're basically calling gravity something else. For people like you that don't believe what gravity is, they believe that there's a force that acts on objects, but they choose to call it a downward acceleration. And the downward acceleration is proved by the two lead balls. When one is so either way to the argument, it's just preferred to call it gravity. It's like calling someone a name. They've proved it by the lead balls using the wire. Like showed that the different weights of the lead balls can bring down the one side because of the acceleration of gravity, and we prefer to call it gravity. That's what it is.
Yeah, you don't have the first clue about this. So go and watch the video, come back, and then maybe you might sound coherent explaining or not. We'll see.
So while he's doing that, I'd like to ask you a question real quick about this that you the thing that you told me to read. So in the same light that you guys say, like, oh, how do you know that these experiments are real? You don't know. Go do it out yourself. Like, can you explain to me? Not this may sound like I'm attacking, but I just genuinely want to know. Like, how can you guys? What's the word for it?
We're just asking for verification. So if you say you have $1 million,
verification that this is 100% real
on your phone of this, I want to see a real life demonstration of this money. I don't want to just buy some screenshots and you just telling me just those stories about you having money. I want real life proof.
Yeah, so I just want verification that this is real.
That's what we're asking for. Verification of the globe.
Yeah, these
okay,
kind of
but
tests are
I'm
repeated
asking
and documented. Pro-Slammer, listen to me, right? These tests, the difference with these tests and the things that you're shown on TV is that these are tests that you can go and reproduce yourselves, and people have. All over across the world and all throughout the server, people here have been conducting these exact kind of tests, looking for the Earth's curvature, which has to be there if the Earth's a globe.
But here's the thing, right? Where did you guys learn about these experiments? Like, you could have learned them from us.
All you have to know, Pro
Please let me finish, please.
Is what the globe model tells you is the rate of curvature, right? You figure out how to what the rate of curvature should be. You figure out how to test it. Look on NASA.com. Get the radius.
So hold up, dude. This is why I fucking hate when people interrupt me. Okay, I don't remember what I was saying now. Give me a minute. I need to remember what.
You started saying, how do you know about all these experiments?
Yeah. So here's the. Thank you. So, like you said, these have been reproduced. Sorry. Yeah. Sorry, ADHD. Yeah. So, like, how do you know? Like, where did you guys learn about these experiments? Right? Because you could have learned them from a source who, like you guys say, the government does, wanted to deceive you, or just wanted to like get your money, like make you pay for this fucking screenshot, or they may have designed these experiments that are very easily, right, tricking you into thinking that the globe is flat. And so another point of a little bit earlier in the conversation when you were saying like this shit has been reproduced, right? A bunch of scientists have reproduced. Now I don't have the studies because I know you guys are going to ask about that. So if you give me a couple of minutes,
otherwise we're just taking your word for it, right?
Right. So listen. What you're saying, how do you know what this is that you're testing is credible? Well, that's the whole point. What we're testing is the story that you're currently in here thinking that you're arguing for, right? Those numbers are agreed upon by NASA, by the quote-unquote scientific community, right? Those numbers aren't hidden. You can go and look them up. That's what we did. So you look up that story. That's the story that you're testing, the thing that you believe, which is a radius of 3,959 miles, which necessitates a certain curvature across the surface. You're testing their story. This isn't a story that we've made up and then decided to test. This is their story, the story that you're currently believing.
Okay.
See if you scroll down. Sorry, just quickly. Have you seen the additional information sections in the server? Like right towards the bottom. If you scroll right towards the bottom, like 2/3 of the way down, you'll see it's all alphabetized, and there's a page called curvature. All right, this will give you the information you need.
Yeah, additional, and then curvature.
There's curvature, long distance observations, laser tests. Look at all of them, and you'll figure out that you can do this yourself.
Let's see.
That's just for researching in your own time, right? Because this stuff you're not going to find on YouTube or Google. They hide it. So just give it a watch.
I don't see anything about lasers. Maybe I'm dumb.
I just put a link to I put the hyperlink in the voice text.
There you go.
So
thank you.
If I can say something in hope to. Yeah.
Go ahead, bro.
So you're asking you know what we're doing essentially. So it's like we're looking for validation of the globe. Like it's very simple. It's very simple. Something that's easy to Google, and it's how to calculate or how to get the distance to the horizon. It's that simple. And they'll tell you from 1 foot the horizon is supposed to be, because of Earth curve, 1.2 miles away. So off rip right there, if they're saying if you're stood on a beach and you're a 6 foot person, then the horizon should be 3 miles away. Then that's what I'm expecting to find.
So, and
but if
sorry,
but if the horizon is not there and it's much further, then what's wrong with the math there?
So
it just doesn't work out.
So it's not the math. It's I'm getting echo and a lot of background noise from you, by the way. Thank you. So that's because of refraction, right? I did look into it in the meantime, and it's basically, it's not when something reflects off something, it's when light is bent by something, right? So the atmosphere, right? We can all agree that oxygen exists and it's around us, right? There is some sort of atmosphere, right?
So this means that there's no method for determining
or just answer my question, please. Like you guys say, just answer the question that I did ask.
He's trying to address one of your points.
Is there an atmosphere?
Listen,
Is
Could you demonstrate a
gas
sphere
around
of gas? Can you demonstrate a sphere of gas?
But there's air we breathe. What difference does that make? There's
Okay, so there is air that we breathe, right? So light can be bent by the gases around us, right?
Around what?
Is that what you're claiming?
What do you mean? Like light can be bent.
Around what?
Light can be bent by the gases, right? Like gases.
No, I mean around what? A ball?
Around, I mean, like, no, I'm not saying around anything. I meant like around us, as in like the air around us can bend light.
Well,
correct?
you're saying it's bending. If it's not bending in a particular direction, then I mean, how would you have a coherent image?
Wait, what?
So obviously you're talking about bending around a shape like the Earth that you consider to be a ball, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So if that's the case, then how does anyone know the radius of the Earth?
What do you mean? Other experiments that aren't visual?
No,
because your
all
eyes can be
visual.
tricked, like optical illusions, you know?
No, they're all no. As far as determining the shape of the Earth and how big it is, that was all. Well, it was mathematical actually, but in the math, they're talking about physical things, like a physical size that's going to obstruct your vision based on your height. It's describing what reality is supposed to be. But you're telling me that actually doesn't happen.
Wait, say that one more time? I'm sorry.
You're telling me that what they're saying isn't actually true when you say refraction.
What are they saying? Hold up. What are you saying that they're lying about?
So how can you apply calculations for the curvature when it comes to ballistics if you're not talking about a sphere edge that's at a specific distance for things to curve around?
Wait, when did bullets come into this?
Could you
We're
just
talking
ask
about
him?
reality,
You're begging the
physicality.
question. You're begging the question, right? Because you're the one claiming that the light is bending in a certain way through air. So could you demonstrate what it is that you're claiming?
What do you mean? Yeah.
Well, yeah. Okay. So how are you saying?
I can demonstrate it with one of your evidences, that Black Swan thing or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So, So that is
Proof of no geometric horizon.
Why is the
That
horizon
i-
behind the oil rigs in that
Okay,
photo?
so that is refraction, right? The light, the visible light of the oil rig, right, is refracted. It's bent very, very slightly by the air, but just enough where you can see it.
Right, but they're on
You
the
know?
other side of they're on the other side of a physical crest of Earth, according to the globe model. So you're saying that the horizon is
What do you mean the
actually in
other?
front
What do
of
you mean the
oil
other
rigs.
side? Like the exact opposite side of the globe?
No, obviously not. They're saying it's on the other side of the Sagitta, which is the crest of that ball that you believe you live on, right? Remember, you're an ant on a basketball. When that ant moves a certain distance away from you, you see it descend below a physical horizon, right? So what we're saying is those rigs have gone beyond that point from their base. They're on the other side of that horizon, but you're saying somehow that horizon has optically appeared behind them and they've appeared in front of them, even though they're being obscured physically by that crest. That's what you're saying.
Hold up, can
So
someone
could you
post it
demonstrate that
again?
that's possible?
Real quick, that picture.
Yeah, someone reposted the Swan. Right? You're saying that this horizon that we see beyond them is physically in front of them, but somehow it's jumped behind them, and we're seeing these oil rigs.
No, I'm
on the other
not
side of the
saying
hill.
the horizon is. No. The horizon is in front of them, right? So
No, it's not.
obviously,
It's behind them.
Why? How?
What do you mean? Look at the image.
Look at the photo.
Have you got the photo?
Tell us where you see the horizon.
Have you got the photo open?
Dude, okay, hold up. I'm gonna. I'd like to hear you guys' thing on this. Dandelion, how do I get privileges to just post images? Because
Well,
I'm
could
pretty.
you just
DM it to
address
me.
this for a second? Just address this for a second, right?
Okay.
Have you got this image open on your screen?
Yeah, it's a different image though.
Right. Where
Right.
do you see the horizon in this image?
So hold up.
Just tell me where you see the horizon. Is it in front of the rigs, beyond the rigs, or in
It
the
is
middle?
behind in that picture.
It's behind them, right? Well, that is geometrically impossible on a globe the size they tell us.
Okay. Well, hold up.
why
Who
is it
can
there?
I? Okay. Dandelion, I'm gonna DM you another picture.
Could you just address my question, please, very quickly? The horizon is seen beyond the rigs. You just agreed it. Why is it seen beyond the rigs?
Well, I don't know about that. That could, and I know you guys are gonna call bullshit, but that could be an edited picture.
Look,
you
the
know?
GIF is posted below. Creation Bear just posted it. Do you see that? The GIF of it zooming into the oil rigs?
Yeah.
Right. So you're saying that's been faked?
I mean, there could be a like it's
No,
not.
dude, this has been repeated multiple times. This is a known location. Those oil rigs are a known distance
Hold
away
on,
from the
just give him
shore.
the video. He has every right to question it. You take the video, I'll post it for you. You go watch it. After you watch it, come back and tell me, did he edit the whole video or just parts of it, okay?
Yeah, that's right. Watch
How
the
about
video.
that? Does that sound fair?
Hold up, what? Yeah. So look
Give
at
me
this
just a
picture that.
second. I'm gonna post the video.
Yep. So while you're posting that, Dandelion, this is the Dandelion posted the thing that I
So is this the physical curve of the Earth, Pro Slammer?
And matter of fact, actually, before we go there, you can actually do it yourself. You can give the location for that where he took it at. So you can make this observation yourself if you don't believe us. You don't have to take our word for it.
Okay.
That's what I was saying.
So this is
So
the
is
photo
the
that I
physical
just
curve
found.
Of the Earth? Yeah. Is that the physical curve of the Earth that we're seeing?
Okay, so I looked up Black Swan, right? And this picture came up.
Yep. This
right?
picture proves our point. How can the horizon
No,
move? if
because
it's
the
a
horizon
physical
is in front of
position?
it.
Yeah, but
No,
then
because the horizon is in front.
So it moves then.
How does it go behind them on a
Can
certain day? No, this is the point. This is the point that he needs to get, right? So you're saying that is the physical curve of the Earth now, but then how does that geometric position shift being beyond the rigs when it's supposed to be a physically set position that isn't changing?
Hold up, what? Sorry. Say it one more time.
You're saying that horizon line that you're seeing there is the physical curve of the Earth obscuring the oil rigs. If that were the case, it could never be seen behind them.
Fucking flat.
No, because of refraction.
No. Okay, well then this is what I'm saying earlier. You are saying that you are now looking the top of that hill has optically gone beneath them, up behind them, and brought them in front of it. So you're saying you can optically see objects behind the physical curve. Yes, you are. You're saying you can see beyond physicality.
Hold up, let me pull up MS Paint again.
MS Paint? No. What you need is a demonstration in reality.
You're right, Wolfgang. That is what he's saying. And secondly, as it relates to the math, that horizon is too far away too. Still about 4 times too far.
Microsoft ain't save you, boy.
Yeah, this image that you've posted, Pro Slammer, is another black swan. This also debunks the globe.
And there's little to no refraction.
We don't live on
right?
an inflatable globe.
That's what you think,
Sorry,
right?
I accidentally deafened.
That's what you think, right? In that image that you had Dandelion share, that there's little to no refraction. Well, check this out. That's still 4 times too far.
Wait, what?
That horizon line is
too
still
far.
4 times too far.
And plus,
How do you know that? Like, what is your math for that?
Well, you have to look at the video. We've been talking about this same thing for over a year. So maybe you need to just look at the video. What we're talking about.
Hank Hills posted the video for you. So, Pro Slammer, why don't you go and watch the video for a few minutes? It's not that long, and then let us know when you've watched it, okay?
So hold up, wait. In the meanwhile, who can I DM to post this picture that has, like, privileges to post pictures?
DM any of the
how do I...
or golds.
How...
You can DM me.
Or silvers.
Who said that?
He can have the image perms. It can easily be taken.
Yeah, I'm not gonna be posting fucking shit, alright?
You're not gonna porn bomb us or anything?
No.
Yeah, it would be a dishonor to your parents if you did.
He's been pretty cordial anyway, so.
Wait, who can I DM this, though, in the meanwhile?
1 second, yeah. You can post it yourself now.
Thank you. Okay. So, this is very shittily drawn, but refraction, right? So the horizon is still there, right? But the light, the visible, fuck, how do I say it?
So, by invoking refraction, you're immediately giving away physicality of the horizon.
What do you mean? How?
Because now you're saying the horizon.
And what do you mean by physicality? Hold up, let's get that first.
So usually you're saying the boats go over the horizon, meaning there's a physical shape to the horizon. In other words, that's where the edge of what you can see the globe is.
That's that bottom line that you drew, where the face is sitting on. That bottom line. That would be the geometric horizon.
That is
geometric.
Sorry.
So once you say it's not physical, it's being refracted. Now the horizon becomes a optical thing, not an actual location.
Yeah. So this is all optical illusions, right? Like this is all optical illusions.
Well, it isn't. You're looking just straight directly at the thing, right? Because you're drawing that yellow line to the rig, but we're actually seeing way, way beyond that. So what you're saying is it's optical. It's not physical, and that's what we've been saying. So welcome
It's a
to
hologram.
I mean, you can look at the scientific meaning of refraction. It will literally prove the point.
Yeah, again,
no more
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, no more geometry, right? Refraction equals no geometry. So you can chant it all you want. That just means you don't have any geography.
Can you prove to me how geometry is fucked?
Is the horizon physical or is it optical?
Maybe we can go super, super basic on this because I feel like they need it. Do you sometimes wake up, you go into your kitchen and your table is just 2 foot bigger?
What?
You wake up, you go to your kitchen to make breakfast, and the table is just 2 foot bigger.
No.
Why not?
Because refraction doesn't occur at that short of a distance.
Didn't ask about refraction. I asked about the table.
Yeah, but you're going to
Why?
explain
Because
that
it is what it is. It is what it is.
Yeah, it's
there
a
you go.
physical
That's the point.
object, right?
Refraction
It's a
occurs.
physical object. Now, do physical objects tend to just change size, Rand?
They can
No,
do
I never
refraction.
said that they do, though.
Okay,
I've never said that a physical object changes.
You need to
The
listen
problem
to
is
what's-
that's what you are
You need to
saying.
listen to what's being said. Okay, stop
waiting
trying
for you to
to
say.
assume what I'm saying. Just listen. Now, the problem you have is that you are making the claim that there is a physicality to the curvature of the Earth. The problem with that is that that horizon, which you think is physical curvature, changes. So, as we know from day-to-day experience, physical objects don't tend to just change size. We know that this must be an optical effect, more like a rainbow than a physical curve.
Yes. The
Right, and on top of that, too-
claims that the water surface is convex.
Yeah, and what we're saying is when you look at the rigs and you see the horizon behind it, we're saying it is what it is. There ain't no mirage. There's nothing bending.
There
You're seeing
is.
directly straight at it. Sorry, it is what it is. That's it.
When there is a change
Here's
in
the
medium.
thing. Here's the thing right here,
Oh.
right? So we see what we see, right? But we imagine what we would see if we live on the globe. I don't think you're imagining that, because what we're talking about, the horizon, we're talking about the top of a hill that you cannot see beyond, right? So now an example would be, or hypothetical would be, okay, so you have some friends on the other side of the hill that you cannot see. And so for whatever reason, you back away from that hill and you're miles out in the distance. Now you're looking at that hill with binoculars and you're saying that refraction would allow that hill that's supposed to be obstructing your friends on the other side, all of a sudden it's going to be behind them.
No, it's not.
They're the.
So let me counterpoint, please.
Listen, no. Let me tell you why you cannot say no. Because the oil rigs are just there. They're there at a distance that is knowable, right?
Right. Yeah.
So, in the heliocentric, in the globe model, the prediction of Earth hump, right? Hill should be before the oil rigs. So you're saying that because of refraction, that hill is now behind the oil rigs, and you're saying no. That is what you're saying.
No, it's literally
No,
due to
I'm not.
refraction.
Well, how could you not? How could you not be saying?
Please.
Can I explain?
Okay.
It's because of refraction, and refraction changes to our eyes what we see. It doesn't actually change the physical object. It's when you go there closer, when there's no change in medium or change in temperature. When there's a change in temperature in air or water, it can distort an image.
Oh,
So when-
so
Yeah, we
maybe
know-
that's why when you
we know,
posted
it'll
two
make it
different
more-
pictures of the rigs, that kind of
hold on,
proves
wait,
our
Wait,
point.
wait. If you put a phone behind a glass of
we
water,
know about
if you put a
the we
phone
know
behind a
about
glass
the
of water, it
refraction
becomes a
you're
lot
talking
bigger.
about, right? No, that's different, because that's two different mediums. That's not the same thing that you're talking
Yeah,
about.
but it's still
What you're
a-
talking about is distortion, which makes it harder to see, not easier to see. But what
Refraction.
I'm talking about is
I'm not
something
talking
that's
about distortion.
what I'm talking about is something that's supposed to be physical. That thing that's supposed to be physical, because of refraction and everything that you just detailed, is the reason that you have to say, well, that hill has moved behind
No, because it's not made
what
of
it
air or
once
water.
was obstructing.
It's not, because it's not made of air or water.
What are you talking about? But this
reason-
is
the
supposed
reason
the
is only
water.
this-
The water itself. Can you look through a wave?
No, you can look through. You
Okay,
can't
so
look
the
through it.
water
You can't
itself
look
is
through it,
supposed to be.
but
It's supposed to be a watery hill.
You can't.
This is
You
the
can't
thing.
But you can't look through.
But it's
directly
supposed
water,
to
if
be
there's
a
change in
watery
medium, but
hill. It's
Yeah,
supposed
but
to be
let
a
me
hump
speak.
in
But
the way.
if there's a change in medium,
There is no
you
change in
said it.
medium.
Yes,
What are you
there is.
talking about? We're not
Change in
looking through a
temperature.
glass
Change
of
in
water.
temperature. Change in temperature.
A
Change in
change
medium
in
just means
temperature is not a change
Just
in
chant it,
a
chant it,
change in
chant it, chant
temperature.
it, chant it. That doesn't make it a
A change
medium.
in yeah, it's not a change in medium. You're
Yes, it
talking
is.
about Snell. You're talking about Snell's law. You're very wrong.
What?
You're
You're
talking
not
about
understanding
Your
the
first
scientific method.
demonstration was
talking
looking
about
through a glass of water, and now you're talking about temperature.
Yeah.
Water is a
Refraction
medium.
occurs.
the
Refraction
one with
occurs.
the one with the glass. That refraction that's Snell's law. That has nothing to do with the oil rigs and all of this stuff that we're talking about.
In both pictures, you can see the water has no hump, is flat. Whether the horizon is beyond the oil rigs, whether it's before the oil rigs, you see the water surface as being flat. In certain days, the visibility changes. Some days you can see further away, some days
Yeah,
you
because
cannot
different
see that
temperatures.
far
You're
away.
proving my
Yes,
point.
because of many factors, not just one, many factors.
You see that image
And
that Dandelion posted because of Pro Slammer? That's when the temperature was
when
cold.
you have maximum visibility, all that water surface that you see is flat. Have you ever looked at curved tables, convex or concave?
That's what.
I'm not sure if
I just want to interrupt real fast, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
So what we've seen, like refraction, right? Where like a helicopter takes off, right? And you can see like around the engine of the helicopter, there's like the light bending, right? So maybe it does bend because of temperature or the density of the gas coming out of the exhaust or whatever. But we've all seen refraction. But what you haven't seen is a helicopter that has disappeared over the hill and comes back into view, even though it's behind a hill. That doesn't happen.
Yeah, because the hill is not made out of air and water. If it's made out of water, when there's different temperatures, you can obviously see further.
He
when it's
can't be
warm,
helped.
when it's warm.
He can't be helped.
Yeah,
I think I might have told you to look at
make a
the
fire on the
horizon.
hill.
I think I get.
Yours. Yeah, go ahead.
I think I told you, and if I didn't, why don't you look at a Horizon PDF or anything? Just type in how do captains determine the curvature of the Earth, and a lot of things will come up. It'll talk about the geometry, and it'll talk about. Thank you. And it'll talk about based on your elevation, how far the horizon will be, and then from there you'll make calculations as to what you have to do with targeting systems and all of this. But the point that I'm trying to make is nowhere in there will it say, well, this is true unless there's an atmosphere that day. So this is just an ad hoc explanation for something that's already impossible.
What?
Could I just get a question in? So the guys we're speaking to, you're saying that you're looking at the GIF in the voice chat where it zooms into the oil rigs.
Yeah.
You're saying that there's actually a horizon in front of those oil rigs.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that due
But
to
that's what
refraction.
the globe model's saying.
I'm saying that due to no, it's not. I'm saying there's a thing called refraction, which distorts what we see. What's not actually
so
there.
you're saying that we don't have a geometric horizon?
No, you're clearly just changing my words. I'm saying due to refraction, we can see the horizon further away.
But the geometric horizon is at 1.2 miles, and we see it beyond 10.
Because of refraction.
Right, so we don't have a geometric horizon.
Because it's not actually. If there was no such thing called refraction, we wouldn't be able to see that far.
But geometric horizon is at 1.2 miles.
But because of refraction, when there's difference in medians and difference in temperatures between air and water, it distorts images. When it's warmer, you can actually see further.
But where do you see the geometric horizon in this GIF?
Where I see it, there's no geometric. We can't see a geometric horizon
All
because
right,
refraction
so we
changes
don't.
it. Because
So we
refraction
don't have a
changes
geometric
it.
horizon.
Just proving my point even further. There's
No.
We don't have a geometric.
You're not understanding
changes
his
it. We
point.
can't see it. We can't see it.
You're not understanding his point, Cardo. That's what the problem is.
Okay. My point is that there is no refraction. There's no geometric.
But he's
horizon.
already destroyed that about 4 times, and you're not understanding why.
How?
The very same words he used. Let me ask you another question. What is the horizon?
Horizon is the due to refraction what we see where that.
I didn't ask about refraction. What is the horizon?
That is what horizon is. Due to refraction.
No, it's not.
What stops.
What is the horizon?
Horizon.
You will not find the word refraction in the definition for horizon, I promise.
Yeah, but it changes where we see the horizon. It does change where we see the horizon.
Now, I want you to define horizon, or I'll mute you and we'll move on.
Okay, so look, now you're resorting to muting.
No. I'm asking you to answer the question.
Did I hurt your feelings?
What is a horizon?
Did I hurt your feelings?
Just Google horizon definition.
Don't
guy.
talk about
now he's
feelings
just spiraling.
Well, I think we have 2 options, Crypto. Either define horizon or define refraction. Give us the definition for what explains.
No, he needs to define horizon first. He needs to define horizon.
Or give us, because he's saying, saying what's happening is refraction, right? So words are defined for. Listen, bro.
Yeah,
all I'm saying is he can either he can define horizon or he can define refraction as it relates to the black swan. A definition that actually fits what's actually going on.
Okay, can I?
Like if we could actually get a definition that's not from him and from a book
from an Oxford
like
dictionary,
that.
the one of the most well-renowned English dictionaries
Horizon
around.
definition,
Oxford.
yeah.
Yep, Oxford Dictionary.
Go
the
for it.
line at which the Earth's surface and sky appear to meet.
Perfect.
Right, crypto.
Appear.
So it's not a physical Earth curve, is it?
And it's specifically put in appear because it appears different due to refraction.
It doesn't say anything about refraction.
Yeah, of course it doesn't. It doesn't need to.
No, of course it doesn't, because it's not a necessary part of the horizon.
It doesn't need to.
It doesn't need to because people who are smart enough will understand that.
Oh, right. So people who are smart enough can make up stories as to why what they see isn't really there. Cool story.
Well, I knew he would. I knew he would do. I knew he would do this. That's why.
Right. So could we just take it back though? Because this is my whole point. This was my whole point, Elijah. Sorry, just let me continue this, right? Because my point was, then we don't have a geometric horizon, right?
Yeah, but you're just gonna argue back. Didn't you already tell him that?
I just want. Well, he didn't. He's not agreeing, even though he's saying exactly that.
I know.
So,
that's why I'm
Elijah,
giving him
let me
two.
speak to
That's
him.
why I'm giving him.
Let me speak to him. Is he still there?
I was talking too, bro.
Yeah.
Elijah,
asked
just
for
chill.
him to actually define.
I just want to get an answer from him.
Hold on. He actually.
Well, he gave you an answer though.
Refraction as well.
What's going on, guys?
I want him. I need him to.
You're not playing fair. Is what's going on, Wolfgang?
Well, how am I not playing fair?
Like, I didn't interrupt you. I didn't interrupt you.
Yeah, you did actually, but
no, I didn't. No, I didn't. You interrupted me when you told me.
Elijah, go ahead. Can you talk to Cardo? Thank you.
Yeah. All I was saying was, Crypto, if you don't mind, not Wolfgang, Crypto, that's what I was saying. If you don't mind, I would like to give him options. So either he can define horizon or he can define refraction. And I want that definition to describe what's going on in the Black Swan.
Okay.
I didn't think there was anything wrong with that.
No, but
I want you to post it in the chat.
Post the.
He already said the definition for horizon.
Right. But that's going to lead down to an argument that he's just going to.
It leads to the geometric horizon, which is the entire argument, right?
All right, go ahead.
Which was my point from the beginning. We don't see a geometric horizon, do we?
Yeah, we will never see a geometric horizon.
Right, so we don't have a geometric horizon.
What do you mean we don't? There is a geometric horizon, but we will never be able to see it because of refraction.
So how would you be able to possibly say it's there?
Yeah, exactly. Then there's no reason to even believe it's there in the first place.
Due to the fact that we know the Earth is a globe, because there.
Yeah. Okay. So this is what's called a circular argument.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I knew.
Do you know what a circular argument is?
Due to the fact that we know the Earth is a globe.
Do you know what the circular argument is?
Pardon?
Do you know what circular argument is?
It just goes round, I'm guessing. round.
Yeah, you've already assumed the conclusion before you've even started.
What do you mean?
Well, this is what you're doing. You're saying we know the Earth's a globe, therefore anything that doesn't look like a globe must be a globe anyway.
I know there's a globe because I'll tell you one reason why there's a globe. If you let me explain for long enough, I'll tell you the reason why I think, and you can tell me afterwards when I'm done why you
Go ahead.
think I'm wrong. Okay.
Just don't filibuster.
We know that there is gravity due to the Cavendish experiment.
Okay, no.
Yep.
No.
Because I got the guy linked on YouTube used 2 lead bricks weighing over 12 kg, and it has enough gravitational force to pull 2 leads, 1 kg pieces of lead towards it using gravity.
Yeah, we discussed this earlier. You don't know that gravity exists. Next point.
I do know that gravity exists.
No, you don't. Next point.
This proves that
Next point.
If the Earth moved around, then the gravitational force would pull the stars.
Okay, so you can't use any of this because it's already assuming the conclusion.
It's a lie because stars don't move, and we can put a camera on the Polaris star and it will never move. And if the sun,
we that's our proof.
No,
that's proof that the Earth's flat.
That the stars stay still, and so does the.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do.
The stars don't stay still in anyone's model.
Okay, so does the sun move?
Bro, yes, the sun moves in both models.
The sun moves, right? So that means
in both models.
Gravitational force.
Bro.
But what do you mean both models? A globe doesn't move.
Bro. The sun moves in both models.
Okay, it does not orbit. It does not orbit Earth.
The sun doesn't orbit, correct? Because gravity doesn't exist.
Yeah, and if it orbits, the Earth in the flat Earth, say for example the flat Earth one, that would mean that stars would also move because of gravitational pull.
This is more red herrings and non sequiturs. How did we get to all of this bullshit from the fact that you don't have geometry?
Pardon?
We're talking about your lack of geometry.
What is my lack of geometry? Tell me what my lack of geometry is.
It's the flat Earth. It lacks geometry. You don't have a geometric curve. That's your problem. And when you don't have it, you then say refraction. You don't have any models for this. Didn't finish.
Go on.
You don't have any models for this. You have absolutely no way of proving it. You just assert it.
I'm proving it right now.
No, you're not.
Gravity exists because of the Cavendish experiment.
No, it doesn't.
Deny it with no proof. You deny it with
no. Again, it's not that you have to deny something. It's that you haven't proven it in the first place. I wouldn't have to say anything for it still not to be in existence.
No.
Yes.
In your idea.
Yes, that is actually how science works.
You can't comprehend it.
Bro, you haven't proven it, ergo it is unproven.
I can prove the end. The Cavendish experiment.
I'm not required to point this out to you. It is true independent of
when
me
you know
saying
I'm
so.
right. When you know I'm
Bro,
right.
it is true of me independent. It is true independent of me saying so.
What do you mean?
This is what you don't get. You're not arguing with me. You are having an argument with the fact that you can't prove what you say.
I can prove what I say.
You can't.
Every time I prove it, you just deny it.
You haven't proven one thing that you've said.
Okay, do you want me to prove it right now?
Go on then.
The Cavendish experiment, which uses a copper wire to hold 2 wood planks.
Okay.
And that 2 wood planks holds onto 2 lead weights on either side. Weighing
you said this about 3 times so
the
far.
exact same. That weigh the exact same.
Yeah. And how does this prove gravity?
And this.
How does this prove gravity?
Around. If you let me explain it.
No, you're just explaining a series of events.
If you shut up and let me explain it,
you're just literally describing.
Don't talk over him, mate. Don't talk over him.
Bro, you know what, you guys,
got stuff up your ass.
You're a waste of time. You're a waste of time.
You're gonna kick me out of Discord because.
No, I'm just gonna silence you. Maybe someone else can talk because this guy's a waste of energy.
Can I bring a proof for gravity?
Cardo, you're not a waste of my time, mate.
Yeah, can anyone bring proof of gravity instead of just declaring a series of events?
If you put 2 very heavy balls next to each other, they will roll to each other.
And how does this prove gravity?
Why should they move otherwise?
That doesn't make any sense. You're trying to prove to us that gravity exists.
Yeah.
So then you're presenting this, and when I say how does it prove gravity, you shouldn't have a question for us. You should be telling us how it proves gravity.
What is your definition of gravity?
Doesn't matter. You're the one proving it.
In my definition, gravity is 2 heavy matters pulling to each other.
Oh man.
Your definition of gravity is 2 balls being attracted to each other.
not only two balls, but for example, it something that has a mass attracts something that something other that has mass.
I got a lot of mass.
And we have mass, and the Earth has mass, so we
I'm really bored of this. This is like
stuck down to
this
the
is
Earth.
like not even midwit level debating.
Yeah.
Like, does anyone here, do any of you know what an affirming the consequent fallacy is? Do any of you guys know what a non sequitur is? Do any of you guys know what a red herring is? Do any of you guys know what gish galloping is? Do any of you guys know any of this stuff? And why, when you do it, it doesn't prove anything?
No, but I don't need to know that. That's just basic physics.
Having a logical discussion requires being at least entry level at logical argumentation.
I just want to say I have not been here for long. I just joined back, but if you're going off his exact definitions of words, no offense, but it doesn't sound like he has the most perfect English. So he may just be like accidentally misspeaking.
So what? So what?
I just want to make that aware.
And if he can't define it, that's fine. But he should just move on and not bother, because he's the one. Berman, he's the one who decided to start talking. Right? I didn't make him talk. So he wanted to talk. He wanted to define gravity. He wanted to prove it. He hasn't done so. That's not my problem.
Yeah, but one question: why do two very heavy balls move to each other?
Yeah, so you just talked over Elijah. Elijah, do you want to go ahead?
Sorry, I didn't understand you acoustically.
Yeah, no problem. Just let Elijah speak, bro.
No, actually, that other guy that was just talking, he was actually the person I was talking to with the whole Hill thing. That other boy just jumped in. I would have liked for him to actually answer or respond to what I was saying about refraction and the Hill and all of this.
No,
if gravity doesn't exist, why do two balls, very heavy balls, move to each other?
You're saying, why does this happen? Show us that this happens. I've never seen that happen.
Yeah, and more to the point, shows that it happens because of gravity, because that's what really matters. You can't, because it doesn't prove gravity. This is the thing; it doesn't prove anything.
But is there another explanation than gravity for this to happen? Because it definitely happens.
For this to happen, can you show it to us?
Show us that it happens. I've never seen it.
I want to see this.
I can search for wood.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, you can. We know.
Sorry, but I don't have very heavy two balls and place
Why
that
do you
I
keep
can
saying
roll
two
on.
balls? Is that funny to you? Is two balls funny to you? Is that funny?
No, but I found it funny.
You seem to like saying two heavy balls. You just keep saying that, bro, without anything else.
Then something other than disproof.
Well, what
No, he's staying muted. I'm sorry. I don't.
Yeah, please.
No.
Please. Thank you.
And now I see why you guys have put up with this. Yeah, you guys are trying to make an example of these children. I understand, but we can only take so much.
Yeah, we don't need any of this nonsense, dude. I'm sorry, guys. Like these kids are around. Like they're probably around my age. I'm 18, by the way, and I'm just sorry. I'm sorry for these kids. And I'm sorry that you
feel
guys
sorry
for my people.
for the world in large, the nation, because these children represent what's coming in the future.
I know, and I'm dreading that. I'm actually afraid of that. My goodness.
This has been a hell of a day. I don't know if you guys have been here since this morning, but this has been a hell of a day. I've been here since this morning.
And the girl says she values him or appreciates him or something like that. But the boy he's a patent liar. He has no intellectual honesty in his body. Yeah, that's the kind of relationships that are going to be happening. People who can't be honest. Like that's fucking that's fucking ridiculous.
It is. And you know who's been here championing these guys? And it's been an avid concern troller, Jim Stairs Baby. So why don't you ask a question, Jim? Why are you so silent? Yeah, I didn't think so. You like to comment when you feel their feelings are being hurt, right? But you got nothing to say.
No, it's because I'm a nice person. I just don't.
No, yeah, that's what it is. None of us are nice, right? You saw how patient Crypto has been. I've never seen him that patient. Ever.
Okay, okay. Just listen to me. Okay, I'm not trying to cause any offense here, all right? But you guys keep muting people when they're making valid points. That's not being patient. Speaking over
Valid
people, being
points.
patient.
What valid points?
How do you know that the points he's making were valid?
I would argue that everybody's point is valid. I think everyone has a right to say what they want to say.
So if I say that 2 + 2 is 5, is my point valid?
No, that's just this is.
But you just said that everyone's point is valid.
I'm just saying it's intellectually incorrect.
Okay, but I think 2 + 2 is 5. What now?
Okay, then that's your opinion, I guess.
Is that valid then?
It's valid, yeah, but it's not correct.
No. Okay, fine. So our friend Cardo here has a valid opinion that's incorrect as well. And we're tired of explaining the same thing to him 7-8 times, so yeah, he's muted.
So there's a difference between valid and true, right? So, or...
According to her, but I don't think so. I think if you're talking about something in objective terms, then you need to be able to agree on what's true and what's false. Otherwise, there's no point having the discussion at all.
Yeah,
right?
Agreed.
Like for instance, you can say ice cream is good, and okay, that's a valid statement. But do you have any? Or is it true that you have any?
Valid, having a sound basis in logic or fact, reasonable or cognate.
Exactly.
That's
So when if you're committing logical, hey, go ahead, Hank. Yep.
Yeah, you were going to say exactly what I was going to say. If you're committing logical fallacies, it's not a valid argument.
That's true.
Okay. By the way, did someone want to talk to me about the hill thing or whatever?
So some people just don't even logic, you know? You don't even logic, bro.
Sorry, go on, Lodge.
Yeah, I kind of did. So basically, like, the horizon is the top of the hill, and you can't see any further than that.
No, yeah, I remember.
But in order to say that, you have to be able to predict where that is to say that that's the thing that's blocking things beyond it.
So I just want to say that very clearly, a hill is much smaller than the supposed curvature of the Earth, right?
That doesn't matter.
It so does. Because once again, I'm gonna,
It's not a quantitative argument. It's a qualitative argument. So I'm talking specifically about there being an obstruction that you can't see
I'm talking about an optical illusion which is caused by light being bended over a great distance.
I don't even understand. Listen, bro. When I'm talking about a hill that you can't see beyond, I'm talking about the Earth curvature you believe in that you're not supposed to be able to see beyond. In order to say something like that, like I don't see the sun anymore because the Earth's curvature is in the way, in order to say that, you have to know where that curve is. You have to know that it's actually a ball that's obstructing things from your view.
So okay, so refraction, right? Let me just tell you what refraction is. I'm sure you already know, but at least the way that
I really
think of it.
don't need to know.
Okay.
Because
Well,
did you miss the example? Because I'm telling you what you think refraction is. Because we have something. The horizon is supposed to be in the example, the Black Swan example, 1.2 miles away. That's where the line is supposed to be, where the sky meets the ground. But it's behind oil rigs that are at a specific distance. It doesn't move. It's just at that distance, at a fixed location.
okay, yeah, and I'm saying that could be an edited
what
photo.
you're saying is, yeah, I'll deal with that. So what you're saying is that basically that obstruction that's supposed to be in front of the oil rigs is now behind the oil rigs, in the same way that a hill that's in front of people would be behind people.
I'm not
because of
saying that.
refraction. But that is what you're saying.
So no, I'm actually disputing that because of because I don't and this may make you extremely upset, so I really want you to know this is not an attack. I do not believe that photo is real. I think that it is edited in some sort of way.
All right, we got the,
it's a
we got the original for you.
So here's my thing, right? I don't think that video is real either.
Hold on, bro.
Then go do it yourself.
For you.
Yeah, I know the video you're gonna post. I don't think that video is real. That's the thing.
Oh, so you think it's CGI when the guy walks up to the water, puts his camera down?
I mean,
That's
yeah,
pretty
but
good
you guys think that the ISS videos are CGI.
Can you verify? Can you go there yourself? Wait, you can on the globe, right? You can go test it yourself.
So what is the difference between
your? On the globe.
So hold up.
We can't go to the ISS. Yeah. We can't go to the ISS. That's what the difference is.
Okay, but other people can.
Can you?
No.
Yeah. Okay. So we're talking about.
I can't. I also can't go.
I was definitely. I was definitely talking.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Okay. So the point is that this is your belief, right? So we're actually not arguing with you, right? So when Elijah talks to you, Hank talks to you, I talk to you, we're actually pointing out the flaws in your logic. You're not arguing with us. You're actually having an argument with your own flawed logic. So when we talk about this, we're talking about your belief. You cannot verify what the ISS is or where it is, but you can verify all of the stuff we tell you. So this isn't about Elijah. This isn't about me. This isn't about Hank. This is about you and what you can verify. Yeah? So you can verify what we tell you. You cannot verify what they tell you. So they are fundamentally different.
Yep. So hold up. I actually do have a video that verifies the ISS.
No, you don't.
Okay.
That's
I guess
impossible.
I don't then, huh? That's crazy.
That's
all of a sudden
because you're not understanding verification.
Okay.
Well, you would need, you know what us talking about
there
the
are
Black Swan, right? Like, so the radius of the Earth, that's what's in question. You would need that to be able to put the ISS into orbit. So all we're talking about is verifying that the Earth is curving the way they claim it is, so that we can have a little, like, because we'll never see it all, right? But we just want to know that it's curving at the rate that they claim on some scale. They've given us a way to do that when they were talking about things being obstructed bottom up. That thing was supposed to be the horizon. So the argument that's put forth to you now is, well, how could the horizon be blocking things if it's moving about everywhere? If it's not
moving about.
When I say moving about, what I mean is it's not mathematically predictable. Well, it is. It's just not there in reality. So it's predicted to be at 1.2 miles, but it's 10 miles. It's predicted to be 3 miles.
Optically,
but
it's at 10 miles.
It's predicted to be 30 miles, but it's somewhere else. It's predicted to be 116 miles, but it's somewhere more like 200 miles. Like
Okay,
we
so-
have so many different examples of real life.
But that's all
Imagery.
optic evidence, which you're like optical illusions that your eyes can be tricked.
So let me ask you a question. Has
Okay.
anyone put a tape measure around the Earth to measure the Earth, or did they do it optically?
What do you mean? No, they did it scientifically, mathematically.
Scientifically and mathematically, how? With the tape measurer or optically?
What do you mean?
Well, think about it for a second. Don't feel pressured to.
No,
to
they
give
don't-
Me, hold on. Don't feel pressured to give me a response. Think about it for a second.
Okay. I am, and now I'm. So, educated people, aka the literate one Sorry, I'm reading something. The literate one read academic.
What did you just say?
Okay. Okay. Basically, some guy's trying to argue that a YouTube video can't be real when literally you guys used a YouTube video to prove me wrong 30 minutes ago, which is really funny.
Hold on. Bro, we're not proving you wrong with a YouTube. We're not proving you wrong with a YouTube video. What we're saying is you can
No,
go
you
to
did.
a large body of water, bro. If we proved you wrong, then that means that you take the video as evidence. If you don't take the video as evidence, we're encouraging you to go out into the real world and test it yourself. Do you have water next to you? You drink water, right? You're human. Do you have a body of water where that water is kept near your house, like an ocean or a pond or a lake?
I don't have an oil rig there. Like, I cannot do this.
There are other things. Well, here's the video that you think is CGI, by the way. And,
Yeah.
And I just can't believe. you
I
think
never
the
said
whole thing is
CGI. I just don't think
That's
it's
some-
real. CGI is okay.
Okay,
Please
so
do
if
not
it
put
wasn't
words in
created
my
by
mouth.
computers, okay, was it hand drawn like Mary Poppins, right? Did they like hand draw it in, or was it like a pencil, like Mickey Mouse?
No, I'm saying that they could have like edited the video. I'm saying
That's
okay.
every
So
video. That's every video you've ever seen. They could have edited it. But why do you believe in the globe? Because you saw it on TV.
no, that's not
100,000
why.
times before you were. Yeah, you saw the globe on TV 100,000 times before you were 10 years old. TV, magazines,
Dude, I literally
internet,
used to
school,
be.
everywhere.
Okay.
What did he used to be?
Hank here.
I was
Can I-
about to say it, but you guys are gonna shit on me for it, cause
No, please say it.
I definitely did used to be a flat earther, like for sure. So like, I do understand some of this shit, but like that's why I don't know.
Okay, let's do this. What is an affirming the consequent fallacy?
What do you mean? Hold up.
Yeah, look it up if you don't know. Look, it's not a basic fallacy, so if you don't know, it's not a problem. But if you don't know, please look it up.
Affirming a consequent fallacy, sometimes called converse error fallacy, or the convert blah 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 blah, is a formal fallacy taking a true conditional statement, e.g. Atlanta. Hold up, I'm just gonna read this now.
Oh, did he disappear?
He's not going to mumble read in the microphone like he did last time.
Okay, fair enough.
Hey, can I ask a question?
Sure.
Okay, if you're a flat earther, right?
Yeah, well, I am. I mean, yeah.
Okay, yeah. Crypto. Okay, I'll ask you. If they start sending people into space, right, with this new Elon Musk thing, and you go, and you see that the Earth is a globe, would you think you're being tricked, or would you change your beliefs?
No, I mean, if there was no reason to think otherwise, I would look at the globe and say, yeah, that's a globe. Now I have a question for you. If you went up there if you went up, say, 100,000 feet, 200,000 feet, 400,000 feet, and realised that it wasn't a globe and it actually was flat, would you admit that it's flat?
Yeah.
Perfect. Then we're in agreement.
Well, I've heard a lot of people say that they would think that it was CGI or something.
Well, like I said, if I had no reason to believe that I wasn't being tricked, then of course, yeah. But I mean, I'd have to assess that, wouldn't I, at the time?
Okay, Crypto, you go up there and you see it's a globe, right? Now, you come back and you try to tell your flat earther brothers that you've seen this, that it's a globe. How would you feel? I mean, with all the denial of your experience, you probably get black sheep and black.
Well, you're talking about social dynamics, but we're talking about the shape of the Earth.
I know, but
so what has that got to do with anything?
Don't you? It's kind of isn't it empiricism?
Yeah, and it's like empirically flat. Yeah.
I mean, but there's people that say that they went into outer space.
That's nice.
And no one believes them, but they experienced it.
Well, people do believe it.
Some people say that they've seen Bigfoot. Okay.
Yeah. So.
I mean, some people say that the government can mind control you, and you have to put a tinfoil hat on in order to not be government mind controlled. So, I mean, you Globers are at this point. You are the tinfoil hatters.
I'm not a globe earther, really. I haven't seen it with my own eyes, but evidence would point that way.
Got any of that?
Like lighthouses on the ocean. There's no hill there. Okay. Yeah, there's no hill there.
There's no hill there.
You have to come over, I guess, the curvature of the Earth to see the lighthouse.
You don't.
Shouldn't you be able to see the lighthouse all the time?
You've literally just you've demonstrated the fallacy I was trying to explain to the other guy.
Yeah, I've read it.
You've assumed the conclusion. So I told you about the begging the question fallacy. No, the Fermi the consequent. What's this guy's name? I always forget this guy's name. Sorry. Pro-Slammer, yeah. Now I want you to look up the circular reasoning fallacy and get back to me with that one as well.
Okay, I'm pretty sure I know what that one is, but...
Okay, that's fine. Because Ecclesiastes actually just demonstrated the circular reasoning fallacy. He's already assumed that the Earth's a globe to prove the Earth's a globe.
I mean, yeah, but I've seen some of the flat earthers in here do the exact same shit, and then they call me out for circular reasoning.
I wouldn't agree with them using that reasoning either.
Okay.
So it's not a valid way to prove.
We call each other out.
Yeah, we do. We
call each other out for that.
Yeah. But regardless, it's not a good method for assessing truth, is it?
That's not circular reasoning, though, is it?
Yeah, you said. I know that I'm on a globe because in order to approach a lighthouse, I need to go over the curvature of the Earth. You've assumed.
You don't see the light until you come close to the lighthouse.
But you've assumed that it's because of the curve to prove that it's the curve.
What is it then? There's no hills.
Well, yeah, there's many different things. It depends on the actual atmosphere itself, how clear that is, because you have a certain visibility. You can't see forever. Light attenuation. There's angular resolution. There's lots of things to consider.
Okay. Now,
what is the light thing that you said? I'm sorry.
One thing I gotta say before I shut up. Now, what's the tallest mountain on the Earth?
Everest, I assume.
Okay. Shouldn't you be able to get on top of Mount Everest and use a telescope and see New York?
Go ahead, try it.
I mean, couldn't you do it? People go.
I don't know.
Right?
Try it.
Okay, I gotta stop you right there.
It is falsifiable.
Sorry.
Go ahead and try it. That's what I'm saying. I don't know what else I can tell you. Go to Mount Everest, take a telescope, tell us what you can see.
I said I'm black, I don't climb mountains.
You do say you're black, you don't climb mountains?
Yeah.
That's another that's a stereotype fallacy. Anyway.
That's racist.
Or no true Scotsman. No true Scotsman fallacy, right? Okay, so I just want to point out, right, that you can't see forever, right? And if you pull out a telescope, you still can't see forever. And if you get a bigger telescope, or the biggest telescope, you still can't see forever. So I don't know why you would think you could see New York City from the Himalayas, even if you had like
actually,
powerful telescope.
Actually,
yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was saying I'm the Joker.
Here's the thing: on the clear day, though, shouldn't we be able to see the Northern Lights?
No, we're down here in Texas. There ain't no northern